Chapter 181. 3 days later, on a morning. When Ryan emerged from the sea, the expressions of those practicing swordplay on the beach varied. Seeing Ryan had been underwater for at least 15 minutes, Bask muttered to himself, "Why do I feel like a moron compared to Ryan's learning progress? How discouraging." The young men nearby exchanged glances. They felt the same way, but kept their composure. They were taught by the same teacher, but Ryan seemed like an apprentice in the accelerated elite class, while they were apprentices in the regular class. He had completed what they'd learned in a month in just a week. No, even faster. Who could stand that? The buzzcut man sighed. It seems he's mastered the inner breathing technique. It only took him 3 days. It took me 5. Now, there's one more person in my group. Currently, Ryan's mastery of the inner breathing technique is level 3, 14/500. As for the reason for his rapid improvement, it was primarily due to the accelerated perception effect of the tough seaweed juice and the training in the sea. But now, it seems to have reached a bottleneck. After reaching level 3, his progress in the internal breathing technique has slowed down. Over the past 3 days, Ryan had also noticed that the young men practicing swordsmanship on the island would occasionally disappear for a while, apparently to proceed to the next stage of training. But he didn't ask. For him, concentrating on doing what he should do at this stage and maximizing progress and efficiency was the most important thing. Master Gunther would naturally tell him what would follow. Over the past 3 days, while practicing inner breathing techniques underwater and harvesting the resilient seaweed, he had gained considerable insights. Ryan discovered that wielding a two-handed greatsword underwater required far greater precision in every move and form than on land. If your greatsword swings at an angle, adjusting it in seawater is much more difficult than in air, and your speed is also much slower. Furthermore, while chopping the resilient seaweed, Ryan discovered that to achieve optimal results with each strike, he needed to observe and understand the rhythm of the resilient seaweed swaying in the water. This was a significant test of the coordinated effort of a swordsman's hand, eye, and mind. Although Master Gunther hadn't taught him much else during these 3 days, the combination of inner breathing techniques and cutting seaweed, the dynamic and static nature of these two tasks, had kept Ryan busy all day. Ryan had a feeling that even if Master Gunther didn't teach him the rest of the subject from now on, he could also learn something from these two experiences, significantly improving his swordsmanship. From an outsider's perspective, Ryan could be described as a true cultivation maniac. Aside from eating and sleeping, Ryan rarely chatted or rested. He was either in the stone hut applying tough seaweed juice, cultivating his inner breathing, or cutting seaweed in the ocean. If one could look down at the sea near the island from midair, one could clearly see that the large area of tough seaweed growing in front of them had a noticeable alopecia area. But it wasn't Ryan's fault. Because every time Ryan cut seaweed in the ocean, the system kept prompting, "You have trained in the underwater giant bear swordsmanship, and your understanding has improved. Your giant bear swordsmanship skill has improved, and your experience points have increased by 15. You have trained in the inner breathing technique, and your understanding has improved. Your inner breathing technique skill has improved, and your experience points have increased by 2. This is quite addictive. Especially, cutting seaweed underwater simultaneously trains both the giant bear swordsmanship and the inner breathing technique, and the effect is far greater than on land. With Ryan's current level 7 giant bear swordsmanship, if he practiced on land, he would more often gain 5 or 6 experience points. However, when cutting seaweed in the ocean, his experience points almost doubled. The efficiency is obvious. Ryan also made another important discovery. When he practiced the inner breathing technique, he could clearly feel that this training subtly influenced his own giant bear breathing technique, producing subtle changes. It was as if his internal organs and overall function were gradually increasing, a change that became increasingly pronounced as his internal breathing techniques advanced. This time, when Master Gunther, standing on the reef, saw Ryan emerge from the water, dragging a long bundle of tough seaweed behind him, and still looking calm and breathless after 15 minutes of intense exercise, he knew Ryan still had some energy left. In other words, Ryan had already exceeded his mission standards. Without waiting for Ryan to approach him, Gunther approached and said, "All right, Ryan, you can now proceed to the third exercise. Follow me." Everyone on the shore watched this scene with varying thoughts. Although they had known Ryan was formidable from day one, they discovered that his perseverance was even more astonishing. He practiced almost without rest, like an Iron Man. So, in those 3 days, they could say they had witnessed Ryan's visible progress. From initially being able to maintain a seaweed cutting time of 7 or 8 minutes, to now being able to stay in the water for over 15 minutes, his progress in internal breathing techniques was remarkable. "Are you already starting the third training session so soon?" He's already caught up with us, Arturo exclaimed in surprise. Not catching up, he's about to surpass us, the young man named Doug said gravely. Everyone was silent. In fact, Gunther's second training task required Ryan to master the internal breathing technique within 3 days. According to Ryan's class dashboard, this meant reaching level 1/100 of the internal breathing technique, which would have qualified him. But Ryan figured since he had 3 days, he might as well improve his internal breathing technique as much as possible, as he felt it had unique properties and would be extremely useful. On a separate note, Basque had mentioned that the standard for determining whether one had mastered the internal breathing technique was whether one could continuously chop tough seaweed underwater for 15 minutes. So, Ryan hid his skills for a bit, only revealing them on the 3rd day. With his current mastery, Ryan should be able to maintain combat underwater for about half an hour. From the system panel, Ryan wasn't at level 1 out of 100, but had reached level 3, 14 out of 500. At level 1, one could sustain combat underwater for roughly 15 minutes, while at level 3, that could last up to half an hour. While this might not seem like a long time, it's important to remember that during this time, one is constantly chopping tough seaweed, a state of high oxygen consumption, rather than simply holding their breath underwater. These are two completely different concepts. Soon, Ryan, under Master Gunther's guidance, arrived at a cliff on the northern end of the island. Their previous sword practice was at the southern end, a completely different location. No wonder Ryan hadn't noticed this area before. Basque, give Ryan the shark skin and prepare a tube worm. Okay, Master Gunther. Basque pulled out a suit of dark gray leather armor with fine scales from behind him and handed it to Ryan. Ryan was slightly surprised, but he took it without hesitation. It felt like the tough, oiled cowhide, only much thicker. The design was also unique, reminiscent of diving suits from his past life. This is made from the hide of a reef shark. It's very effective against attacks from nearshore frenzy fish. Once you put it on, even if you're attacked by multiple nearshore frenzy fish, your safety won't be a problem, Master Gunther explained, tilting his head. Ryan nodded and immediately began to put it on. Although he possessed the extraordinary iron skin level 3 armor and considered his defense comparable to that of this reef shark leather armor, there was no need to be conspicuous at this moment. Standing nearby, Basque began to remove a long, wriggling brown worm, about a meter long and the thickness of a thumb, from a wooden barrel he had prepared long ago. This is a round tube worm, a favorite of nearshore frenzy fish. And your training mission at this stage, Ryan, is to kill as many nearshore frenzy fish as possible within an hour, Master Gunther said, pointing to the brown worm. As many as possible? Master Gunther, what's your standard? Ryan asked after a moment's thought. After all, having a clear limit or standard is more motivating. 10 then. If you can kill 10 near-sea frenzy fish within an hour, you should be ready for the next training. Master Gunther glanced at Ryan and smiled. If killing near-sea frenzy fish seems difficult at first, you can take some time to practice your swordsmanship, like those few. You might gain a different perspective. Also, it's best to make time to practice the first training, seaweed cutting, every day. This will help improve your internal breathing techniques. After a pause, Master Gunther added, the training period for this task is 1 month. With that, Gunther turned and slowly walked away. Gunther didn't say what the unsuccessful result was, but there was no need to say it anymore. There was no other choice but to return home. Okay, Master Gunther, Ryan agreed. Until Gunther had vanished, Basque looked at Ryan with envy and said, Great. Ryan, I didn't realize you were progressing so quickly. Even Master Gunther has a special opinion of you. Oh, how did you see that? I don't think so, Ryan asked. Master Gunther struck Ryan as a rather formal, prestigious teacher, not the type to easily connect with others. Compare that to others. Master Gunther doesn't talk so much. He usually just gives you a brief assignment and leaves, Basque explained. Ryan's brows raised slightly. He hadn't known this. Ryan, you should be the fastest to complete the first training task, and the second fastest to complete the second. I wonder how long will the third task take? Basque said with a smile. Oh! How long did it take you to master the internal breathing technique, the second training task? Ryan couldn't help but ask. Half a day, Miss Claire invented it. Basque's face showed a mixture of admiration and nostalgia. Ryan glanced at Basque, shook his head slightly, and sighed, Young man, you're hopeless. Women only slow down your swordsmanship. Besides, it seems Claire is Basque's true love. Half a day. If I weren't so shy, it would probably take half an hour. Ryan pondered for a moment, then shook his head again. What's the point of comparing this to anything else? Truly learning something is what matters most. Ryan, I'm going to start releasing the tube worms now. Keep an eye on the surface. Soon, the inshore fish will be arriving, and there's a good chance there will be more than one. Their favorite food is tube worms, Bask warned. Ryan nodded and began to focus intently on the sea, preparing himself. Seeing this, Bask immediately tossed the snake-like tube worms into the water 4 or 5 meters ahead. The tube worms began to struggle violently as soon as they entered the water. As if sensing the tube worm scent, Ryan keenly observed several ripples forming on the surface of the sea several dozen meters away. 3 or 4 fish, ranging in size from 30 centimeters to half a meter, swooped towards the tube worms like high-speed torpedoes. As the fish approached, Ryan discovered that this species, called the inshore frenzy, had a pale blue body with brown circular spots, a row of fin-like spines on its back, and a large mouth densely covered with sharp teeth. Seeing the round tube worm twisting its body in the water, the other party pounced fiercely. In just a few moves, the round tube worm was torn apart and devoured. Although Ryan hadn't yet entered the water to kill it, from just a few seconds of observation from the shore, he could tell that this third training task, killing the inshore frenzy, was more than twice as difficult as the first task, cutting seaweed. No wonder those 7 or 8 young men, despite arriving earlier than him, seemed stuck at this level. The biggest difference between the inshore frenzy and the tough seaweed is that, while the tough seaweed drifts unsteadily in the water under the influence of undercurrents, it still maintains a relatively regular pattern. The drifting of a strand of tough seaweed is like the swinging of a pendulum. If one could seize the moment when the pendulum swings to its highest point and strike with the sword, the tough seaweed would be easily severed. But this nearshore frenzy fish is different. Its streamlined body, shaped like a shuttle, allows it to swim extremely fast through the water. This is like upgrading from fixed target practice to moving target practice. Of course, the specific situation can only be known after a first-hand kill. Ryan, wearing sharkskin, drew his two-handed sword and began to dive. Seeing Ryan about to dive, Bass beside him warned, "Ryan, we locals call this fish ironhead fish. Its head is as hard as an iron shell. Be careful of collisions and bites." "Thank you," Ryan nodded in gratitude. Ryan took a deep breath, activated his inner breathing technique, and began to step into the water. As he was completely submerged in the sea, the icy water pressed in from all sides. "Huh?" Ryan discovered that the shark's skin, which seemed slightly bulky on land, didn't affect his movements much in the water. It seemed that the shark's skin's special surface structure reduced water resistance. Approaching the nearby mad fish still lingering around the wreckage of the round tube worm, Ryan raised his shimmering greatsword, activated break limit, and immediately aimed a mad fish with a straight slash. Thanks to his training in cutting seaweed, Ryan had already gained a preliminary understanding of exerting force in the water. So, his sword struck the mad fish with a solid blow. A gash instantly appeared on the mad fish's body, and dark red blood oozes out. At the same time, Ryan's expression changed slightly. The sensation of slicing through layers of thick cowhide radiated from the greatsword's blade to Ryan's hands. The opponent's defense was surprisingly strong. His single strike hadn't killed it directly. Just when Ryan thought it would alert the enemy, the suddenly attacked offshore fish swiftly turned and rushed towards him, intending to fight back. This was quite different from the behavior of ordinary animals. Typically, after being attacked instantly, an animal will flee, observe the attacker, and then decide whether to retaliate. But the offshore fish lived up to its name. It immediately fought back after being attacked, regardless of the attacker's strength. However, this also made Ryan happy. He had been worried that his single strike wouldn't kill the mad fish, and that it would simply escape. Ryan had just witnessed the mad fish's speed in the water, a speed he couldn't even match. As the mad fish neared Ryan, it swung its tail fin vigorously, accelerating its speed. This allowed Ryan's second strike to barely miss the creature's body. The mad fish seized the opportunity to bite Ryan fiercely. Protected by the shark's skin, Ryan felt only a rip, not any damage. For Ryan, even letting the mad fish bite him wouldn't be a big deal, as his level 3 iron skin's defense was even greater than shark skin's. Therefore, he wasn't worried. After several consecutive encounters, Ryan was almost always unsuccessful. However, Ryan quickly discovered the problem. For a fish capable of rapid underwater movement, the currents created by its rapid movement would significantly interfere with the accuracy of Ryan's greatsword's slashing blows. This forced Ryan to focus his attention on the movement of the offshore mad fish, striving to identify flaws or patterns. But this pattern seemed difficult to grasp. Ryan decided to cheat a little and study the anatomy of the offshore mad fish, perhaps finding some insight. So, massive force, power burst, Ryan's muscles bulged, and he aimed at the incoming offshore mad fish's head, unleashing a furious blow from top to bottom. Bang! Contrary to Ryan's expectations, the offshore mad fish wasn't cleaved in two. Instead, its hard skull clamped around the great sword, still struggling. Huh? Such a tough head? Its vitality is incredibly strong. Remembering what Bask had reminded him of earlier, the nickname Ironhead Fish, Ryan seemed to understand something. After activating Power Burst and cheating by killing a nearshore mad fish, Ryan carried it ashore. Ryan, you succeeded so quickly? Bask looked at Ryan with horror, pointing at the nearshore mad fish in his hand. What was even more unbelievable to Bask was that the nearshore mad fish's head, the hardest part of its body, had been split open. What the hell? Bask was at a loss for words. As Bask curiously observed, Ryan quickly dissected the nearshore mad fish. First, the scales. They were made of extremely tough material. Each scale was semi-arc shaped, its ends tightly clasped to the surface of the fish's body. Then, multiple scales stacked one on top of the other, forming a scale armor resembling metal armor. This is real fish scale armor. This feature is quite similar to the scavenger fish Ryan had seen in his previous life, whose scales have a similar structure. In addition, Ryan discovered that beneath the scales, most of the fish's body is covered with a layer of white exoskeleton, further enhancing its defense. The bone density and thickness in the head area are particularly exaggerated. This is a double layer of defense. Ryan estimated that if this fish died on the coast, even an ordinary person with a small knife might not be able to cut open its carcass. So, when it is alive and kicking, swimming swiftly in the sea, it is easy to imagine how difficult it is to kill. Of course, the difficulty stemmed from Master Gunther's training mission, which required him to slay the creature with a sword in the water, rather than resorting to other methods. Otherwise, with human ingenuity, even ordinary people could employ methods to kill the nearshore mad fish, such as baiting, poisoning, and so on. After dissecting the nearshore mad fish, Ryan gazed out at the distant sea, lost in thought. He had just discovered that the combat power boost from using the triadic state in water was far less than on land. The reason was simple. The resistance in water was hundreds of times greater than in air, and the resistance in seawater was even higher. If Ryan remembered correctly, the resistance in seawater seemed to be over 800 times that of air. This caused Ryan's immense power to be gradually dissipated by the seawater's soft to hard power, and when it struck the nearshore mad fish, its power was significantly reduced. For a simple comparison, assuming the triadic state increased Ryan's combat power by 100% on land, then fighting in seawater would only increase it by 20% at most. As for the solution, Ryan quickly recalled Master Gunther's words before leaving. You can take some time to practice your swordsmanship, which you already excel at. He also recalled the scene of those young men endlessly practicing their swordsmanship on the shore. Clearly, the key to the solution lay here. So, facing the sea, Ryan began to wield his great sword on the reef, practicing the giant bear sword technique. Gradually, the two completely different sword-wielding sensations of water and land began to intertwine. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Ryan's mind, and a burst of insights burst forth. At this moment, a system notification sounded. Chapter 182. Congratulations. You've experienced an epiphany, unlocking the additional melee skill effect. Precision Level 1, Passive. Precision Level 1, Passive, Effect. You gain a deeper understanding of your skills and your weapon, allowing you to precisely control the force and impact of each attack, slightly reducing the opponent's likelihood of dodging or parrying your attacks. Note: Precision is an additional melee skill effect and automatically unlocks once the conditions are met. Ryan glanced at the Knight, Superb, class panel and felt a little puzzled because he didn't see any new skill icons. However, after carefully reviewing the description for Precision Level 1, he suddenly understood. Because Precision isn't a specific skill, but rather a special effect attached to a skill, it naturally doesn't generate a new skill icon on the class panel. After Ryan focused his attention on the icon representing the giant bear swordsmanship, a bear wielding a great sword, he saw an additional line of small text below, Giant Bear Swordsmanship Level 7, 3023/5000, with a special effect, Precision Level 2. Precision Level 2, Passive. You gain a clearer understanding of your combat skills and weapon, allowing you to precisely control the force and placement of each strike, slightly reducing the opponent's likelihood of dodging or parrying your attacks. Note: To unlock Precision Level 3 in the Giant Bear Swordsmanship, the following conditions must be met. 1. Giant Bear Swordsmanship Level 9 or higher. 2. Strength 20, Agility 18, and Constitution 20 or higher. Ryan carefully read the above text, and a realization dawned on him. The description of the Level 1 and Level 2 precision effects is largely the same, with the main difference being a slight change in magnitude. In addition, the additional effect of Ryan's Level 7 Giant Bear swordsmanship is Level 2 precision, not Level 1 precision. This, as expected, matches the description of automatically unlocking upon meeting the conditions. As if a thought occurred to Ryan, he immediately focused his attention on the icon depicting a pair of large hands holding a hammer. Talker Hammer. Talker Hammer Level 5, 354/2000, has the additional effect of Precision Level 1. Next is a description of the effects of Precision Level 1, Passive. Note: to unlock Precision Level 2 with Talker Hammer, the following conditions must be met. 1. Talker Hammer Level 6 or higher. 2. Strength 20, Agility 16, and Constitution 18 or higher. Comparing the two, it's easy to understand the precision effect. Precision isn't a standalone skill, but rather a special effect derived from Ryan's current melee combat skills, which arises when certain conditions are met. Standing nearby, Bask watched Ryan suddenly begin practicing swordsmanship with confusion at first, then his eyes bulged with a look of inexplicable horror. After Ryan paused, Bask dared to interrupt him, stammering, "Ryan, did you just enter a state of enlightenment?" Ryan turned to Bask, smiled, and said, "Yes, I've gained something." "Bask, thank you for not interrupting my enlightenment." After spending the past few days with him, Ryan had discovered that the Basks weren't bad people. While they might be a bit talkative at times, they were at least kind-hearted. Unlike some young people, who, upon seeing a friend experience a sudden epiphany, would instantly explode with jealousy and find ways, either covertly or unnoticed, to interrupt their progress and hinder their progress. Often, this companion might actually be someone you normally get along with quite well. To paraphrase a saying from a past life, it's like not wanting your brother to suffer, but also not wanting him to drive a Land Rover. It's human nature. Seeing Ryan's affirmative answer, the Basks looked surprised and said, "I've been with Master Gunther for a year and a half, and you're the third person I've seen achieve enlightenment. But you're the only one who's achieved it within a few days. Of the three before you, the fastest one needed at least a month of training before achieving enlightenment." Ryan nodded, understanding. Of course, he didn't think he was the only one who would experience sudden enlightenment. With such a vast empire and such a large population, even if the proportion of geniuses was low, they would still emerge in an endless stream, like mushrooms after rain. After some thought, Ryan was a little impatient to go to the sea again and test the power of this precision. However, the previous batch of fish attracted by the round tube worms had long since dispersed. So, Ryan turned to Bask and said, "Bask, please throw another round tube worm into the sea. I want to test the effects of the sudden enlightenment again." "Oh, okay. Bask was stunned at first, then realized what was happening. He felt Ryan's reaction was a little too calm. You know, those who experience sudden enlightenment often express ecstasy afterwards. Unlike Ryan, who remained calm, as if such sudden realizations were commonplace. However, he quickly followed Ryan's instructions, picking up a writhing, snake-like tube worm and throwing it into the sea 4 or 5 meters away. Within Ryan's sight, the scene he had witnessed last time reappeared. Ripples immediately appeared on the distant sea surface. With Ryan's eyesight, he could easily see that this time, 6 inshore fish were rapidly swimming towards him. Seeing this, Ryan didn't hesitate. He immediately grasped his two-handed sword and slowly stepped into the sea in the direction of the tube worms. The distance between the inshore fish and Ryan rapidly closed. This time, Ryan opened the attack with a single strike, striking one of the inshore fish midsection. Immediately, the infuriated fish began to counterattack. The frenzied nearshore fish's powerful tail fin thrashed violently, its entire body darting towards Ryan like a torpedo. This time, however, with the Giant Bear swordsmanship's Level 2 special effect, Ryan's strikes were nearly unstoppable, despite the high-speed approach of the frenzied nearshore fish. In just half a minute, Ryan had inflicted 4 or 5 more wounds on the frenzied nearshore fish. The excessive blood loss caused the frenzied nearshore fish's stamina to decline, further reducing its swimming speed. Seeing this, Ryan unleashed his breaking limits technique. After several rounds, he struck the fish's head and body at their junction, decapitating it with a single furious blow. He never activated triple form, nor did he use the nearly cheating core skill, Power Burst. The time it took to kill a nearshore frenzy fish had also been reduced from 5 minutes to around 2. The overall combat efficiency had improved significantly. Ryan couldn't help but exclaim in praise. Even if he couldn't learn anything else right now, this melee special effect, precision alone, was worth a long journey. After killing 3 nearshore frenzy fish in a row, the others, devoured by the round tube worms, dispersed. In the sea, Ryan was contemplating this carefully. He discovered that, while his combat prowess was impressive, it was built on exceptional physical fitness. He had never deeply reflected on the weapons he wielded or the combat techniques he had practiced. To put it in another way, Ryan's previous control of his body was like that of a tractor, powerful but lacking in precision. But now, it was like driving a precision-engineered sports car, steering wherever the steering wheel pointed, with control down to the centimeter level. Recalling the battle scene just now, Ryan swung his great sword and slashed at the offshore fish, the landing error being only 3 or 5 centimeters. Basically, the difference between the attack location he imagined and the actual attack location on the offshore fish was minimal. Remember, this was in high-resistance water, and the opponent was moving at high speed. However, if he wanted even more precision, Ryan shifted his gaze to the giant bear sword icon on the Knight Extraordinary panel. To unlock precision level 3, the following conditions must be met. First, giant bear sword level 9 or higher, Ryan muttered to himself. No wonder. In his previous life, he'd heard of people practicing fencing accuracy by hanging a small ball on a string and then practicing repeatedly, striving to pierce the dangling ball. This seemed to be similar to the seaweed cutting process in his first training session. Although the methods were different, cutting seaweed underwater was much more difficult than piercing a small ball. The purpose was essentially the same. Both were training for swordsmanship precision. And now, the third training task, killing 10 offshore fish within an hour, was a further step up in accuracy, pushing accuracy from level 1 to level 2. This was because offshore fish moved in a variable acceleration curve, rather than the regular, almost pendulum-like motion of seaweed or a small ball. Ryan made a rough estimate. If a full-fledged knight could demonstrate the combat skills special effect of level 2 accuracy, he could successfully kill an offshore fish within 5 minutes. This meant that the other party could complete this training task 3. In fact, the difference between a full knight and a senior knight in this regard isn't that significant. Because the resistance in seawater is far greater than in air, the power gap between senior and full knights is minimized. Suppose, on land, a senior knight's combat power is 50% higher than that of a full knight. However, in seawater, the combat power a senior knight can exert might only be 20% higher. Simply put, in water, skill is more important than physical fitness. It's like a muscular bodybuilder and a child going swimming to see who can swim faster. In this process, swimming skill is obviously more important, while physical fitness plays a much smaller role. Of course, if the two had similar skill levels, the veteran knights would naturally outperform the regular knights, and there wouldn't be a reversal of power. Also, Ryan found it interesting that the other inshore madfish dispersed after consuming the round tube worms. This trait resembled solitary animals, like leopards, rather than pack hunters, like hyenas. Otherwise, Ryan would have faced a siege from multiple inshore madfish. But there was also a downside. A single round tube worm attracted 5 or 6 inshore madfish, while Ryan could only kill 3 at the moment. A bit of a waste. Thinking for a moment, Ryan slowly walked ashore, carrying the 3 inshore madfish. But immediately, he smelled the aroma of food and looked closely. He saw that Basque had actually built a bonfire at the foot of the cliff, and was roasting the flesh beneath the tough scales of the inshore madfish, skewered on a rapier. The aroma was emanating from that fire. Seeing Ryan appear, Basque waved enthusiastically. "Ryan, try my cooking. This roasted madfish is authentic and delicious. By the way, it also quickly restores energy, almost as effective as ferocious beast meat." Ryan, who had been hesitating whether to eat it or not, raised an eyebrow at the latter part. Rapidly restores energy? Of course he'd give it a try. Bang! Ryan swung his great sword with a flurry of precise slashes, chops, and slices. Soon, he had completely chopped off the flesh of the 3 recently killed inshore madfish, and said to Basque, "One isn't enough for the 2 of us. Let's roast all 3. Excellent. Basque gave Ryan a thumbs up, as he observed his precise swordsmanship. "By the way, Ryan, I saw just now that you were killing the inshore frenzy fish at a rate that suggests you've already completed the 3rd training task, right? If so, then you, like Fraud, will have to move on to the 4th training task." "Oh! Basque, do you know what the 4th training task is?" Ryan asked casually. As for who Fraud was, Ryan didn't care at all. Of course, the 4th task is to kill 30 inshore frenzy fish within an hour. 30? Ryan raised an eyebrow. He certainly understood the difference between 10 and 30. This wasn't a simple quantitative accumulation, but a qualitative difference. If the requirement was to kill 10 inshore frenzy fish within an hour, then, on average, it would take 6 minutes to kill one. In this case, you could adopt a one-by-one approach. It would just cost a few more round tube worms. But with 30 fish, that's an average of 1 every 2 minutes, which means the previous strategy of killing them one by one is definitely not feasible. This is because it requires killing all 5 or 6 frenzied inshore fish attracted by a single tube worm in a short period of time. This likely means a one-on-many situation, which increases the difficulty dramatically. Ryan, do you find it difficult too? Bask said with a wry smile. Anyway, I've been here for a year and a half, and I've never seen anyone pass this 4th training task, including Miss Claire, who also got stuck on it. Oh! Claire is also stuck on this 4th task? Hearing this, Ryan couldn't help but frown. Well, if I remember correctly, Miss Claire killed 27 in an hour, almost completing the training mission, Bask recalled, a nostalgic look on his face. Ryan nodded. In his memory, Claire still held the same impression he had from his initiation into knighthood. Back then, in his mind, Claire was a being of unfathomable strength. Unexpectedly, he had gradually caught up with her, even surpassing her. This feeling was quite strange. Ryan estimated that Claire had come to Master Gunther's training a year or 2 ago, and by then she should have been a full knight. So, even if she could unleash the sword skill's special effect, Precision Level 2, killing 30 nearshore frenzy fish in an hour would still be beyond her ability. The reason was simple: insufficient lethality. Precision improves accuracy, but it doesn't increase the maximum lethality limit. It's like a boxer with a maximum punch force of 500 pounds. The significance of precision lies in his ability to unleash this maximum force on his opponent's weakest points, but a 500-pound maximum punch doesn't itself become 800 pounds. However, Ryan was confident he could complete the subsequent mission to kill 30 feral fish near the coast. Because, as long as he activated his core skill, Power Burst, he would be fully capable of completing this training mission by increasing his attack power. The problem was, others didn't have his cheat skill. So how did they accomplish this? Ryan never forgot the purpose of his training with Master Gunther: to improve his strength, not to flaunt it. He wasn't just bragging. Thinking of this, Ryan glanced at the system prompt. You have trained in underwater giant bear swordsmanship, and your comprehension has improved. Your giant bear swordsmanship skill has improved, and your experience points have increased by 16. You have trained in internal breathing technique, and your comprehension has improved. Your internal breathing technique skill has improved, and your experience points have increased by 2. Seeing the experience points gained in internal breathing technique, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Ryan. He remembered what Master Gunther had said before he left. This will be quite helpful in improving your internal breathing technique. A master naturally wouldn't spout useless nonsense. Furthermore, Ryan himself could increasingly sense that as internal breathing technique reached level 3, it had a noticeable beneficial effect on giant bear breathing technique. Ryan had reason to believe that, under normal circumstances, the key to completing subsequent training tasks would lie in this internal breathing technique. After some thought, Ryan didn't choose to complete the 3rd training task: kill 10 offshore frenzied fish in 1 hour, in just 1 day. Instead, he planned to slow down his pace slightly, aiming to improve his inner breathing technique as much as possible over the next few days. So, for the next few days, Ryan lived a life similar to that of an ascetic. Aside from harvesting a wave of tough seaweed for juice every morning, Ryan spent the rest of his time contemplating his inner breathing technique. As for his battles with the frenzied offshore fish, he maintained a daily improvement rate of 1. On the 3rd day, Ryan killed 7 frenzied offshore fish in a single hour. On the 5th day, Ryan's inner breathing technique successfully reached level 4. At the same time, he successfully killed 10 offshore frenzied fish within an hour, completing the 3rd training task. At this moment, Ryan could clearly feel the level 4 inner breathing technique having a strange effect on his own giant bear breathing technique. But it seemed still a little off. It was like smelting an iron ingot. It was already red hot, but the temperature wasn't high enough. On the 5th day, Master Gunther looked at Ryan with a satisfied smile, saying, "Very good. Next, Ryan, you can begin the 4th training task: kill 30 offshore frenzied fish within an hour. The deadline is also 1 month. This is a secret medicine made from reef shark gel. It's used in the same way as the tough seaweed juice. It will further enhance your inner breathing technique. When you feel the energy within you, try to channel it into your sword." Ryan calculated the time. The journey here had taken 6 days, and now another 8 had passed. Considering the return trip would take another 6 days, that meant he had 10 days of training left. It seemed that completing this fourth training task within 7 days, at most, was the time limit. After all, he had to stay a few days to review the subsequent training content. These past few days, as Ryan was killing feral fish near the coast, the 7 or 8 young men who were also at the same stage gasped as they watched him improve at a rate of almost 1 per day. This rate of progress is truly astonishing. When Ryan successfully completed the third training task on the 5th day, even those around him, who had anticipated his rapid progress, were still astonished. How the hell is this possible? He passed the third training mission in just 5 days. The young man named Arturo muttered. Because he'd already spent 21 days, and was still stuck at 7 fish per hour, unable to make any progress. Ryan has surpassed most of us now, and is on par with Fraud, the young man named Doug said solemnly. Yes. Fraud and Ryan are the only 2 people currently working on the 4th training mission. At his rate of progress, catching up with Fraud is probably just a matter of time. But it'd probably take at least 2 weeks for him to catch Fraud. After all, Fraud has already reached 22 fish per hour, a young man said, pointing to the buzzcut man who was also killing feral fish in the water. Maybe. It won't take that long, Doug said, looking at Ryan for a moment, then back at Fraud, who was fighting in the water. As expected, Ryan's progress in the 4th training task was frighteningly rapid. On the 2nd day, he pushed his kill rate to 12 per hour. On the 3rd day, it reached 15. On the 4th day, 19. On the 5th day, it reached 24. He had already surpassed Fraud's 23. What kind of monster was this? The progress was only getting faster and faster. The young people around him were terrified. On the 6th day, Ryan's best kill was 26. Others might have thought Ryan would soon reach 30. But only Ryan knew he had reached his limit. 26 kills in 1 hour was all he had used, excluding his core skill, Power Burst. Obviously, there's still a small gap between 26 and 30. Ryan knew the problem. It took too long to kill a single feral nearshore fish. This was closely related to insufficient attack power. Tomorrow was the last day Ryan had set for himself. If he still couldn't complete the task, he planned to activate Power Burst to increase his lethality, and complete his training mission of killing 30 feral nearshore fish. If possible, Ryan would certainly be willing to follow Master Gunther's training schedule, and proceed step by step. After completing the previous training missions, Ryan had already understood that Master Gunther's training was a tightly linked process. These training sessions were very effective, not only developing one's potential, but also deepening one's mastery of combat skills. These 2 elements were the foundation and basis of a person's combat power. And Ryan's core skill, Power Burst, was more like a power amplifier. Once a solid foundation is established, further expansion can boost overall combat power. This principle is simple enough, so Ryan has been trying to complete his training tasks in a normal manner. But his time is limited, so this is a last resort. The morning of the 7th day. The surrounding young people looked at their peer, who had the potential to set a new record, with varying expressions. Ryan glanced at the inner breathing technique on the night, extraordinary, panel and discovered that through his own diligent practice, and the secret medicine provided by Master Gunther, his inner breathing technique had reached level 4, 898/1000. So, he decided not to rush into using Power Burst, and instead tried to upgrade his inner breathing technique to level 5. Half a day later. As Ryan sheathed his sword, a system notification came. Your inner breathing technique skill has been upgraded, with 2 experience points added. Congratulations, your inner breathing technique has been upgraded to level 5. At that moment, Ryan suddenly felt his skin begin to heat up, accompanied by a strange, itchy, and tingling sensation. Suddenly, another system prompt sounded. Ding! Detected. Chapter 183. Ding! The host's internal breathing method has been detected, reaching the minimum level for integration and enhancement of the giant bear breathing method. The current conditions are met, allowing it to be fused into a new breathing method. Do you want to choose to fuse? Note: the fusion into the new breathing method will overwrite both the original giant bear breathing method and the internal breathing method. Ryan keenly noticed the word enhance, so without hesitation, he silently said yes. The next second, 2 streams of heat, flowing from the outside in and from the inside out, merged together. Although he had anticipated this outcome, Ryan was still incredibly excited when he truly felt it. This must be the second major gain from his training with Master Gunther, besides unlocking the melee skill special effect precision. Although, it's still unknown how much improvement this breathing method fusion will bring him. Ding! Fusion begins. Fusion continues. Clearly, the system must have accelerated the fusion process. Otherwise, Ryan estimated, this fusion alone would likely take several days. But now, in just a few minutes, this fusion and improvement was complete. Ding! The giant bear breathing method and the internal breathing method have been successfully integrated. Please name the new breathing method. Name it? Ryan was stunned. This is really a headache. He is notorious for his poor naming skills. Ryan felt the new breathing method, surging, harmonious, and integrated into one. It was clearly based on the giant bear breathing method, upgraded and transformed by the internal breathing method, becoming a completely new breathing method that combines both internal and external breathing. This improvement and adaptation seemed to be an adaptive adjustment based on Ryan's current situation. The giant bear breathing technique, originally a general-purpose technique, was adjusted to a more specialized one. If expressed in terms of proportion, the new technique would be 60% to 70% the original giant bear breathing technique, but the remaining functionality would be completely different. In that case, should we call it the Bear King breathing technique? That's fine, Ryan thought. Ding! The Bear King breathing technique was named successfully, and the secret techniques associated with the original giant bear breathing technique were also adjusted simultaneously. The initial skill level of the fused Bear King breathing technique was LV5, 0/2000. Fortunately, the skill level of the new breathing technique after the fusion remains at LV5, Ryan nodded. As for the first sentence about the secret techniques associated with the original giant bear breathing technique, Ryan knew it referred to the original secret technique, Roaring Strike. But the loss was significant. After the fusion, all the experience points he had accumulated over the months since becoming a full-fledged knight at the LV5 level of the giant bear breathing technique were consumed. From this perspective, breathing techniques are the most difficult to improve. Even with the aid of refined black tongue oil, achieving this level of skill requires years of diligent practice. After completing his transformation, Ryan's heart fluttered. Naturally, he was eager to quickly experience the difference between the new breathing technique, the Bear King breathing technique, and the previous giant bear breathing technique. So, while still submerged in the sea, Ryan stood directly on the seabed and performed the first move of the giant bear breathing technique, a single-legged lunge, hands raised horizontally, and slowly synchronized breathing. Soon, Ryan felt the difference between the two. First, regarding breathing. If he had practiced the original giant bear breathing technique underwater, it would have been impossible. Previously, taking a deep breath in the seawater would have likely resulted in choking. But the modified and adapted Bear King breathing technique could. At this moment, Ryan, using his skin to breathe externally, could actually practice the new Bear King breathing technique even in the sea, giving him the feeling that he could practice it anywhere. At the same time, he could clearly feel the mysterious energy constantly flowing through his body, like a warm current, growing ever more powerful and accelerating ever so slightly as he practiced the Bear King breathing technique. When Ryan reached the second form of the breathing technique, similar to the Russian push-up, he could keenly sense that the intensity of this increase had increased slightly, and the flow had also increased a bit more. However, interestingly, this mysterious energy seemed to be guiding Ryan in the opposite direction through its speed, as if it was directing and adjusting Ryan's current breathing technique. To put it in another way, it was like Ryan had previously been practicing standard push-ups, but now, if he were to do them, the flow of this mysterious energy would be somewhat hindered. It spontaneously guided Ryan to open his arms a little wider, moving him into a wide grip push-up position. As Ryan shifted into wide grip push-ups, the flow of the mysterious energy accelerated. Through this process, it seemed to be telling Ryan that this was the most effective and suitable new breathing technique for him. This delighted Ryan immensely. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable talent of the creator of the internal breathing technique. It was truly remarkable that he had been able to transform a universal breathing technique into a unique one tailored to each individual through this combined internal and external breathing method. After Ryan sensed and practiced the new Bear King breathing technique for a while, he suddenly remembered what Master Gunther had said. When you feel the energy within you, try to channel it into your sword. Ryan's heart skipped a beat. Did Master Gunther mean to channel this strand of mysterious energy and attach it to the sword? Clearly, the Master's words were the key to passing the fourth training mission. Kill 30 feral fish in 1 hour. So, at the bottom of the sea, Ryan tried to channel this strand of mysterious energy into his shimmering great sword. When he focused his consciousness on that strand of mysterious energy, it did have a certain effect. It began to flow from his body toward his arm, but it didn't completely obey Ryan's command. Once it reached his arm, it stopped obeying and continued to flow in a circular motion. It was like a child struggling to catch a slippery, strong eel in a rice paddy. The child tried everything, exerted all their strength, but only managed to grab the tail, unable to pull the eel out of its hole. Ryan was silent. After some thought, he guessed that this was probably because he wasn't proficient enough in the new Bear King breathing technique. Is there a faster way to improve proficiency than adding points? Ryan planned to add a few skill points to the new Bear King breathing technique. However, after some thought, he decided to read the system notification first. You have practiced the Bear King breathing technique, and your understanding of it has improved. Your Bear King breathing skill has been improved, and your experience points have increased by 5. Just 30 minutes have passed, and the Bear King breathing technique has only improved by 5 points. This means that if you practice the technique 10 hours a day, it will take 20 days to reach level 6. But the key point is that even a peak knight's physical fitness wouldn't allow him to practice the breathing technique for 10 hours a day. 2 or 3 hours would be enough. So, this time span is actually much longer. Clearly, without special medication or other means, improving the Bear King breathing technique can only be achieved through gradual refinement over time. This time, without hesitation, Ryan added 1 skill point to the Bear King breathing technique. On the attribute panel, the remaining skill points went from 6 to 5, and the Bear King breathing technique instantly advanced from level 5 to level 6, January 3000. As the Bear King breathing technique reached level 6, instantly, fragmented memories of practicing the Bear King breathing technique were instilled into Ryan's mind. These fragmented memories of the breathing technique flashed through Ryan's mind like images, then, like instinct, merged into the memory of his muscles and fascia. When Ryan opened his eyes again, it was as if he had experienced nearly 6 months of arduous practice of the Bear King breathing technique. At this moment, he could clearly feel his blood circulation accelerating, as if he were forging iron at a blazing furnace in a blacksmith shop. His muscles and fascia grew tougher and stronger. But the most important change was that the mysterious energy within him was flowing and intensifying at an extremely rapid rate. Soon, it multiplied several times, from a single strand to several strands, and finally to a thin wisp. At this time, Ryan tried again, directing it towards the great sword, and it was noticeably better. After several attempts, he finally succeeded. This time, the shimmering greatsword suddenly lit up with a barely perceptible ray of light. Ryan knew this was what Master Gunther was talking about. Splash! Ryan burst out of the water and shouted to Bask on the shore, "Bask, I want to try again. Throw me a few tube worms now." Bask nodded upon hearing Ryan shout, "Okay, Ryan." In reality, Bask had been waiting on the shore for a long time, waiting to see when Ryan would begin the 4th training mission. He felt it was likely Ryan would complete it today. Of course, there was a chance he might fall short by 1 or 2. After all, Ryan had already killed 26 inshore fish in just 1 hour yesterday, barely missing the 30-fish target. In fact, Bask wasn't the only one keeping an eye on Ryan. Ryan's shout, emerging from the water, immediately attracted the attention of several young men nearby who were also practicing killing inshore fish. They all turned their attention to Ryan on the surface. Over the past few days, seeing Ryan's increasingly rapid kill rate, nearing the 30 targets required to complete the mission, they wondered if this newcomer, who had only recently arrived, could complete this 4th training mission today. Plop! A round tube worm was tossed into the sea by Bask not far from Ryan. Instantly, 4 or 5 nearby frenzy fish, sensing the situation, sprang to life, sending ripples from the nearby waters as they attacked the writhing tube worm. Seeing this, Ryan took a deep breath, activated the Bear King breathing technique, and dove back into the water. This time, he chose to take the initiative, swimming head-on towards the frenzy fish. Ryan struck the fastest and closest offshore fish with his 2-handed greatsword, slashing through its sturdy head. Strands of light red blood oozed out and merged with the sea. However, since Ryan hadn't been able to mobilize that mysterious energy, the damage dealt by this strike wasn't much different from the previous one. It was only slightly stronger than before, most likely due to the new Bear King breathing technique reaching level 6. Sizzle! Next strike. Still unable to mobilize. The greatsword only inflicted another deep wound on the offshore fish, one deep enough to see the bone. But the 3rd strike, Ryan successfully mobilized it. The shimmering greatsword, emitting a barely perceptible glimmer, slashed towards the midsection of the nearshore frenzy fish. Swish! With this strike, the thick, sturdy scales and subcutaneous exoskeleton posed little threat to the shimmering greatsword, instantly cleaving it in 2. It felt to Ryan as if he had previously been cutting meat with a rusty, dull kitchen knife, only to have it suddenly replaced with a brand new zwilling knife. The power of this attack initially startled Ryan. But then, he was overjoyed. Before, it had taken Ryan at least 2 minutes to kill a nearshore frenzy fish. Now, once he could mobilize this mysterious energy, he could achieve a single strike. This was a qualitative change and improvement. Just now, Ryan had dispatched his first nearshore frenzy fish in just over 10 seconds. Facing the second attacking offshore fish, Ryan felt a little excited because he didn't even have time to remember to savor the sword attack, and it was over just like that. This time, I had to experience it. In less than 3 minutes, Ryan had killed 5 of the ravening fish. But Ryan, deep in the sea, clutching his great sword, still looked unsatisfied, as if still savoring the difference. However, Ryan's killing efficiency astounded even Bask on the shore. He hurriedly threw another tube worm into the sea. Although Ryan's killing speed was extremely fast, he couldn't intercept all the ravening fish rushing towards the tube worms. Therefore, the tube worm he had just killed had already entered the ravening fish's stomach. However, this was also its last meal, as less than 2 minutes later, the ravening fish was killed on the spot by Ryan. The other young men on the shore were stunned when they saw Bask throw out a second tube worm in less than 3 minutes. Before, both Ryan and Frode had been helping out on the shore throwing tube worms about every 6 or 7 minutes, with Frode being slightly slower than Ryan, at around 7 minutes. But this time, Bask started throwing out the next day's tube worms in less than 3 minutes. Could it be that Ryan had taken down 4 or 5 inshore fish in just 3 minutes? That? Impossible. Could it be that the number of inshore fish he attracted was too small, only 3? Everyone looked at each other in shock for a moment. But they immediately stopped what they were doing and focused their attention on how many inshore fish Bask had attracted with his second tube worm. 1, 2. This time, 6. They silently memorized this number. Next, it was naturally up to Ryan to see how he performed. However, Ryan, in the sea, discovered that the mysterious energy he mobilized was still intermittent. Furthermore, while powerful in combat, it wasn't very durable. Just now, he had mobilized the mysterious energy to kill 5 feral fish near the coast, and it had almost halved. In other words, if he could kill another round, the mysterious energy would be almost completely depleted. Sure enough, more than 3 minutes later, after Ryan had killed a second wave of 6 feral fish near the coast, the mysterious energy was completely depleted. This time, everyone on the shore was stunned. Such a killing speed! How could it be so fast? I'm afraid even the goddess's illegitimate child would be no more than this. However, without the mysterious energy's blessing, Ryan's killing speed naturally slowed significantly. However, he still had no problem completing his mission of slaying 30 frenzied nearshore fish within an hour. So, as he slew, Ryan silently observed his movements. He discovered that the mysterious energy seemed to originate from his body, and its generation rate was quite slow. Ryan estimated that it would take almost half a day to recover to its previous state. Perhaps, practicing the Bear King breathing technique would speed up recovery. But basically, once a force is depleted in a single battle, it is highly unlikely to be restored and used again. With the 11 frenzied nearshore fish he had killed the previous 2 times as a base, Ryan successfully completed his goal of slaying 30 frenzied nearshore fish in 48 minutes. When he emerged from the sea, he found everyone, including Master Gunther, waiting for him on the shore. Very good, Ryan. You've completed the requirements of the 4th training mission. Master Gunther looked at the dripping wet Ryan with a smile. Ryan smiled and said, Master, can I move on to the next training? Don't worry. Your breathing method should have changed. You should work on consolidating it over the next few days. Master Gunther smiled, but didn't agree to let Ryan continue with the next training. Ryan was helpless. After a moment's thought, Ryan finally asked, Master, could you please explain the content of the subsequent training mission? The young people around him paused their actions upon hearing this, and listened intently. Master Gunther was a bit puzzled by Ryan's eagerness for further training, but he simply assumed it was out of curiosity, so he didn't dwell on it, and began to introduce the 5th and final training mission. I prefer to call this the Trial of Faith. And it's not a required training mission. It's just that I've always believed that only by undergoing it can one fully comprehend and master the Force. The Force? So that mysterious energy within him is called the Force. But it's so familiar, I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Jedi Knight? A thought suddenly struck Ryan. And you know what, it's very similar. It seems like the concept of the Force in some old blockbuster movie is about generating some strange energy within the body. Master Gunther continued, it's fine if you don't undergo the Trial of Faith. After returning home, slowly polishing it for a few years will naturally lead to success. The Trial of Faith simply accelerates the process. Ryan understood. This 5th task, while dangerous, was also highly effective, saving several years. After a moment's thought, Ryan said without hesitation. Master, I want to give it a try. I want to complete the trial of faith. However, what is the specific content of the trial of faith? Kill the offshore plesiosaur. Master Gunther said seriously, his face grim. Hiss. A sound of gasps echoed from all around. Bask, in particular, stared with wide eyes, a look of inexplicable horror. Soon, a flurry of whispers erupted. A sea plesiosaur? That's a massive, ferocious beast. It's comparable in combat power to a human Grand Knight. No matter how strong Ryan is, he's certainly no match for a Grand Knight. Has anyone actually completed this trial of faith? This is too difficult. From this perspective, the previous 4 items are like child's play in comparison. This is the real killer training. Being a native of the Gold Coast, Bask naturally knew about sea plesiosaurs. He had witnessed their terrifying combat power firsthand. A fully grown sea plesiosaur, once ashore, could destroy a human town. It had thick, nearly fist-sized scales, far superior to those of a sea-mad fish. For a regular knight, attacking its scales would be like scratching an itch. Unless they used giant crossbows or bronze cannons, they would have to have a great knight show up to drive away or kill the enemy. Hearing the murmurs, Master Gunther glanced at Ryan. Seeing his expression remain calm, he nodded slightly, feeling quite impressed. After a moment's thought, Master Gunther looked at Ryan and said, Ryan, you should be able to feel the force within you, right? But it's probably difficult to use it freely, right? Yes, Master, Ryan nodded. Because only by believing in oneself and possessing firm and clear convictions can one mobilize them freely. And firm and clear convictions are difficult to acquire out of thin air. So, cults, like these, rely on repeated prayer rituals to strengthen their followers' faith. With each miraculous ritual, their faith is established and strengthened. This is also why those cultists are ultimately able to wield the power of the evil god. They gave up trusting themselves and instead believed in the evil god. We, on the other hand, need to fight through one difficult battle after another, overcome numerous trials, and strengthen our faith and make it pure. When your faith is unwavering, you will trust the sword in your hand, believing it can cut through everything. If you understand this principle, you can mobilize the inherent power of your body and become one with the sword in your hand. Ryan nodded, silent. He understood the purpose of the trial of faith. It was similar to the barbarian's life and death trial that Lager had mentioned. It's about unleashing one's potential in life or death situations, but the purpose is different. Master Gunther's trial of faith aims to strengthen one's convictions and thereby harness the force with ease. The purpose of the previous 4 training sessions was actually all for the trial of faith, to prepare and increase the chances of success. Ryan thought to himself. But Ryan, don't think about the trial of faith right now. What you need to do now is to solidify your breathing technique. In a month, when you've adjusted and adapted, we move on to this final session, Master Gunther said with a smile. Well, Master Gunther, can I choose to kill the offshore plesiosaur in 3 days? Ryan said, gritting his teeth. He certainly understood Master Gunther's intentions, and knew that this arrangement was the most reasonable. But, Gunther's brow furrowed noticeably, his expression unamused. It was so hard to find such a good candidate, so all he had said just now was to convey one point. He hoped Ryan would proceed steadily. 3 days. 3 days. What could 3 days do? It's barely enough time to consolidate a new breathing technique, let alone gradually enhance one's strength and speed, building the foundation needed to challenge the trial of faith. Going to fight a coastal plesiosaur now would be several times riskier than a month from now. After hearing Ryan's words, most of the people around him shifted their expressions from admiration to a look of Ryan, you're getting carried away. They looked at him. A few couldn't contain themselves and whispered, what's going on, Ryan? Why are you so impatient? I thought Ryan was a very calm person, but I didn't expect. Yes, this is the first time I've seen Master Gunther say so much. Ryan is a bit ungrateful. Ryan knew that making this request would inevitably give Master Gunther a negative impression of him. But there was no way, he was running out of time. Master Gunther, I'd be leaving here in 3 days and returning to Meister County. So, I don't want any regrets. Also, please believe me, I won't play with my life. Ryan looked at Master Gunther and said seriously. Chapter 184. After hearing what Ryan said, Master Gunther didn't respond immediately. Instead, he stared at Ryan intently for a moment before nodding and saying, okay. Hearing Master Gunther's agreement, the others immediately fell silent, their whispers fading. Ryan, come with me. With that, Master Gunther led Ryan to a secluded area. Everyone watched Ryan and Master Gunther's departure with envy. They could guess that the master would most likely teach Ryan a special move or a unique technique, or perhaps some secret knowledge. However, they weren't even qualified to attend the lecture. That was why Master Gunther avoided them. This left most of the young people present feeling somewhat discouraged. After a long moment, the buzz-cut young man, Frode, regained his composure and said in a deep voice, "Let's go. Everyone, practice diligently." Yes. Don't be discouraged. Everyone has different talents. You just have to believe in yourself. Didn't the master just say, believe in yourself? Another young man waved his clenched arms, his face flushed, as if to encourage himself. Ah, that's true, but seeing Ryan like this is truly disheartening. The young man named Arturo sighed. The others nodded in agreement. Yes. The gap is enormous. It's truly depressing. At least you've seen the gap between you and the genius, right? It gives you a reason to work harder. The young man named Doug said softly, his eyes firm. Ryan didn't know that, even in the eyes of this group of outstanding young people, he was already considered a genius. Master Gunther led Ryan to a slightly higher reef, where they stood facing the vast, azure sea. The sea breeze rustled their coats. Ryan, I was thinking of telling you later. But since you chose to challenge the offshore plesiosaur in 3 days, I feel it's necessary to tell you now. I've just said that the realization of life and death is a prerequisite for achieving a harmonious faith and complete mastery of the Force. But you must be confused, because I didn't explain why you should pursue complete mastery of the Force. In fact, I even suggested that most people give up the trial of faith and return to slowly hone their skills. Hearing this, Ryan frowned slightly and nodded. He had also had this doubt earlier. Because for most people, being able to mobilize at least 90% of the Force is sufficient for a lifetime, Master Gunther said, glancing at Ryan. But you're different. You have the potential to go further, so I hope you can achieve unity of faith and complete control of your own Force. Because this is related to the generation of the Radiance of Will. Radiance of Will? Ryan asked in confusion. Master Gunther didn't explain further, simply saying, you understand later. Okay. Ryan was frustrated by Master Gunther's half-answers and his riddle-like approach. Although there are only 3 days left, you still need to consolidate your new breathing method. Also, for your current state, your basic physical attributes, strength and speed, are still crucial. Don't slack off in your practice. The Force doesn't just appear out of thin air. It comes from your own body, Master Gunther warned. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Master, Ryan nodded. Returning to the stone hut, Ryan recalled the time he'd spent underwater, refining his new breathing technique. When he upgraded the Bear King breathing technique to level 6, first, the strength of the Force increased, from a mere trace to a single strand, a significant improvement. Second, his controllability improved. It went from barely 1 successful call after 3 or 4 attempts, a success rate of less than 1/3, to nearly 1/2. No wonder Master Gunther said the last training task wasn't mandatory for many people. If one doesn't pursue perfection, if one doesn't strive for complete mastery of the Force, then many people can simply spend several years honing their skills after returning home, eventually achieving a success rate of around 90%. But I'm different. I have a cheat. I must pursue 100% Force control. Especially since the Master said it's crucial for my future, even though I don't yet understand what Radiant Will means. So spending years honing my skills, and still failing to achieve perfection is definitely not an option for me. And by adding points, I can achieve the effects of years of training in the new breathing method. If, despite this immense advantage, I'm afraid to even attempt it, then I'd be better off not pursuing the night path. Not cowardly enough? You're kidding. Master Gunther said that to achieve 100% Force control, one must experience life and death. In other words, for those determined to continue, this is a must, as it determines the path ahead. Furthermore, he can quickly restore his physical strength to peak by increasing his attribute points. This kind of miraculous killer weapon is ideal for turning desperate situations around. Finally, Ryan touched the large tree leaf given to him by the beautiful elf lady in his arms. This was the sorcery scroll Life Blossom. After some time of exploration, Ryan had come to understand that this was a sorcery scroll for healing injuries. So, even if he were seriously injured in battle, he still had a chance to turn things around. With these means at hand, if Ryan said he wasn't suited for strike back, no one else would dare to say so. But, should I keep adding points, or leave it at that? I'm about to face a seagoing plesiosaur comparable to a great knight, so I'd better not let my guard down. Experiencing the life or death struggle is certainly a way to grow, but the goal is to let you experience it, not to actually kill yourself. What's the point of feeling it before you die? Facing life and death, forcing fate to converge, fully mobilizing the force, and thus finding survival from death. That's the true meaning of the trial of faith. Finally, I want to maximize the success rate of mobilizing the force, creating that final layer of window paper. That way, breakthroughs will be easier and faster, Ryan muttered to himself as he pondered. So, having made up his mind, Ryan didn't hesitate and chose to hit points again. As the remaining skill points on the attribute panel dropped from 5 to 4, the Bear King breathing technique instantly increased from level 6 to level 7, 1/5000. Instantly, fragmented memories of practicing the new breathing technique flooded into Ryan's mind. These fragmented memories flashed through Ryan's mind like slides, quickly merging into the memory of his entire body's muscles and fascia. When Ryan opened his eyes again, it was as if he had experienced over a year of practicing the Bear King breathing technique. At this moment, not only could he clearly feel his muscles and fascia becoming stronger, but the strand of the force within him was rapidly strengthening. The force quickly grew noticeably thicker, from a strand the size of 3 or 4 hairs to a strand as thin as a toothpick. This strengthening was visible to the naked eye. Adding a little more power is awesome. Compared to others, I've saved myself a year of hard training. Ryan's face was filled with joy as he began to try channeling the force again. Sure enough, after another attempt, the success rate was significantly improved. The success rate of invoking the force had increased from less than half to nearly 60%. A 60% chance? Ryan couldn't help but ponder again. After a moment, Ryan gritted his teeth and added another point to the new breathing technique. As the remaining skill points on the attribute panel dropped from 4 to 3, the Bear King breathing technique instantly advanced to level 8, 1/7000, becoming Ryan's highest level skill. The memory of nearly 2 years of practicing the Bear King breathing technique began to flow into Ryan's mind. The strand of force, that had just been as thin as a toothpick, now rapidly grew to the thickness of a chopstick. It feels so good to be stronger. Ryan felt the surge of power in his body. The strengthening of his muscles and fascia, which had already begun, now intensified. The fascia fibers, once wispy, began to grow larger and thicker, their connection with Ryan's bones and muscle fibers growing stronger. Suddenly, Ryan's eyes widened. He felt a sudden bang from within his body, and his entire body had broken through some kind of limit. It felt like a bowstring stretched to its limit, then pulled again, and then the string suddenly snapped. At this moment, 2 system notifications suddenly appeared. Congratulations. Your strength attribute has increased. Congratulations. Your agility attribute has increased. Huh? The significant improvement in breathing techniques has led to an improvement in physical fitness? That's been a while. Ryan couldn't help but sigh. But, logically, shouldn't constitution be the first attribute to improve? After all, the Bear King breathing technique primarily strengthens constitution. How could it also increase agility? Slightly puzzled, Ryan checked the attribute panel. He discovered that even without the upgrade, his constitution had reached 21 points. His strength, which had previously been 19, had increased by 1 point, reaching 20, effectively putting both attributes over 20. And agility remained the lowest. Before the upgrade, agility was probably 17, the weakest attribute. So, is that why it was boosted by the Bear King breathing technique? Ryan pondered. That's probably why. It's also possible that the new Bear King breathing technique doesn't have the same shortcomings as the previous Giant Bear breathing technique, favoring strength and constitution, but rather that all 3 attributes are roughly equivalent. Delighted, Ryan tried to mobilize the force again. Soon, Ryan discovered that his success rate had risen to approximately 80%. Just then, Ryan felt a sudden surge of hunger. It was true that continuously adding points had significantly increased his total force power. But this additional force power didn't just come out of thin air. It came from Ryan's own body, which had been overconsumed. Luckily, Bask had already processed the large number of offshore mad fish Ryan had killed over the previous 7 days, and made them into grilled dried fish. Many were stored in the stone house, while others were drying in the sun. Ryan immediately dug them out and began to devour them. After devouring 17 roasted dried mad fish, Ryan finally felt a sense of fullness in his stomach. After all, these were offshore mad fish, comparable to the flesh of ferocious beasts, and they were quite filling. At this moment, Ryan folded his arms across his chest, rubbing his chin in thought. It's an 80% chance now. If I add a little more, wouldn't that put me nearing the limit? Glancing at the remaining skill points on the panel, Ryan thought for a moment and decided to give it a try. After all, the 1-second ranged attack sorcery thing was still a little short of a trick. By then, he might have accumulated enough skill points. So, Ryan added another point. As the remaining skill points on the attribute panel dropped from 3 to 2, the Bear King breathing technique suddenly increased to level 9, 1/10,000. A torrent of memories of practicing the Bear King breathing technique rushed into Ryan's mind, and the chopstick-thick strand of force within him quickly shrank to the thickness of his little finger. Ryan's most pressing concern, his success rate in mobilizing the force, had risen to over 90%, just a hair's breadth away from achieving perfection. But even this required a life-or-death struggle. At this moment, 3 system notifications suddenly appeared. Congratulations. Your constitution has been improved. Congratulations. Your strength has been improved. Congratulations. Your agility has been improved. Shoo. Adding points makes you stronger. That's awesome. Ryan glanced at the stat panel. Adding the 2 points from before, that totaled 5 stat increases. Name, Ryan Kalin. Occupation, Wizard Apprentice, Superb, LV4, 345/1000, Superb, LV4, 866/1000, Tamer, Superb, LV5, 64/2000, Armorsmith LV1, 17/100, Constitution, 22. Strength, 21. Agility, 19. Spirit, 25. Remaining attribute points, 2. Remaining skill points, 2. Feeling the power surging within him, Ryan felt as if he could slay a tiny plesiosaur with a single wave of his hand. Of course, Ryan knew this was merely an illusion caused by his rapidly increasing strength. Come to think of it, it makes sense. He'd already upgraded the Bear King breathing technique all the way to level 9. It would be unacceptable if it weren't powerful. 3 days passed in a flash. Early on the 3rd morning, Master Gunther glanced at Ryan, but immediately his pupils constricted. Then, he looked him over with a hint of surprise. Walking around Ryan several times, Gunther said, "What a rare knight's talent. Your new breathing technique has stabilized so quickly, Ryan." This statement startled Ryan. Thankfully, Ryan quickly realized that Master Gunther wasn't a clairvoyant after all. He could only discern that his aura was stable and increasing, but he couldn't tell the exact extent of the increase. It seemed he shouldn't add too many skill points all at once next time. Or perhaps it would be better to add more points at intervals. After all, the magnitude of the increase in strength from continuous additions was still a bit exaggerated, Ryan thought. "Follow me," Master Gunther said to Ryan after a moment of amazement, leading the way toward a small boat on the shore. Ryan quickly followed. It was a canoe-like boat, 3 or 4 meters long, with curved ends and a paddle at one end. Bask was already waiting on it. Seeing Master Gunther and Ryan, he waved excitedly. After all, Ryan was going to challenge the offshore plesiosaur this time. After they both boarded the boat, Bask took up the oars and slowly rowed southwest. As he rowed, Bask explained to Ryan, just beneath the island ahead lies the lair of offshore plesiosaur. Ever since Master Gunther arrived, this plesiosaur has never dared approach the coast, much to the delight of the residents of Randonia. Originally, this offshore plesiosaur would periodically visit Randonia. While the casualties were rare, it caused panic, and it used to be a real headache for my father. Ryan nodded. He looked up and saw several islands lined up in the distance. Following Bask's direction, he should be looking for the larger island in the middle. Soon, the boat slowly reached the island, and all 3 jumped off. After a few steps, they arrived at the foot of a rocky cliff. Master Gunther stopped and said, "The plesiosaur is right here." Ryan couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. He looked around, seeing only reefs, and no hiding places like caves. But then, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he asked, "Master, could the entrance be underwater?" Master Gunther smiled, gave Ryan an approving look, and said, "Yes, it's underwater. Just dive down here. Go ahead. Trust yourself." Ryan nodded. With a single leap, he plunged into the sea. At this moment, Bask, standing nearby, looked worried. "Master, can you really do this? That's a seagoing plesiosaur, comparable to a great knight. I have faith in him," Master Gunther said with a smile, and then he, too, slowly walked into the sea. "Master, what are you doing?" Master Gunther tilted his head, looking at Bask like he was a fool. "Of course, I have to keep an eye on the cave. This is training, so we naturally have to have a final safeguard. It's just that we can't tell them this in advance, otherwise, this trial of faith would be meaningless." Bask's eyes widened, slightly stunned. His worries were for nothing. At this moment, Ryan had found the entrance to the underwater cave. Through a sparse, U-shaped channel covered in tough seaweed, Ryan soon discovered a hidden world inside. On a sandy beach in the cave, a massive creature lay sprawled, soundly asleep. The creature was approximately 14 or 15 meters long, covered in thick, palm-sized scales. Its most distinctive features were its long, snake-like neck and turtle-like body, giving the impression of a snake with a turtle shell on its back. The offshore plesiosaur's limbs ended in flattened paddles. Its head was extremely small relative to its body, barely the size of a washbasin, yet it possessed a dense array of fangs and a hard beak. Ryan also observed a long sword mark on its side. If he was right, it must have been inflicted by Master Gunther. However, judging by the destructive power of the sword mark, it seemed Master Gunther could easily have dispatched the plesiosaur. Therefore, his intention in leaving it behind must have been for training purposes. Ryan observed the area and found no cover to conceal his presence. His only option was to sneak past it. A successful sneak attack would be best, but if not, that was no big deal. As Ryan concentrated and held his breath, he slowly emerged from the water toward the beach at the end of the cave. Several swordfish cruising near the shallows seemed to have spotted Ryan's presence and swam towards him, circling him several times. The next second, the plesiosaur, previously soundly asleep, suddenly opened its egg-sized eyes and looked at Ryan. Instantly, a powerful aura emanated from the offshore plesiosaur. Although Ryan couldn't immediately understand why he had woken it, it didn't matter. Ryan's original intention was to engage in a proper fight with the plesiosaur. Whether it was awake or asleep was of little concern to him. Break the limit. Giant strength level 3. Power burst. Ryan, barely reaching the shore, suddenly unleashed his full strength, brandishing his great sword and charging at the offshore plesiosaur. The plesiosaur, having initially dismissed the tiny figure as a threat, began to move only when it saw it suddenly grow twice as large and emanate a faint threat. Although the plesiosaur appeared bloated, it moved with incredible speed, though it was still a bit too late. Puff! Powered by the force, Ryan slashed his sword directly at the offshore plesiosaur's right forelimb. The palm leaf-sized forelimb fell directly to the beach, blood splattering from the wound. Moo! The plesiosaur screamed, but in an instant, Ryan's level 3 danger sense blared, and a thick, snake-like shadow struck him like lightning. Ryan raised his sword to block. Bang! Instantly, Ryan was sent flying 7 or 8 meters by the immense force. He flipped in the air to absorb the impact and regained his footing. He looked closely, and saw that the shadow had been the plesiosaur's tail. Now, its tail was shattered into 7 or 8 thick, palm-sized scales. After 2 consecutive blows of pain, the offshore plesiosaur seemed to have become more ferocious. Its eyes, much smaller than its size, glared fiercely at Ryan. The next second, its long neck curved backward like a drawn bow. Swish, swish, swish. The dragon's neck trembled violently, and its sharp beak stabbed at Ryan like lightning. Ryan quickly dodged the blow with a sideways roll, but he hadn't expected the offshore plesiosaur's ultimate move to be a 3-hit combo. Second strike, greatsword blocking. Dang! The clash of beak and sword produced a resounding sound of metal clashing. Ryan was struck so hard that half his body was embedded in the sand, unable to move. At this moment, the third strike arrived. Ryan's defensive stance had been shattered by the plesiosaur's 2 consecutive strikes. Although he still held the shimmering great sword in blocking position, his defensive power had been greatly reduced. Facing a plesiosaur with strength comparable to that of a great knight, if he were to take a direct blow, Ryan knew that even with his extraordinary ability, Iron Skin level 3, he would be either dead or crippled. In a split second, Ryan felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, something he had never experienced before. But at the same time, this intense sense of danger forced Ryan to focus intensely. There was no escape. As Master Gunther had said, should we trust the sword in our hands? At this moment, Ryan's mind was clear of all distractions. His eyes fixed on the attacking plesiosaur, he roared angrily. Ha! Ryan abandoned his defense and slashed fiercely at the attacking plesiosaur's head. Unleashing the full force of the force, the greatsword glowed faintly. In an instant, the tip, like a venomous snake spitting its tongue, grew ever so slightly longer. Even though there was nothing, Ryan felt as if the sword in his hand could cut through everything. Is this invisible force the sword's light? Or is it sword energy? Whatever it was unparalleled in power. Puff! As the offshore plesiosaur stared in disbelief, its incredibly strong beak was split open in half. Then, it discovered it could see its other eye. A fountain of blood shot out 2 meters high, and then, with its head split in 2, the plesiosaur collapsed to the ground with a thud. At this moment, system upgrades flashed across the screen. Your giant bear swordsmanship skill has been upgraded, adding 1452 experience points. You have fought a battle, and your knight, superior, experience points have been increased by 382. Congratulations, your knight, superior, class level has been upgraded. Due to the previous 7 days of continuously killing offshore frenzy fish, Ryan's knight class level was already close to breaking through, and this kill of the offshore plesiosaur earned him a significant amount of experience. Thus, this time, his knight, superior, class level successfully increased, reaching knight, superior, level 5, 218/2000. Leveling up grants 1 skill point and 1 attribute point, bringing Ryan's remaining skill points back to 3, and his remaining attribute points also remain at 3. At this moment, to Ryan's surprise, the system prompt suddenly flashed again, ding, detecting that the host possesses sufficient faith in the sword in their hand, and has achieved 100% force control, triggering a special class change. Sword Master Transcendent. The prerequisites for the Sword Master Transcendent class change are 1. Faith in the sword. 2. 100% force control. 3. Any transcendent sword technique must be at least level 6. 4. Any breathing technique must be at least level 6. 5. Strength 12 points or higher, agility 12 points or higher, constitution 12 points or higher. All requirements are currently met. All prerequisites for the Sword Master Transcendent class change are met. Yes/no? Warning: once you choose the Sword Master Transcendent class change, your mental power will gradually solidify, which conflicts with the mental power activation requirements of the host's current Wizard Apprentice Transcendent class. This process is irreversible, so please decide carefully. Huh? This was the first time Ryan had seen the word warning appear in his system prompt. This made him ponder. Chapter 185. From the system warning, Ryan knew the key to this was likely mental power. The key word was the difference between solidification and activation. After some thought, Ryan quickly understood that the swordsman path likely required mental power solidification in order to achieve a certain ultimate attack power with the sword. Oh, Master Gunther mentioned the radiance of will earlier. Could mental power solidification be a necessary step or condition for generating it? Ryan muttered. After some thought, he shook his head again. He didn't know much about the swordsman path, so the above was just speculation. However, he was certain of one thing. As he had already reached the peak of the 2nd level Wizard Apprentice, and was about to enter the 3rd level Wizard Apprentice level, Ryan had a vague feeling about the Wizard Path. That was that one of the necessary conditions for the Wizard Path was the activation of mental power, which was needed to mobilize various mysterious energy particles. Thus, the wizard and swordsman professions were incompatible, and seemed to be two completely different paths. Clearly, the path of swordsmanship is likely to hold a bright future, as Master Gunther demonstrates. However, Master Gunther is likely more than just a swordsman, but a step beyond swordsmanship. A great swordsman, Ryan pondered. Whatever the name, a swordsmanship is undoubtedly a career path with exceptionally high attack power. As for the ultimate vocation, Ryan made a blind guess. Could it be something like Sword Saint? You can't have your cake and eat it too. What a shame. For a time traveler like Ryan, the mysterious and unpredictable path of wizardry holds special meaning. Then I have to give up my swordsmanship for now. Perhaps there might be a chance in the future? I wonder if high-level sorcery has puppets, clones, or anything like that. If so, it's not completely impossible. Ryan, standing before the corpse of the offshore plesiosaur, was lost in thought. At that moment, Master Gunther was not far away, in the water at the outermost edge of the cave, though he appeared to be in a state of shock that was unusual. Minutes earlier, before he even entered the cave, he felt a sudden tremor within. At that moment, he was startled, wondering why Ryan had suddenly become so reckless, jumping straight into battle with the offshore plesiosaur without even observing the situation carefully. This involuntarily quickened his pace through the passage. But when he surfaced to rescue, he was stunned. What he saw was a massive offshore plesiosaur, as powerful as a great knight, lying in a pool of blood. So fast? 30 seconds? It took him a long while to come to his senses. Ryan had already killed the offshore plesiosaur. Although he had previously overestimated Ryan as much as possible, Master Gunther ultimately realized that he had underestimated him. Cough. Master Gunther coughed, instantly attracting the attention of Ryan, who was deep in thought on the beach. Ryan turned quickly, startled at first, but then, realizing it was Master Gunther, a look of surprise crossed his face. Master, why are you here? Instantly Ryan understood. The Trial of Faith was the 5th training mission assigned by Master Gunther. Since it was training, he wouldn't let his apprentice risk certain death. But what's particularly special is that the purpose of the trial of faith training is to allow the apprentice to experience the brink of despair, thereby inspiring faith and fully mobilizing the force, thus finding a way out of death. This obviously prevented Master Gunther from telling the apprentice in advance that he was actually following behind and would protect him. Thus, Master Gunther must have followed him in shortly after he dived into the underwater cave, preventing him from actually perishing at the hands of the offshore plesiosaur. Reflecting on this, Ryan felt a warm feeling in his heart. As for the possibility that the master might see his muscles bulging in his triple form, that wouldn't matter. Ryan had already thought of an excuse. It could be attributed to his knight's supernatural trait, great strength, which was quite powerful. I originally wanted to protect you, but now it seems my worries were unnecessary. Master Gunther's words confirmed Ryan's suspicions. By the way, how did you kill this offshore plesiosaur? Master Gunther approached, circling the plesiosaur as it lay in a pool of blood, examining its cause of death. When he discovered the plesiosaur had died from a single blow to its skull, his eyes suddenly lit up. Master, just now, when I was slaying the plesiosaur. In that moment of life or death crisis, I suddenly mobilized all my force and channeled it into the great sword in my hand. I had originally thought I could leverage the force of the strike to escape, but I didn't expect to be able to cleave its beak, the strongest part of its structure, and its skull, directly in two with one blow. Ryan also had a question in mind, and upon hearing Master Gunther's question, he asked. He also wanted to know what had happened with that strike. Because just now, after killing the plesiosaur, he had tried a few more times. Although he could mobilize the force with ease, the power seemed vastly different from that strike. Ryan, you've surprised me again. How about it? Are you interested in staying and pursuing the path of the Sword Master? Master Gunther didn't directly answer Ryan's question, but instead smiled and invited him. Sword Master? Ryan's eyes suddenly widened as he looked at him. A Sword Master indeed. So, Master Gunther had semi-secluded himself on the Gold Coast to pursue the path of the Sword Master. But Master, his path is incompatible with that of a wizard. Ryan's heart welled with tears. Although he greatly admired the high-attack Sword Master path, for now, he could only decline. Master, thank you for your appreciation. However, for now, I'd like to travel a bit. Perhaps one day, when I can calm down, I return to the Gold Coast and seek your guidance. Ryan bowed and said seriously, Well, young man, you should definitely go out and explore more. Studying swordsmanship requires undivided attention. Master Gunther thought for a moment after hearing what Ryan said, then nodded, seeming to agree. Gunther didn't try to persuade Ryan to stay. Instead, he explained Ryan's recent strike. That strike actually combined your faith in the sword with the force. In layman's terms, this is sword radiance, a power only a swordsman can master. In essence, your faith in the sword was imbued within the force. In that instant, ordinary force energy became sword energy, imbued with even greater destructive power. I see. Thank you, Master, for clarifying this, Ryan said with a slight bow. Sword force? As he had suspected, the path to swordsman, great swordsman, sword saint, it was indeed closely linked to the sword, ultimately pursuing the ultimate destructive power of the sword. By the way, Master Gunther, are we heading back now? Wait, this adult coastal plesiosaur is a treasure. As a large, ferocious sea beast, it's practically packed with treasures, Master Gunther said with a smile. Especially its heart, which can be used to create behemoth essence, a necessary potion for a knight to ascend to Grand Knight. Huh, Grand Knight Ascension? Ryan's eyes suddenly lit up. Originally, after returning this time, he had intended to seek out information about the subsequent advancements in the knighthood. He had considered asking Hamilton, but then decided his own progress was too astonishing, so he decided to put it off for now. Unexpectedly, he'd heard relevant information from Master Gunther. Noticing Ryan's surprised look, Gunther assumed he was puzzled by the word behemoth, so he explained with a smile, Haha, what? You think a plesiosaur isn't worthy of the title of behemoth? Actually, behemoth is just a general term for ferocious beasts over 10 meters long. Its heart contains a special substance. After being extracted by pharmacists and made into behemoth essence, it can be used to meet the massive consumption required for a knight to ascend to Grand Knight. Behemoth essence? It sounded similar to the advanced potion that ordinary people take when they enter the realm of Knight, Transcendent. I just wonder if there are any details like those in advanced potions, Ryan thought. Just as Ryan was about to continue questioning Master Gunther, the system notification suddenly flashed again. Ding! Detected the host listening to supernatural secrets, triggering an advanced class change. Grand Knight, Supernatural. Prerequisites for promotion to Grand Knight, Supernatural 1. Physical breakthrough value reaches 100%. 2. Any breathing technique level 9 or higher. 3. Strength 20 points or higher, Agility 20 points or higher, Constitution 20 points or higher. 4. Any melee supernatural skill level 9 or higher. 5th, high-level potion, Behemoth Essence. Current requirements are not met. Promotion to Grand Knight, Transcendent, failed. Huh? Looking at the system prompt that suddenly popped up, Ryan silently read it several times, feeling a surge of excitement. He hadn't expected that after just missing out on the swordsman class change, after listening to Master Gunther's tales of Behemoth Essence and the secrets of the Force, he'd actually received information about the Grand Knight, Transcendent, class change. It was truly like a ray of hope after a dark period. Judging from several requirements, Grand Knight, Transcendent, and Knight, Transcendent, are essentially the same, and many of the prerequisites are quite similar. Although the Grand Knight may appear slightly weaker in combat power than classes like Swordsman and Great Swordsman, which possess extreme offensive power, it doesn't conflict with the wizard path. Multi-classing is the most important thing to consider. In addition, he was about to meet, or had already met, several of the requirements for promotion to Grand Knight. For example, in Condition 1, the physical limit value reached 100%. Ryan glanced at the Knight, Extraordinary, panel and saw that the limit value had reached 95%. This was because he had continuously improved the Bear King breathing technique and added 5 attribute points in succession. At this moment, there were still 3 remaining attribute points on the dashboard. There was no need to waste any skill points. Breaking the 100% limit was just a matter of adding points. Also, he had already reached Condition 2, any breathing technique level 9. Sure enough, all those breathing technique upgrades were worth it. As for Condition 3, just as Ryan was daydreaming, Master Gunther spoke up. Let's go, Ryan. We need to process the plesiosaur heart while it's fresh. Yes, Master. Ryan immediately agreed. When Ryan emerged from the sea, dragging the massive plesiosaur carcass, Bask was stunned. Ryan, you succeeded so quickly? Or is this? Bask turned to Master Gunther. Master Gunther understood what Bask meant. Bask was asking if he had helped Ryan kill the offshore plesiosaur. Master Gunther shook his head and said, Ryan killed it alone. Bask, don't just stand there. The plesiosaur's blood will attract many other ferocious sea beasts. Hurry and return. Yes, Master. Though Bask agreed immediately, he couldn't hide his surprise. He tied the plesiosaur's body to the back of the boat and began to row rapidly. As he rowed, Bask's eyes alternated between the massive plesiosaur's body bobbing in the water and the calm face of Ren on the boat. He felt a sense of inexplicable horror in his heart. When the 3 of them reached the island shore, Ren found 7 or 8 young men, led by Frode, with a crew cut, waiting there. Clearly, they had also received the news and were waiting for the outcome. Just as the young man named Arturo was about to ask, he suddenly caught sight of the massive carcass bobbing in the water behind the boat, and blurted out, Is this a success? Before Ryan could reply, Bask, who had just jumped ashore, raised his chin proudly and said, Yes. Ryan succeeded. Look, there's the plesiosaur carcass over there. Everyone, help lift it up. Instantly, the eyes of all the young people present were fixed on Ryan, their expressions varying from shock to disbelief. After the massive carcass of the offshore plesiosaur had been brought ashore, the crowd, who had been waiting for it to be fully recovered, became even more astonished, their gazes shifting between Ryan and the plesiosaur. He seemed stunned. Why was Ryan completely free of wounds? How could he have killed a large, ferocious sea beast without a scratch? What kind of strength was this? This was too terrifying. Half an hour later, Ryan put away the wooden box containing the massive heart of the offshore plesiosaur and placed it on the brown horse. Master Gunther had helped him prepare it and gifted it to him. As for the other parts of the offshore plesiosaur, the scales, skin, and flesh, Ryan kept them as a token of gratitude. Master, I'm leaving now. Thank you for your guidance. Ryan bowed respectfully to Gunther. Although Ryan and Gunther had initially met because of Claire's letter of introduction, it was hard to say whether Ryan held a greater importance in Gunther's heart than Claire. Master Gunther smiled with satisfaction and said, Go back. You have a long way to go. Perhaps I hear about your deeds soon. The other young men, including Fred and Doug, and 7 or 8 others, also said goodbye to Ryan. Ryan smiled and nodded in greeting. Although he hadn't interacted much with the others in the past 20 days, so his relationship with them couldn't be said to be good or bad, he still had a connection with Master Gunther. Perhaps, if they encountered him in the outside world, he would be willing to lend a hand. Standing nearby, Bask enthusiastically helped Ryan load his luggage onto his brown horse and said, "Ryan, I take you to the main road." Ryan nodded, then turned again and said to Master Gunther and the others, "Master, everyone, I hope we can meet again next time." Everyone watched Ryan disappear down the path, their faces filled with emotion. "Master Gunther, Ryan must be the one who has completed all the training missions the fastest since you retired, right?" Fraud, the crew-haired boy, suddenly asked with a hint of curiosity. Master Gunther smiled, but didn't directly answer Fraud's question. Instead, he encouraged, "There are far more geniuses in this world than you imagine. Keep up the good work." Walker, walking along the path, didn't immediately mount his horse, but instead led his black horse forward. Bask stood beside him, helping lead the brown horse carrying his luggage. "By the way, Ryan, it's best to take the main road on your way back, avoiding the trails. Rosby County isn't safe lately. There have been several cases of noble carriages or lone knights being besieged and killed by bandits." Bask's face darkened, as if remembering something. "Bandit gangs?" Ryan asked. "Yes, according to my father, there seems to be a connection between these bandit gangs and the Zalo rebels. So Ryan, be careful along the way. Don't underestimate them, assuming they're just ordinary bandits." "Thank you, Bask. I be careful." Ryan naturally expressed his gratitude for the young man's kind reminder. On the other hand, Ryan's heart skipped a beat. Zalo rebels? He immediately thought of the time he rescued Haas. That group, ostensibly a bandit gang, also seemed to be from a nearby group. At the same time, he recalled his battle against the rebel stronghold in Mayes County. Not only do they have some kind of hidden connection with multiple bandit gangs in the surrounding area, but the rebels themselves often disguise themselves as bandits and engage in looting. It seems this so-called rebel group has been becoming increasingly active recently. Moreover, judging by the region, it seems the enemy is more active in Rosby County than in Maester County. Although the rebels he had previously encountered were not very strong, with the strongest among them merely peak knights, however, such a large rebel organization must certainly include masters at the level of Grand Knights, so we cannot be careless. At this moment, Bask suddenly looked enlightened, patted his head, and laughed heartily, saying, "I almost forgot, Ryan. You are the one who single-handedly killed the offshore plesiosaur. If the rebels had encountered you, they would have been worried. They should be the ones worried." Ha ha ha. After hearing what Bask said, Ryan couldn't help but smile. "Bask, just send her here. Remember to contact me when you have time, or come see me in Maester County," Ryan said, turning to Bask. Due to their time together, and Bask's kindness, as well as the fact that he had helped Ryan quite a bit, the two of them had developed a fairly harmonious relationship. "Okay, Ryan. Ryan, could you please give Miss Claire a message for me?" Bask rubbed his palms, seeming a little embarrassed. What message?" Ryan glanced at Bask with a hint of confusion. When you see Miss Claire, please ask her if she remembers Bask from the Gold Coast. I hope she come back to the Gold Coast to see Master Gunther when she's free," Bask said, a little shyly. "Well, great. If I could ever meet her." Ryan was speechless. Bask's coy demeanor, like a shy little girl, is truly unspeakable when placed on a burly man. "Let Claire come to see Master Gunther. Isn't it because you want to see Claire, but are afraid she refuse? That's why you're saying that? Also, Bask on the Gold Coast? What the hell is that expression? Why does it sound so much like Siayuha by Daming Lake in my past life?" Ryan stopped dwelling on it, shook his head slightly, turned around, mounted his horse, and waved, "Let's go, Bask." "Goodbye, Ryan." Bask stared at Ryan's retreating figure, lost in thought. The warm winter sun cast a long shadow on Ryan's two horses as they departed, giving Bask the feeling that the direction Ryan was heading was a golden, glittering road to the Divine Kingdom. Since he hadn't received any messages from the Blue-Helmed Pigeon, Ryan felt his family, and the Crowleys back in Mayes County weren't facing any significant challenges. That being the case, Ryan planned to visit Haas on his way back. Haas had been quite productive during his nearly 20 days on the Gold Coast, so he was in a very good mood. Haas's location, Larchmont Fishing Port, was just north of the Gold Coast. North was also the direction Ryan was heading, making it perfectly convenient. Ryan estimated that if he avoided any detours and took the forest trail, he should reach Larchmont Fishing Port by evening. Stewed giant spiny salmon? Ryan thought of Haas's mention of his hometown specialties, and a smile crossed his face. At noon, Ryan found a spot in the forest by the roadside to rest. He took some roasted dried madcap from his pack and munched on it, contemplating the force. Throughout his journey, Ryan discovered through repeated attempts that while he could now mobilize the force with ease and unleash all of it at once, he couldn't unleash the might of the sword strike that had killed the offshore plesiosaur. Master Gunther had already explained this issue. Because without a life-or-death crisis, and without strong conviction, the force couldn't be transformed into the more destructive sword force. This sword force seemed to be of a very high level, completely different from the usual sharpening effect of attaching the force to a sword. The former possessed immense power, but seemed to involve the solidification of mental energy, while the latter was much less powerful, seemingly merely a superficial application of the force. However, Ryan was now pondering a different question. I channeled the force into my sword, which increased its sharpness. So what about channeling the force into my hammer? It can't just increase its sharpness, right? You know, a hammer has a flat end. So what was I thinking when I channeled the force into my sword? While pondering, Ryan unsheathed his great sword. He channeled the force as he swung the sword. After practicing the giant bear sword technique for a while, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck Ryan. He seemed to understand something. At this moment, a system notification sounded. Congratulations. You've experienced an epiphany, unlocking the additional melee skill effect, Sharpness LV1 passive. Sharpness LV1 passive effect. You have gained a preliminary understanding of the nature of the force, allowing you to skillfully channel it to enhance the power of your sword, slightly increasing its sharpness. Note, this effect only works if the host possesses force, and its force has not been depleted, and only works if the host is holding a sharp weapon. Note, this effect is an additional special effect for melee combat skills. Once the conditions are met, the next level will automatically unlock. Ryan was overjoyed. Immediately, Ryan focused his attention on the icon representing the giant bear swordsmanship. He saw that the special effects attached to the giant bear swordsmanship had indeed increased. Giant bear swordsmanship level 7, 3023/5000, with the special effects of precision level 2 and sharpness level 2. Precision level 2, passive, effect, blah blah blah. Sharpness level 2, passive, effect. You have a deeper understanding of the nature of the force, and can freely mobilize it to enhance the power of your long sword, slightly increasing its sharpness. Note, to unlock sharpness level 3 of Giant Bear Swordsmanship, the following conditions must be met. 1. Giant Bear Swordsmanship level 9 or higher. 2. Bear King Breathing Technique level 9 or higher. Comes with 2 special effects. Ryan carefully read the above text descriptions. Sharpness and precision are described similarly. The main difference between level 2 and level 1 is that slightly becomes small. But the unlocking conditions are different. After pondering for a moment, Ryan decided to try the Talker Hammer technique. Since applying the force to a sword creates a sharpening effect, what about applying it to a hammer? Although Ryan had a vague suspicion, he still had to give it a try to find out. At that moment, Ryan's ears twitched slightly. Immediately, his level 3 danger sense began to give him a warning, but the sense of danger was not strong, so Ryan did not turn to check. Instead, he continued to calmly polish the shimmering great sword in his hand. In the dense forest dozens of meters away, a dozen burly men dressed as mercenaries were lurking. Their weapons varied, but each possessed a calm demeanor and a stern look. One of the mercenary-dressed men was examining Ryan with a monocular scope. But, seemingly mindful of the sharp perceptions of a formal knight who had reached the transcendent stage, the burly man glanced at him briefly before quickly shifting his gaze, no longer staring at Ryan. Another lone formal knight, but judging by his swordsmanship, he seems a master. TSK. How could he be any more skilled? Look at his appearance. He's clearly under 18. Don't tell me this guy could be a peak knight? A burly man scoffed. That's right, Scar's right. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? We fire a volley of crossbows, and we just blast him to pieces. Yeah, he looks quite intimidating with that great sword and hammer. But he's not even wearing knight's plate armor. He's probably just a novice knight with no wilderness experience at all. Chapter 186. Alright, shut up. Now that we've decided, don't let your guard down. The burly man holding the bronze monocular shouted. He then turned to a lean man beside him, wielding a powerful crossbow, and with only his right eye remaining, and said, One Eye, take a few crossbowmen and fire a volley at them first to test their strength. One Eye possessed the strength of a full-fledged knight, and a crossbowman, making him a capable member of his group. The lean man, One Eye, nodded slightly without saying a word, but immediately began loading his crossbow. The crossbow bolt he was loading gleamed with a cold, pale green light, clearly poisoned. As expected, those who keep their mouths shut are often the most ruthless. After reloading, One Eye waved his hand, signaling the other crossbowmen to cautiously advance a few steps, bringing Ryan, not far away, within their crossbow's maximum range. The rest of the team, on the other hand, prepared their weapons, grinning fiercely and poised to strike. Once the crossbowmen inflicted damage on the young knight, they would charge forward, outnumbering the enemy. This tactic was used against stronger teams or experts, and they had already mastered it. They subconsciously believed that this time, just like before, the enemy would be easily defeated. At this moment, One Eye and the other crossbowmen had already taken their positions, raising their crossbows and taking aim. Suddenly, the young knight, who had been in their sights just a moment before, polishing his great sword, suddenly vanished from their sights. Huh? Where's the person? Several crossbowmen, including One Eye, were stunned or surprised. They immediately lowered their crossbows and began to look around. The next second, the leader's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Be careful!" Before he finished speaking, puff! One Eye suddenly felt dizzy. He was still wondering how he'd gotten soaring, but almost immediately, he saw an all too familiar headless body. From the smooth cut on its neck, blood gushed out like a fountain. Isn't this my body? One Eye was horrified. But the next second, a deep sense of exhaustion began to overtake his consciousness. But before he completely lost consciousness, One Eye heard a series of screams, and the owners of these screams were all familiar to him. But what was that strange, hissing, high-speed cutting sound? I really wanted to look up and see what was going on. But my eyelids felt so heavy. I wanted to sleep. When One Eye's eyelids slowly closed, the scene was a shattered mess. Some were lucky enough to have only their necks severed, their heads torn apart. Those less fortunate were in far worse shape, chopped into several pieces, with broken limbs scattered across the ground. It would be difficult to reassemble them. The burly man holding the copper telescope stared at Ryan with wide eyes and a look of utter horror. He clutched his hands at his neck, trying desperately to stop the stream of blood. But it was clearly futile. The wound was too deep, nearly half the neck had been sliced open. Any deeper, and he would have been beheaded. Plop! The sturdy man collapsed to his knees, his body twitching with the powerful vitality of a veteran knight. It seems that sometimes too much vitality isn't always a good thing. In fact, it only causes more pain. Before his death, the sturdy man couldn't understand one thing. He and his men had clearly launched a surprise attack, yet how could the situation have been reversed in an instant? The enemy seemed to have spotted them, and rushed towards them without warning. At a distance of 40 or 50 meters, in a mere encounter, they were right in front of them, brandishing their great sword. The great sword radiated a strange, cold light. So sharp. Ryan shook the sword, wiped the blood from its blade, shook his head, and muttered to himself, "A familiar smell. How interesting. Bast just told me to be careful of the rebels, and now I'm encountering them. But this kind of strength is really a bit too weak." Ryan discovered that the sharpness level 2 effect was quite useful. Just now, he used his great sword to rip through the chain mail and thick leather armor of the Zalor rebels, as easily as tearing through thin paper. Even the knight's plate armor worn by the last burly man, after finding the weak spot where the helmet and breastplate met, he easily cleaved it with a single blow. This would have been far more difficult before. Of course, the level 2 accuracy also played a significant role. Or rather, using the combined effects of accuracy and sharpness to kill these weaklings was a complete overkill. After some thought, Ryan didn't stop to rest. Instead, he mounted his black horse and headed towards the fishing port of Larchmond, where Haas was. On horseback, Ryan switched weapons, now toying with the pighead hammer. What would happen if the force were applied to the hammer? Meanwhile, in an office at the Mayes County Jail, a middle-aged man dressed in the uniform of a prison guard captain frowned, lost in thought. However, his gloomy expression revealed that he wasn't in a particularly good mood. Indeed, Maggie's had noticed something was amiss at the base 2 weeks ago. Normally, within 2 weeks, he would have received news from the base. It could be good, it could be bad, but at least there should have been some news. The problem now was that after so much time had passed, no news had come back from the base. This initially left him extremely confused. After waiting for several more days, he knew something must have happened at the base. So, Magus immediately dispatched his trusted confidant to the abandoned mine at Wolf Hills, his organization's base in Maester County, to investigate. But the confidant's return report left him with a shiver in his heart. According to the confidant, the old mine where the base was located had largely collapsed. Judging from the traces of gunpowder at the entrance, it was clearly not caused by natural factors, like an earthquake or disrepair, but rather by human intervention. Furthermore, the deliberately concealed traces of battle found near the mine also confirmed this. In other words, his organization's base in Meister County had been quietly and completely annihilated. Could it be that the Empire discovered the situation and sent a special unit to do this? This truly kept Magus on edge for days. But after a few days, he noticed that the entire upper echelons of Meister County were calm, with no significant news. This puzzled him. This couldn't be right. Because if this was a special operation by the Empire, then after the stronghold was taken out, a massive purge would be the norm, eradicating all nobles, large families, and chambers of commerce within the county city that had ties to their organization. Of course, he wouldn't be spared in the process. But now, it didn't seem like the Empire's special unit was responsible. What was going on? Magus had considered the young, newly promoted knight, Ryan, but in his opinion, Ryan was only a veteran knight, without any powerful companions. How could he possibly have been involved in the complete annihilation of the stronghold? So, Magus began mobilizing his informants to investigate, but to date, the murderer had yet to be found. Meanwhile, over the past month, he had also been questioned by two barons, Alonso and Norman, who questioned whether the rebels were merely a name, unable to even defeat a young, newly promoted knight. He knew this wasn't going to work. If the two men secretly spread information about the rebels' unreliability among the nobles of Mayes County, his organization's actions throughout Mayes County would lose the support of some potential nobles. It was arguable that the organization's subsequent operations in Mayes County would be severely hampered, and he, as the key liaison, bore the blame. So 3 days ago, he sent a letter requesting assistance. Magus hoped his superiors would dispatch a powerful figure to Meister County to oversee the work and quickly reverse this unfavorable situation. He estimated that someone would arrive in the next few days. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted Magus's thoughts. "Sir, Baron Alonso is here." "Why is he here again?" After hearing the report from his confidant, Magus slapped his forehead with a look of headache. But obviously, he couldn't refuse the meeting. He could only nod and say, "All right, invite him over." "Isn't it about that Ryan again? Damn it!" For the past 2 days, he had sent someone to investigate Ryan's situation. Although Ryan's resume suggested he was a good and talented young man, he wasn't particularly impressive in the entire province of Munster. Besides, young people like these who haven't grown up are always vulnerable. Magus still had great confidence in his organization. Once the higher-ups arrived, finding this Ryan and dealing with him should be easy. After all, the original stronghold was headed by a peak knight, and with this incident, the organization would most likely dispatch a Grand Knight-level expert. However, the latest news indicated that Ryan had recently been out of the county seat and had gone elsewhere. Currently, his trusted associates were using various channels to find out where he had gone. Magus reasoned that even if he didn't take action now, at least he would have an answer when Alonso and Norman asked. After all, he wasn't currently in Meister County, so there wasn't much he could do. That way, the other party wouldn't be upset after hearing this. After all, he was the one who was moving this matter forward. Otherwise, how would he know Ryan wasn't in the county town? The annoying thing was that, until now, no news had been received about Ryan's whereabouts, which put him in a rather passive position when facing Alonso. Soon, a familiar figure strode into the room. This bearded man, dressed in a black, gold-studded hunting suit, was none other than Baron Alonso. Seeing Alonso enter, Magus immediately stood up and said with a beaming smile, "Respected Baron Alonso, if you need to see me, just let me know. I should be the one visiting you." Since the other party hadn't completed the task entrusted to him, Magus had to lower his profile. Alonso looked at Magus with a gloomy expression and said, "Magus, do you know why I'm here? It's been so long. Will this take a month? Are you kidding me? Today, if you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I think I retract everything I promised." Magus hesitated after hearing Alonso's words. Alonso's attitude was noticeably more resolute than last time. Could it be that he had also heard about the incident at the base? However, Magus thought again, and felt that this possibility was unlikely. After all, the base was not responsible for any communication with the nobles of Mayes County. All such matters were handled through him. But in this situation, he had to give Alonso an explanation, otherwise he was afraid that he would. But he couldn't let anyone know that his base had been completely destroyed by a mysterious person. After all, it was a family scandal, and it would be too embarrassing to tell anyone. Just as Magus was hesitating, a confidant knocked on the door, entered, and whispered something in his ear. Magus was already irritated, and at first, he had no intention of listening. Just as he was about to send the confidant away, his expression suddenly hardened. He immediately turned his head and asked, "Is the person in the interrogation room?" "Yes, sir." Magus thought for a moment, then turned and said seriously to Alonso, "Baron, please allow me to leave for 5 minutes. I will give you the explanation you requested in 5 minutes." Alonso thought for a moment and said, "Okay. I give you another 5 minutes." Clearly, he also realized that Magus must have received some news. When Ryan arrived at the fishing port town of Larchmond, where Haas was, he found it a little strange. The residents all had sad faces, as if they had encountered some difficulties. However, his purpose this time was to visit Haas, so Ryan stopped a woman and said, "Hello." "Hello, Sir Knight." The woman was visibly nervous as she bowed to greet Ryan, who was riding a majestic horse and carrying a weapon. "Where is Haas Klein's home?" Ryan asked. But when she heard that Ryan was asking for Haas's address, the woman's expression relaxed considerably. She replied, "Captain Haas? He's been injured and should be recuperating at home. His home is the first house on the right at the next intersection. Sir Knight, would you like me to take you there?" "Thank you. No, I think I can find it." Ryan smiled and nodded, declining the woman's offer. Although Ryan smiled, he was a little surprised. Haas was injured? I wondered if it was serious. Controlling his black horse forward, Ryan soon arrived at the place the old lady had mentioned. It was a house similar to Ryan's in Gold Hire. For ordinary people, it would be quite nice. But compared to the Knight class, it was a bit shabby. But that was understandable. After all, Haas's knighthood probably hadn't been conferred yet. Ryan knocked on the iron gate. Knock, knock. At that moment, a chubby child opened the door a crack and asked, "Hello, who are you looking for?" "Excuse me, is this Haas Klein's house?" "I'm his friend." "Yes, you're my brother's friend? But why have I never seen you before?" The little boy looked at Ryan suspiciously. "Haha, you could tell your brother first and say Ryan is visiting." Ryan smiled, not minding it. "Okay, then please wait a moment." The little boy finally got a good look at Ryan. He was riding a tall horse, carrying a weapon, and his tone was calm and friendly, giving off a sense of confidence. So, the little boy used a respectful title and immediately turned and ran back into the house. A moment later, a familiar tall figure trotted out, his left arm clearly wrapped in a white bandage. It was Haas. The moment Haas saw Ryan, he said happily, "Ryan, you finally came to see me. I was planning to come to Mayester County to see you, but unfortunately, I've been injured these past 2 days. Haas. Long time no see. What's wrong with you? Come in first." Haas quickly opened the door and invited Ryan in. The two exchanged pleasantries as they walked inside. "A while ago, an immature scaled iron-backed turtle appeared near our fishing port. It would occasionally attack passing fishing boats returning with their catches, causing considerable distress to the townspeople. So, Sheriff Bernhard and I decided to find a time to eliminate it. After a period of searching, we discovered its lair. However, due to the scaled ironback's formidable defense, we spent several days crafting a custom crossbow. We just managed to take care of it 2 days ago, but just as we were about to destroy it, we discovered it had already metamorphosed into its mature stage. Sheriff Bernhard and I were both injured in that fight. It turns out they were attacking fishing boats and devouring their catch to build up their energy and break through the metamorphosis stage. After our attack, the scaled ironback has developed a strong desire for revenge, and now attacks fishing boats much more frequently. It even attacked an empty fishing boat." "Oh! How strong is this scaled ironback turtle?" Ryan asked, raising an eyebrow. "It's now over 10 meters long, reaching 12. In terms of combat power, I'm afraid only a great knight could handle it." Haas sighed, as if regretting not seizing the opportunity to kill the scaled ironback before it metamorphosed. At first, Ryan had merely heard the story. After all, such incidents were not uncommon, and the Empire had specialized procedures for handling them. But when he heard that the creature's length had surpassed 10 meters, his eyes lit up. Doesn't that mean this scale-whiskered ironback turtle can barely be considered a behemoth? In that case, perhaps he could even acquire a bit more behemoth essence. So Ryan continued, quite interested, "Does the scale-whiskered ironback turtle have any special moves?" "Huh? Ryan, are you planning to kill the scale-whiskered ironback turtle?" "No, no. While you're a bit stronger than me, the difference between you and the scale-whiskered ironback turtle is still worlds apart. I just want to understand. I don't know much about this ferocious sea beast." Ryan shrugged and asked kindly. "Haha, that's no problem. I thought you were going to try to kill the scale-whiskered ironback turtle. Don't even try." Sheriff Bernhard is a retired member of the Imperial Navy, a veteran knight, yet he's still seriously injured, Haas warned, his face stern. The most troublesome thing about this scale-bearded ironback is its formidable defense, especially its shell, which is practically harder than steel. Now that it's past its metamorphosis, it's also projecting an additional ochre-colored shield, further enhancing its defense. My knight's longsword couldn't even cut it. Also, the scale-bearded ironback possesses immense strength and speed. Fortunately, we brought several giant crossbows with us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it back, and we'd have lost 2 men during the retreat. Haas's face seemed to be still tinged with fear as he recounted this. Ryan nodded. This kind of exceptional defense was indeed a bit of a challenge. But for him, it shouldn't be a big problem. Ryan touched the pighead hammer behind him. Dinner time. Ryan met Haas's parents. Haas's father was a chubby, middle-aged man with a perpetually smiling face. He was the head chef at the nearby campus manor. Haas's mother ran a bakery. She had a kind face and a slightly bloated figure, probably from constantly kneading dough and needing a sturdy foundation. Both parents were constantly involved in food. No wonder a commoner family could raise Haas's stature, Ryan thought. When the two met Ryan, they heard that they were friends Haas had made during the nobility and nobleman examination, and they greeted him warmly. Dinner ended in a joyful atmosphere, and Ryan finally got to taste the braised giant spiny salmon that Haas had been talking about for so long. A salmon weighing over 20 pounds, sprinkled with garlic, basil, and sage, and simmered for 2 hours. The aroma and flavor were simply irresistible. How's it, Ryan? Giant spiny salmon is delicious, isn't it? Indeed, it is. It's a shame the fishing boats haven't been leaving the harbor lately. You know, these days are the best time to catch giant spiny salmon. Haas sighed, as if thinking of something. Is it because of that scaly-bearded ironback turtle? Yes, it lurks in the narrow channel in and out of the harbor, and no fisherman wants to risk their lives going out to sea to catch it. After that incident, Sheriff Bernhard said that since all of Rossby County has been uneasy lately, it might take a few days for the county government to send a team. I see. No wonder the townspeople look so worried. This is a fishing port, and most of the residents work in fishing-related industries. Don't worry, Haas. The empire is vast, and there are many experts. Who knows? One of them might just pass by and easily kill this scale-whiskered ironback turtle, Ryan said with a reassuring smile. Ha, I hope you, Ryan, can become such a master one day. Haas laughed heartily at this. He hadn't expected that the usually quiet Ryan could sometimes have such a sense of humor. The next morning, Ryan mounted his black horse, bid farewell to the welcoming Haas family, and left Larchmond Fishing Port. However, after leaving the town, he took a detour and headed to the seaside. Last night at dinner, Ryan also learned the exact location of the scale-whiskered ironback turtle. Before leaving, Ryan planned to solve the problem that both Haas and the townspeople were facing. St. Mary? No. It's all because this scale-whiskered ironback turtle is so incredibly tall. Over 10 meters, it's what Master Gunther calls a behemoth. Its heart produces a special substance that can be used to create behemoth essence. So, I'm sorry. Also, Ryan wanted to try out the new hammer skill effect he mastered last night. Ryan focused his attention on the Knight Transcendent panel. A pair of large hands held an icon depicting a large hammer. Talker Hammer skill. Concussion level 1, passive, effect. You gain a preliminary understanding of the nature of the force, allowing you to freely harness it to enhance the power of your hammer, slightly increasing its concussion effect. Note, this effect only works if the host possesses and has not exhausted the force, and only works if they are holding a blunt weapon. Note, this effect is an additional effect for melee combat skills. Once the conditions are met, the next level will automatically unlock. This is the blunt weapon effect Ryan mastered yesterday. However, Ryan's pighead hammer is unique. When the flat end of the hammer strikes, it's a blunt weapon, but when the spiked end strikes, it's a sharp weapon, adding not a shock effect but a sharpness effect. But Ryan still needs to do one thing, upgrade his skills. The reason is simple. His Talker Hammer skill is currently only level 5, 354/2000, and the shock and precision effects are both level 1. It might be sufficient against ordinary enemies, but for a large, ferocious sea beast comparable in strength to a Grand Knight, and with far superior defense. For the scaled ironback turtle, Ryan felt it would be best to upgrade it to another level. Note, to unlock the concussion level 2 of Talker Hammer, the following conditions must be met. 1. Talker Hammer level 6 or higher. 2. Bear King breathing level 6 or higher. Note, to unlock the precision level 2 of Talker Hammer, the following conditions must be met. 1. Talker Hammer level 6 or higher. 2. Strength 20, Agility 16, and Constitution 18 or higher. Based on the next level requirements for the 2 special effects mentioned above, he only needed to add a single skill point to advance both to level 2. Extremely cost-effective. When the remaining skill points on the attribute panel dropped from 3 to 2, Talker Hammer instantly reached level 6. Instantly, scattered memories of his training with Talker Hammer flooded into Ryan's mind. These scattered fragments of memories of hammer training were like oil paintings, flashing through Ryan's mind and quickly merging into the memories of his muscles and tendons throughout his body. When Ryan opened his eyes again, it was as if he had undergone over 6 months of training in the Talker Hammer technique. More importantly, the 2 special effects, Shockwave and Precision, had both advanced to level 2. Ryan took a closer look. The new text descriptions for both effects were similar. The main difference between level 1 and level 2 was the change from slightly to minor. This meant a further increase in power. At that moment, Ryan froze. Because the system had just surprised him, a sudden notification appeared. Ding! Detected that the host's 2 transcendent combat skills have reached level 6, triggering a special advanced class change. Weapon Master, Legendary. Prerequisites for advancement to Weapon Master, Legendary, are 1. Any 3 transcendent combat skills of different weapon types must be at level 10 or higher. 2. Physical breakthrough value must reach 100%. 3. Any breathing technique must be at level 9 or higher. 4. Strength must be at least 20 points, Agility must be at least 20 points, and Constitution must be at least 20 points. 5th, High-level Potion, Behemoth Essence. Current requirements not met. Weapon Master, Legendary, promotion failed. Hiss. Ryan's attention was immediately drawn to 2 words. Legendary. Legendary class panel? Looking at the system prompt that suddenly popped up, Ryan silently read it several times, feeling a surge of excitement. Chapter 187. He hadn't expected that just when he was just trying to upgrade his Talker Hammer to level 6, so he could kill the scale-bearded ironback turtle, he'd unexpectedly received the job change information for Weapon Master, Legendary. Ryan felt like he'd hit a $1 million jackpot. This was the Legendary class profile, clearly a level above Transcendent. After calming down his excitement, Ryan began to compare the prerequisites for Weapon Master, Legendary, and Grand Knight, Transcendent, one by one. He was still curious why one was Legendary, and the other merely Transcendent. Looking at the last few requirements, Weapon Master, Legendary, and Grand Knight, Transcendent, are almost identical. So the biggest difference is actually the first one. Any 3 transcendent combat skills of different weapon types, level 10 or higher. Ryan pondered this sentence, a sudden realization forming in his mind. Clearly, it was this difference in requirements that gave the Weapon Master a Legendary class profile, while the Grand Knight only had a Transcendent one. All 3 transcendent combat skills are at level 10. Even though this is just one requirement, Ryan is well aware of the difficulty involved. Ryan roughly estimated that if he didn't have a system and relied on hard training on his own, it would take him 20 to 30 years to reach level 10 for each transcendent combat skill, and that's assuming everything went smoothly. So all 3 would take 60 to 70 years. Hiss. No wonder he's rated as a Legendary class. So terrifying. Ordinary people would already be old before they even reach mastery. Retracting his thoughts, Ryan focused on the words weapon category. Different weapon categories? The Knight's long sword and the half-handed sword should both be considered one-handed swords, so the combat skills for these 2 weapons should be grouped together as one-handed sword skills. And according to the system prompts, my 2-handed greatsword and 2-handed warhammer each belong to their own category. This means I only need to add 1 more to complete the 3. I've already acquired the Imperial Military Sword skill. If I can upgrade it to level 10, I'd be complete. But for this 3rd skill, should I choose the one-handed sword? Or something else? Ryan thought for a moment, hesitant. After a moment, he shook his head and muttered to himself. Don't worry. My Giant Bear Sword and Talker Hammer skills haven't even reached level 10 yet. I have time to think about this. Also, judging by the name and prerequisites, this Weapon Master seems to be proficient in all kinds of weapons. He's likely very powerful, perhaps even on par with a great swordsman. And most importantly, according to the system prompt, it doesn't conflict with the wizard path. No conflict, that's the most important thing. Now, Ryan's feeling of disappointment and missing out on the high-attack career paths of swordsman, great swordsman, and sword saint has completely vanished. Even with the Great Knight job change prompt, Ryan still felt a little disappointed because the Great Knight's attack power was significantly lower than that of the Great Swordsman. Happy things bring joy. Thinking, Ryan rowed to a river estuary near the coast, where the waterway near Larchmont Fishing Port lies. Like other sea turtles, the scale-bearded ironback turtle prefers estuaries that flow into the sea. This is where freshwater and saltwater meet, providing an exceptionally rich food source. Furthermore, the surrounding area is dotted with sea reeds, some 3 or 4 meters tall, perfect for concealment. At that moment, the sea breeze rustled through the dense sea reeds. Ryan dismounted, carrying his great sword and warhammer, and began searching carefully. Soon, he discovered large, distinct claw prints. Ryan cautiously followed the claw prints, only to find that he had left the reed marsh and arrived at a sandy beach nestled against the foot of a mountain. On the other side of the beach lay the sea. Ryan's eyes narrowed as he could see a large sandbag, over 100 meters away, at the corner of the beach. Despite the sand, its exposed body and massive size were unmistakably the scale-bearded ironback turtle Haas had described. Ryan's excellent eyesight allowed him to scrutinize the giant beast from 100 meters away. He saw its eyes, each the size of an adult's fist, were tightly shut, as if it were dozing. Its hooked mouth stretched almost to its neck. Ryan began to understand why it was called the scaled-whiskered ironback turtle. Even its eyelids were covered in fine scales for protection, and the exposed claws, not completely buried by the sand, were covered in thick green scales. Secondly, the beast's jaws were covered with dozens of thumb-thick whiskers. They seemed to serve no practical purpose, perhaps merely to enhance its imposing presence. Since the enemy was napping, a surprise attack was the natural first choice. Of course, with his previous experience fighting a melee plesiosaur, Ryan had prepared for both scenarios. If discovered, then a hard fight. Ryan removed his pig-headed hammer and circled behind the scale-whiskered ironback from a distance, quietly approaching. Fearing that the surge of sorcery might awaken the slumbering ironback, Ryan refrained from using fire spells like high-temperature force field. Perhaps due to his own slowness, Ryan held his breath and concentrated until he was more than 10 meters behind the ironback, but the creature remained motionless. Ryan's face darkened, and he suddenly exerted force with his legs. With a bang, 2 piles of sand exploded, and he rushed towards the scaled ironback turtle like an arrow from a bow. What specific method of sneak attack is needed with a hammer? The simpler, the more brutal, the more effective. Since the opponent's shell is the hardest, break it at the hardest point. Break the limit. Giant strength level 3. Power burst. Earth-splitting hammer. Leaping in midair, Ryan's entire body expanded at least twice, as if it were a balloon. At the same time, his muscles and fascia tensed like a fully drawn bowstring. He raised the dark pighead hammer high in both hands, and struck fiercely at the center of the scaled ironback turtle's shell. Just as Ryan kicked hard, the scaled ironback's fist-sized eyes suddenly opened, sensing danger. But because Ryan had attacked from behind, and was directly above the shell, he happened to be in the scaled ironback's blind spot. So, the ironback turtle stretched its neck and looked around quickly, but it didn't find any enemy. This made it reveal a puzzled expression in its big eyes. But the next second, a resounding explosion erupted from the center of its carapace. Clang. Sparks flew. Crack. The two sounds occurred almost simultaneously. With hammer mastery level 3, and the dual effects of concussion level 2 and accuracy level 2, Ryan's attack practically possessed the power of a 205mm howitzer. Ouch! The scaled ironback turtle let out a scream as its thick, sturdy shell, 7 or 8 meters in diameter, was completely shattered in two by Ryan's incredibly violent blow. The center was particularly shattered. If anyone had observed Ryan's attack from a distance, they would have noticed. If the scaled ironback's shell were compared to an iron basin, then the hammer, the size of a fingernail, had just struck it hard, instantly sending its limbs and neck careening off. Quite comical. But just as Ryan was about to press on, a dense stream of yellow energy particles enveloped the scaled ironback's body, blocking the damage from his subsequent blows. At this moment, the ripples of the battle sent the surrounding sand flying. Ryan saw the entirety of the enemy's shell. Its shape was remarkably similar to that of the alligator snapping turtle from his past life, with a dozen ring-shaped scales resembling mountain peaks. The peaks now glowed yellow. This mysterious energy particle fluctuation? This must be the scaled ironback's special ability, the khaki shield Haas had mentioned. As if frightened by Ryan's fighting power, the ironback turtle didn't have much desire to continue fighting with the little guy in front of it. Instead, it rushed towards the sea not far away with its strongest defense. This made Ryan's face suddenly change. The sea is not his battlefield. Ryan immediately increased the frequency of his swings with the pighead hammer, making the yellow shield bang bang. Though its color had dimmed slightly, the pale yellow shield stood firm like a reef on the seashore. As expected, only witchcraft can counter witchcraft. However, Ryan really didn't believe it. Add points. As the remaining skill points on the attribute panel dropped from 2 to 1, Talker Hammer skill instantly rose to level 7, reaching the same level as Giant Bear Sword skill. Instantly, fragments of memories of practicing Talker Hammer skill flooded into Ryan's mind. These scattered fragments of hammer skills flashed through Ryan's mind one by one, quickly merging into his muscle memory, as if he had been single-mindedly practicing Talker Hammer skill for over a year in some mysterious space. However, the difference lies in the fact that hammer skills is enhanced by level 3 hammer mastery. Therefore, at this moment, the power of hammer skills is already the strongest among all his transcendental combat skills. As Ryan gripped the pighead hammer once again, a peculiar feeling came over him. This feeling wasn't that of mastery, but rather a deeper understanding of the weapon's essence. Bang! The hammer struck again. This time, the scale-bearded iron-backed turtle, with a look of terror in its eyes, desperately rushed towards the sea, as its yellow shield trembled violently under the blow, teetering on the verge of collapse. 1 day ago. Outside an interrogation room at the Maester County Jail. A close associate was reporting the current prisoner to Maggie's. His name is Wheeler. He was a gangster who used to hang out in Wolf Hills. A few days ago, he got drunk at Old John's bar in the county town, and got into a fight. Someone reported him, and the county patrol verified the case, and he was sent here. We were originally planning to hang this guy, but didn't you say last time that we were going to use various channels to find out what's going on at the base? So, we've also planted informants among the prisoners. Once he found out, he claimed to have important information to report. We've just done a preliminary review, and it seems to be true. Furthermore, he's asking for his release if what he says is true. I can't make the decision on that, so you need to come in person, sir. Well, that's well done. Maggie's patted his trusted aide's shoulder. Maggie's walked into the interrogation room and saw a middle-aged man with disheveled hair, wearing a tattered gray linen coat, and reeking of a foul odor, handcuffed to an iron chair. When he saw Maggie's and the other man enter, his eyes flashed with fear, and his feet clenched tighter together. It seemed this man, named Wheeler, was terrified of someone like Maggie's, dressed in prison guard uniform. Maggie's took a good look at the man. His body was covered in numerous whip marks and small burns. It seemed his men had inflicted a number of impressive punishments on him. But this was a good thing. The man's psychological defenses were already on the verge of collapse. It should be easy to extract some information from him, and it would be easy to distinguish truth from falsehood. Maggie smiled brightly and said, "Don't be afraid, Weller. Just repeat what you said before." "Sir, will you guarantee my release? The Lord just now said he couldn't make the decision and needed you to make it." Weller glanced fearfully at Maggie's uniform epaulets. He knew this was the real boss. "This requires your full cooperation. Believe me, if what you say is true, then releasing you will be a piece of cake for me." Maggie's deep voice and slow pace gave Weller an inexplicable sense of trust. But in reality, it was a psychological hint, making Weller feel like he had found a lifeline. He quickly said, "The other day, I was searching for a suitable target for looting in the area around the abandoned mines. I happened to see a few people carrying a lot of stuff out of the woods onto 2 carts. There was a luxurious carriage in front of the carts." "Wait," Magus interrupted. "Why go to the abandoned mines? You should know whose territory that is. It's a new gang of bandits. They're said to be very powerful. The boss told us not to provoke them, but we haven't been active for a long time, so I crossed the line. But I didn't go far enough, just a little bit," Weller explained. Hearing Weller's story, Magus nodded. It made sense, nothing obvious. He gestured for Weller to continue. "That made me happy. I thought at the time that some noble must have hidden some valuables here, and I'd struck it rich," Weller continued. "So, after they left, I followed their steps and arrived near the abandoned mine. At first, I hesitated, afraid to approach. After all, it was another group's territory. But then I noticed something was wrong. It seemed deserted, so I approached and discovered that the group here must have been wiped out." After Weller finished his story, Magus pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you remember those people? Or do you know them?" "I've never seen one, but the young knight leading the group, carrying a sledgehammer and a broadsword, is quite distinctive." Weller gestured, making a cross. Magus nodded. His confidant had just told him this. It was most likely the newly appointed Baron. "Ryan. By the way, you said you saw a luxurious carriage in front of the cart, right?" Magus asked again, a thought coming to his mind. "Yes, my lord. Weller nodded. Are there any distinctive features or designs on that luxurious carriage? Well, there's a coat of arms on it. It's a bit far away, but my eyesight is good, so I can barely make it out. It appears to be a kite-shaped shield with a rose-like flower on top. Upon hearing this, Maggie's immediately waved and turned to a trusted confidant. Have you looked? Which noble family in Maester County is this heraldry? Sir, I just found out it's the Crowley family's coat of arms, the trusted confidant whispered. The Crowley family? Maggie's narrowed her eyes, pondering. This family. I don't seem to have heard much about it. Seeing Maggie's expression, the confidant knew his master had forgotten about this family, so he whispered, Have you forgotten? That beautiful woman, Jennifer. Magus's eyes flashed, and he said, It's her. That gorgeous widow? Instantly, Maggie's remembered the stunning lady he had seen at the ball, the one who had captivated him. Remember her family? Wasn't it severely suppressed by Alonso? How could they possibly have the strength to attack his own organization's stronghold? Maggie's asked again, Have you investigated who the Crowleys have been close to lately, or who they've been closely associated with? Yes, we're investigating. So far, we know that the Crowleys have a close relationship with Ryan. About 2 months ago, he became the Crowleys' guardian knight. Now that Ryan has become a baron, the servants and guards in his new mansion are all from the Crowleys. As for other information, we're still investigating. It won't be that fast. That's enough. Maggie's face darkened. All signs indicate that the newly appointed baron, Ryan, was the cause of the annihilation of the stronghold. Although he didn't yet know the specifics of how they had accomplished this, even with the Crowleys, their strength was far from sufficient. But having a clue was good. With some follow-up time, he should be able to investigate further. Now that the interrogation was over, Maggie's planned to return to his office. After all, Alonso was still there, awaiting his response. Seeing Maggie's rise, Wheeler's face lit up with anxiety. He said, Sir, you haven't said whether you can release me yet? Wheeler's words slowed Maggie's pace. He turned to his confidant and said, Then, as he wishes, release his soul. Soul release? Just as Wheeler was still pondering the meaning of these words, there was a sudden snap, a sharp pain in his neck. Then, he realized he could actually see the white wall behind him. Returning to his office, Maggie's naturally wouldn't honestly share the information with Alonso. Just then, in the hallway, he had already figured out how to maximize his profits. Upon entering, Maggie's feigned anger and demanded, Lord Alonso, that newly appointed Baron, Ryan, whom you asked us to kill last time, isn't that simple, is he? Because of your concealment, the organization has lost a peak knight, and several veteran knights. Huh? So you've already taken action? Was it Ryan alone who caused the loss, or were there others involved? Alonso was slightly taken aback, and spoke with a hint of awkwardness. Of course, he had concealed something. He hadn't mentioned that Beast Knight Giovanni had been injured by a strange druid. It wasn't that he truly hoped the rebellion would fail. Alonso simply didn't want them to raise their price. Besides, he had warned Maggie's before the operation, telling them to be careful. If anything went wrong, he wouldn't be to blame. Magnus observed Alonso for a moment, but didn't see the expression he'd expected. Then he changed the subject, saying, Whether Ryan is alone or with others, the organization can handle it. However, Lord Alonso, Ryan's strength far exceeds expectations, so the terms of our deal naturally need to be adjusted. Still in Maester County. In the underground hall, Giovanni, a slender knight carrying a sickle-like weapon, bowed slightly to the portly high priest. Master High Priest, I'm fully recovered. I heard from Merrill that the druid's last appearance in Goldhire was an accident. Indeed, Merrill has checked repeatedly, and there's no trace of the druid. It was likely just a coincidence. The portly high priest nodded. If that's the case, let me take on the task of killing that newly promoted knight, Ryan. Giovanni asked. Giovanni, are you sure you've fully recovered? Also, according to the latest news from Alonso, this Ryan is no longer a newly promoted knight, but a newly promoted Imperial Baron. What? Giovanni exclaimed, startled. Isn't it hard to believe? I didn't believe it at first, but after multiple verifications, it's true. Even Count Habsburg has met with this Ryan. In fact, continuing to fight Ryan now is no longer in our best interest, the officiant continued in a deep voice. Hearing the officiant's words hinting at resignation, Giovanni raised his brow and said solemnly, Master Officiant, the Black Flame Church's majesty cannot be challenged. Let me leave this matter to my subordinates. Well, the officiant fell silent. While continuing to eliminate Ryan was no longer in the church's best interests, the feelings of a trusted advisor needed to be considered. which put the high priest in a difficult position. At this moment, Meryl's voice rang from the underground hall's entrance. He said, "Master High Priest, we tracked down Ryan's whereabouts. He appears to have gone to Rosby County. Also, according to reliable sources, the appointment just issued today by Count Habsburg indicates that Ryan will return to Meister County within 5 days to assume the position of governor and sheriff of Fishing Harbor." After a moment, the high priest's deep voice rang out again. "Giovanni, I leave this matter to you. However, I hope you can minimize the impact of this incident." "As you command, Master Priest. I will do my best to take action before Ryan returns, and I will clean up any traces, absolutely not involving the guild." Giovanni smiled and saluted, touching his chest. He knew the Master Priest had been persuaded by him. Indeed, killing a recently crowned imperial baron would have a disastrous impact, and he feared the imperial authorities would conduct a thorough investigation. However, he had been seriously injured because of Ryan, and this grudge was unavoidable. On a beach not far from Marchman Fishing Harbor, a massive scaled bearded iron-back turtle lay in a pool of blood. A man was using a two-handed sword to cut open the giant turtle's carcass, seemingly attempting to extract something. At that moment, a cylindrical object suddenly rolled out of the turtle's body. "Huh? What is this? A message in a bottle?" Ryan saw a brown bottle fall out of the turtle's body. Judging from the material, it seemed to be made of glass, a rare material these days, which intrigued him. Aiming it towards the sunlight, Ryan examined it carefully and discovered something resembling a piece of paper inside. After some thought, Ryan carefully uncorked the bottle. Sure enough, it was a message in a bottle. The object inside wasn't paper, but rather a parchment scroll. Why does it feel so familiar? This texture. Instantly, a flash of inspiration struck Ryan, and he quickly pulled the small tin box from his pocket and compared it. This turned out to be Pirate King Vicente Sanborn's 1/4 treasure map, the one related to the fireball spell. Could this scaled iron-backed turtle be connected to the Pirate King in some way? That's certainly possible. After all, turtles are known for their longevity. But this was still an extremely low probability event, and Ryan felt he had to thank Lady Luck. However, this made him anxious. Before, it was only half, which was fine, but now he had 3/4. This made Ryan eager to find the remaining quarter of the treasure map. But this thing seemed a bit rare, and Ryan thought about it and couldn't help but sigh. Ryan lit a bonfire and began to process the materials related to the scaled whiskered iron-backed turtle. Meanwhile, he pondered the prerequisites for the weapon master class change. Among them, the second, third, and fourth prerequisites. Second, physical limit breakthrough reach 100%. Third, any breathing technique level 9 or higher. Fourth, strength 20 or higher, agility 20 or higher, constitution 20 or higher. For him, it could be said that he was nearly complete or already accomplished, without any difficulty at all. As for the fifth prerequisite, high-level potion, behemoth essence, while a bit more involved, he already had the raw materials for 2 behemoth hearts. After returning to the county capital, this shouldn't be difficult to resolve through the quartermaster's office. At the very least, contacting the Imperial Army through Hamilton shouldn't be a major problem. The most challenging part now was the first requirement. 1. Any 3 supernatural combat skills of different weapon types at level 10 or higher. In other words, before he could obtain the high-level potion, Behemoth Essence, it would be best if he could accumulate enough skill points to upgrade all 3 supernatural combat skills to level 10. This was the most urgent matter. Ryan glanced at his stats panel. He had only 1 skill point remaining, and both Giant Bear Swordsmanship and Talker Hammersmanship were at level 7, leaving him with a gap of 5 skill points. With 5 points, this shouldn't be a big problem. Ryan glanced at his Armorsmith level 1, 17 out of 100. With the Crowley family's help in collecting materials, upgrading shouldn't take long. Gathering 4 or 5 skill points shouldn't be a problem. The key lies in the third combat skill. Imperial Swordsmanship is only level 3, 122 to 500, and Shield Defense and Archery are also level 3. Even if he diligently trains day and night after returning, he can only reach level 5 at most due to time constraints. That still leaves him with a 5-point skill point gap. Ryan frowned, seemingly unable to come up with a good solution. At that moment, the sound of flapping wings rang out. A blue-capped dove suddenly descended from the sky, landing beside the pigeon cage on the brown horse, and engaging in intimate conversation with another blue-helmeted dove. Blue-helmeted dove. Ryan's pupil shrank, and he immediately stood up and walked over. Before leaving, Ryan had told the beautiful woman that if she encountered any trouble, she could contact him using the blue-helmeted dove. Chapter 188. Ryan removed a small wooden cylinder, about the thickness of a thumb, from the leg of the blue-helmeted pigeon. He uncorked it, and revealed a note from the Crowley family. Baron Norman has challenged you to a bloody duel today. It is understood that he has also simultaneously submitted a request to Count Habsburg. Reliable sources indicate that he has taken a secret medicine and has regained his strength. He appears to have the potential to challenge the Grand Knight, unconfirmed. Please carefully consider whether to return to Meister in the near future. Jennifer. After reading the beautiful woman's letter, Ryan's first reaction was relief. Fortunately, nothing happened to my family or Jennifer herself. Bloody duel? Ryan murmured thoughtfully. He had learned the term after being granted baronship. It was generally used to resolve irreconcilable conflicts between nobles, and could be categorized as either a normal duel or a bloody duel. In a normal duel, there's the concept of surrender, but in a bloody duel, the word bloody carries so much meaning. There's no surrender, and the fight ends only when one side dies. If normal duels can be seen from time to time, bloody duels are much rarer. In places like Meister County, it's not uncommon to not see a bloody duel for a year or two. But then, Ryan was puzzled again. Where did this Norman Baron come from? He was familiar with the name, but he couldn't immediately recall where he'd heard it. Ryan pondered for a few seconds, his eyes lighting up. He remembered. A few months ago, while practicing giant bear swordsmanship in the dense forest outside his home in Goldhire, he was attacked by a middle-aged man wielding a sword. There was something the other person said that still left a deep impression on him. Ryan still remembered the exact words. I'm giving you a chance. If you're willing to pledge allegiance to the Norman family, it will be the best decision of your life. Yes, that was it. And the way the other person spoke these words was so condescending. His words of enticement clearly sounded like charity. At the time, he thought they were from some noble family, but it turned out to be Dennis's family. So, this Baron Norman was Dennis's father. But was his hatred for him really that deep? Ryan was puzzled. At most, he and Claire had had some contact. Was this enough for a Baron father to stand up for his son and engage in a bloody duel with him? Ryan thought it was ridiculous. In my past life, I've always heard that loving mothers often spoil their children. Is this the case with loving fathers? Ryan shook his head, speechless. Wait! Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Ryan. It was him. He remembered. After Adams, the third-level wizard apprentice, attacked him, the young clerk in Adams' shop said, a middle-aged man came in shortly thereafter, and Adams dismissed him. Therefore, the details of their conversation and the middle-aged man's identity are unclear, but Adams disappeared after the middle-aged man arrived. Afterwards, the night watch captain, the short man Mateo, gave him a portrait of the middle-aged man based on the young clerk's memory. Ryan pulled the thin parchment scroll from his pocket. As he examined it more closely, the middle-aged man looked increasingly familiar. He clearly bore an 80% to 90% resemblance to Dennis. So this middle-aged man is Baron Norman. It was he who hired or solicited Adams to attack and kill me. Ryan had always felt that the middle-aged man's appearance seemed vaguely familiar, but he couldn't immediately pinpoint the source of this familiarity. Now, the truth is revealed. After realizing this, Ryan couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He's been trying to kill me time and again, just because of a petty jealousy over his son's affections. If I weren't so strong, I'd be covered in weeds. Another bloody duel this time. Are you sure you defeat me? But this Baron Norman must be quite powerful. Although Jennifer isn't entirely sure, if he truly has the strength to challenge the Grand Knight, then he's at least as strong as me. Interesting. Ryan wasn't afraid. One of the most important things he'd learned from Master Gunther's training was faith. If a great swordsman possesses an unwavering faith in his sword's ability to slash through anything, then Ryan is slowly realizing that a firm belief in one's ability to defeat a powerful foe is also a powerful aid. Don't worry, we arrive in Meister on time in 4 days. While ensuring safety, gather information on Baron Norman. Also, take care of my family's feelings. Ryan. After a moment's thought, Ryan quickly wrote a reply with a quill, placed it in a small tube, and tied it to the blue-helmeted pigeon. With the sound of its wings flapping, the blue-helmeted pigeon soared into the northern sky like an arrow from a bow. Thinking back to himself, Ryan began cutting the scaled iron-back turtle shell into large pieces. After briefly roasting them over the campfire, he stacked them up. These ridged shells were thick, hard, and heavy, making them excellent shield material. Even for Ryan, cutting them apart was a struggle. Furthermore, the scaled iron-back turtle's massive, sand dune-like carcass could be easily processed to yield 1 or 2 tons of ferocious flesh. The meat of such a large, ferocious beast was of such high quality that it would be a shame to discard it. After some thought, Ryan had come up with a solution. It's better to give it to Haas than to squander it. Besides, it seems I won't have time to go to Rosby City this time. I was hoping to visit Evelyn and Major Marika. Right now, we have to wait. At the same time, Ryan recalled the feeling of gripping the hammer when his talker hammer skill had just reached level 7. This must have transcended the mastery level, reaching a higher realm. But he also knew that this was largely dependent on the hammer specialization at level 3. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for a level 7 giant bear sword skill to still be at the mastery level, while a level 7 talker hammer skill would have entered the next realm. Ryan vaguely heard Master Gunther mention that the level after mastery was master. However, his barely reaching that level through hammer specialization was at most a half-step master, a difference from a true master. At this moment, Ryan suddenly remembered that because of the sudden appearance of the message in the bottle and his subsequent preoccupation with the scaled ironback turtle's heart, he hadn't bothered to check the system notification. Your talker hammer skill has been upgraded, adding 1336 experience points. You have fought a battle, and your knight, superb, experience points have increased by 379. After this battle, your knight, superb, skill has reached level 5, 597/2000, and your talker hammer skill has been upgraded to level 7, 1690/5000. Only one skill point remains, and the remaining 3 attribute points remain unused. Ryan quickly finished processing the tortoise shells, and rode south a short distance back to Larchmont Fishing Port. He found 2 honest-looking townspeople, gave them a silver coin, and delivered a message to Haas. The problem has been solved. Go to the beach at the estuary to collect the spoils. Bring more people with you. Oh, and find a caravan to send the tortoise shells to me sometime. Ryan. The shells of these scale-whiskered ironbacks were incredibly heavy, so Ryan planned to have Haas find a caravan to transport them. After doing all this, Ryan mounted his tall black horse and galloped towards Maester County, Larchmont Fishing Port, in front of Haas's home. A message from Ryan? To go to the beach at the estuary? Haas was initially confused. But when Haas heard the messenger say, "Find a caravan to send the tortoise shell to me sometime," Haas's eyes suddenly widened. A flash of lightning flashed through his mind. He opened his mouth slightly and muttered to himself, "Could it be? Impossible, impossible." Haas's younger brother, standing nearby, looked up at his older brother in confusion. Haas, who rarely lost his composure like this, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother, what's impossible? Let's talk about it when we get back." As soon as he finished speaking, Haas, still recovering from his injuries, rushed out. As soon as he reached the street, he shouted to the 2 patrolling security guards, "Jeremy, get 10 men and follow me." Half an hour later, when Haas, along with several security guards and night watchmen, arrived at the beach near the estuary, a number of raptors were already tearing at the bloody heap of flesh. Everyone stared at the scene in horror. Isn't that the scaled ironback turtle, whose power rivaled that of a great knight? Although its shell had been peeled off, it was immediately recognizable. And then, everyone cheered, because they knew the trouble plaguing Larchmont Fishing Port had been resolved. Haas muttered to himself, "How could Ryan be so strong? Isn't he just a little stronger than me?" He only received a good rating in the assessment. Suddenly, Haas realized something, and his eyes lit up. "It seems like I've made all this up in my head. Thinking about it, it seems Ryan has never directly answered these questions." At the training grounds of the Marine House Inn in Rosby City, Ryan politely declined my suggestion of a challenge. Later, when I asked him after the inauguration assessment was over, "Now it seems I've made an incredible friend. To be able to kill a scaled ironback turtle, comparable to a grand knight, what kind of strength does that require? Besides, Ryan is still so young. Captain Haas, I think you should come take a look at this," a security guard said with a slightly awkward expression. Haas walked over and saw a pile of thick, cut turtle shells neatly arranged to the side. Ryan had indeed given Haas a message, but the security guards didn't know yet. They had assumed some other powerful, ferocious beast had killed the scale-whiskered ironback turtle, but now it seemed that was not the case, because beasts don't cut and neatly arrange their shells. So, for a moment, no one knew what to do with this mountain of flesh and the precious shell. According to tradition, whoever killed the turtle owned and distributed the spoils. But upon seeing the neatly cut, iconic shell of the scale-whiskered ironback turtle, Haas immediately realized what Ryan had meant by asking a caravan to deliver the shells to him. "Ha ha, that's right. It's Ryan." Haas laughed. with both pieces of evidence corroborating, Haas no longer had any doubts. At the same time, he understood that Ryan had asked him to send him the tortoise shell, but hadn't mentioned anything about the ferocious beast's meat. Clearly, Ryan intended to leave the carcass of the scale-bearded iron-backed turtle entirely to him. Haas was instantly excited. This was a tremendous treasure for him. Mice County City. Not long after Alonso returned to the mansion from prison, the butler Michel came in with a smile, reporting, "Baron, I think you should take a look at this." Michel respectfully handed Alonso a thin document. "Oh!" Alonso saw Michel's smile, and knew that the document must contain some good news. Sure enough, after taking the document and briefly looking through it, Alonso quickly laughed and asked, "Is this news true?" "It's been verified, and it's true. My lord, according to the news, Baron Norman is determined to engage Ryan in a bloody duel." After submitting the bloody duel letter to Ryan's new residence, Baron Norman immediately submitted a bloody duel request to your father, Count Habsburg. Hearing this, Alonso's smile faded. What did my father say? After receiving the bloody duel request, the Count originally wanted to persuade Baron Norman to give up the duel, but Baron Norman politely declined. Michel smiled and said, "Huh? Baron Norman won't even give my father face?" Alonso was stunned when he heard this. "You know, this situation is extremely rare." It's said that Baron Norman has returned to peak strength and has been preparing the tools to break through to Grand Knight these past few days. He's likely planning to attempt this breakthrough after his duel with Ryan. If he breaks through, Baron Norman will likely be promoted or even serve in the Imperial Navy again, Michel explained. Alonso nodded, understanding. So that's what Norman was planning. No wonder he didn't even bother to save his father's face. Ha ha! How interesting. Alonso suddenly laughed. When did this Ryan have such a deep grudge against Baron Norman? If I had known this, I wouldn't have wasted so much time with Magus. Alonso was well aware of Baron Norman's background. He was a retired Imperial Navy veteran with extensive combat experience. If he hadn't suffered an injury that never fully healed, he would have had a chance to break through to Grand Knight and earn the rank of Rear Admiral in the Imperial Navy. But now, several years ago, he had returned from retirement as a naval captain. By the way, Michel, take 3 bottles of divine blood and give them to Baron Norman as a token of my appreciation, Alonso said after a moment's thought. As you command, sir. Michel bowed and slowly left the room. However, Michel, the butler, who had just left, suddenly returned with a strange expression on his face. This puzzled Alonso, and he asked, "Anything else?" "Your Excellency, Lord Merrill has sent a secret letter stating that Beast Knight Giovanni has recovered from his injuries, and stated that he will seek an opportunity to kill Ryan in the next few days." Alonso's expression suddenly grew strange upon hearing this news, and then he burst into a half-uncontrollable laugh. "Since my return, I've been bombarded with good news." Alonso thought to himself. This Ryan is such a hot commodity. He's on the Black Flame Church's must-kill list and Baron Norman's dual target. I wonder who killed him, Michel. What do you think? Ha ha ha. This time, even Lady Luck can't protect him, Butler Michel chimed in with a laugh. That's right, even Lady Luck can't protect him. Besides these two, there's one last safety net, Alonso said with conviction. This made Butler Michel glance at his master with a puzzled expression. These two are already nearing the pinnacle of Meister County's combat prowess. Could someone even stronger be about to strike? Beast Knight Giovanni, as the president of the Wilderness Brotherhood, is a peak knight, but he possesses a unique beast-like skill. When he unleashes his full power, even a great knight can withstand a few blows. Baron Norman, now restored to peak strength, may be even more powerful. His long career in the Navy has given him extensive combat experience. Furthermore, it's said that after his bloody duel with Ryan, he intended to attack the Grand Knight, and he must be on the verge of a breakthrough. But the Baron has also invited a third person as a backup to deal with Ryan? Is his strength even greater than the two of them? This made Michel's face froze for a moment. Could it be that a Grand Knight-level warrior truly intends to attack Ryan directly? Then, no matter how talented Ryan is, he's doomed this time. Also in Meister County. In a study in the Crowley family mansion. The beautiful woman Jennifer, wearing a one-shoulder lavender dress embellished with delicate gold lace, sat behind her desk, her waist straight and her posture elegant. Jenny, is there any news from Ryan? The beautiful woman asked her daughter anxiously, her brow furrowed. Not yet, mother. Don't worry yet. Jenny felt a pang of bitterness at seeing her mother so worried about Ryan. Ryan had never imagined he'd become her mother's man. However, she quickly regained her composure and offered comfort. You know Lord Ryan's strength. He was already formidable, and now that he's gone on training, he'd likely become even stronger. So, I don't think this Baron Norman is necessarily Lord Ryan's match. Even after hearing her daughter's reassurance, the worry between her brows remained. She shook her head and said, "It's different. This opponent is unlike any other Ryan has faced before. Baron Norman is of the same generation as your father. He's very powerful, and had the potential to reach the rank of Grand Knight in his youth. However, he was severely injured in a battle while serving in the Navy, and even after recovering, he still had a hidden injury, which prevented him from reaching the rank of Grand Knight and forced him to retire. Now, through the help of some rare secret elixir, he has returned to his peak strength. I'm afraid Ryan has never encountered such a seasoned and powerful opponent before," the beautiful woman explained with a worried look on her face. Hearing her mother's explanation, Ginny couldn't help but frown slightly. "Mother, why did Baron Norman challenge Lord Ryan to a bloody duel?" Ginny's attempts to comfort her were futile, so she tried to change the subject. Besides, she had been wanting to ask this question for a while. Baron Norman, being of the same age as her father, logically speaking, they would have had little interaction. Why would he suddenly challenge him to a duel? Fortunately, the guards at Ryan's new mansion were all from her family. They immediately realized the gravity of the situation and reported it to her mother. Ryan's parents and sister were still unaware of the news. She discussed it with her mother, and felt that informing them would only increase their worries. Of course, Ryan ultimately had to make the final decision on this matter. "I'm not entirely sure of the details, but I sent someone to investigate. They say the matter is irreconcilable." Baron Norman, while issuing the challenge to Ryan, also applied to and reported to Count Habsburg. Also, I heard that he directly declined the Count's offer. In other words, they were determined from the start to refuse any mediation and to carry on with this bloody duel. Ginny was at a loss for words. How could such a deep hatred exist between these two barons, at least a generation apart in age? "Mother, is this Baron Norman currently a peak knight? Have you investigated?" "Yes, he can be considered a peak knight, but not much different from a Grand Knight. I bribed a servant of the Norman family and learned that they seem to be preparing to attack the Grand Knight these past few days and are currently preparing the necessary supplies. I'm not sure of the exact time yet," the beautiful woman added. "Ah? What if they succeed?" Hearing this, Ginny couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands and exclaimed. This made her worry. After all, this is a Grand Knight. Among dozens of official knights, it's rare to find a Grand Knight. A Grand Knight is a very important figure in both the imperial military and the administrative agencies. 3 days later. After crossing this forest, Ryan would reach Meister County in just over half a day. At this moment, scattered throughout the dense forest along the trail, a number of people were working in pairs, seemingly observing and searching for something. "Look! Haji, is this the man the Wilderness Brotherhood asked us to keep an eye on?" A thin, middle-aged man said to his partner. "That must be him. Black horse, carrying 2 weapons, a great sword and a 2-handed warhammer, they match. This must be him. Quick, report," the middle-aged man named Haji said, his face bright with joy. Ryan had already sensed the scrutiny he was receiving. Since entering the forest, the constant scrutiny had intensified. He knew they would soon make a move. Sure enough, a large group of men dressed as mercenaries appeared not far ahead, armed with a variety of weapons, blocking his path. He slowly stopped on his horse. However, Ryan merely glanced at them, and never looked back, instead focusing his gaze on a tall carriage behind them. Although Ryan's vision couldn't penetrate the carriage, his level 3 danger sense gave him a subtle warning. He knew the real deal was inside, and the group outside were just scum. Inside the carriage sat a tall, thin figure in a suit of gray knight plate armor. Even seated, he stood nearly 1.9 meters tall, his knight's helmet almost touching the roof of the carriage. Lying flat on his knees was an extremely strange long-handled weapon, resembling an elongated sickle, its handle about a meter long, and its blade a full meter long. Outside the carriage, a burly bearded man peered through the small window and said, "President Xiao, if you kill this guy, will you really get a reward of 2,000 imperial gold coins?" As the man asked, he glanced sideways at Ryan's youthful face, his eyes gleaming with a desire for money. "Huh? Captain Sim, are you interested in a try? Of course, if your wild wolf bandits can take him down, 2,000 imperial gold coins, not a cent less." Giovanni's face, hidden beneath his armor, revealed a meaningful smile. Having someone to spearhead the charge was naturally a welcome development. "President Xiao, don't worry. Leave it to us," the bearded man said confidently, patting his chest. Chapter 189. The bearded man, wielding a knight's long sword, raised his arm and shouted, "Go kill him!" As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. As a rare veteran knight, the bearded man was considered one of the most powerful bandits in the Wolf Hills area. His bandit group was named after the Wolf Hills, a testament to his confidence and ambition. With money, he could expand his team and improve his weaponry. Furthermore, completing this mission would deepen cooperation with the Wild Brotherhood, killing two birds with one stone. The bearded man was naturally very interested. Seeing their leader leading the charge, the morale of the 20 or so men dressed like mercenaries instantly soared. Their faces flushed, and they roared excitedly as they charged towards Ryan. Several crossbow bolts were launched at Ryan before anyone else. Facing the charge, Ryan drew his great sword, his gaze still fixed straight ahead. With a slight jerk, his figure shifted twice, dodging the incoming crossbow bolts. "Go! Kill him!" Several wild wolf bandit leaders froze, seemingly realizing the tough opponent before them. However, relying on their superior numbers, they continued to roar and swing their weapons at Ryan. Suddenly, Ryan's chest suddenly swelled, inflating like a frog's croaking. Most strikingly, his bulging neck was as if a steam-powered locomotive were hidden within his chest, its surging, high-temperature air unable to be contained, ready to burst forth from his bulging neck. Sure enough, the next second, a massive blast of air, like a train whistle, roared out from Ryan's gaping mouth. Roar! A roar far louder than all their roars combined rang out. The charging wild wolf bandits were horrified, their faces aching with fear. They cried out inwardly, "Oh no!" and hurriedly tried to halt their charge, but the thought had barely formed before the massive sonic attack was already bearing down on them. Facing a sonic attack, dodging it would require retreating faster than the speed of sound. But that was clearly impossible for the bandits. Suddenly, a loud bang exploded in the bandits' ears, causing most to lose their sight, and some even rolled their eyes. Their eyes rolled back, their minds completely blank. The skin on their faces was stretched, trembling, and deformed repeatedly by the subsequent shockwaves. Screams followed one after another. "Ah! Ah!" In the seconds following the deafening explosion, most of the bandits covered their ears with their hands, expressions of agony. Even now, their ears and brains were still buzzing, unable to calm down for a long time. Even Giovanni, in the carriage, frowned and muttered, "Sonic attack, not a bad move." Strangely, the screams in the arena gradually became less frequent. A gray figure, wielding a great sword, weaved through the ranks of over 20 bandits, like a high-speed sewing machine needle. The sound of air slicing through the air was endless. A few seconds later, not a single member of the Wild Wolf bandit gang could stand. Including their leader, the burly bearded man, they had all been cut into several pieces, lying dead on the spot. Ryan shook the shimmering greatsword in his hand, shaking off the crimson bloodstains. His gaze remained fixed on the tall carriage, unmoving. As for why he unleashed his ultimate move, Roaring Strike, right at the start, it was precisely because of this. With experts watching closely from the side, the longer a frontal battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be. Furthermore, there was the possibility of a surprise attack at any moment. "Paw, paw, paw!" Clear applause echoed from the carriage. "Very impressive strength. I originally thought you'd be at least slightly injured, but it seems I underestimated your ability. However, it won't matter much. Your fate won't change." Accompanied by a deep voice, a thin, slender knight, at least 2 meters and 2 inches tall, wielding a strange, sickle-like weapon, slowly emerged from the carriage. Ryan's eyes narrowed, fixating on the man. It seemed this was today's main antagonist. 3 matte black flames blazed brightly on the opponent's gray knight's breastplate, instantly reminding Ryan of the black flame monks he'd slain before. 3 black flames? Seems to be some prominent figure within the black flame cult, Ryan thought to himself. Also, judging by his aura, he could roughly tell he wasn't a great knight. Furthermore, his level 3 danger sense warning wasn't so strong he couldn't withstand it. This gave Ryan some peace of mind. Perhaps, if he hadn't trained with Master Gunther, his strength might have been significantly inferior to his opponent's, but now, his strength was probably on par with his own. Of course, the other party most likely had a trump card. But didn't he have one himself? Giovanni felt slightly bored by Ryan's calm expression. He shook his head and said, "I enjoy the frenzy and screams of my prey before death. You're too calm. I don't like that. Or you don't think you can escape this time, do you? Last time, if it weren't for that Drew. Never mind, let's not talk about that." As if thinking of the previous encounter, Giovanni's face under his helmet changed, and he stopped talking immediately. Ryan understood. He had never seen this guy before him, but he mentioned last time Drew? Was he a druid? So, it seems that at some point in the past, Anna's aunt, the elf lady, had repelled the other party? Ryan guessed so. Are you from the Black Flame cult? Ryan asked for the first time. Huh? You're not stupid, you figured that out. But I don't have much time for small talk. Although this place is remote, caravans pass through from time to time. It wouldn't be nice to see a baron like you die at my hands. I promised the high priest that I would make you, the newly minted baron, disappear without a trace. As soon as he finished speaking, Giovanni swung the strange-shaped sickle in his hand, as if about to attack, but then stopped, intrigued by what Ryan said next. Actually, I'm very happy to have met you today, Ryan said calmly, his eyelids lowered. Oh! Why is that? Hearing Ryan's unexpected answer, Giovanni paused and asked curiously. I just learned something, and have been wanting to find a good opponent. But all I've encountered so far are ferocious beasts, and I always felt a little off. So, I'm really happy to meet you. As he spoke, Ryan raised his head, his gaze blazing. Giovanni, however, felt uncomfortable. Ryan's gaze made it seem as if he were the prey, and he was the hunter. Ha! I didn't expect a newly minted baron, like you were such a boaster. Now you can die. As punishment, I make your death even more painful. Suddenly, black flames swirled across Giovanni's armor, enveloping him like black vines. Simultaneously, a stream of black flames wrapped around his strangely shaped sickle like a chain. Ryan's eyes narrowed. This was the first time he had seen such a technique. It seemed to both increase defense and attach itself to weapons to increase attack power. This must be some kind of black flame cult sorcery, even more powerful than the black flame fireball. But you have sorcery, and I have witchcraft too, Ryan thought to himself. High temperature force field. Ryan muttered the incantation silently, and soon, a spherical wave of high temperature energy surrounded his body. Huh? Although the high temperature force field was colorless and intangible, the energy fluctuations from Ryan still startled Giovanni slightly. Interesting, haha. I didn't expect you could even practice witchcraft. Now killing you will be even more fun. Whoosh! Giovanni tapped his toe, and the ground exploded. And with a sharp sound, he pierced the air, crashing directly into Ryan. So fast! Ryan's pupil shrank, and he immediately swung his sword to block. Giovanni, now with a look of disdain on his face, swiftly slashed at Ryan's neck with the strange-shaped sickle in his hand. This was because Ryan's speed, as displayed in the previous battle, was too slow. He would definitely not be able to withstand his attack. Even if he hadn't activated his limit-breaking technique, how much would it increase his speed? 70%? Or 80%? It wouldn't change the outcome at all. But strangely, Ryan's speed suddenly increased by nearly double, and he accurately blocked his attack. Dang! Sparks flew. Giovanni, whose attack had failed to land, retreated several meters and said in a deep voice, 90%? It turned out that Ryan had just activated his limit-breaking technique instantly. Ryan understood what he meant. He was surprised at how high his limit-breaking technique was, reaching 90%. But the battle had already begun, and only a fool would pay attention to such inquiries. Ryan ignored him, seizing the moment his opponent's momentum stalled and swiftly launched a counterattack. Ding ding clang clang. Both men moved with incredible speed, like two puffs of smoke, drifting back and forth along the path, a constant stream of sparks and piercing clashes. Sometimes, when the two fought beyond the path's boundaries and into the adjacent forest, the trees suffered. Bowl-sized trees were often chopped down by the two in a split second, the crashing of falling trees echoing incessantly. Ryan discovered that his high-temperature force field sorcery wasn't working as intended. Apparently, the black flames entwined like vines around the opponent's body were blocking his sorcery's damage. When Giovanni saw Ryan's speed nearly double after using Limit Break, he knew that his ability to repeatedly escape the church's attacks was a testament to his true skill. He wasn't just boasting. Although his speed was even faster than Ryan's at that moment, he couldn't easily defeat him like a cat playing with a mouse. However, this only made Giovanni feel a surge of excitement. The thrill of slaying a genius was naturally far greater than that of an ordinary expert. Swish! Giovanni's speed suddenly increased several times. This indicated that he had activated his extraordinary ability. Swish! The opponent's strangely shaped, long-handled scythe suddenly sped up, moving so fast that it was almost invisible. Despite his best efforts to dodge, Ryan was still sent flying by the scythe. TSK, at your age, you've already raised your break limit to over 90%. Truly a rare knightly genius. But I still say the same thing, your fate won't change. Giovanni quipped, gazing at Ryan. Ryan retreated 3 steps before abruptly standing still. He glanced down at his chest. A deep scratch had appeared on the chrome iron breastplate, the chrome iron plate now completely ripped apart. If it weren't for his level 3 transcendental ability, Iron Skin, protecting him, he would have been injured. The opponent's long-handled, oddly shaped scythe was no ordinary item. Enhanced by the strange black flames, it was incredibly lethal. The chrome iron breastplate was no more effective than a piece of thick paper against the opponent's weapon. Furthermore, the opponent was a speed-oriented knight. And this wasn't just any speed-type knight. Although the opponent wore greaves on his calves, the length and tight fit of his calves made it clear to Ryan that his Achilles tendons were incredibly slender, even slender and stronger than those of Usain Bolt, the 100-meter sprinter of his past. Now it seemed he was indeed incredibly fast. Thinking for a moment, Ryan pried open the damaged knight's breastplate and tossed it to the ground with a thud. He then removed the leg armor and other items. Giovanni, on the other hand, looked at Ryan with a confident, yet condescending expression. After a moment, he seemed to grasp something and said, "Interesting. You don't think you can catch up to me just by taking off this 100-pound knight's plate armor, do you? That's a wild thought, but if I give you even a single scythe, without the knight's plate armor protecting you, your flesh will snap in two." Seeing Ryan so amused, Giovanni, with a look of "come on, I see your performance," watched him with interest, but didn't rush to attack. Sure enough, even after removing the chrome armor, Ryan didn't stop there. He slammed the shimmering greatsword into the ground and pulled out his pig-headed hammer. For Ryan now, with the blessing of Hammer Mastery Level 3, the hammer is his #1 weapon. However, Giovanni didn't know this. He shook his head and said, "If you're trying to save weight, then this hammer in your hand is obviously heavier than this sword. I don't know what you're thinking. But after shedding over 100 pounds of knight's plate armor, and setting down the 70 or 80-pound shimmering greatsword, Ryan, holding the pig-headed hammer, felt an indescribable sense of relief. He felt as if he were floating in the air, as if with a powerful leap he could fly. Swish! A figure wielding a hammer shot towards Giovanni. Ryan's speed had clearly increased by over 20%. Giovanni smirked, and with a whoosh, his figure vanished from the spot. Dang! The next moment, his laughter vanished. As his strange sickle and Ryan's hammer collided, a surge of concussion surged through him, catching him off guard and causing him to pause slightly. Ryan then launched a barrage of hammer attacks, like a hailstorm, pounding Giovanni. The hammer slammed. Strike! Strike again! The hammer leaped. The hammer swept across. Dang, ding, ding! Although Giovanni's strange sickle was no ordinary item, and remained undamaged, the concussion caused Giovanni to pause slightly with each blow. This nearly completely destroyed his original speed advantage, and Ryan's relentless onslaught left Giovanni unable to mount a counterattack, forcing him to constantly parry and block. Bang! Finally, Giovanni was vulnerable, and Ryan struck him in the chest. Although the opponent was protected by the black flames, and his rapid retreat mitigated much of the force, the blow still cracked his breastplate and forced him back more than a dozen steps. Sizzle! Giovanni's slender legs dragged 2 long grooves in the ground before he finally managed to stand still. Enough. It's over. Giovanni removed his helmet, revealing a slightly angry and red face. Although he had already overestimated Ryan, he hadn't expected that. In addition to mastering the two-handed greatsword, Ryan's use of the two-handed warhammer was even more impressive, practically surpassing mastery. This was simply incomprehensible to him. Even if Ryan had been practicing hammer and sword techniques since he was 1 year old, he couldn't possibly have mastered both weapons to his current level. If this was a natural talent, it was incredible. Giovanni also realized this. If he didn't use his ultimate move, he might not be able to defeat Ryan, as he was exhausted. Because he had already activated both the limit break and transcendent traits, his physical exertion was even greater than that of Ryan, who had only activated the limit break. The next second, he roared. Beast transformation. Giovanni's form began to undergo a drastic transformation. Hair began to grow rapidly across his body like wildfire, his face twisted and deformed, his upper and lower jaws rapidly protruding, sharp canine fangs suddenly thrusting out, and his hands transformed into claws, but he still held the strange sickle. Hiss! Wolverine transforms? Ryan was surprised and a little excited. This was the first time he had encountered an enemy capable of transformation. Now, you can return to the goddess's embrace with peace of mind. Giovanni, now a wolf, spoke with measured precision. Whoosh! The opponent's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. The next second, a clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed from where Ryan stood. Ryan was struck hard by the opponent, being knocked back over 10 meters. It turned out that after the opponent's beastly transformation, his speed and strength had increased even further, reaching a level that was difficult for ordinary people to detect with the naked eye. Although Ryan's dynamic vision was strong, and he could still detect his opponent, his reaction speed was still a bit slow, so he was at a slight disadvantage just now. You don't stand a chance now. Ding ding dang dang. Although Ryan was also extremely fast, he was still somewhat inferior to Giovanni after his beast transformation. From a close distance, Ryan's figure was erratic, but he could still be barely discerned as a human. However, Giovanni's words were completely indistinct, and only his incessant chatter could be heard. The entire battle scene gave those watching a strange feeling, as if Ryan were battling something indistinct and blurry around him. Every second, sparks of metal clashing and the piercing sound of collisions echoed around Ryan. But he couldn't see who Ryan's enemy was. Too slow. Too slow. Ryan, you're too slow. Ha ha, so slow, you're going to die right here. Giovanni laughed wildly. Ryan's heart remained calm. Listening to Giovanni's unbridled laughter, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Looks like I just have to increase my agility. Originally, I was thinking of saving my spirit to complete the visualization of all 24 will runes in the basic meditation technique in one fell swoop. What a shame! The moment Ryan looked up at Giovanni, the remaining attribute points on his dashboard suddenly dropped from 3 to 2, while his agility soared from 19 to 20. Now, his agility has reached the 20 mark. At the same time, Ryan's 3 basic attributes, strength, agility, and vitality, also meet the prerequisite for the Weapon Master, Legendary, Job Advancement. Each attribute must be at or above 20. Instantly, Ryan felt the tingling and numbness in his muscles, which had been gradually weakening, vanish. His entire physical condition suddenly returned to peak condition. Furthermore, the slight increase in speed and visual movement brought by his increased agility allowed Ryan to keep up with his opponent's offensive rhythm. Perhaps he was still a little slower, but the gap had narrowed significantly. At this point, the two sides had been engaged in fierce fighting for 3 or 4 minutes, and any subtle changes in either side's movements were quickly perceived by the other. Soon, Giovanni sensed something was amiss. Because from the moment he started, Ryan's hammer swings had become unusually steady, his hand perfectly steady, as if he had just begun the fight, completely undepleted of his energy. But what was going on? Giovanni, caught in the frenzy of the battle, could not focus on the details, and could only make rough guesses. Could it be that Ryan had been hiding his abilities all along? No! That was absolutely impossible. Then, there was only one other possibility. This was one of Ryan's knightly talents, some kind of extraordinary physical strength, or perhaps endurance. But this Ryan's talent was too good. He was proficient in swordsmanship, and almost beyond proficient in hammering, plus he had a special physical strength. Giovanni felt his understanding of genius had been refreshed. But soon, he noticed something even more astonishing and puzzling. Because he noticed that Ryan's speed seemed to have increased. Although it was only a slight increase, probably less than half a tenth. But his perception was correct. The other party's speed had indeed increased. What? If his stamina was unusually enduring, I could understand it, but why was his speed increasing? Giovanni felt his brain was running out of steam. Could it be that he was expending too much energy, slowing down, and so, relatively speaking, he was giving the illusion that Ryan's speed had increased? Yes. Only this explanation made sense. Giovanni's heart was in turmoil, and Ryan, his opponent, sensed it immediately. Ryan's faith was incredibly strong at that moment. What a great opportunity! The next second, Ryan silently chanted Giant Strength Level 3 Power Burst. Instantly, Ryan felt a surge of heat surge through his heart, causing his blood to accelerate, veins to bulge, and muscles to bulge. His entire body suddenly expanded. Ryan raised the indestructible force in his hand high in the air and, with lightning speed, slammed it down on Giovanni from top to bottom. Not good. Faced with Ryan's full-strength attack, even Giovanni, transformed into a werewolf and capable of a great knight, would have had no choice but to retreat, not resist. Giovanni's heart throbbed, as the dark hammerhead narrowly missed his nose by 20 or 30 centimeters. Missed. Just when Giovanni thought he had escaped Ryan's attack range, Ryan's hammer slammed heavily onto the ground less than half a meter in front of him. Giovanni stared in astonishment. Boom! Instantly, an incredibly powerful shockwave, centered in a fan-shaped pattern with the hammer's head as its apex, swept towards Giovanni with lightning speed. Earth-shattering hammer. Chapter 190. Half a minute ago, a carriage escorted by several knights happened to turn a corner in the winding forest path, allowing them to witness the full force of Ryan's hammer. The knights' expressions changed drastically upon witnessing this scene, and at that moment, a corner of the curtain was drawn back from the carriage window. A beautiful young face beneath a hood stared curiously in Ryan's direction. Suddenly, its beautiful eyes widened uncontrollably, and its cherry lips quickly curved into an O shape. What caught the young girl's eye was a towering, muscular humanoid. Raising a dark iron hammer, it struck the ground with a force like a landslide, shocking everyone's heart. Instantly, the ground cracked, and an invisible, vibrating force rapidly spread from the point of impact. The stones and gravel on the ground were instantly reduced to dust by this force. And so, as Beast Knight Giovanni's face shone with panic and a touch of bewilderment, a powerful concussive force struck him. Although he was protected by plate armor and the vine-like, living black flames, Ryan still froze him in place for about half a second under Ryan's full-strength attack. The dynamics of a battle between masters are swift. Half a second might barely allow an ordinary person to throw a single punch, but for Ryan, it was enough time to unleash at least 3 powerful hammer strikes. Bang! Bang! The third strike was met with a secret technique of Talker hammer technique, the Rising Dragon hammer. Ryan twisted his body and hips, mobilizing his core muscles. He swung his hands, creating a dark afterimage that struck Giovanni's wolf-like jaw from bottom to top. Crack! Giovanni's wolf-head jaw was shattered, and he was sent flying 4 or 5 meters into the air, the whites of his eyes popping out. But it wasn't over yet. Ryan kicked off, quickly catching up with Giovanni's twitching body in midair, and quickly caught up with him, unleashing a barrage of hammer blows. Bang, bang, bang. With each blow, the vine-like black flames on Giovanni's body dimmed, and his plate armor shattered, accompanied by the crisp sound of bones cracking. This cracking sound was like a firecracker, crackling non-stop. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground resounded. This was because Ryan had interrupted his hammer blows, and Giovanni's body slammed heavily to the ground. Giovanni, whose life force rivaled that of a great knight, was still twitching violently, but it was already in its final stages of life. His wolf mouth was battered to pieces, and he vomited blood profusely, his entire body grotesquely contorted. Judging from his posture, it was likely that not a single bone remained intact. He lay on the ground like a pool of mud. Giovanni's body was rapidly changing. His black fur faded, and his face shifted from a wolf's to a human's. However, the shattered jaw and broken bones throughout his body hadn't healed. Soon, a human corpse appeared before Ryan. Ryan, too, clutched the pig-headed hammer, panting heavily. His recent all-out attack had drained him immensely. Yet, his eyes were gleaming with energy. For Ryan, an opponent of this caliber was a rare sight, and he had fought this battle to the fullest. Almost all his progress over that period was put to the test in this battle. However, what neither Ryan nor the others in the caravan noticed was that, perched atop a tall tree in the distant forest, a thin man in patterned leather armor, holding a bronze telescope, was observing the situation in Ryan's direction. After witnessing Ryan kill Giovanni, he was stunned and muttered to himself, "Impossible. How could this Ryan be so strong? This is Giovanni, the leader of the Wilderness Brotherhood, nicknamed Beast Knight, killed by an unknown young man. I thought the Baron was making a big deal out of nothing, but now it seems I underestimated this Ryan. No, I must report this to Baron Alonso immediately." The thin man, as swift as a monkey, scrambled down the tree with incredible speed. After a few runs, he disappeared in the direction of the county town. After a while, the girl in the carriage finally regained her composure. In a voice as clear as an oriole, she tilted her head and asked, "Knight Lawrence, how strong is this guy?" "Very strong." "No, extremely strong," a knight in armor beside the carriage said, glancing solemnly at Ryan. "Stronger than you?" the girl asked, puzzled. "Yes, if I'm not mistaken, his opponent just now was Giovanni, the president of the Wilderness Brotherhood, nicknamed Beast Knight. He's said to have escaped the hands of great knights several times. I didn't expect he'd die here this time," the middle-aged knight named Lawrence lamented. "So strong," the girl exclaimed, covering her mouth. While she didn't know what a Beast Knight was, she knew the Grand Knight was a being that even the strongest of the clan couldn't match. The fact that this young man could slay such a formidable being speaks volumes about his strength. "Then, Sir Lawrence, who do you think is more powerful, this young man or your father's friend? The young man Lord Hamilton mentioned last time, who might be able to resolve that matter?" "Well, I haven't seen the young man yet, so I can't make a judgment. Lawrence thought for a moment and replied wisely. But in his heart, he wondered how this young man could be as formidable as he was. He had never even heard of such a formidable young man, let alone met one. At this moment, Ryan glanced at the system notification. Your talker hammer skill has been upgraded, adding 1034 experience points. Your giant bear sword skill has been upgraded, adding 232 experience points. Your high temperature field skill has been upgraded, adding 12 experience points. You have participated in a battle, and your knight, Transcendent, experience points have increased by 298, and your sorcerer apprentice, Transcendent, experience points have increased by 13. In the previous battle, Ryan used hammer the most, followed by sword, so his experience points also accounted for the majority. In addition, Knight, Transcendent, has reached level 5, 795/2000, and Talker Hammer has been upgraded to level 7, 2724/5000, with their experience points already over halfway. The remaining attribute points are now only 2, due to the 1 point of agility added during the battle, while the remaining skill points remain at 1. At this moment, the sharp-eyed Ryan suddenly noticed that a damaged waste bag had slipped out from the muddy body of the opponent. This made Ryan's heart flutter. What could this be? Why would a master of this level carry it? He stepped forward and opened his waist pouch. A token made of an unknown metal came into view. It depicted 3 blazing black flames, a design very similar to the apostle token dropped by the black flame apostle he had killed earlier. It must be some kind of identification within the Black Flame Church. Ryan shook his head slightly. It was of no use to him, but the Goddess Church seemed to value it very much. Huh? There was also a special animal hide scroll inside the waist pouch. Ryan carefully opened it and took a look, discovering that it contained a prayer written in spiritual script. After thinking about it, Ryan concluded that it was probably a prayer used in some Black Flame cult ritual. Still, it was useless to him. This was a slight disappointment for Ryan. After all, he had been quite excited about the spoils, but he didn't expect to find only these 2 items. Suddenly, however, Ryan's eyes lit up, as if a thought struck him. He muttered to himself, perhaps the Goddess Church would appreciate this gift. Ryan glanced from afar at the caravan that was afraid to approach the corner, but ignored them. Instead, he dragged the werewolf transforming figure and his signature weapon onto the carriage. Just then, the caravan, which had been hesitant, seemed to conclude he wasn't a bad guy after seeing Ryan's figure return to normal and clearing up the battlefield. They slowly approached from behind. However, Ryan didn't want to interact with strangers at this juncture. He mounted his black horse, drove the carriage and brown horses, and quickly headed for the county town. After entering the county town, Ryan didn't immediately return home. Instead, he visited the temple of the goddess of monsoon and ocean, a place he had never been before. The towering and imposing temple was visible from afar. The tall, square temple was supported by more than 10 towering columns that closely resembled the Ionic style of his past life. A key characteristic of this style is the 2 symmetrical, succulent scrolls at the top, separated by a small decorative band. The overall shape is striking and beautiful, perfectly suiting the goddess's feminine temperament. In front of the temple, descending steps, stood a circular fountain. In its center, a magnificent statue of a woman, approximately 3 meters tall, held a conch shell. Gurgling water flowed continuously from the conch held by the goddess, forming a miniature waterfall that cascaded vertically downward. A row of temple guards in silver armor stood guard around the perimeter. When they saw the imposing figure of Ryan approaching on his towering black warhorse, they exchanged a moment's bewildered glances before stepping forward and asking, "Sir Knight, may I ask what brings you to the Goddess Church?" The temple guards had noticed Ryan the moment he appeared at the corner. First, Ryan's black warhorse was too tall and conspicuous. Second, Ryan carried the imposing aura of someone who had slain a beast knight. This intimidated these temple guards, who were barely even knights. If their faith in the goddess hadn't been so steadfast, they might have felt timid. "Excuse me, is Archbishop Rudolph here?" Ryan asked politely, a faint smile on his face. "Do you know Archbishop Rudolph? He just returned yesterday." "What's your address?" "I pass it on for you." The inquiring temple guard's expression immediately relaxed when he heard that Ryan seemed to know Archbishop Rudolph. "Inform Archbishop Rudolph and tell him it's Ryan who's visiting." "Yes, Lord Ryan." The temple guard quickly ascended the steps and trotted into the temple. A moment later, an elderly man in a light blue robe trimmed with gold emerged, carrying a heavy book. Ryan smiled at the sight of the old man and dismounted his warhorse. Rudolph immediately spotted Ryan astride his tall black warhorse and greeted him with a smile, saying, "Now, I should address you as Baron Ryan." The nearby temple guards were startled, their faces filled with astonishment. So young, and already a baron? They'd thought he was some master knight, but they hadn't expected him to be an imperial baron. Such a young baron was truly rare. Ryan smiled and said, "Master, you're too polite. You can still call me Ryan." At the same time, Ryan gave a slight nod to the two Templars behind Rudolph. They had fought together in Nightsong Forest last time, so they were familiar. One of them seemed to be named Makini, and Ryan remembered him. "Baron," the two Templars said with a slight bow. "Master, I may need your help on this occasion." Ryan turned and gestured towards the tall carriage behind him, then fell silent. Rudolph, old and experienced, immediately understood Ryan's meaning and said, "Baron Ryan, then please come and sit with me." He then signaled the two Templars to lead the carriage into the temple. In the temple's forecourt, Ryan's face darkened. He said, "Your Excellency, on my way back to the county seat, I was attacked by the Black Flame cult. Perhaps you should see their body first?" "Huh? Assassinated?" Rudolph's expression changed, and he immediately signaled the two Templars to open the carriage. The two Templars opened the carriage and carried out the Beast Knight's slender body. However, as they lifted the body, they discovered it was like a pool of mud, its bones nearly shattered. It fell straight down. Also, beside it lay a strange, iconic sickle weapon. The two men exchanged glances. "What a powerful hammer technique!" one Templar exclaimed. He was also a practitioner of hammer magic, so he immediately recognized the wounds and muddy state of the corpse as the result of a powerful hammer blow. This masterful manipulation of concussion force could not be achieved without decades of diligent training. The key point is that Baron Ryan was so young. The Templar glanced at Ryan, horrified. "Hey! That's Giovanni!" Archbishop Rudolph glanced at the corpse and the long-handled, oddly shaped sickle lying beside him. His eyes narrowed. Despite his calm expression, he was filled with fear. This fellow was the leader of the Wilderness Brotherhood, and many of the dark and shady deeds he led were carried out by the Wilderness Brotherhood. In truth, the Goddess Church had long intended to eradicate this cancer, but due to the staunch opposition of many nobles within the county city, and the lack of clear evidence that the other party was controlled by the cult, the matter was delayed. Furthermore, the other party was quite powerful. After transforming, he could even rival a Grand Knight. Unexpectedly, he met his end at Ryan's hands this time. "Huh? Ryan was able to kill him. Doesn't that mean Ryan?" Rudolph immediately thought of something. "This is Giovanni, the leader of the Wilderness Brotherhood, known as the Beast Knight. Ryan, was he the one who attacked you?" Rudolph looked at Ryan in surprise. "Indeed, Your Excellency. However, perhaps you'd be more interested in his other identity." As he spoke, Ryan pulled out a diamond-shaped token with 3 black flames and the prayer written in the spiritual book from his bosom, presenting them to the 3 of them. "Black Flame Guardian Token and Black Flame Protection Prayer." Rudolph exclaimed after taking it and looking at it. "What?" The 2 Templars gasped. "It's the Black Flame Guardian Token." They exchanged glances, each seeing shock in the other's eyes. The exclamations, especially from the usually composed Archbishop Rudolph, immediately drew the attention of the many Templars and guards practicing combat techniques in the temple's forecourt. Ryan glanced at Rudolph and the 2 Templars, then asked in confusion, "What's a Black Flame Guardian?" "I remember I had a Black Flame token the last time I killed a Black Flame Apostle. However, that was a single Black Flame, and these 3 Black Flames seem to be a bit more advanced than the Apostles." "That's right, Ryan. This Black Flame Guardian's rank is second only to the Black Flame High Priest. Not only is he extremely powerful, but he's also very well hidden. We only knew the Black Flame cult had 2 Black Flame Guardians before, but we never knew their identities. I never expected Giovanni, the leader of the Wilderness Brotherhood, to be a Black Flame Guardian," Rudolph exclaimed. Although he found it hard to believe that the Black Flame Guardian's death was the work of this young-looking boy before him, Ryan's previous killing of a Black Flame Apostle seemed to remind him that it made perfect sense. Besides, this Black Flame Guardian token and Black Flame Protection Prayer are perfect proof. This incident is clearly a great opportunity for the Goddess Church. With the leader of the Wilderness Brotherhood killed, now is the perfect time to carry out a sweep. Makini, gather the troops immediately. I will report to the bishop and immediately launch a sweep against the Wilderness Brotherhood. Selkin, deliver these 2 items to the bishop and report the situation. After a moment's thought, Rudolph immediately gave the order. "Ryan, perhaps you should meet with the bishop." I'm sure Bishop Sheehan would be very happy to see you, Rudolph said, turning to Ryan. Ryan thought for a moment, then quickly nodded. It would be a great honor. Thank you. His purpose in coming to the church this time was to seek its support. However, he had not expected to receive a personal audience with Bishop Sheehan, the highest official of the county city church. Ryan, considering his impending bloody duel with Baron Norman, didn't want to be distracted by dealing with the Black Flame cult. In the county town, if he could secure the support of the Goddess Church, his family's safety would be a double insurance policy, and he would have one less thing to worry about. After all, the Goddess Church's defenses and countermeasures against mystical sorcery and curses were far more sophisticated than his own. Watching Ryan and Rudolph depart, many young Templars and guards in the temple's forecourt whispered, "Black Flame Guardian, eh? It seems we've never killed such a high-ranking figure in the Black Flame cult?" Yes, it said the Black Flame Guardian is even more powerful than a peak knight. This young man is incredibly powerful. Ryan? The much-rumored dual opponent of Baron Norman. So he's Ryan? Compared to outsiders, it was clear that those within the church, believing in the gods, understood more clearly the significance and the immense difficulty of killing the Black Flame Guardian. Though these words vaguely reached Ryan's ears as he retreated, his feud with the Black Flame cult had become irreconcilable, so he didn't particularly care if the news leaked. Soon, Ryan arrived at the temple center, a magnificent hall with a high, vaulted ceiling. The ceiling and surrounding walls were covered with reliefs and murals closely related to the goddess. An elderly man, wearing a light blue robe with thick gold trim and holding a scepter, smiled at Ryan as he entered the hall. The man's hair was gray, and he looked very old, yet he was in high spirits. Ryan raised his brows slightly, stepped forward, and saluted, saying, "My Lord Bishop, it's an honor to meet you." "Hello, my child." Bishop Theon approached graciously, and gave Ryan a gentle hug. "I heard from Rudolph that you killed a Black Flame cult guardian. Child, if you need anything, please let me know." This wasn't Ryan's first time dealing with the Church of the Goddess. He was already familiar with the Dragon Empire's co-rule of imperial and divine power. Of course, in the current situation, the imperial power was more powerful. But as a bishop, his position in the entire Meister County was second only to that of Archon Count Habsburg. In fact, his opinion carried more weight in matters of cult suppression, a tacit understanding between the Empire and the Church of the Goddess. The fact that such a prominent figure was willing to meet him was far better than Ryan had anticipated. Originally, he'd merely wanted to raise the issue with his acquaintance, Rudolph, and perhaps even curry some favor with the church. Unexpectedly, this led directly to the bishop of the Goddess Church in the county city. Since the prominent figure had spoken, Ryan thought it appropriate to offer his opinion. "Bishop, it is my unshakable responsibility to eliminate the cultists. However, I'm a little concerned for the safety of my family in the county city. As you know, some of the cult sorcery is difficult to guard against." "Ha ha, so that's what you're worried about." "Rudolph, I have 2 temple guards go to Ryan's residence shortly to set up a divine ritual to detect evil. Once the ritual is triggered, the temple will sense it, and we can then mobilize the church's forces to quickly assist," Bishop Theon said to Ryan, turning his head. Rudolph, standing nearby, added, "There have been numerous mysterious and cult-related incidents lately, requiring a significant portion of our manpower. Otherwise, we wouldn't have sent just 2 Templar guards." Ryan nodded. He understood. Besides, if the Templars were truly stationed at his residence, it would make him feel a little uneasy, a sense of being overly respected. After all, every Templar was a full-fledged knight, and if he were an earl, that would be more of the case. By the way, there's been a lot of talk in the county town these days about Baron Norman challenging you to a bloody duel. Son, do you need the church to intervene? Bishop Theon offered, a thought coming to his mind. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your concern. A duel between Baron Norman and I is inevitable, and this duel is what I'm looking forward to. Well, in that case, may the goddess bless you. Child, this is a silver conch medal from the Church of the Goddess, awarded to those who have made outstanding contributions in exorcising evil. In your last and current battles against the cultists, I believe you have every reason to receive this medal, Bishop Theon said, taking a gleaming silver medal, the size of a child's fist, from a tray held by a servant beside him. It bore an exceptionally clear, lifelike conch pattern. Thank you, goddess, and thank you, Your Excellency. Ryan carefully accepted it, and placed it on his lining. Baron Ryan, please keep this medal safe. You can seek and receive assistance anywhere in the Empire, as long as there is a temple of the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church. In addition, this medal imbues the divine power to detect evil. When evil approaches, it will vibrate slightly to warn you, Rudolph explained. Ryan nodded, bowed slightly to Bishop Theon, and expressed his gratitude again. Also, considering you are about to face battle, I have a blessing from the goddess that may be of assistance to you, Bishop Theon said, looking at Ryan with a smile. Blessing? Ryan was stunned, but Rudolph, standing beside him, gave him a series of glances, signaling his assent. Ryan thought for a moment, nodded, and said, Then I trouble you, Your Excellency. Ryan had originally been somewhat wary of such divine blessings, but then he realized that his system seemed capable of absorbing the energy of both the blood-colored and black crystals. Then the blessing from the goddess must also be considered some kind of energy. Following the high-pitched chant, the gray-haired bishop gazed at Ryan and raised his scepter. A bright aquamarine light grew increasingly intense and dazzling. A second later, it enveloped Ryan. A cool, strange energy seeped into Ryan's body. The system prompt rang out. Ding! Detection detected a large amount of unknown, absorbable energy surrounding the host. Do you want to absorb it? Note: absorption can be converted into experience points for the designated class. Ryan felt an inexplicable joy in his heart. It worked. He immediately said yes to himself. Immediately, the aqua-blue energy was quickly absorbed. Ding! A total of 1976 Transcendental Experience points converted. Please select Knight, Transcendental, /Wizard Apprentice, Transcendental, /Beast Tamer, Transcendental, for advancement. Huh? That works. This time, the Goddess Church had made the right choice. But which Transcendental class should it be added to? This momentarily left Ryan in a dilemma. Because adding it to any Transcendental class would reward him with a single level advancement. Meanwhile, in a study in Count Habsburg's mansion. What? Giovanni died in battle? Alonso, upon hearing the news, suddenly stood up, a look of horror on his face. Yes, according to the spies, he saw it with his own eyes. Ryan killed Beast Knight Giovanni in battle, said Butler Michel, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Just now, when he heard this news, he was horrified. Giovanni, as the leader of the Wilderness Brotherhood, not only aided the Black Flame Church, but also many nobles in the county, handling matters they were otherwise unable to intervene in. The Beast Knight was a renowned figure in Meister County's upper class, yet even such a figure was killed on the spot by Ryan one-on-one. Are you sure there's no one else helping? Alonso asked again, still a little incredulous. No. The spies made it clear it was a one-on-one fight. I've repeatedly asked about this. Michel nodded, his voice firm. Alonso frowned, pacing for a few seconds. After a few seconds, as if conjuring a thought, he quickly gave an order. Notify Baron Norman immediately of this news. Tell him if he needs any assistance. If you can, grant it to him. As you command, Baron. Butler Michel bowed slightly, and quickly left the room. Chapter 191. Mice County City. Inside the hall of the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Temple. Ryan glanced at the attribute panel, showing the experience points of each transcendent class, a look of contemplation on his face. Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, Level 4, 358/1000, Knight, Transcendent, Level 5, 795/2000, Tamer, Transcendent, Level 5, 64/2000. After a quick consideration, Ryan first ruled out the Knight, Transcendent, class panel. He was currently facing a lot of battles, and his current enemy tactics primarily relied on Knight combat techniques, so the Knight class offered a considerable amount of experience. Secondly, as for the Tamer, he had some new potions he wanted to try, which would likely yield a considerable amount of experience. So, the first one was the most difficult to improve. So, in the end, Ryan focused his attention on the Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, class panel. As Ryan silently chanted Wizard Apprentice, 1976 experience points instantly applied to the Wizard Apprentice, Extraordinary, class panel. Instantly, a system notification appeared. Congratulations, your Wizard Apprentice, Extraordinary, class level has been increased. The Wizard Apprentice, Extraordinary, class level on the panel increased from level 4 to level 5, 1325/2000. At the bottom of the panel, the remaining attribute points, 3, and the remaining skill points, 2. Seeing this, Ryan couldn't help but smile brightly. A blessing from the goddess? Really wonderful. In response, Ryan gave Bishop Theon a sincere knight salute and said, "Thank you, goddess, and thank you, Bishop." After a friendly conversation, Ryan took the initiative to mention a family matter. So, after bidding farewell to Bishop Theon and Archbishop Rudolph, Ryan slowly exited the hall. Watching Ryan's departure, Bishop Theon tilted his head and asked, "Rudolph, You're incredibly discerning. I never thought the young man you once reported to me would have grown to this point. What a shame. Such a talented young man couldn't join our church. When Ryan returned to his new residence on his tall black warhorse, the first person to greet him was the greyhound Cookie. Before leaving, Ryan had entrusted Cookie's care to his sister Mint. After a month of adding a few drops of the mutation growth potion to each of Cookie's 3 meals daily, Cookie's physique had surpassed that of an average greyhound. In addition, Ryan keenly noticed that the greyhound's body had begun to change from a thin dog, with noticeable bulges of muscle, deviating from the traditional slender build of the greyhound breed. It seemed that some kind of mutation had begun to grow. Not bad. Ryan nodded slightly. Although growing stronger might lead to a decrease in speed, he could still accept this mutation. If it mutated like the canine king, Cole, who had developed a talent similar to rapid reproduction, he would be in for a headache. Mint was startled when Cookie, who had been playing with him, suddenly bolted away. He immediately looked up and shouted with joy, "Brother's back." Ryan dismounted, picked up his sister Mint, and rubbed her head with a smile. Quickly, news of Ryan's return spread throughout the new mansion. A moment later, the beautiful woman Jennifer also hurried out of the mansion's villa. However, when she saw Ryan chatting with his family, she could only temporarily suppress the urge to rush into his arms, and instead watched him with a smile from the side. Soon, Ryan noticed the beautiful woman, a hint of worry between her brows. Ryan said to his mother Emma and Ryan Sr., "Father, Mother, Baroness Crawley, and I have something to discuss." "Yes, go ahead," Emma nodded readily, unsuspecting. During Ryan's absence, Baroness Crawley had gotten along quite well with her. It seemed to Emma that the ladies of aristocratic families weren't as difficult to get along with as she had imagined. Especially the beautiful Baroness. Although not many years younger than him, when they walked together, they looked like 2 generations apart. The old man dared not even look up at the sight of the beautiful woman, his face flushed. Emma could not help but envy the beautiful woman's natural beauty. Watching the tall Ryan and the elegant woman depart, Emma had an inexplicable feeling that they were a perfect match. But Emma quickly shook her head, dismissing the absurd thought. Miss Jenny might be Ryan's wife. This gorgeous Baroness, though beautiful, was a widow, and beyond that too old. Ryan and the beautiful woman soon reached the study on the 2nd floor. The beautiful woman locked the door, and the smile she had just shown to outsiders faded. With a gloomy expression, she handed Ryan something that looked like an invitation and said worriedly, "Dear, this is Baron Norman's bloody duel book." In private, the beautiful woman now addressed Ryan as "Dear." Ryan smiled, saying nothing. Instead, he took the duel letter and casually opened it. "Baron Ryan, since your insult to the Norman family can only be redeemed with blood, please agree to a duel with me at the county city arena on the 2nd Sunday of the snowy moon to defend the honor of chivalry. This duel will last until one of us falls. After the duel, all hatred will be wiped out." Ryan couldn't help but laugh at the shameless duel letter. What a damn insult to the Norman family. It's your Norman family's repeated assassination attempts on me that have led to this situation. However, Ryan quickly realized that this was part of their strategy. I start with a rhetoric, trying to gain everyone's sympathy. The gist is that you, the newly appointed Baron, have insulted the Norman family. Otherwise, how could I challenge you to a duel? As for evidence? Of course I don't have any. That's just how nobles are. However, seeing the worried expression on the beautiful woman's face, Ryan smiled softly. He stepped forward, embraced her soft body, and comforted her. "Jennifer, don't worry. Perhaps the situation isn't as bad as you think." After a moment's thought, and to reassure the beautiful woman, Ryan pulled out the silver conch medal Bishop Theon had just bestowed upon her, and handed it to her. The beautiful woman's eyes glanced at Ryan in confusion at first, but as she took the medal, she quickly realized what was happening and exclaimed, "Is this the silver conch medal of the Church of the Goddess of Monsoon and the Sea?" Indeed. It's a very difficult medal to be awarded. Even those who dedicate their lives to the church might not even receive the iron conch medal. "My dear, what is this medal of yours?" the beautiful woman asked curiously, turning her head. Ryan didn't answer directly, but instead smiled and asked, "Do you know the Wilderness Brotherhood?" The beautiful woman nodded confidently, saying, "Of course I do. They're notorious throughout Mayes County. Some time ago, the Crowley family's shops were vandalized by gangsters instigated by them, and I had a hard time resolving the situation back then." "Well, do you know who their leader is?" Ryan continued. "It seems to be Giovanni, nicknamed Beast Knight. He's extremely powerful. It's said that he's slightly wary of even the Grand Knights, and doesn't take anyone else, even the Peak Knights, seriously." Although the beautiful woman didn't know why Ryan suddenly mentioned the Wilderness Brotherhood and Giovanni, she quickly replied, Very good. So, who do you think is stronger, Giovanni or the current strength of this Norman Baron? Ryan asked another question. Well, are they about the same? It's said that both of them have combat power close to that of a Grand Knight, though Giovanni is perhaps slightly stronger. The beautiful woman pondered for a moment before saying, Well, don't you want to know why the Goddess Church awarded me this silver conch medal? Because I killed Giovanni. Ryan smiled at the beautiful woman, revealing the answer. The beautiful woman's eyes instantly widened, her cherry lips opened wide enough to fit an egg. This. The beautiful woman muttered for a long time, but couldn't come up with an answer. Clearly, saying this is impossible was inappropriate. How could this be possible? Was also questioning Ryan, so the beautiful woman naturally wouldn't say it out loud. However, the beautiful woman had never imagined that her young man would be so powerful. No! The most terrifying thing was the speed of his improvement. Remember, Ryan had only just become a full-fledged knight a few months ago. Oh my god! This was simply unbelievable. Then, the beautiful woman suddenly understood why Ryan had gone to such lengths. The worry in her heart instantly dissipated, and the woman's gloomy expression quickly vanished. Her rosy complexion gradually began to glow, and her charming eyes gazed at Ryan with deep affection and admiration. Under the beautiful woman's gaze, Ryan felt a surge of masculine pride well up in his heart. Although dinner was almost time, the two men, burning with passion, sprang into action. Ryan gently lifted the beautiful woman and placed her in front of the study window, letting her gaze out ahead while he lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing her plump, white breasts. The fear of servants calling for dinner, and the possibility of other interruptions, inevitably heightened the excitement. The beautiful woman suppressed her gasps, and soon collapsed. Ryan, entering his sage state, began to think about serious matters. Because if a man's mind is solely focused on women, and everything revolves around them, then, unfortunately, it will only slow down a man's sword-drawing speed. Ryan had long understood this, and so these activities were merely a way to spice up his tedious training, or rather, to refresh his body and mind so that he could devote himself to training and combat in a better state. After reviewing the prerequisites for the Weapon Master, Legend, class advancement, Ryan discovered that, aside from the first requirement, the 3 10-level transcendental combat skills, the one holding him back was likely the Behemoth Essence. The key to obtaining 10-level transcendental combat skills was to obtain sufficient skill points by increasing the class level on the panel. As for Behemoth Essence, he seemed to only know of one way to obtain it, through the County City Quartermaster's office. However, a question had just occurred to him. His dual opponent, Baron Norman, was a retired Imperial Navy officer. If he went to the Quartermaster's office openly, word would likely reach him quickly, potentially hindering him or the Behemoth Essence. After a moment's thought, Ryan lowered his head and asked, By the way, Jennifer, do you know about the Behemoth Essence potion? Is it the Behemoth Essence needed for a knight to ascend to Grand Knight? The beautiful woman, nestled in Ryan's arms, asked in a languid tone, a tone like that after the rain. Yes, what's the quickest way to get this? Oh, and if you need the raw materials, I have 2 behemoth hearts here, Ryan added. At this, Jennifer, who had been lying prone, raised her head, blinking her beautiful eyes with a look of surprise, as if she couldn't believe the man's words. Although she wasn't a knight, as the head of the Crowley family, she naturally knew this common sense. The meaning between Ryan's words was clear. He needed Behemoth Essence. This meant that the little man before him, no, the big man, was about to reach the level of Grand Knight. But it was only the white snow moon, and Jennifer knew from Emma that Ryan had just turned 16. Is he going to become a Grand Knight? Oh my goodness! A 16-year-old Grand Knight? I wonder if such a thing is even that outrageous in the provincial capital of Munster. Jennifer didn't even ask Ryan if he was confident in his Grand Knight status this time, but assumed her little man must be very confident. Wait, and Ryan just said he had 2 ready-made behemoth hearts? Jennifer felt her brain was a bit overwhelmed. Calming down her excitement, Jennifer pondered carefully for her little man's big plan and said in a gentle voice, There are 3 paths, and I'm not sure which one is the most suitable. Plus, there are safety issues involved, so ultimately, you have to make the decision, Jennifer said, tapping Ryan's chest with her fair fingers. There are only 2 master alchemists in the entire county of Maest, and one of them isn't proficient in making the Beast Essence potion. Therefore, there's actually only one master alchemist in the county who can make Beast Essence, and that's Master Holland. But the problem is, Master Holland's success rate is significantly lower than that of the masters of the Royal Apothecary Association, both in terms of efficacy and success rate. If it were elementary or intermediate potions, that would be fine, but Beast Essence is a high-level potion, so the success rate is probably questionable. But this should be the fastest way. Normally, if Master Holland agrees, he can complete the Beast Essence potion within 3 days. Of course, even after 3 days, there's still the possibility of failure. The second option is to go through the Axon Auction House, a massive auction house spanning the entire empire. It's said that the backers are among the most influential figures in the empire. Perhaps other auction houses don't have access to Behemoth Essence, but the Axon Auction House likely can. It's just that the price is extremely high, and the timeline is relatively uncertain. It could be quick, or it could take a month. Finally, we can procure it through official Imperial channels. My dear, as an Imperial civil servant, and now a Baron, you can order Behemoth Essence directly. Of course, if you can provide a Behemoth Heart, the price can be greatly reduced, but it will also be the slowest. A month is the minimum. Hearing Jennifer's knowledge of all sorts of secrets, Ryan felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. He hadn't expected this beautiful woman, besides her stunning beauty, to be more than just a pretty face. Although she wasn't skilled in martial arts, she possessed a deep understanding of aristocratic secrets, business secrets, and so on. Her detailed analysis had been immensely helpful to him. By the way, Jennifer, there's one more thing. Send someone to contact Sheriff Hamilton of Goldhire, and tell him I'm inviting him to discuss something. Yes, the beautiful woman said obediently, leaning back against Ryan's chest. Ryan, in high spirits, felt the need to reward the beautiful woman once more. So, the two of them didn't finish their in-depth conversation until half an hour later, when a servant arrived to announce that dinner was ready. The radiant woman smoothed her messy hair, returning to her ladylike elegance. She and Ryan walked out of the study, one after the other. It must be said that the beautiful woman was very efficient. Shortly after dinner ended, Ryan met Hamilton, who had just arrived, in the study. Upon seeing Ryan, Hamilton grabbed him and said gravely, "Did you know about Baron Norman challenging you to a bloody duel?" Ryan nodded, a wry smile crossing his face. He then repeated some of what he had said to Jennifer to Hamilton. Although Hamilton had already overestimated Ryan's combat prowess, what Ryan had just said still shocked him to the core. Hamilton looked up and down at this most familiar stranger before him and asked, "Ryan, did you really kill Giovanni alone?" Although Ryan had explained it clearly, and the silver conch medal of the Goddess Church was truly authentic, Hamilton still found it hard to believe that his former subordinate, his lieutenant, Ryan, had now reached such a height. A height he needed to look up to. Seeing Ryan nod, Hamilton sighed. Hamilton quickly adjusted his attitude and said, "However, Ryan, you still cannot be careless. Baron Norman has extensive combat experience, and is no less powerful than Giovanni." "I understand." Ryan nodded. "By the way, Ryan, why did you call me here this time?" Hamilton asked. "Sir, I want to ask you about the process of a knight becoming a Grand Knight. Are there any special considerations?" Ryan asked. You've already reached this level?" Hamilton's eyes lit up, and he looked at Ryan with a sharp gaze. "It should be soon," Ryan nodded. Hamilton's face was thoughtful, but he didn't immediately answer Ryan's question. After a long pause, he spoke. "The biggest difference between a Grand Knight and a knight is." In a study in Baron Norman's mansion, Alonso's butler, Michel, was visiting Baron Norman. "My Lord Baron, I bring greetings from Baron Alonso. First of all, congratulations on your return to peak strength." "Thank you, Baron Alonso, for your concern," Norman said reservedly, still feeling a little annoyed. If he had previously shown some respect to the butler of the Count's eldest son, Alonso, now that his strength had recovered and he was very likely to become a Grand Knight, things were different. He felt that even if Alonso came in person to congratulate him on his successful recovery after taking the secret elixir, it wouldn't be excessive. But this time, as usual, he only sent a butler. Though Michel's strength wasn't great, his years of immersion in the aristocratic world allowed him to discern Baron Norman's true intentions through his attitude and expressions. After a few inward complaints, he smiled and said, "Baron, I have some news I believe will interest you. It concerns your opponent, Ryan." "Oh!" Baron Norman raised an eyebrow, casually glancing at Michel, unconcerned. Because, in Baron Norman's view, with his current strength, he didn't need to worry about news from Ryan. However, since Michel had said so, it wouldn't hurt to listen. Ryan killed the Wilderness Brotherhood's president, Beast Knight Giovanni, in a one-on-one fight today outside the county city. Michel's face hardened as he delivered the earth-shattering news. "What?" Baron Norman's previously calm face suddenly shifted to shock, his gaze blazing as he stared at Michel. "As expected?" Michel's lips curled up in a smile. I told you to pretend. Shocked. You think you're bragging just because you've regained your strength. You're just a long sword in Baron Alonso's hand, and what we're doing is making your sword sharper. Absolutely true, this is one of ours, I saw it with my own eyes. Michel suppressed the hint of a smile, and spoke solemnly. Baron Norman, a man of many experiences, quickly regained his composure, despite his initial bout of incompetence. He remained silent for a long time, his brow furrowed in thought. Baron Norman was not only familiar with Beast Knight Giovanni, but they had also clashed long ago over a family caravan incident. At that time, he hadn't been injured and wasn't in peak condition, but he was still slightly inferior to the other man in combat. However, the other man was also wary of his strength and retreated. Therefore, even if his strength had returned to its peak, he couldn't claim victory over Giovanni. But Ryan had already done it. This caused Norman's mood to plummet from peak to trough. Originally, he had thought the bloody duel in a week would be a piece of cake. Ryan, no matter how talented you are, I won't give you the opportunity to grow, I just stifle you beforehand. But now it seems he misjudged. Ryan's growth rate is simply astonishing. This level of talent, even in the provincial capital of Munster, is truly explosive. After a long while, the butler Michel said with a smile, Lord Alonso means that if you need any help from us, please let us know. We share the same goal, victory in next week's bloody duel. Norman nodded. So it seems. His original plan would have to be brought forward. His original plan was to use his victory momentum to consume the behemoth essence after defeating Ryan in the bloody duel, aiming for a breakthrough to Grand Knight. After all, at his age, this was likely his best chance of achieving a Grand Knight breakthrough. If he failed again, no secret medicine could restore him to peak strength. But facing Ryan, who was already capable of killing Giovanni, it seemed that achieving a Grand Knight breakthrough himself was his only chance of victory. Although he had ordered a bottle of behemoth essence through his special channels 2 days ago, it would take at least 2 weeks for it to reach Meister. There wasn't enough time. After a moment's thought, Baron Norman spoke, I need a bottle of behemoth essence, the sooner the better. At the latest, give it to me the day before the bloody duel. Are you sure? What? Michel's face was filled with shock. He instantly understood Baron Norman's intention. He was trying to reach the Grand Knight realm beforehand. If he succeeded, he could crush Ryan and win the bloody duel. Truly worthy of being an elite from the Imperial Navy. TSK, I underestimated him. He's courageous, willing to risk his life for victory. Okay, I tell Baron Alonso immediately. Although it's difficult, I believe Lord Alonso will find a way. Without further delay, Lord Baron Norman, I take my leave. Michel, knowing the weight of the matter, immediately chose to depart. When Michel arrived at Baron Alonso's study and reported the meeting, Alonso, with a thoughtful expression, said, there should be another behemoth heart in the family treasury. I asked my father for it later, and then, Michel, you can give it to Master Holland. Also, please contact the Axon Auction House and ask if they have any behemoth essence. If they do, we must acquire it, no matter the cost. Respectfully, Your Excellency. Late at night, on the coast of the fishing town of Meister County, the bright moonlight shimmered across the sea. A small boat crashed onto the beach with a whoosh. 7 or 8 heavily armed men quickly leaped from the boat and set up guard. Then, a burly man who looked like a squad leader whispered, Commander Perix, safe. You may disembark. As the squad leader finished his words, a pair of gleaming plate boots stepped from the boat's cabin, touched down on the beach, and crushed a fiddler crab into a pulp. Looking up from the gleaming plate boots, a burly man in half armor emerged from the cabin. After glancing around, he asked, have you contacted Magus, our liaison in Maest? Where's the support person? That idiot Andre was caught in the act. What a shame. Now I have to clean up his mess. It seemed Brigadier General Perix was quite unhappy with the rebels assigning him overall responsibility for Maest County operations. Chapter 192. Faced with Brigadier General Perix's sworn words, none of the surrounding burly men dared to utter a word or even speak. Each one stared intently, scanning the surroundings, as if intently focused on their duty of vigilance. This bored Brigadier General Perix quite a bit. Who? A burly man whispered, his gaze blazing at the dark coastline. A short while later, a thin man in leather armor appeared. Upon seeing Perix, he bowed respectfully and said, Commander-in-Chief, I am the liaison sent by Lord Magus. Since our original base was destroyed, Lord Magus has helped us find a new one. It's still in Wolf Hills, but in a different location. It's right where the Wolf Bandits used to be. Their main force was just destroyed today. According to reliable sources, it was the same person who destroyed our base. Tell me more, Brigadier General Perix said, looking at the thin man with interest. Before arriving, he had received an overview of the entire Mayes County situation from Magus. The intelligence also detailed the prime suspect in the destruction of the base, a newly appointed baron named Ryan. In Magus's view, if he wanted to raise the banner of the Zalal resistance again in Mayes County, Ryan would be the perfect scapegoat. However, in Brigadier General Perix's eyes, he had come to Meister for more important matters, and he disagreed with Magus's suggestion. The Ryan they mentioned was merely a small pebble, easily crushed with a single kick. Maggie's, huh? Just a high-ranking secret agent. His vision is so narrow. Well, Brigadier General, I've only heard the news. It said that Ryan killed Giovanni, the leader of the Wild Brotherhood, and a group of wild wolf bandits outside the city of Mayes County. Huh? This Ryan again? That? What, the Wild Brotherhood? The leader? Is he very powerful? Perix asked with a puzzled look. Well, it's a mysterious organization in Mayest. The leader, Giovanni, is only slightly less powerful than a Grand Knight, the leather-armored man explained. Only slightly less powerful than a Grand Knight. Does that mean Giovanni isn't even a Grand Knight yet? Yes, you're right, Brigadier General. How long did it take Ryan to kill this leader? We were evenly matched, and the battle lasted a long time. Next time, don't make a big deal about this kind of news. You need to focus on the few Grand Knights in Mayest, understand? Perix chuckled disdainfully. Yes, Brigadier General. In the study of Ryan's new residence in Meister County, the conversation between Ryan and Hamilton continued. The biggest difference between a Grand Knight and a Knight lies in the secondary evolution of the body and the use of the Force. During our knighthood, as our training deepens, generally at the peak of our caliber, we will gradually begin to generate the Force within our bodies. However, at this point, we cannot yet freely control it. Hearing this, Ryan couldn't help but feel puzzled. He could now freely control it. Hamilton's statement seemed a bit questionable. However, Ryan didn't interrupt, choosing to continue listening. Hamilton continued, the key to why the Grand Knight's combat power can overwhelm the Knight is that the Grand Knight can mobilize the Force to cover his entire body and weapons, greatly enhancing his combat and defense capabilities. After hearing Hamilton's explanation, Ryan's doubts not only didn't diminish, but actually intensified. After a moment's thought, Ryan asked, Lord Hamilton, is there anyone who can freely control the trace of the Force during the Knight stage? Yes, this is generally only seen among those with exceptional willpower or conviction. For example, a peak Knight who dedicates himself to the longsword can freely control the trace of the Force in battle. At the Knight stage, those who can unleash the extraordinary combat power of the longsword are called swordsmen. Swordsmen possess lethality comparable to the Grand Knight, but their defense is vastly inferior. I see. That's right. What Hamilton just said is essentially consistent with Master Gunther's statement. Furthermore, the system's job change prompt also confirms this point. Is it comparable to the killing power of a great knight? Ryan recalled the moment he slew the sea plesiosaur and the scale-whiskered iron-backed turtle. Indeed, a great sword, fueled by faith and the Force, seemed capable of severing everything. Sir, what do you mean by a great knight being able to harness the Force and channel it into their swords? How does that differ from a great swordsman? Ryan asked again. Ryan had already suspected this answer, and this time, he asked Hamilton just to confirm it. Hamilton shook his head and said, they're different. You could think of it as the great swordsman being the most special of the great knights. Their swords aren't just imbued with the Force, but also with their convictions. It's a strange combination of faith and the Force, endowed with extraordinary destructive power. Sure enough, Ryan nodded slightly. This was exactly what he thought. Now, he had one last question. Sir, regarding the advanced potion, Behemoth Essence, are there any special differences in its extraordinary properties, or any other particularities? You know, advanced potions have quite a few requirements. Hamilton smiled at this question and said, that's a good question. Actually, even before the advent of high-level potions like Behemoth Essence, there were those who successfully advanced from Knight to Grand Knight. It was just that their numbers were extremely small, practically 1 in 100. If a Force breakthrough fails, the consequences are either death or injury. But with the aid of high-level potions like Behemoth Essence, the success rate is much higher, almost 10 to 1. At the same time, the after-effects of a failed breakthrough are relatively much less severe. In this respect, Behemoth Essence differs from advanced potions. As a high-level potion, its primary function is to provide sufficient energy for your body to undergo a higher level of evolution. The essence of secondary evolution is to strengthen your existing extraordinary traits and gradually embed them into your bloodline. This process does not generate new extraordinary traits. Ryan suddenly realized. That's why. No wonder the advanced potion needed to achieve full knighthood is so precious. So this is the reason. So, the quality of a behemoth essence is primarily determined by the amount of special evolutionary substances it contains, right? Ryan thought for a moment, and came to a conclusion. Hamilton glanced at Ryan approvingly and said, that's right. But the more powerful the behemoth, the more evolutionary substances can be extracted from its heart. But actually, Ryan, the most crucial, or perhaps the most difficult, step toward becoming a Grand Knight is to control your body with extraordinary willpower. Otherwise, your advancement will inevitably fail. Ryan nodded. Then he reflected on the fact that, regardless of whether he was promoted to Grand Knight or Weapon Master, the system's description of behemoth essence had no restrictions. Simply having it was sufficient. In other words, as long as he possessed behemoth essence, he would inevitably become a Grand Knight. The quality of the behemoth essence was completely irrelevant. This is the true meaning of cheating. Having equals success. Sir, I need you to contact Colonel Connor regarding something. I have a behemoth heart, and would like to ask the military or the masters of the Royal Apothecary Guild to help me create a bottle of behemoth essence. Ryan said, as he handed Hamilton the box of behemoth hearts from the offshore plesiosaur. Huh? You have a behemoth heart? Hamilton's expression was once again shocked, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, Ryan had already killed Giovanni, so obtaining a behemoth heart wasn't surprising. Well, I happened to find one during my trip to Rossby County, Ryan said with a smile. Okay. I contact Connor as soon as possible. Hamilton agreed without hesitation. Hamilton, about to leave, suddenly stopped and turned, saying, Ryan, there's something. Never mind. I tell you after your duel. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit underground hall of a luxurious mansion in Meister County, the Black Flame monk Merrill, sweating profusely, reported, Master Priest, this is terrible. Master Giovanni's operation has failed, and Master Giovanni himself was killed on the spot by Ryan. What? Giovanni is dead? The portly high priest demanded, rising from his large chair. Yes, Master. Merrill replied, his head bowed. It was the first time he had seen the high priest look so out of control. He saw the fat figure slowly pacing the underground hall, muttering, how is this possible? With Giovanni's speed, even if he can't defeat him, he should be able to escape. Master High Priest, there's another piece of news. Merrill's face was constipated. Although he knew that speaking now would only make the High Priest even angrier, he chose to speak it out anyway. The fat figure of the High Priest paused, looking at Merrill suspiciously, a scrutinizing tone in his voice, as if asking, do you have news worse than Giovanni's murder? Well, after killing Master Giovanni, Ryan sent his body directly to the temple of the Church of the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess. Merrill's words trailed off. The High Priest's pale face suddenly flushed. Merrill knew this was clearly not a good thing. It was a sign of the High Priest's extreme anger. Boom! The High Priest's face was grim. He stretched out his bony arm and blasted a massive ball of black flame into the ground of the underground hall, creating a massive hole. Fuck. That Ryan, I kill him. The power of this black flame blast was so immense, far exceeding that of an ordinary black flame monk. Merrill nearly jumped in fear, fearing the High Priest would vent his anger on him. Merrill immediately said, High Priest, perhaps we don't need to take action this time to achieve our goal of killing Ryan. Because there's a rumor circulating among the nobles of Mayes County. It's said that Baron Norman will engage Ryan in a bloody duel next Sunday, at the dueling arena in the county capital. Huh? Is that true? Yes, High Priest. Lamar wiped the sweat from his forehead, and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the High Priest was in a much better mood now. Is it Norman, the retired Imperial Navy officer? The officiant continued, seeming to recall something. Yes, that's the one. I remember he suffered a hidden injury that severely weakened him. He's probably even weaker than Giovanni now. Wouldn't a duel where he's bound to lose just embolden Ryan? The officiant said unkindly. Well, Baron Alonso reports that Baron Norman has regained his strength through secret elixirs, and is seeking a way to reach the rank of Grand Knight before the bloody duel. And once he ascends to the rank of Grand Knight, I believe this duel will be Ryan's final stand. I see. The portly officiant nodded, seeming to brighten his mood. He paced back to the chair in the center of the hall and said, Lamar, since Giovanni has returned to the embrace of the god of the hunt, it will be your responsibility to contact the Wilderness Brotherhood. Well, Master Priest, just now, The Wilderness Brotherhood's headquarters in the county town was destroyed by monsoon, and the Church of the Sea Goddess. Lamar wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, The priest felt like he was on a roller coaster just listening to the report. He suddenly felt angry, and had nowhere to vent. He glared at Lamar with a rather unfriendly look. Is this also because of Ryan? He immediately recalled what Lamar had said, that Ryan had handed Giovanni's body over to the Church of the Goddess. He asked back. Yes, Master Priest. Lamar nodded, then suggested sinisterly, how about we gather our forces these past 2 nights, and launch a night raid on Ryan's new residence in the Noble District. I believe even if he survives, his entire family will surely be wiped out. No! The priest immediately shook his portly head. He wasn't stupid. He wouldn't sacrifice the entire Black Flame Church just to avenge Giovanni. A brazen attack in the county town would only make the Black Flame Church a prime target for the Empire and the Goddess Church. Wouldn't that just give other forces like the Poseidon cult an advantage? Don't worry. Ryan's going to take up his post in Fishing Harbor Town. In that case, let the Poseidon cult deal with him. After a long moment, the priest seemed to understand something, slumping back in his chair and speaking calmly. The next day, the beautiful Baroness Crowley rose early and set out in her carriage. Today was a rather busy day for Jennifer. According to Ryan's instructions, her first task was to rush to the blacksmith shop and arrange for someone to quietly purchase chromium iron ingots on the market, as well as ice iron ingots or ice iron ore from various channels. Later, she would visit the Axon auction house to inquire about purchasing behemoth essence. According to the plan agreed upon last night, if she could purchase the high-level potion, behemoth essence, within a week, she would pay a premium for a bottle, no matter how high the price. However, if the delivery date was after the duel, that would be unnecessary. Finally, she would visit Master Apothecary Holland. At her feet lay an exquisite wooden box, containing none other than the heart of a behemoth from Ryan, the most crucial ingredient for this high-level potion. After waking up, Ryan didn't immediately head to the blacksmith shop to upgrade his armorer class. Instead, he boarded the pre-arranged carriage and headed for Count Habsburg's residence. Having already made an appointment with the Count, Ryan's first order of business upon returning to the county capital was to report to the Count. The carriage soon arrived smoothly at the entrance of Count Habsburg's residence. Led by his butler, Ryan quickly met Count Habsburg in his luxurious study. The Count's graying hair remained meticulously combed, and he wore a gray, gold-embellished hunting suit, remarkably gentlemanly. The chest of this suit also featured a gold-woven Cali bird pattern. It was clear that Count Habsburg attached great importance to the honor of his family. Good day, Lord Earl. Ryan bowed respectfully. Earl Harris saw Ryan enter, put down his pen, looked up, and, with a smile, surveyed him. He said, Ryan, it seems your training has been quite effective. Indeed, it's quite effective. I've learned a great deal from this training. Ryan smiled. Very good. Young people should have this kind of striving for progress. It's just as well. I calculated that you should be back by now. I was thinking of sending someone to find you. Tell me, Ryan, what are your thoughts on Norman challenging you to a duel? While I can't cancel it, I can still send you out on official business for a while. Ryan's heart trembled slightly at this. He could tell the Lord Earl was slightly leaning towards him. But there was no need for that. Besides, for a family like Norman that had been sending assassins to assassinate him, Ryan naturally wanted to eliminate them outright. Normally, Ryan wouldn't have had a particularly effective solution to his opponent's relentless assassination attempts, but this time, his opponent's demand for a bloody duel was, in a sense, exactly what Ryan desired. He thought Jennifer knew that Baron Norman was the backbone of the entire Norman family. With his spine broken, the fate of the family was foreseeable. Ryan shook his head and said, My lord, I also wish to fight Baron Norman and see how much progress I have made this time. Hearing Ryan's polite refusal, Count Habsburg shook his head helplessly and said, Very well. Then, in accordance with the glorious tradition of the Empire, the two of you shall settle your differences in the dueling arena. Is it next Sunday? Today is a Sunday too. I personally attend in 7 days. During these 7 days, you should prepare for the duel. I arrange for others to handle matters in Fishing Harbor Town. We discuss everything after the duel. Thank you, Lord Earl. Ryan bowed slightly in gratitude. An hour later, Ryan arrived at the Crowley family blacksmith shop. In a separate smelting room, a large amount of clay and a pile of chromium iron ingots were already placed to the side. As for the ice iron ingots, there were only 4 or 5, but since they wouldn't be needed anytime soon, Ryan wasn't in a hurry. Since Ryan had previously attempted to craft the spear cavalry breastplate when he was promoted to armorsmith, but had only earned 5 points of armorsmith experience at the time, Ryan decided to try crafting the components for the chromium iron sheath. Using an integrated molding concept, the chromium iron sheath's breastplate is a delicate, layered piece. The craftsmanship required was much more complex than the previous spear cavalry breastplate, so it wasn't Ryan's first choice. This time, Ryan chose chrome iron greaves, which cover the calf and were made from 2 hinged chrome iron plates. In other words, using the sorcery scorching touch, Ryan could mimic the forging process of a spearman's breastplate and quickly create chrome iron greaves. This also meant that he could quickly gain valuable experience as an armorer. 7 or 8 red-hot chrome iron ingots lay in the forge. Ryan raised his hand and whispered the incantation of the sorcery scorching touch. Soon, a rich crimson light began to emerge in front of Ryan's palm. Suddenly, the surrounding flame energy particles rapidly gathered in front of his palm. As his mental energy continued to flow, the flames of the blacksmith's furnace suddenly shot up a great distance. The 7 or 8 iron ingots also began to gradually turn red and soften at a visible speed, turning into molten iron after a few minutes. Ryan immediately opened a small valve in the blacksmith's furnace and poured the scalding chromium iron into the clay mold he had prepared in advance. After it cooled, Ryan removed the 2 original shin guards from the clay mold and, picking up the blacksmith's hammer, began to hammer. Thanks to his increased strength, agility, and stamina, Ryan's hammering became much easier than before. Soon, he had joined the front and back chromium iron parts together to form a complete shin guard. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. You have forged chrome iron greaves, and your comprehension has increased. You have mastered a new skill. Greaves forging. Your greaves forging skill has been upgraded, adding 24 experience points. You have focused on forging chrome iron greaves, adding 28 armorsmith experience points. Ryan's eyes lit up. Yes, just as he expected. After selecting the chrome iron greaves, a higher level than the spear cavalry in Crowley's Armorsmithing Compendium, Volume 1, the armorsmith's experience point gain rate has also increased significantly. In addition, Ryan felt an inexplicable sense of his current success rate while forging the greaves. This must be the effect of Armorsmithing Mastery Level 1, which has slightly increased his armorsmithing success rate. Thinking for a moment, Ryan quickly asked everyone in the blacksmith shop to help create about 10 matching clay molds, 1 for each greave, left and right. Afterwards, Ryan cast the sorcery scorching touch again and again, starting the continuous smelting and forging mode. The system was practically flooding the screen with notifications. All day, except for a trip home for lunch, Ryan spent almost all of his time at the blacksmith shop. Although it was hard work, the results were remarkable. Within a single day, Ryan's armorsmith class level had risen from level 1 to level 2. Ryan also received 1 attribute point and 1 skill point as upgrade rewards. After dinner, the beautiful woman, who had been busy outside all day, came to the blacksmith shop and found Ryan. "Jennifer, from your expression, it seems things aren't going very well." Ryan, who was forging greaves, looked up and saw the beautiful woman with a displeased expression. "Well, there's a bottle of behemoth essence available at the Axon auction house, but Lennon, the auctioneer, said it was reserved yesterday. I negotiated for a long time, but even with a 30% premium, I still couldn't get it." The beautiful woman said this, a little discouraged. "Oh!" Ryan's mind raced, and he had a vague idea of who had made the reservation. It was most likely Norman or Alonso. But it didn't matter. "What about Master Holland?" Ryan asked. "He did agree to produce it, but Master Holland received a rush order yesterday and said he wouldn't be able to produce it for us for another 2 weeks," the beautiful woman said helplessly. "Is that so?" "That's fine. Let's continue with Master Holland's production," Ryan said after a moment's thought. Jennifer looked at Ryan with a hint of surprise. She had thought Ryan would give up. After all, the time frame wouldn't allow for the bloody duel. A full week's delay. "Don't worry, I have plans," Ryan said with a smile. Ryan had anticipated this situation yesterday. After learning from Hamilton that a swordsman's combat prowess was comparable to that of a Grand Knight, Ryan had a plan in mind. If he had upgraded both his giant bear sword and talker hammer skills to level 10, his strength would even surpass that of a swordsman. Perhaps, a quasi-grand swordsman would be more appropriate. No, to be more precise, a quasi-weapon master. If he added the extraordinary trait Iron Skin level 3 and the killer ability to restore attribute points upon addition, Ryan felt confident that even if Norman reached the level of a Grand Knight, he would be able to defeat him. It wasn't that he was overconfident, but this was evident from the fact that Giovanni, whose strength after transformation was comparable to that of a Grand Knight, was still defeated by him. What? You're saying this Ryan has been at the blacksmith shop all day? Alonso was stunned upon hearing this news. Yes, many people have seen this. It can't be faked. Butler Michel was also confused. Knock, knock, knock. A thin man in leather armor entered and quickly reported, Sir, last time you asked me to keep an eye on Baroness Crowley. She just went to the Axon auction house this morning and stayed for a long time. However, I don't know the specific content of their discussions. Furthermore, in the afternoon, she went to Master Apothecary Holland. Baron Alonso immediately turned to look at Michel. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Baron Alonso said, See? So this Ryan is deliberately misleading us, secretly using the Crowley family to help him achieve his true goal. Michel, what do you think Ryan wants to buy at the Axon auction house? Michel smiled and said, If I'm not mistaken, it's probably the behemoth essence. That's right. Luckily, you contacted the Axon auction house yesterday. As for Master Holland, naturally, they won't get their turn until he finishes making the behemoth potion for us. Alonso laughed heartily at the thought that he had predicted Ryan's plan. Michel, likewise, had a confident expression, because he had personally handled both of these tasks. On the third day, Ryan's armorsmith skill advanced to level 3. On the fifth day, it reached level 4. At this point, the remaining attribute points on the system panel reached 6, and the remaining skill points reached 5. However, the experience points for the chrome iron greaves began to plummet after Ryan reached level 4 as an armorsmith. Ryan knew that if he wanted to continue his rapid advancement, he would have to upgrade to a higher level knight plate armor set. However, the problem hindered him. His supply of ice iron ingots seemed insufficient. Currently, there were only a dozen or so, and with the remaining unsmelted ice iron ore, it seemed unlikely Ryan would be able to reach level 5 as an armorsmith. Chapter 193. However, Ryan thought about it, and decided to try forging it first. He estimated that even if it was a little off, it wouldn't be much. Ryan opened Crowley's Armorcasting Compendium, Volume 2, and saw the design for the ice iron suit, which radiated a pale blue metallic sheen. Ryan began to examine it carefully, selecting the parts for forging the ice iron suit. Like the chrome iron suit, the ice iron suit consisted of 8 pieces. After some thought, Ryan chose the ice iron shoulder guards, as the design showed them to resemble 2 curved shields, suitable for a single meltcast process. Unlike the shoulder guards in other suits, they had multiple armor plates. Ryan quickly began smelting the ice iron ingots. Due to ice iron's extreme resistance to fire, the smelting temperature was exceptionally high. Fortunately, Ryan had the sorcery scorching touch to complement it. Otherwise, the smithy alone would have been a real struggle. Half an hour later, a system notification appeared. You have forged the ice iron shoulder guards, and your comprehension has increased. You have mastered a new skill. Shoulder guard forging. Your shoulder guard forging skill has increased, adding 24 experience points. You have focused on forging ice iron shoulder guards, adding 138 armorsmith experience points. Wow! Ryan's eyes lit up. What a generous experience point reward. It seems that equipment crafted from this rare, or will, according to the system's evaluation standards, be far superior to equipment crafted from ordinary ores. This way, he might actually have a chance to reach level 5 armorsmith before his ice iron ingots and ice iron ore are depleted. Ryan immediately set to work, full of motivation. However, after more than an hour, Ryan soon discovered he had encountered another problem. Smelting ice iron required constant sorcery, and consumed far more mental energy than smelting ordinary iron ingots. After just over an hour, Ryan had already nearly exhausted all his mental energy. After some thought, Ryan decided to increase his mental power. This was because increasing mental power would increase the power of his sorcery. Secondly, increasing his mental power would restore him to peak form, allowing him to smelt continuously, and speed up his progress. Finally, Ryan considered that he only needed 2 will runes to complete the requirement of visualizing 24 will runes at once, thus reaching the level of a 3rd level wizard apprentice. As the remaining attribute points increased from 6 to 5, his spirit also increased from 25 to 26. Instantly, Ryan felt his mind remarkably clear, and the exhaustion from his mental exhaustion vanished completely. During the subsequent smelting process, Ryan discovered that, indeed, the addition of points slightly increased the power of his scorching touch spell, allowing him to smelt the ice iron ingots with greater ease. 2 hours later, seeing that his armorsmith class level had already passed 2/3, but his mental energy was once again depleted, Ryan, without much hesitation, added another point to his mental energy. As his remaining attribute points decreased from 5 to 4, his mental energy also increased from 26 to 27. Restored to peak form, he continued to work profusely. Half a day later, a system notification sounded. Congratulations! Your Armorsmith class level has increased. Ryan's Armorsmith class level had finally reached level 5, receiving 1 attribute point and 1 skill point as a reward. As a result, the remaining attribute points on the system panel increased to 5, and the remaining skill points reached 6. Ryan looked at the 6 remaining skill points with a hint of excitement. Finally, 6 points. If he added 3 points each to Giant Bear Sword and Talker Hammer, he would instantly have 2 Transcendent Combat skills at level 10. After a brief rest, Ryan focused his attention on the Knight Transcendent panel. A pair of large hands held an icon depicting a sledgehammer. Talker Hammer level 7, 2724/5000. Since his Talker Hammer reached level 6, the accompanying shockwave and precision effects had both reached level 2. This time, once his Talker Hammer skill reached level 10, he would also unlock the next level special effect. Note: Talker Hammer skill unlock shock level 3, requiring the following conditions. 1. Talker Hammer skill level 9 or higher. 2. Bear King breathing skill level 9 or higher. Note: Talker Hammer skill unlocks precision level 3, requiring the following conditions. 1. Talker Hammer skill level 9 or higher. 2. Strength 22, Agility 18, Constitution 20 or higher. Both of these special effects require only Hammer skill level 9 to reach level 3. If the level 2 special effect from last time could kill a ferocious sea beast comparable to a Grand Knight, then the power of the level 3 special effect would be even greater. As Ryan silently added points, the remaining skill points on the attribute panel went from 6 to 4, and Talker Hammer skill instantly jumped to level 9. Instantly, a flood of memories of his training in Talker Hammer skill flooded into Ryan's mind. These fragmented memories of hammer training practically connected into a short film in Ryan's mind, then quickly merged into his muscle memory. However, the content of this memory was quite overwhelming, and Ryan paused before opening his eyes. Just now, it felt as if he had undergone years of arduous training in the Talker Hammer technique, and then, in just a few seconds, all those years of experience flooded into his mind. Ryan glanced at the hammer technique and saw that, as expected, its 2 special effects, concussion and precision, had both advanced to level 3. Ryan took a closer look and saw that the new text descriptions for both special effects were similar. The main change from level 2 to level 3 was that small amplitude became large amplitude. This meant a further increase in power. But considering that the Weapon Master, Legendary, class panel required a level 10 Transcendental Combat skill, Ryan rested for a moment and added a few skill points to the Talker Hammer technique. As his hammer skill reached level 10, Ryan suddenly froze. The inculcation of this hammer skill training felt unusually long. When he regained consciousness, he realized the feeling of wielding the indestructible force in his hands was completely different from before. At this moment, 2 surprising system notifications suddenly appeared. Ding! Detection: Host Talker's hammer skill has reached level 10, unlocking the master level hammer skill effect. Multiple concussions passive. The original effect, concussion level 3, has been overwritten. Multiple concussions passive effect. Your control over hammer weapons and the force has reached an extremely high level, allowing you to inflict multiple concussions of damage. Note: this effect only works when the host is wielding a hammer weapon and attacking with a flat end. Note: this effect scales with the host's force, strength, mastery, and combat skill level. Ding! Detected: the host's Talker Hammer skill has reached level 10, unlocking the heavy weapon perk. Effortless lifting, passive, effortless lifting, passive, effect. Your mastery of heavy weapons has reached an exceptionally high level, allowing you to wield them with unwavering ease. This state increases your heavy weapon swing speed by an additional 20%. Note: only effective when wielding heavy weapons. Hiss! This made Ryan overjoyed. Firstly, the power of this multiple concussion, judging by the description, far surpassed that of concussion level 3. While concussion level 3 is also a powerful perk, it only deals 1 level of damage, making it easily blocked by armor or other objects. Multiple concussion, however, is different, often capable of penetrating thick armor and striking the enemy's inner core. The latter one is even more remarkable. Two-handed warhammers generally suffer from being too heavy. While their weight is the basis of their power, it also means they're certainly slower to swing than great swords, let alone lighter weapons, like one-handed swords. But now, this lift heavy with ease, passive, special effect effectively compensates for this shortcoming. Wait! Heavy weapons? Ryan keenly noticed the change in the description. His hammer skill had reached level 10, and the unlocked special effects weren't for hammer-related skills, but for all heavy weapon skills. Suddenly, the words applying analogies caught Ryan's eye. This suddenly struck Ryan with a sudden realization. He seemed to understand why the Weapon Master, Legendary, class prerequisite required 3 different weapon-type combat skills to reach level 10. When Ryan looked at the panel again, he saw the following display for hammer skill. Talker hammer skill level 10, 2724/20,000, with additional effects. Effortless lift, multiple concussions, and accuracy level 3. 3 special effects in one blow. TSK. Looking around, Ryan couldn't help but drape a freshly forged light blue ice iron shoulder guard over a thick log. Then, exerting only 50% strength, he swung the pig-headed hammer and struck it hard. Bang! The light blue ice iron shoulder guard shattered instantly, but what was even more dramatic was that, with the ice iron armor's resistance and weakening, the log beneath it should have been relatively unscathed, if not completely intact. But when Ryan lifted the shattered ice iron shoulder guard, he discovered that the log was even more severely damaged than the ice iron shoulder guard, practically shattered to dust. Shoo! Ryan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This is multiple concussion? So terrifying. He had clearly felt that his hammer strike had unleashed at least 2 levels of level 3 concussion force, one to shatter armor, the other to shatter wood. And if he exerted his full strength, he could probably unleash a triple or even higher level of concussion force. In that case, after calming his excitement a little, Ryan returned his focus to the giant bear sword technique. Talker hammer technique level 10 had given him such a big surprise, so if giant bear sword technique reached level 10, wouldn't it also? Ryan's eyes lit up, his face filled with anticipation, as he silently chanted the skill points. The remaining skill points on the attribute panel dropped from 3 to 0, and giant bear swordsmanship suddenly jumped from level 7 to level 10. As a flood of memories flooded in, 2 system notifications appeared. Ding! Detected. Host giant bear swordsmanship has reached level 10, unlocking the master level sword skill effect. Cut steel passive. The original effect, sharpness level 3, has been overridden. Steel cut passive effect. Your mastery of sword weapons and the force has reached an extremely high level, capable of severing ordinary steel weapons and armor with a single blow. Note: this effect only works when using a sword weapon. Note: this effect is proportional to the host's weapon, force, strength, mastery, and skill level. Ding! Detected. Host giant bear swordsmanship has reached level 10, unlocking the sharp weapon effect. Break armor passive. Armor break passive effect. Your mastery of sharp weapons has reached an extremely high level, allowing you to focus and unleash your power, significantly increasing the chance of breaking through enemy armor. Note: only effective when using sharp weapons. Sure enough, Ryan looked at the panel with delight. Giant bear swordsmanship level 10, 3023/20,000, with the following special effects: steel cutting, armor breaking, and precision level 3. Another triple special effect. Ryan also discovered that the armor-breaking special effect wasn't limited to swords. It applied to all sharp weapons, including the pointed end of his pig-headed hammer. Feeling a bit itchy, Ryan immediately tried out the new special effect. He swung his shimmering greatsword, aimed at the pale blue ice iron shoulder guard, and slashed down. Swish! The ice iron shoulder guard, forged from a rare ore, was cleaved open with a single blow. TSK. This power must be the combined effect of steel cutting and armor piercing abilities. Even armor forged from special, or could be cleaved with a single blow. However, Ryan had a vague feeling that, in terms of power, the two-handed warhammer still held greater attack power than the greatsword. After a moment's reflection, Ryan began to understand. This might be due to the level 3 hammer specialization, as the power of both the multi-concussion and steel cut effects was tied to the specialization level. Also, the system descriptions of heavy weapons and sharp weapons suggested to Ryan that he was gradually uncovering the mystery of the unique Weapon Master, Legendary class. He had a vague idea of what core skills or class characteristics this legendary class might possess. After some thought, Ryan discovered another interesting point. Generally speaking, mastering a weapon requires 20 to 30 years of painstaking effort, even with considerable talent. The level of difficulty is no less challenging than a knight's journey to Grand Knight, and in fact, even more so. But now, Ryan's greatsword and two-handed warhammer have both reached the master level. This translates to the equivalent of 50 to 60 years of diligent training for a knight with sword and hammer talent. Having a cheat is truly terrifying. Furthermore, the combat power of this near-weapon master is even greater than Ryan anticipated. If he were to face Giovanni again, whose transformed strength rivals that of a Grand Knight, Ryan felt he wouldn't be able to withstand 3 of his hammer blows, and perhaps even be defeated with just 1. As for Norman, Ryan was eagerly anticipating his promotion to Grand Knight. Otherwise, the duel would be far too boring. Baron Norman's mansion. All the guards within the mansion were now fully armed and stationed around the villa, on high alert. Dennis, on the other hand, paced anxiously at the door of the indoor training room. Just now, his father, Baron Norman, had decided to take the high-level potion, Behemoth Essence, to achieve the Grand Knight status. Before this, Dennis's mood had been like a roller coaster. A few days ago, when his father successfully regained his peak strength, Dennis was so excited that he couldn't sleep for several nights. He felt that his father's victory over Ryan in this bloody duel was a sure thing. But he hadn't anticipated how quickly things would take a turn. It was said that Ryan's strength was improving so rapidly that even his father at his peak wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat him. His chances of winning were, at best, 40-60, with his father being 40-50. This news struck Dennis like a bolt of lightning. He couldn't imagine the devastation that awaited him and his family if his father, Baron Norman, lost in the bloody duel. Because he was only a quasi-knight, not even a full knight, he simply didn't have the strength to support a baronial family. Relationships between nobles, besides marriage, relied heavily on strength. If one's own strength was insufficient, they would inevitably have to give up some of their interests, which would inevitably mean the decline of the Norman family. Moreover, he had already made many enemies. Click! The training room door opened. Baron Norman, beaming with energy, strode out. "Father, you succeeded?" Dennis couldn't help but ask upon seeing this. The Baron smiled faintly and nodded. "Great! Great! Father, you've finally become a Grand Knight." Seeing this, Dennis burst into tears of joy, muttering to himself. It seemed that Lady Luck was on his side after all, on the side of the Norman family. "Ryan! You're dead!" Dennis cried inwardly. He couldn't wait for the bloody duel to begin right now. Alas, it would have to wait until the day after tomorrow. "Come on, all of you!" Baron Norman beckoned to several of his trusted followers. Curiously, Dennis and the others followed Norman to the indoor training grounds. "Take your bows and shoot at me!" Baron Norman folded his hands behind his back, as if he were facing an enemy barehanded. Several of his trusted aides were stunned, looking at each other, unsure whether to obey or refuse. Baron Norman was unarmored, merely clad in a noble hunting garb, offering no protection at all. Dennis immediately guessed his father was testing the Grand Knight's capabilities, and urged, "Don't worry. With my speed, you won't be able to hit me even if you aim." "Yes, young master." "Baron, please be careful." Several of his trusted aides, some near knights, suddenly realized what was happening. They grabbed their powerful bows, aimed at Baron Norman, and began firing. Swoosh! 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 Something astonished them. The arrows, launched with near full force, seemed to be blocked by an invisible shield in front of Baron Norman. As their momentum wore off, they fell helplessly to the ground. Dennis's excitement grew with each passing moment. "Look, that's the Grand Knight, the Grand Knight." The pure force defense makes the Grand Knight practically invincible against even low-level enemies. This time, victory is guaranteed. Dennis, keep the news of my breakthrough confidential. Also, go to Alonso and tell him I've successfully broken through to the Grand Knight. As for the cost of the bottle of Behemoth Essence, I pay him after the duel. Please thank him for me," Baron Norman asked. "Okay, father." Dennis nodded. "By the way, what's happening over there in Ryan?" Norman asked, looking up as if thinking of something. At the blacksmith shop for 5 consecutive days, Dennis reported immediately. Although he was initially skeptical, the truth was clear. Several of his spies had come up with the same results. Furthermore, whenever Ryan went to the blacksmith shop, he would always appear on the street. The spies could see him clearly. Even his daily ins and outs were extremely regular. If someone didn't know Ryan, they might actually mistake him for a blacksmith. However, this unusual behavior naturally caused many people to be puzzled. But after Dennis bribed an apprentice blacksmith at the Crowley family's blacksmith shop, he learned from him that Ryan seemed to be forging knight's plate armor. Instantly, a thought occurred to Dennis. Could it be that Ryan had obtained some rare, and wanted to forge a set of extremely defensive plate armor to deal with his father? The more Dennis thought about it, the more likely this was. As the investigation progressed, Dennis discovered that the Crowley family was secretly collecting ice iron ore, which further solidified his conviction. Huh? All in the blacksmith shop? Baron Norman was stunned. In his opinion, Ryan must also be meticulously preparing, either diligently practicing his combat skills or searching for breakthroughs. Why was he working in the blacksmith shop every day? Spotting the confusion on his father's face, Dennis immediately shared his suspicions with the Baron. Father, Ryan should be crafting a set of knight armor made of rare ore. Perhaps he thinks this will increase his chances of victory. I see. Baron Norman pondered for a moment, a look of sudden realization on his face. This made sense. Improving strength often requires years of diligent training. It's difficult to see significant changes in just a few days. Acquiring a good weapon, or a good set of armor, in a short period of time can often significantly improve one's chances of victory. This was also a common practice before a duel. By the way, Father, news of your bloody duel with Ryan has spread like wildfire. You may not be aware that several chambers of commerce have teamed up to place bets on the outcome of the match between you and Ryan. Currently, since news of your breakthrough to Grand Knight hasn't spread yet, the odds are still 50-50 between you and Ryan. Say, should we? Dennis looked expectantly at his father, Baron Norman. Yes, mortgage all of your liquid funds, including the 8 family stores in the county town. Baron Norman thought for a moment and nodded, agreeing with his son's suggestion. If before, he had only a 50% chance of winning, now, he had near 100% confidence in winning the duel. An hour later, in Alonso's study. Excellent. Dennis, your father has successfully ascended to the rank of Grand Knight. This duel is certain to win. Baron Alonso couldn't help but laugh heartily. By the way, Dennis, are you interested in joining my Chamber of Commerce and taking on a sinecure? Baron Alonso's words instantly thrilled Dennis, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He knew, of course, that this was Baron Alonso's gesture of goodwill. It was called a sinecure, but in reality, it was just free money. It seemed that his father's influence, having become a Grand Knight, was gradually spreading. Of course, thank you, Baron, Dennis said with a slight bow. Also, Father is very grateful for your help in acquiring that bottle of behemoth essence. The relevant payment will be sent to you after the duel. Haha, Baron Norman is very polite. There's no rush, said Alonso, in a cheerful mood. After Dennis left, Alonso turned to the butler, Michel, and said, the news of Norman's promotion to Grand Knight can't be kept secret for long. Michel, how much liquid funds do we have left? After a moment's thought, Michel quickly gave a figure. We have 18,343 imperial gold coins left. This was mainly due to helping Baron Norman acquire the bottle of behemoth essence from the Axon auction house, which cost a lot. In addition, asking Master Apothecary Holland to help us create the behemoth essence also cost a lot. However, this will most likely be an income source. Once successfully created, it will be very valuable, Michel added. Baron Alonso was delighted with Michel's expertise. He stroked the seal ring in his hand and nodded, saying, excellent. Then increased the bet by 18,000 imperial gold coins. As you wish, sir, I do it right away. Butler Michel smiled, bowed, and left. Ryan's new residence. Jenny, wearing a white floral dress, quickly ran to the beautiful woman's room, her long skirt in hand. Upon entering, she spoke to the beautiful woman with a hint of urgency. Mother, something's wrong. You asked me to inquire with Agatha about the changes in the betting. The latest news is that the Norman family has increased their bets. I suspect you're right. Baron Norman may have already reached the rank of Grand Knight. Due to the Norman family's recent lockdown, the beautiful woman, Jennifer, had been unable to gather any useful information. So, she sent Jenny to ask her best friend Agatha. Agatha's Wiggins family owns a large chamber of commerce, one of the many joint chambers of commerce participating in the opening, so they're well informed. By the way, Mother, isn't Lord Ryan acting a bit strangely? Look, he's been crafting armor in the blacksmith shop every day. You know, he's going to have a bloody duel the day after tomorrow. Is Lord Ryan underestimating Baron Norman? The beautiful woman frowned slightly at her daughter's question and said, I know he's forging knight's plate armor in the blacksmith shop, but as you said, even the best knight's plate armor can't withstand every attack, especially one from a Grand Knight. I go find him at the blacksmith shop now. Half an hour later, the beautiful woman arrived. You said Norman has successfully become a Grand Knight? Upon hearing this news, Ryan's eyes lit up. He turned to look at the beautiful woman and said, the beautiful woman was initially worried about Ryan, but she keenly noticed that his gaze toward her was not filled with worry or fear at all, but rather with, how should I put it? Joy, happiness? To be more precise, it seemed. A kind of euphoria at the sight of a great prize. But how could this be possible? The beautiful woman was momentarily perplexed. However, she quickly adjusted her mindset and nodded, saying, "Although I'm not 100% certain, judging by the bets, the Norman family has invested almost all of their wealth. It's clear they're extremely confident of winning the duel." Ryan smiled and nodded, saying to the beautiful woman, "Excellent. This might be a rare opportunity for us to make some money." Chapter 194. Although the beautiful woman didn't know where her young man's confidence came from, she glanced at Ryan with her beautiful eyes, nodded, and said, "Well then, I immediately mobilized the entire family's liquid funds and place a bet. Also, put the over 3,000 gold I left with you on the line," Ryan interjected. Originally, Ryan had considered explaining the situation to the beautiful woman, but considering his situation, it seemed difficult to do so in a few words. After a moment's thought, Ryan didn't elaborate. Instead, he took a pair of ice iron shoulder guards, placed them on the thick log, and repeated the test he had just performed. After all, actions speak louder than words. Demonstrating one's strength was the best reassurance for the beautiful woman. Bang! After a dull sound. When Ryan lifted the shattered ice iron shoulder guard, the logs beneath appeared to be pulverized. This immediately made the beautiful woman's watery eyes widen, and her cherry lips open wide, as if a whole apple could fit inside. "My dear, have you also become a grand knight?" the beautiful woman couldn't help but ask. Although she was not familiar with martial arts, she did have a good eye. She had never seen such a level of attack power in a family knight, not even in the late Baron Crowley. This level of attack power was simply too exaggerated. She couldn't imagine any other reason other than Ryan's promotion to Grand Knight that could have allowed Ryan to reach such a level of attack power. "Not yet, but in terms of strength, I'm not inferior to ordinary Grand Knights." Ryan smiled and shook his head. Ryan's words instantly dispelled the beautiful woman's worries. If she had previously worried that Ryan might be too arrogant and not take Baron Norman seriously, seeing this scene, she realized that her little man truly didn't need to pay too much attention to Baron Norman's movements. The last day. Inside Ryan's new mansion. Since Ryan had already achieved his goals, he naturally chose not to stay in the blacksmith shop any longer. Also, although Ryan had already reached mastery in both the giant bear sword and the talker hammer, he still wanted to fully understand their power, and the blacksmith shop was naturally not suitable. So, he spent the entire day in the indoor training grounds of his new mansion. This was one of the benefits of being promoted to Baron, having an indoor training ground of several hundred square meters right in his own home. 6 months ago, Ryan could only gaze enviously at Claire's indoor training ground. But he hadn't expected that so soon, he would now have his own. Ryan, wielding a black pighead hammer, repeatedly struck a dummy clad in double-layer plate armor. As for the double-layer plate armor, it was naturally because the damage from multiple concussions was too severe. Without the double-layer armor, the dummy would be shattered to dust with a single blow. After a period of testing, Ryan was virtually certain that, at full power, he could deliver triple concussion damage. As for using secret techniques, Ryan focused his gaze on the knight, transcendent, panel, examining the two strongmen with hammer icons above the talker hammer technique. Both icons depicted a muscular man wielding a hammer, though the movements differed. One twisted his body, swinging a two-handed hammer upwards, charging straight up, while the other held the hammer high, slamming it down from above, shattering the ground in a fan-shaped pattern. The force was incredibly powerful. These were the two secret techniques of Talker's hammer technique, Rising Dragon Hammer and Earth-Splitting Hammer. Ryan studied the small text in the lower right corner of the icons. Rising Dragon Hammer LV3, Secret Technique, Effect. Using a unique power generation method, swing the hammer upwards, delivering a powerful blow with a combination of rotating and concussive forces. Earth-Splitting Hammer LV3, Secret Technique, Effect. Using a unique power generation method, swing the hammer downwards, striking the ground with a powerful blow with multiple concussive forces. Both hammer techniques were successfully upgraded to LV3, and the accompanying force also changed, from concussive to multiple, greatly increasing their power. After Ryan's recent practical tests, he discovered that when he unleashed these two hammer techniques in the triple form, he could inflict quadruple damage. The Rising Dragon Hammer combined a single spin with a triple concussive force, while the Earth-Splitting Hammer was the most powerful, inflicting a quadruple concussive force. Ahead of tomorrow's bloody duel, Ryan reviewed Beast Knight Giovanni's transformed strength. His superior physique resulted in movement and attack speed significantly superior to that of an ordinary knight. So, Ryan decided to stick with his original plan, abandon the heavy knight's plate armor, and participate in the bloody duel armed only with a single weapon. With a 200-pound weight loss, Ryan could essentially keep up with his opponent's speed. Furthermore, with his hammer mastery level 3, Ryan's most powerful weapon was still his two-handed hammer, not his greatsword. Therefore, Ryan decided to choose the hammer. And with the light as a heavy object effect, Ryan was confident that his hammer would be able to keep up with his opponent's attacks. On the day of the duel, the beautiful women Jennifer and Ginny accompanied Ryan in a carriage to the duel arena. Soon, the carriage arrived at the arena in the heart of the county town. The arena was circular in shape, its high walls constructed of grayish-white stone slabs. At first glance, Ryan thought it resembled the circular Colosseum of ancient Rome, only 2 times smaller. This was understandable, considering it was only the county town's duel arena. Because 2 nobles were engaging in a bloody duel today, and with several major chambers of commerce heavily promoting it, the crowds were enormous, far greater than for typical animal fights. After all, the feuds and grudges between nobles were a frequent topic of conversation among many commoners. Now that there was such a big spectacle to behold, many commoners were scrimping and saving money to come and see it. You'd have to know that such an event wouldn't happen once in years in Mayes County. Before Ryan's carriage even reached the gate, a special person came to greet him. A small team of guards quickly escorted and guided the carriage into a dedicated area within the dueling arena. After a brief farewell, Ryan disembarked and headed for the dueling aisle. The beautiful woman and Jenny, after gazing at Ryan's departing figure for a moment, also followed him from the aisle reserved for nobles, heading towards the front row of the noble stands. By then, a number of nobles were already in the stands, including Baron Alonso, Dennis, and others. Even Archbishop Rudolph of the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church had arrived. 5 minutes later, with the arrival of Count Habsburg, the governor of Meister County, dressed in a black tuxedo, the atmosphere in the duel arena suddenly became even more heated. When Ryan, carrying the invincible power, and Norman, wielding a sword and shield, emerged from the aisles on either side, the thousands in the stands erupted in cheers. At this moment, Viscount Hamadi, who had not been seen for a long time, walked into the center of the arena in exquisite aristocratic formal attire. Then, the entire audience fell silent. Viscount Hamadi then asked, "Baron Norman, Baron Ryan, both of you are rare talents in the Empire. I ask you one last time, is there truly an irreconcilable conflict between you two that warrants a bloody duel?" This was a necessary step in the formal procedures of the bloody duel. The purpose was to avoid unnecessary internal friction, but now, it's more of a routine. After all, if mediation were truly possible, it would have been completed long before the bloody duel began, and wouldn't have dragged on until now. "Confirmed," Baron Norman said expressionlessly. "Confirmed," Ryan echoed. "That's a pity. I declare the duel begin." Viscount Hamadi shook his head, a look of regret on his face. Because the 2 men had agreed to fight on foot before the duel, there were no horses or other mounts present. As the 2 men took their positions in the center of the arena, Baron Norman looked at the young man before him, a faint smile on his face. He said, "Young man, although this is our first formal meeting, as my opponent, I feel it's necessary to tell you something. Of course, perhaps this news is very likely unfortunate for you." "Go ahead," Ryan said, smiling. "I successfully ascended to the rank of Grand Knight 2 days ago, so you're doomed." Baron Norman spoke, gazing into Ryan's eyes. His purpose in telling Ryan this news before the duel was naturally to shake his resolve, allowing him to more easily secure victory. But he noticed that his words didn't elicit the slightest change in Ryan's expression, not even a twitch of his eyebrows. This immediately irritated Baron Norman. Very uncooperative. However, the audience in the duel arena were very cooperative. When they heard the word Grand Knight, they were immediately in an uproar. Many people had heard that Ryan was a rare commoner-born baron, so many commoners had bet on his victory. But now, what did they hear? Ryan's opponent, Baron Norman, had actually ascended to the rank of Grand Knight. Even a fool knows that a Grand Knight has a grand in it, so he's naturally stronger than a knight. Ryan was doomed to lose. So, many people started exclaiming in surprise, and some who had bet too much even beat their chests and stamped their feet. In the stands, Baron Alonso, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but laugh. And Dennis couldn't control himself even more. If the people sitting next to him weren't all nobles or descendants of nobles from Meister County, and he didn't need to maintain his appearance, he would have burst into laughter. But even now, the corners of his mouth were curled up so hard that he couldn't suppress it. "This is so unfair to Ryan," Agatha angrily said to Ginny. "Beautiful Miss Agatha, this is a bloody duel, there's no fairness to it." Dennis' face lit up upon hearing this, and he turned and said with a smile. As he finished speaking, he glanced at Baroness Crawley and Ginny, hoping to see their shocked expressions. But Dennis was disappointed. He didn't see any signs of sadness or shock on the women's faces, which puzzled him. But then he realized something, shook his head slightly, and said disdainfully, "Women are good at acting, just pretending to be calm. Haha, when the time comes, you have to come to me and beg me. My mother is plump and beautiful, and Ginny is also quite charming and lovely." Not bad. At this moment, in a corner of the stands, several knights were escorting a graceful woman in a black robe and hood, searching for a spot. If Ryan were here, he would immediately recognize him as the knight who had suddenly appeared from the carriage behind him the day he killed Giovanni. "Miss Naya, you shouldn't be here. Your condition requires rest and recuperation." The knight named Lawrence seemed quite pleased with the noisy environment of the dueling arena, but after just one glance around, his brow furrowed. "Knight Lawrence, I need to come here. The young man Lord Hamilton mentioned last time, who might be able to help me, is about to engage in a bloody duel. If he loses, can I not come and see him?" The girl's voice was pleasant. Well, then please be careful. If you feel unwell, we will leave immediately." Lawrence thought for a moment, and reluctantly agreed. "Huh?" the young girl, Naya, exclaimed, covering her mouth. "Sir Lawrence, isn't this the young man we met on the road the other day?" Naya pointed at Ryan in the arena. That day, she had asked Knight Lawrence beside her if this young man was any good. "Huh? Really? I didn't expect it to be the same person." Knight Lawrence nodded in surprise. This made the girl even more curious about Ryan. She hadn't expected that the person she was looking for and the one she had encountered that day were actually the same person. In the center of the arena. At this moment, Ryan said something that left everyone baffled. "The outcome won't change, will it?" Baron Norman was visibly taken aback by Ryan's words, but quickly nodded, saying, "Indeed, the outcome won't change. Only one person can emerge from this bloody duel alive. It's too late for you to beg for mercy now. By the way, I heard you've been crafting armor lately. Why aren't you wearing it today?" Baron Norman glanced at Ryan, clad in leather armor, with a hint of confusion. But before Ryan could reply, he began, "Never mind, it's not important. It's a shame, you're so young, leaving this beautiful world so soon. Begin." Just as the words fell, Baron Norman, sword and shield in hand, tapped his toes, leaving a trail of shadow as he charged towards Ryan at high speed. In terms of speed, Norman, now a Grand Knight, was no less capable than Giovanni after his transformation. At the same time, the surface of Baron Norman's armor emitted a faint fluorescent light, as if some special power was protecting him. Ryan knew this wasn't sorcery or a supernatural attribute, but rather Baron Norman's own force defense, the Grand Knight's special ability. In other words, Baron Norman's current defense consisted not only of his armor, but also of force defense. Facing the onslaught of Baron Norman, Ryan showed no fear. Instead, he calmly drew the dark, indestructible force from behind him and grasped it in his hand. Dang! Facing Baron Norman's sword strike, Ryan steadily held the hammer. Huh? Norman's eyes flashed with surprise. How could someone with a heavy hammer strike so quickly? The next second, Ryan swung his hammer down with lightning speed, a furious blow. Norman, having just been promoted to Grand Knight, had failed in his previous attack. Naturally, facing Ryan's attack, he wouldn't retreat or dodge. Instead, he raised his shield with his left hand to block. Bang! The moment the black, pig-headed hammer struck the shield, Baron Norman's previously calm expression drastically changed, his eyes revealing a look of unmistakable astonishment. This kind of power, could it be? Before Norman could finish, Ryan smiled faintly and muttered to himself. Breaking the limit. Great strength level 3. Suddenly, Ryan's height soared, his muscles thickened. He unleashed a series of swift, powerful hammer strikes, pounding Norman. Bang! 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 With each strike, Baron Norman's expression changed, and he took 2 steps back, his left hand holding the shield gradually trembling. The audience in the stands witnessed a scene they could not fathom. A peaked knight, wielding his hammer with ferocity, sent the so-called Great Knight, Baron Norman, retreating step by step. Dennis, who was roaring with all his might in the stands, was like a drake with its neck strangled, his cheers abruptly stammering. How is this possible? Shouldn't Ryan be severely injured by his father, in a single blow? Dennis muttered in astonishment. The sight of Ryan, clearly still a knight, actually engaging in a back-and-forth battle with his father, who had already ascended to Grand Knight status, gaining the upper hand, shocked him to the core. After hearing that Baron Norman had ascended to Grand Knight status, the vast majority of the audience, save for Count Habsburg and Archbishop Rudolph, were unimpressed with Ryan's abilities. After all, a Grand Knight, in layman's terms, is simply something above a knight. Otherwise, why would such a rank exist? A closer look reveals that a Grand Knight represents a further evolution and breakthrough of the knight. If a knight could defeat them, what would be the point of such an evolution and breakthrough? But something completely shattered their understanding unfolded before their very eyes. The next second, as Ryan silently chanted power burst, a surge of heat suddenly surged from Ryan's heart, causing his blood to race, veins to bulge, and his entire body to grow taller, like a muscular beast. Ryan slammed down on Norman with his secret hammer technique, Earth Shatter. Baron Norman's face twitched. This time, he no longer wanted to resist for the sake of his reputation as a great knight, but chose to immediately retreat. Bang! Just as Baron Norman thought he had dodged the blow, Ryan slammed heavily onto the ground a meter in front of him. Instantly, an extremely powerful, multi-concussive force swept toward Norman in a fan-shaped pattern. Those in the nearby stands felt the stands beneath them tremble violently, and then, the ordinary spectators began to stagger, as if drunk. Looking at the duel arena again, within a dozen meters in front of Ryan, the ground was plowed by an unknown force. Even the small stones exploded, forming a large, sunken, fan-shaped area. Such power. The onlookers were stunned. Is this a knight? Oh my god! Even more powerful than the Grand Knight. The multiple concussive forces caused Baron Norman, protected by the force, to pause slightly. Oh no! Norman thought to himself. But this brief pause gave Ryan an opportunity. Ryan's second Earth Shatter was already approaching. Ah! Secret technique, Iron Wall defense. Baron Norman roared, his muscles bulging, his entire body emitting a faint glow, a sign of unleashing the full might of the force. He raised his shield high, attempting to block Ryan's blow. Bang! The moment hammer and shield clashed, the shield, despite its force-enhanced power, still shattered. And then, the first shockwave was blocked by Baron Norman's force defenses. The second shockwave was weakened by the thick plate armor crafted from a special ore. But the third shockwave could only be resisted by the Great Knight Norman's formidable physical strength. The key point was, with Ryan's full-strength attack, the Earth Shatter had 4 shockwaves. The fourth shockwave penetrated Norman's body, wreaking havoc on his internal organs and other relatively fragile tissues. Puff! Baron Norman retreated over 10 steps, then spat out a large mouthful of blood. At this moment, he felt a burning pain in his internal organs. The crowd in the stands watched this scene all stunned. Wasn't Baron Norman already a Grand Knight? How could he be beaten like this? Especially Baron Alonso and Dennis, the nobles who had bet on Baron Norman's victory, couldn't believe their eyes. A Grand Knight couldn't defeat a knight? What was going on? The battle in the center of the arena continued. Ryan rushed towards Baron Norman and unleashed a rising dragon hammer. Because Baron Norman's internal injuries had severely reduced his movement speed, and his shield had shattered, he could only block with his knight's long sword. But it couldn't be stopped. It couldn't be stopped at all. Bang! The hammer, briefly blocked by the knight's long sword, still slammed heavily into Norman's abdomen. Baron Norman was folded in half, a strange bulge forming on his back. At the same time, his body soared high like a rocket. A few seconds later, he slammed to the ground. This time, Ryan didn't pursue him. Instead, he stood still, his two-handed warhammer in hand. Baron Norman, spitting out blood, struggled to his feet, staring intently at Ryan. Have you reached mastery in hammering? Ryan said nothing, merely nodded slightly. Baron Norman nodded with a look of resignation, saying, strange. No wonder. Bang! 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 Baron Norman's body exploded in various places, his armor shattered, blood splattered everywhere, and he collapsed to his knees like a puddle of mud, never to rise again. Ryan's previous blow had shattered Baron Norman's internal organs. There was no hope. An Imperial Baron, newly promoted to Grand Knight, had fallen. This can't be true. This can't be true. Dennis slumped in his chair, his eyes vacant as he stared at the scene before him, his face pale. Baron Alonso's face was ashen. His previous raise had resulted in a devastating loss. The beautiful girls, Jenny and Agatha, covered their mouths with their hands, staring at the victorious Ryan in shock. Even the beautiful woman Jennifer was uneasy. Although she had already seen Ryan demonstrate his ultimate move and had great confidence in him, she was still incredibly excited to see him win. After all, Ryan's opponent was a great knight. How could a great knight be so easily defeated? But Ryan had done it. The beautiful woman was incredibly proud of her young man. Furthermore, the thought of the tens of thousands of gold coins and bets further excited her, and her fair face flushed. In the stands, Rudolph was also deeply shocked by the scene before him. Although he had known Ryan must have some kind of leverage when he rejected Bishop Theon's offer of mediation, it now seemed that he had underestimated Ryan. Others might not understand Ryan's victory, but he knew clearly that this was a master-level hammer technique, a level that ordinary knights might never reach in their lifetime, yet the young man before him had achieved it. This talent is truly terrifying. Rudolph suddenly thought of something, and he felt the urge to beat his chest and stamp his feet. That's right. I should have done my best to win Ryan over to the church. Why should I have bothered to save face and said, think about it? I should have just dragged him away. Missed a genius. Count Habsburg was perhaps the only relatively calm person present. He smiled and nodded slightly at Ryan, seeming very satisfied, but since the slain Norman was also his subordinate, his recognition was subtle. The majority of the civilian spectators cheered. Most of them had originally thought that their bet on Ryan would be a complete loss, but unexpectedly, the normal duel had taken a surprising turn, and they actually won. This truly delighted them. Ryan knew that after this battle, his reputation had skyrocketed throughout Mayes County. If he hadn't been well known to the county's aristocratic circles before, after this bloody duel, Ryan was certain he was on the radar of all the major families. For as far as he knew, there were only a handful of Grand Knights in the entire Mayes County. Even Viscount Hamadi, the county sheriff, was merely a senior knight. And he, on the other hand, already had a record of killing Grand Knights. I declare Baron Ryan the victor of this bloody duel. Viscount Hamadi gave Ryan a deep look and declared loudly. A tsunami of cheers followed. In the stands, Dennis's heart darkened. He knew it was over, completely over. At that moment, many of the nobles around him were staring at him with eyes that seemed to want to eat his flesh. Because of his father's defeat, they, who had invested heavily, had suffered enormous losses. Soon, the crowd in the stands began to disperse, and the beautiful woman and Ginny came over. Count Habsburg didn't come up to say anything to Ryan. After all, another baron had died on the spot, and he needed to remain neutral. That was the political quality of a consul. Rudolph seemed to have similar considerations, so after a brief exchange of glances with Ryan, he smiled, nodded, and left. After the three of them boarded the carriage, the beautiful woman couldn't contain her excitement and exclaimed, Baron Ryan, we've earned 36,000 imperial gold coins. What? Jenny, standing by, had no idea her mother and Ryan had invested so much, so she was naturally shocked upon hearing the news. What does 36,000 imperial gold coins even mean? All the Crowley family's affiliated shops, caravans, and so on, combined, were worth only about 10,000 imperial gold coins. In other words, Ryan had earned back the assets of two Crowley families in just one duel. Ginny's head was spinning the entire way. When the carriage returned to the mansion, a few minutes later, a footman arrived to report, Baron, madam, there's a visitor outside. This is the emblem presented by the opposing knight. Ryan had anticipated this situation. Now that he had one, he expected many such social engagements. Ryan planned to decline these engagements whenever possible. If he couldn't, he would have Jennifer attend them on his behalf. So Ryan didn't take it seriously except. He glanced casually, his gaze fixed on the other person's emblem. Huh? This pattern. Chapter 195. Because the emblem's design was unique, it depicted a winged woman. Her features were stunningly beautiful, but her arms had transformed into wings, while her legs remained human. The figure appeared to be in a flying position, giving it an eerie beauty. Ryan didn't know what kind of creature it was, but he had a feeling it was something mystical. Huh? This is the family emblem of Viscount Usman, the beautiful woman said, quite surprised. Viscount Usman? Ryan's face was filled with confusion. Having only recently been promoted, Ryan was naturally unfamiliar with the nobles of Meister County. Of course, the main reason was that Ryan himself didn't want to waste his limited energy dealing with all sorts of nobles. Yes, the Usman family is said to be a branch of a ducal family in the empire. Long ago, this branch migrated to Meister. The beautiful woman thought for a moment before adding her explanation. There was once news that the Usman family was once a family of sorcerers, so their descendants are all descendants of sorcerers. Yes, a sorcerer is a wizard with a special bloodline, a special branch of wizardry, the beautiful woman explained in detail. Sorcerers? Ryan raised an eyebrow. He had actually seen relevant content in those ancient spiritual tomes. Ancient sorcerers are actually a group of wizards with a unique bloodline, a unique branch of ancient wizardry. The bloodlines these wizards have combined are extremely complex and numerous, resulting in some sorcerers having extremely high combat power, while others have extremely low. Later, however, wizards discovered that while this bloodline implantation could bring about a surge in the current generation's power, it also had significant drawbacks. Namely, the implanted bloodline would subtly influence a person's personality, emotions, appearance, and so on. This led the ancient wizards to question, although they had gained immense power, was this still their true self? Furthermore, once their power reached a certain level, the implanted bloodline would deeply merge with their own, passing on to the next generation. This presented an even greater drawback. Many sorcerer families with unstable bloodlines experience mutations in their offspring. While it would be ideal if these mutations developed in a benign direction, they often encountered mutations that developed in uncontrollable or even malignant directions. For sorcerer families with relatively stable bloodlines, the problem was that the bloodline's concentration would gradually weaken with each generation. Unless, during this process, a particularly outstanding offspring emerged, strengthening the bloodline, a highly unlikely outcome. Consequently, many sorcerer families were lost to history. Hearing that the other party might be from an ancient family of sorcerers, Ryan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. At the same time, he was also curious about what they wanted from him. "Please invite them to the living room," Ryan said to the butler. After a moment's thought, Ryan turned to the beautiful woman and said, "Madam, please join me." Since there were outsiders present, Ryan addressed Jennifer as Madam. At the entrance to the Ryan residence, beside the carriage outside the gate, "Miss Naya, wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to go and invite you directly? Perhaps we should wait for Lord Hamilton to return and have him come forward." Naya said, "Knight Lawrence, didn't you hear a few days ago that Baron Ryan will soon be leaving for Fishing Harbor to take up his post? Besides, I don't know where Lord Hamilton has been these past few days, so I thought I'd try to invite him first. Miss Naya, could it be that your attacks have become more frequent?" Knight Lawrence asked anxiously, as if a thought occurred to him. Naya nodded gently but remained silent. Knight Lawrence instantly understood why Miss Naya was so anxious. "Miss, I understand. Your Excellency, Baron Ryan invites you in for a chat." The valet in charge of the announcement quickly emerged from the mansion and addressed Knight Lawrence. In the living room. "Baron Ryan, hello. I'm Knight Lawrence of the Usman family. I'm here to ask you to do Miss Naya a favor. Actually, we contacted Lord Hamilton a long time ago, but for some reason, we haven't been able to reach him these past 2 days. Ryan nodded. That day, Hamilton hesitated to speak, probably because of this Usman family matter. Hamilton had likely been busy trying to obtain the essence of the giant beast for him, so he wasn't in the county town. Even during the duel, Ryan didn't see Hamilton. This, because it involves some secrets, so if it's convenient for you, could you please take some time to visit the Usman family residence? Knight Lawrence asked, glancing at the beautiful woman and the attendant beside her. Knight Lawrence, if Lord Hamilton doesn't return in 3 days, I visit the Usman family. Is that okay? Ryan thought for a moment and said. It wasn't that Ryan disliked getting involved in trouble, but since Jennifer mentioned they were a family of sorcerers, perhaps the Usmans might possess some sorcery that would suit their needs. If I could help them resolve this unknown problem. Of course, thank you, Baron. I take my leave then, Lawrence said with a delighted look. All morning, visits and invitations arrived in an endless stream. Ryan's influence, having triumphed over Baron Norman, continued to ferment and spread throughout Maester County. Soon, the beautiful woman entered with another parchment scroll, and Ryan couldn't help but feel a headache. Whose invitation is this? Hee dear, this isn't an invitation. It's a land deed from the Norman family, the beautiful woman said with a quivering laugh. I've inquired, and all their shops in the county town have been mortgaged. So, basically, the Norman family only owns a few suburban estates. This farm in Monham is probably the largest. Here's the deed. The beautiful woman spoke as she handed the parchment scroll to Ryan. According to the custom of bloody duels, the family of the loser must pay a considerable sum of money to the victor in exchange for forgiveness, while the victor typically displays aristocratic generosity and gestures, signaling that the matter is over. Of course, this is just on the surface. Privately. Monham? Ryan thought, recalling a small town north of the county town. A few months ago, it seemed to have been the victim of a blood sacrifice by the Black Flame Church, resulting in heavy casualties. Ryan shook his head. After taking it, he glanced at it briefly before handing it back to the beautiful woman, saying, Jennifer, I leave this to you. You can rent it out or sell it. Okay, dear, the beautiful woman said with a smile. By the way, dear, there's one more thing you might be interested in. The Axon Auction House just sent an invitation to a small auction for nobility only. I hear there's a lot of good stuff there, including rare ores, weapons, and supposedly extraordinary combat skills. Ryan had originally wanted to refuse outright, but when he heard the word combat skills, he turned to the beautiful woman and said, "Extraordinary combat skills? That's probably rare, isn't it?" The beautiful woman smiled slightly and said, "Indeed, it's rare. Baron, would you like to attend? When is the time?" "Tomorrow morning." "Okay, Jennifer, then I trouble you to accompany me." Ryan had been contemplating the third combat skill to be upgraded to level 10. How should he choose? There was a one-handed sword-related extraordinary combat skill, a level 3 Dragon Empire military swordsmanship, but Ryan felt that since he already had a two-handed great sword and a two-handed warhammer, learning another one seemed unnecessary. In comparison, shield-based combat skills or archery-related extraordinary combat skills might be better choices. Sword and shield-based combat skills are also good, but he currently doesn't have any. So, since there's a chance to obtain extraordinary combat skills, this small auction is a natural choice. At noon, in the banquet hall of the new mansion, his mother, Emma, and his father, old Ryan, were unaware that their son had just participated in a dangerous and bloody duel. However, the sumptuous meal immediately dawned on them that something good must have happened to Ryan. Ryan thought for a moment, and to avoid his parents' suspicions, he briefly mentioned it. With the cooperation of the beautiful woman, the matter was brushed aside. Sister Mint, on the other hand, didn't dwell on it. Her mind focused on the various dishes. After a hearty lunch, Ryan returned to his study and suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to check the system notifications after the duel that morning. "Your skill, Talker Hammer, has been upgraded, with an increase of 1789 experience points. You have participated in a battle, and your Knight, Extraordinary, experience points have increased by 466. After this battle, your Knight, Extraordinary, level has reached level 5, 1261/2000, and your Talker Hammer has reached level 10, 3985/20,000. However, Ryan's attention didn't linger on the Knight, Transcendent, class panel, instead turning to the attribute panel. Because he'd previously added 2 points to his spirit attribute to smelt the ice iron ingot, his spirit had already reached 27. Also, the bloody duel was over. Upon returning to the mansion, Ryan was eager to see if he could successfully visualize all 24 will runes of the basic meditation method, thus reaching the level of a level 3 wizard apprentice. Now, free from distractions, Ryan immediately began visualizing the first will rune, the 20th will rune, and the 23rd will rune in his room. At this moment, Ryan felt a slight swelling in his temples, evidently due to the fact that his meditation practice time was approaching its current limit. However, only one will rune remained, and Ryan felt no pain, so he decided to continue. Visualize the most complex three-dimensional symbol in this basic meditation. The 24th will rune. Success? Ryan opened his eyes, feeling delighted. Although his head began to ache slightly, he had finally reached the 3rd level of Wizard Apprentice. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Ding! Detected that the host has completed all will runes in the basic meditation. 2424, triggering the class change. Wizard, Legendary. Prerequisites for advancement to Wizard, Legendary are 1. Wizard qualification. 2. Spirit 30 points or above. 3. Basic meditation will runes, 2424. 4th, the current conditions are not met, and the Wizard, Legendary, promotion failed. Ryan was immediately shocked. Huh? 3 question marks? This also appeared before, when I triggered the special job change to Stone Guard. Could it be that the gap between me and this wizard class is too great? Or is there some uncertainty between me and this class? After thinking for a moment, Ryan's face showed a thoughtful expression. It seemed that he needed to find out more about the official wizard promotion. After all, he had learned the specific prerequisites for the Knight, Transcendent, promotion by listening to secrets. The prompts for several other class panels were also obtained by listening to secrets, and this had happened several times. In essence, listening to secrets was about increasing understanding of a particular class. So, Ryan believed that if he learned more about wizards, he would be able to trigger and clarify the relevant job change requirements. Ryan was quite certain of this. Looking at it this way, I might really need to reconsider the Usman family's affairs. As a family of former sorcerers, their understanding of wizards should far surpass mine. But, to be safe, I have to wait for Hamilton's return to learn more before making a decision. Ryan pondered. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a very subtle knock sounded at the door. A faint smile played on Ryan's lips at the familiar sound of footsteps. When Ryan opened the door, he saw the beautiful woman, who had drunk a lot of wine during the lunch celebration, standing at the doorway, holding a bottle of vintage Bordeaux, her figure more charming than a flower. "My dear, to celebrate your victory in the duel, I think we should have a few more drinks." "Of course, please come in, beautiful lady." Ryan invited the beautiful woman into the room. Since it was already a snowy month, the beautiful woman was wearing a long white cashmere cloak. After entering the room, she muttered, "It's so hot," and automatically removed her white cashmere cloak. Ryan was stunned, because the beautiful woman was wearing only a super short, strapless nightgown underneath. The straps on the top were just the right length. Any longer would have exposed her private parts, but the current length was just enough to show off her pair of firm, white thighs. The hem of the nightgown was even more strategically cut, just enough to conceal her large, round breasts, while barely covering even a hint of her radiant, white thighs. After placing 2 wine glasses on the table, the beautiful woman, whether intentionally or deliberately, placed her legs together, sticking out her porcelain-like breasts. She held the bottle in both hands, and slowly poured the wine. "You know, if this nightgown is even an inch shorter, it reveals areas that shouldn't be." And at this moment, the beautiful woman's posture is taking the temptation to the extreme. This time, there's even no need for Ryan to lift it up. A spark of fire seemed to ignite in Ryan's eyes. A rapid rustling sound rang out. The next second, 2 rough, fiery hands grasped the beautiful woman's slender waist, and a fierce battle began. 10,000 words omitted here that night. A familiar figure suddenly appeared at Ryan's mansion. It was Hamilton, who had hurried back from a long journey. "Ryan, I'm sorry I'm late," Hamilton said apologetically. "After all, I couldn't make it back before your duel. This is the high-level potion I just acquired, Behemoth Essence." Hamilton handed Ryan a wooden box with an intricate pattern on its surface. However, according to Master Alchemist Quinard, the concentration of the special substance contained in this giant heart from a coastal plesiosaur isn't very high. This means your chances of success with this giant essence will likely be significantly lower, Hamilton explained as he gestured for Ryan to open the wooden box. When Ryan opened the box, he saw a potion emitting a pale blue glow. A closer look revealed a unique glow, like a candle shrouded in mist, with a hazy quality and flickering stars, lending it a mysterious aura. "After all, you've already won the bloody duel. I don't think there's any need to rush into the grand night anytime soon. During this time, we can look for some better quality behemoth essence." Hamilton paused, confident that Ryan understood his meaning. Ryan nodded and said, "Thank you for the reminder, sir. I keep that in mind." But Hamilton had no idea that Ryan had a cheat. For Ryan, a high-level potion like behemoth essence only required him to find the right one to complete his class advancement. He didn't need to worry about its quality. Still, Ryan was grateful for Hamilton's help and reminder. "Ryan, to be honest, I didn't expect you to be able to defeat a Grand Knight head-on. Your strength has surpassed my expectations." Hamilton looked at Ryan and couldn't help but sigh. "Your Excellency is too kind." Ryan smiled. With the behemoth essence in hand, Ryan's class advancement to Weapon Master, Legendary, only needed to be completed, finding a suitable transcendental combat skill and upgrading it to level 10. "By the way, sir, the Usman family came looking for me this morning," Ryan mentioned, then paused, saying nothing more. Hamilton was startled, then a look of sudden realization crossed his face. He said, "I've been in Leinsterwood County for the past few days, and haven't been in Mayest. They must be getting anxious because they can't find me. Let me briefly explain the Usman family situation, Ryan. Whether or not you're willing to help is up to you, and there's no need to force it." After finishing his words, Hamilton paused, as if trying to form his words. It's true that the Usman family was once a family of sorcerers. All their family members possess a unique bloodline power, varying in concentration. It's said that once awakened, those with high concentrations possess the ability to control portions of dreams. As a branch of the Usman family, this awakening hasn't occurred in hundreds of years. However, this time, the bloodline power of Viscount Usman's daughter, Naya, far surpasses that of ordinary Usman family members. It was after Naya's coming-of-age ceremony that they suddenly discovered that Naya was suffering from recurring nightmares, and her bloodline-derived dream power was gradually spiraling out of control. After consulting the family's ancient records, they discovered that this was due to Naya's own lack of strength. If Naya is to survive this crisis, someone needs to accompany her, enter her dreams, and slay the monster. At this point, Ryan had a basic understanding of why the Usman family had approached him. But after careful consideration, Ryan thought of another question and said, "Then why choose me? You know, although there are few great knights in Meister County, they can always be found. And there's definitely more than one master in the Goddess Church. Hamilton shook his head and explained again, this dream of the Usman family is very special. It has age and strength restrictions. Otherwise, Naya wouldn't be able to use her bloodline power to pull you into the dream, let alone kill the monsters in the dream. Specifically, the two conditions are, 1. You must be younger than Naya, and 2. You must possess at least the strength of a peak knight. The stronger, the better. I see. Ryan nodded. No wonder they came to him. He seemed to be the only one in the entire province of Meister who could meet both requirements. Even across the entire province of Munster, most of those who possessed peak knighthood at such a young age were direct descendants of great nobles, naturally unwilling to take risks to aid a viscount's family. Hamilton glanced at Ryan and said, with your abilities, resolving this issue shouldn't be difficult. If you have any special requests, Ryan, you can raise them with the Usman family. That's why they came to me. They wanted me to introduce you to a meeting. Yes, sir. How about setting the time for the day after tomorrow morning? Ryan thought for a moment and agreed. As for the conditions for the offer, he had also decided, knowledge of a proper wizard. The next morning, the Axon auction house was bustling with traffic. Luxurious carriages, their exteriors emblazoned with noble coats of arms, passed by one after another. At that moment, a carriage emblazoned with a shield and roses pulled up at the entrance of the Axon auction house. The first person to disembark was a noblewoman. Her slender figure, clad in a one-shoulder white dress, resembled a delicate flower bud, exuding a youthful and energetic air. The second person to disembark was a noblewoman in a pale blue evening gown, her breasts clasped with a precious sapphire brooch, barely holding together a pair of towering breasts. The last person to disembark was a tall, dark-haired young man, dressed in a black, noble hunting suit. He looked brimming with masculine charm. As the young man disembarked, many people around him focused their attention on him, whispering among themselves, "This is Baron Ryan, the man who defeated the Grand Knight. He's so handsome, I'm so attracted to him." A noblewoman, blushing slightly, whispered to her friend beside her after taking a look at Ryan. "Forget it. Look at those two next to you. Can you compare?" The friend, also a noblewoman, nudged her friend, pouring cold water on her. "Huh?" The young noblewoman then realized that Baroness Crawley and Jenny, who accompanied Ryan, each had their own unique characteristics. One a charming noblewoman, the other a stunningly beautiful lady. This is outrageous. Isn't this the widow of the Crawley family and her daughter? To tie Lord Ryan down, these two. Shamelessly. The young noblewoman stamped her foot, dejected. The male nobles, on the other hand, were more concerned with Ryan's strength. Is this Baron Ryan, the man who defeated the venerable Norman family? Yes. At such a young age, he could defeat a great knight. His future is incredible. By the way, is he really that powerful? I happened to be away from the county town that day. He is indeed powerful. I was there to see it. The power of that hammer strike still terrifies me when I think about it. Now, many people call him the Baron of the Hammer. Ryan glanced around and saw that all the attendees at this small auction were indeed aristocrats, adorned with rich attire, and filled with the scent of perfume. Soon, the three of them were ushered into the auction house. The long, circular corridor was brightly lit. Enclosed oil lamps emitted a yellow halo every few meters. The luxurious cashmere carpets minimized the sound of footsteps. It exuded a sense of understated luxury. Ryan and the other two were soon ushered into a small private room on the second floor. This room, slightly to the right of the auction table, was arguably one of the three best seats. This surprised the knowledgeable and beautiful woman, but she soon understood the reason. Clearly, the Crawley family alone wouldn't have been able to afford such a prestigious position. Even when Baron Crawley was alive, she wouldn't have been eligible to sit in this private room. At most, she could sit in one of the outer rooms on the second floor. Clearly, the Axon auction house was giving face to Ryan, a new upstart from Meister. As the beautiful woman had expected, an elderly man in aristocratic hunting attire soon appeared. "Baron Ryan, Baroness Crawley, Miss Jenny, good morning. Welcome to Axon auction house. I'm Lennon Hyde, the auctioneer. If you need anything, please let me know." "Thank you, Your Excellency Lennon," Ryan said with a slight nod. After the old man left, the beautiful woman whispered to Ryan, "That old fox. I'm certain the bottle of beast essence Norman used for his promotion came from the Axon auction house. Although they didn't sell it directly to Norman, it eventually found its way into Baron Norman's hands. Now, seeing you've won, the old fox is immediately courting you." Ryan nodded, but said nothing. After all, for businessmen, profit is their nature. Soon, a white-haired, monocled old man took the stage. He wielded a small wooden hammer, knocked on the table twice, coughed, and said, "Dear guests, welcome to the Axon Auction House. This auction will once again be presided over by Idris. This is Idris, the chief auctioneer and appraiser of the Axon Auction House." The beautiful woman introduced him to Ryan. "Your time is precious, so the auction officially begins now. First, our first lot is a golden pearl from the Fidea Islands. These golden pearls are only found in giant clams over 100 years old. Grind these golden pearls into powder and apply them to the face. They have the effect of eliminating wrinkles and tightening the skin, and the effects can last for up to 6 months. So, ladies and young ladies who love beauty, don't miss this opportunity." As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the ladies and young ladies in the audience erupted in excitement. 12 golden pearls in total. Starting price, 1,000 imperial gold coins. Bidding begins. 1,100, a lady on the first floor raised her hand. But the bids were quickly crushed by the following bids. 1,200. 1,300. By the time Ryan came to his senses, the price had reached 1,800 gold. This made him sigh with admiration. As expected, no matter where you are, women's money is always the easiest to make money from. What's more, Ryan noticed that the beautiful woman beside him was also a little tempted, clearly thinking of bidding. Ryan carefully examined the beautiful woman's delicate skin. It was as well maintained as if she were 18 years old. Did she need it? The next second, the beautiful woman raised her sign. The old man named Idris excitedly said, 2,000. A VIP bids 2,000. Is there anyone who can offer more? Finally, the beautiful woman happily spent 2,000 gold coins and won the 12 golden pearls that Ryan didn't think he needed at all. After several items were auctioned off at high prices, Ryan finally received the first item he needed. These are high-quality iron ingots from across the sea, 50 standard ingots in total. Starting price, 1,500 gold. Bidding begins. Chapter 196. 1,600. A portly noble on the first floor raised his hand. But soon, the bids were dwarfed by the others. Although this rare, or had relatively simple properties, it still attracted many nobles as a raw material for knight armor used in specific circumstances. 1,700. 2,100. After the price reached 2,100 gold, the bidding began to stagnate. Ryan thought for a moment, and simply asked the beautiful woman to quote a price of 2,500. When the beautiful woman dignifiedly held up the sign for 2,500 on the second floor, the old man, with a monocle, Idris, beaming with joy and raising his voice twice, shouted, "A distinguished guest has bid 2,500. Any higher bids?" After 3 calls, no one responded. Bang! With the hammer's fall, Ryan successfully secured his iron ingot. Perhaps the price might seem high to others, but these iron ingots held special meaning for Ryan. Conservatively, Ryan estimated that after using up all of them, he would be able to advance at least 1 more level to the armorsmith class, perhaps even 2. With this prize, Ryan was even more excited for the upcoming auction. Unfortunately, the upcoming items were mostly antiques. Ryan had no interest in them at all. Antiques, in Ryan's eyes, were expensive but of little practical use. They served more to highlight a family's legacy. Just then, a maid knocked on the door and respectfully brought in the 12 golden pearls that the beautiful woman Jennifer had just purchased, housed in an ornately carved wooden box. "Lady Crawley, this is the item you've won." The maid bowed and handed over the wooden box. Unexpectedly, Jenny, standing by, took it first. She opened it, and was instantly captivated by the row of gleaming golden pearls. "Mother, these pearls are truly beautiful." The beautiful woman also picked one up with interest and examined it. The shimmering gold, the color was mellow, and it was truly exceptionally beautiful. At this moment, the chief auctioneer, Idris, began to introduce. "The next item is an extremely rare mineral." Idris spoke mysteriously, as he lifted the red cloth covering the tray. "Huh? A rare mineral?" Ryan's attention instantly shifted from the golden pearls to the tray Idris was displaying on the auction table. On it lay 5 long, rectangular metal ingots. They looked similar to silver ingots, but their surface luster was noticeably brighter, and specks of sparkling starlight were sprinkled within. Hiss! It's a mithril ingot! This instantly made Ryan's face light up. A mithril ingot! It's mithril! Many nobles on the first floor immediately recognized this precious and rare ore as mithril. Furthermore, mithril production is extremely rare in both the Dragon Empire and the Eagle Federation, making it a rare occurrence for ordinary people. The fact that 5 standard ingots appeared at once is also quite rare. Ryan first heard of mithril 6 months ago, when he was on a Murloc expedition. Captain Velan mentioned that someone had once found a piece of extremely valuable mithril ore while killing Murlocs. Just like the ice iron ingots from last time, for Ryan, mithril was not just a rare ore but also the primary material for forging his mithril carved plate armor set. While having the materials wasn't enough, Ryan still had to deal with the inscriptions later, but these problems could be solved one by one. But even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. So sometimes, the availability of materials is of paramount importance. Luckily, Ryan had made a substantial profit from betting on the bloody tool. Otherwise, he might not have had the funds to purchase the mithril ingots. After showing the items around, stirring up the excitement in the room, Chief Auctioneer Idris announced loudly, "This time, there are 5 standard mithril ingots. The starting price is 2,000 Imperial gold coins. Bidding begins now." 2,500. A thin noble on the first floor raised his hand impatiently. But trying to scare off others from competing for mithril by simply raising the price by 500 gold was clearly a miscalculation. Soon, the subsequent bids became higher and higher. Mithril has far more uses than ice iron ingots, naturally attracting the attention of most male nobles. 2,800. 3,500. After the price reached 3,500 gold, the bidding began to slow. At this point, Ryan leaned over and whispered in the beautiful woman's ear, "No matter how much others offer, it's always 100 higher." The beautiful woman immediately giggled and said, "It seems the Baron is very fond of mithril, just like we women like jewelry like gold pearls." Because in public, the beautiful woman was very particular about her manners and behavior, and she addressed Ryan with a more formal address. Due to the large number of nobles bidding, it wasn't appropriate to suddenly increase the bid. So, after Ryan expressed his determination to secure the item, he left it to the beautiful woman to raise her paddle. 3,600. 3,700. At this moment, with each bid, the old man with the monocle, Idris, smiled even brighter, his voice rising as he called out, "A distinguished guest has bid 3,700. Any higher bids?" At this point, there were only a few nobles left bidding. Although mithril was scarce, it was already starting to see a slight premium. Many nobles, unless they needed it urgently, had given up on bidding. 3,800. A young noble scion suddenly stood up, seemingly losing his composure. As he raised his paddle, he glanced around, as if trying to figure out which family was being so disrespectful. He glanced around and saw the beautiful woman bidding in the second floor box, slightly to the center right, raising her paddle. Something seemed to occur to her, especially when she saw the dark-haired young man beside her. Her expression suddenly changed, and she sat back down in her chair, coughed, and said, "Ahem. I straightened my clothes." 3,900. A VIP bid 3,900. Any higher? The chief auctioneer shouted, noticing the beautiful woman's second bid. The nobles watched this scene with considerable curiosity. This Count Hamadi's eldest son was a rare sight in Meister, and everyone looked up. "Hey! It's Baron Hammer. The one holding the bid is Baroness Crowley." No wonder. One thing to note here is that according to the rules of the Axon Auction House, the second-floor private rooms are only available to titled nobles. Children of untitled nobles, who come alone, are not eligible. In the end, Ryan pocketed the 5 mithril ingots for 3,900 gold. This made Ryan sigh inwardly that his trip was worthwhile. Even without the subsequent gains, the acquisition of these 2 rare minerals alone was enough to satisfy him. Next, 2 rare extraordinary combat skills. To prevent our guests from missing out on their favorites, I'm revealing the names of these 2 combat skills in advance. Ryan understood perfectly well the intention of Chief Auctioneer Idris's advanced disclosure. It was to intensify the competition. If he hadn't been told in advance, many nobles wouldn't have rushed to bid, anticipating whether the second extraordinary combat skill would be more suitable for them and cheaper. But in this situation, if 2 extraordinary combat skills belong to different categories, there's no chance of price undercutting each other. Instead, their scarcity will intensify competition. This is where the benefits of advance notice come into play. Like one-handed sword combat skills? Just one copy, would you like it? The first extraordinary combat skill is a lesser-known one-handed sword combat skill. Title Sword Compendium, which contains 2 complete secret techniques. Chief Auctioneer Idris said, pointing to a tray padded with red satin. On the tray sat an old parchment scroll, presumably the compendium itself. The second extraordinary combat skill originates from the Catter's Martial Arts Compendium by the late martial arts master Catter Ace, and also contains 2 complete secret techniques. Either of these 2 combat skills could be passed down through the family. Perhaps, through generations of inheritance, They will create unique family secrets. When Ryan heard the name of the first extraordinary combat skill, his brow furrowed. One-handed sword combat skill. He wasn't particularly interested. But when the second extraordinary combat skill was announced, Ryan was even more stunned. Huh? Martial arts? That was something he hadn't expected. To think there were extraordinary combat skills related to martial arts. The surrounding nobles whispered, seemingly wondering how such a rare martial arts-related extraordinary combat skill could have appeared. After all, very few nobles would fight with weapons like brass knuckles. Even assassins prefer the lethality of a dagger or short sword over brass knuckles. Ryan thought about it, and quickly made a decision. If he had to choose, he would pursue Catter's boxing compendium rather than title swordsmanship. As for the reason? In both battles, Ryan encountered opponents significantly faster than him, which briefly put him at a disadvantage. Combat techniques like brass knuckles and daggers typically require very agile footwork or evasive moves. Once mastered, Ryan felt they would greatly compensate for his shortcomings. Another factor was the price. Obviously, one-handed sword-like extraordinary combat techniques would be practiced by the most people, and competition would undoubtedly be fierce. The number of people competing with him for the boxing technique was likely much smaller. Sure enough, the bidding for the title sword compendium was extremely fierce, with bids lasting over 30 rounds before it was finally purchased by a baron for 11,000 gold. The bidding for the Catter boxing compendium was much slower, lasting only 8 rounds before Ryan finally won it for 4,200 gold. The beautiful woman and Ginny exchanged a puzzled glance at Ryan, seemingly unable to understand why he had chosen the less popular boxing compendium instead of the title sword compendium. Especially since Ryan had a strong foundation in two-handed great swords, learning the extraordinary one-handed sword techniques would be relatively quick. However, the beautiful woman, not being familiar with martial arts herself, did not inquire further. Soon, a servant arrived carrying a tray. On it lay the pale yellow parchment scroll, the Catter boxing compendium that Ryan had just purchased. Ryan took it with a smile, and casually opened it to read. Master Boxer Catter Ace gradually created and perfected this martial art while observing tiger attacks. Therefore, it can also be called Tiger Fist. The preface briefly read. Tiger Fist? Ryan's face was thoughtful. This did have something in common with some ancient martial arts from his previous life. They were all developed through observation of tigers, leopards, and bears, gradually evolving into a form suitable for human practice. Among them, the health-preserving boxing style 5 Animal Frolics, and the powerful combat boxing style Zingiaquan are typical examples. Collecting his thoughts, Ryan continued to flip through the pages. Catter boxing records a total of 5 styles. The first is a punch, accompanied by a forward sprint. The second is a left hook, accompanied by a right slide. The third is a right hook, accompanied by a left slide. The fourth is an uppercut, accompanied by a multi-directional slide. A slide involves pushing off the ground with one or both feet, and moving sideways about a foot's length, followed by the other foot, maintaining the original position. According to the compendium, these 4 styles can be transformed into corresponding claw strikes, which is why it's called the Tiger Fist. The final style is the 5th dodge, called the Pendulum Retreat. Each style has a corresponding step, and the last one, in particular, is a dodge, which delighted Ryan. However, when Ryan saw the bottom, he raised his eyebrows. Huh? These are razor-sharp brass knuckles? A simple brass knuckle design appeared before Ryan. The biggest difference from regular brass knuckles was the 4 sharp protrusions at the joints. Each protrusion was dagger-shaped, pointed at the top and thick at the bottom, about 10 centimeters long, imitating the image of a tiger's claws. One could imagine that if a weakly defended foe were struck by a powerful punch with these brass knuckles, for bloody holes would immediately appear on their body. In other words, this Catter boxing technique even had the brass knuckles designed to match them, ensuring maximum lethality when equipped with them. There were also secret techniques. The first one was called high-speed combo, which involved unleashing as many punches, left hooks, and right hooks as possible in a short burst. The second secret technique is called 100 ripping strike, requiring the use of a sharp-edged brass knuckle. Similarly, for a short period of time, fists transform into claws, employing techniques such as upward slashes, downward slashes, and left and right swings. The following items didn't show anything Ryan desperately wanted. After the auction ended, Ryan returned home and eagerly began practicing Catter Fist. After all, if he could upgrade this extraordinary combat skill to level 10, he could immediately advance to the legendary class of Weapon Master. The thought of this filled Ryan with a faint excitement. In the indoor training ground, Ryan practiced each move according to the human-shaped pattern drawn in the outline. After a while, a system notification sounded. You have trained in Catter Fist, and your understanding of the relevant skills has improved. You have mastered a new skill. Catter Fist. Your Catter Fist skill has been upgraded, and your experience points have increased by 1. Catter Fist Level 1, 1/100, appears on the Knight, Superb, class panel. The icon is surprisingly a tall, muscular man, with a tiger's head and a human body, standing upright. A pair of claws and knuckles, resembling sharp blades, are brandished in a rather valiant manner. Since Ryan is no longer a rookie, his combat skills are no longer the novice he was 6 months ago. In just one afternoon, Ryan has upgraded to level 3. However, from level 3 onward, the improvement rate has slowed. Ryan knows how to speed up. If he can find the right person to practice or compete with, he can improve rapidly again. As for adding points, that will naturally be considered after level 5. Dong dong dong. Logically, the servants knew their own training rooms and shouldn't have disturbed them. Could something urgent have happened? Ryan, surprised at the knock on the door, said, "Come in." Ginny said apologetically, "Sir Ryan, I'm sorry, but the head of a caravan is outside. He says he has something to personally deliver to you." A caravan? Ryan looked puzzled. "Yes, Sir Ryan, it appears to be from Rosby County," Ginny said confidently, adding, "Rosby County? Could it be?" Ryan immediately thought of a possibility. "Let's go and take a look." When Ryan and Ginny arrived at the front yard of the mansion, they saw a large pile of items wrapped in gray cloth that had been moved to one side. A portly merchant approached and said with a smile, "Respected Lord Ryan, I've been entrusted by Knight Hass to deliver these precious items to your residence. I'm sorry to ask you to come and sign for them in person, but Knight Hass has repeatedly emphasized that the items within are extremely valuable and must be delivered to you personally." Thank you for your hard work on the journey," Ryan said with a slight smile. Jenny, standing nearby, was perceptive and had the maid prepare some coins to express her gratitude to the merchant. After the merchant left, Ryan lifted the cloth covering the items. Sure enough, inside were 12 pieces of tortoise shell he had cut from the carcass of the scaled ironback turtle. In fact, there were originally 13 pieces, but one had been shattered by Ryan during the battle. As for these hard, thick tortoise shells, Ryan had already figured out a use for them, to forge a not uncommon piece of equipment. A tortoiseshell shield. Of course, ordinary tortoiseshell shields are made from ordinary sea turtle shells, and they're completely incomparable to what Ryan wanted to create. For Ryan, his main goal was to earn a sufficiently high experience point reward by crafting a tortoiseshell shield made of scaled ironback. Of course, he wasn't completely certain about this. It was just a reasonable inference based on the higher experience points awarded for knight plate armor forged from rare ores. As an entry-level behemoth, the scaled ironback strength was comparable to that of a great knight, and its shell was naturally a rare material. Thus, Ryan felt a high probability of earning a significant amount of armorsmith experience points. So, as soon as dinner was over, Ryan headed to the blacksmith shop. Ryan had already made preparations for the tortoiseshell shield. Simply put, after polishing the edges of the tortoiseshell to a smooth surface, he wrapped it with iron bars and punched a hole in the middle to create a metal handle. This completed the tortoiseshell shield. In general, the defensive power of a tortoiseshell shield relies heavily on the hardness of the shell itself. Half an hour later, Ryan wrapped a long, narrow iron sheet around the tortoiseshell and, taking up his blacksmith's hammer, began hammering. After attaching it, he began searching for a suitable location near the top of the shell to drill holes and install the metal handle. Soon, he had completed the entire process and was wielding the tortoiseshell shield briefly. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. You have forged a tortoiseshell shield, and your comprehension has improved. You have mastered a new skill. Turtleshell shield crafting. Your turtleshell shield crafting skill has been upgraded, adding 124 experience points. You have focused on turtleshell shield crafting, adding 202 armorsmith experience points. Wow! That's a truly generous amount of experience points. Ryan's eyes lit up immediately. It seems my previous speculation was correct. The rarer the material, the higher the experience points reward. Also, the higher the forging difficulty, the higher the system experience points reward. This was the shell of a scaled ironback turtle, comparable to a rare ore, so the experience points rewarded were quite generous. After a rough calculation, Ryan realized that by forging all 12 shells, he could advance his armorsmith rank from level 5 to level 6, and still have more than enough left. This brightened Ryan's mood, and he immediately set to work with great enthusiasm. After spending over 4 hours crafting 10 tortoiseshell shields, Ryan successfully advanced his armor smith to level 6. He was rewarded with 1 skill point and 1 attribute point. At this point, the remaining attribute points on the attribute panel reached 6, and the remaining skill point was finally 1, not 0. Satisfied, Ryan left the blacksmith shop and returned to the mansion to rest. Meanwhile, ever since Ryan's victory in the bloody duel, Baron Alonso's expression hadn't been good since returning to the mansion. Even the always trusted butler Michel hadn't been so good all day. This was Michel's third visit, and a maid reported, "Butler Michel, the Baron smashed 2 antique vases and 3 teapots today." Michel was stunned after hearing this. It had been ages since I'd seen Baron Alonso this angry. The last time, I think, was when Miss Claire defeated him? I can't quite remember. After some thought, Michel decided to bravely knock on the door. At that moment, the study door suddenly opened, and Baron Alonso emerged with a gloomy expression. When he saw Michel, his expression softened considerably. He said, "Michel, arrange a carriage. I need to go out." "As you command, Baron." A short while later, Alonso arrived at the Mayes County Jail in a luxurious carriage. Inside Maggie's office. "Magus, you should have heard the news, right? Ryan defeated Baron Norman, who had just ascended to the rank of Grand Knight, in a bloody duel. Do you still have the confidence to fulfill your promise?" Alonso asked expressionlessly. "Baron, rest assured, I'm working on this matter. Although this new Baron is quite capable, the one the organization has sent to Mayes County this time is no ordinary great knight, so I still have full confidence. Please wait for good news, Baron." As Maggie spoke, Alonso observed his expression, as if trying to determine the truth of his words. Alonso watched for a moment, then nodded and said, "Hopefully, as soon as possible. Otherwise, Lord Ryan's growth rate may exceed our imaginations." Although Maggie spoke with such confidence, Alonso, having experienced a series of failures, had lost all confidence. Honestly, if it weren't for Magus's words, "He's no ordinary Grand Knight," Alonso wouldn't have had much hope. After Alonso left, Magus frowned. This Baron of the Hammer's strength has truly improved at a breakneck pace. Also, although he had just agreed with confidence, he was actually quite troubled because the newly arrived Brigadier General Perix clearly didn't take his advice seriously. 2 days ago, after listening to the report from his trusted confidant, he had a clear idea of the new leader of Mayes County's thinking. He wasn't particularly concerned with Ryan, who wasn't even a Grand Knight yet. Right now, his focus was on the bigger picture. After a moment's thought, Maggie's beckoned to his trusted confidant, saying, "I think you may need to immediately travel to Wolf Hill and report Ryan's performance in the bloody duel to Brigadier General Perix. Now that the enemy has clearly possessed the capabilities of a Grand Knight, I believe that this time, Brigadier General, you should not underestimate them again." Maggie sighed and said, "As you command, sir." The trusted confidant quickly left the office. 2 hours later, Maggie's trusted confidant arrived at Wolf Hill at full speed. "Huh? A knight-level warrior could actually defeat a Grand Knight. This situation is indeed rare. I never expected such talent to emerge in a small place like Meister." Brigadier General Perix made no effort to conceal his surprise. However, his expression betrayed no fear or intimidation. Instead, it held a faint sense of anticipation. After a moment's deliberation, he said, "Tell Maggie's to let him know that I'm aware of this matter. I wasn't interested originally. However, the fact that they can kill the Grand Knight right now does intrigue me. But if this Baron Hammer stays in the county town, I won't be able to do anything. So, have Maggie's gather intelligence on him. Notify me immediately if he leaves the county town." Brigadier General Perix added a note about intelligence work at the end of his words. The confidant understood that this was a reminder for their boss to do his job well. "Yes, Brigadier General." With that, the confidant bowed and slowly withdrew. The next morning, Hamilton arrived at the Ryan residence on time, as agreed. Soon, a luxurious carriage carried Ryan and Hamilton to the Usman family's residence outside the county town. Normally, most nobles choose to reside in the aristocratic residence area of the county town. Firstly, it's safer, and secondly, there are more banquets and salons, making travel more convenient. A few nobles, however, chose to live in manors close to the county town. Manors generally boasted larger areas, suitable for horse racing, and were also relatively quiet. The Usman family was one such family. They rarely attended banquets and social events in the county town, perhaps due to the influx of immigrants, or perhaps for other reasons. The answer remains unclear. Soon, the carriage arrived at the gate of a rather old manor. The walls surrounding the manor were covered in vines like wisteria, pothos, and creeper, creating a vibrant greenery that was truly delightful. Knight Lawrence, whom Ryan had met earlier, was already at the manor gate, waiting respectfully with several servants. Chapter 197. Baron Ryan, Lord Hamilton, welcome to Usman Manor. Miss Nye is already waiting for you in the reception room. Please follow me. Knight Lawrence bowed politely and led the way. Sir Lawrence, excuse me. As to why the Usman family had chosen Miss Nye to receive them, Ryan had learned from Hamilton on the way that Viscount Usman had recently traveled to the provincial capital of Munster to visit a master alchemist. Apparently, he was asking the master to create a special potion that was said to alleviate Nya's symptoms. When Ryan and Hamilton entered the reception room of the villa within the manor, they immediately saw Miss Nya. She was dressed in a light green silk tunic, with fair skin, beautiful features, and a slender figure, though not without ample proportions. Furthermore, seemingly due to his sorcerer bloodline, his brown eyes were deep and imbued with a strange charm that captivated him at first sight. Baron Ryan, your performance in the bloody duel was impressive. Lord Hamilton, it's a pleasure to see you again. Please take a seat, both of you, Nya said in a clear voice, giving the two a lady's salute. Miss Nya, thank you for the compliment, Ryan said with a slight bow and a smile. After some pleasantries, Hamilton stood up with a smile and said, Miss Nya, you and Baron Ryan will discuss the rest. I go out and tour the manor. Knight Lawrence smiled and said, I accompany Lord Hamilton. After watching the two men leave the reception room, Nya turned to Ryan and said, Baron Ryan, I believe Lord Hamilton has already informed you of my situation. So, please forgive my offense, but if you would like to help me, what would the Usman family pay? Ryan had already thought about this question. Considering Hamilton's role as an intermediary and his desire to establish good relations with this sorcerer family, he didn't intend to ask for an exorbitant price. However, there was one question that needed to be clarified first. Ryan asked Miss Nya, First, I want to know something. If the two of us enter the dream and are still no match for the monster you mentioned, can we return safely? Of course, it's not because I lack confidence, but I simply want to know. I hope Miss Nya doesn't mind. Nya smiled and said, Of course not. Even if Lord Ryan doesn't ask, I will tell you before officially entering the dream. She could tell from the words of Baron Ryan, the most suitable candidate in Mayes County, that he had no objection to entering the dream to help her kill the monster. This was certainly a good thing for her. She didn't have to spend the effort of convincing him. Even if we're defeated, I still have the ability to bring Lord Ryan back to the real world safely, Nya said confidently. Hearing this, Ryan nodded. Very well, I'm relieved then. The second question is about that dream monster. How powerful is it? Sir Hamilton wasn't very clear on this point. So, I'd like Miss Nya to describe it in detail. Well, the opponent isn't actually a specific monster, but rather a number of monsters of varying strength that appear in specific areas of the dream. Of course, for me, if I want to break this nightmare, the most important thing is to defeat its source, a monster with the strength of a peak knight. Well, to be more precise, the opponent's strength is slightly stronger each time he appears in my nightmare. Last time, he was already at the peak knight level. Perhaps this time, he will have the strength of a rookie knight. However, Baron Ryan, with the strength you demonstrated in the bloody duel, and with my assistance, I believe we can defeat him even if he has the strength of a rookie knight. Nya seemed worried that Ryan would refuse, and added confidently. Ryan nodded. He could tell that Nya was not lying. After a moment's thought, Ryan said, Sounds like it shouldn't be a problem. By the way, if I can successfully help Miss Nya resolve this, I'd like to visit the Usman family library. Is that okay? At this point, Ryan finally laid out his offer. Visit the library? Nya's beautiful eyes widened, her mouth slightly parted. She had anticipated some of Ryan's potential requests, such as a fine weapon, a set of top-tier knight armor, a prized combat technique, or perhaps some magical scrolls from her family's collection. But she hadn't expected Ryan to make such a request. This truly surprised her. Noticing Nya didn't respond for a while, Ryan frowned and said, Miss Nya, are you having any difficulties? Don't worry, I won't be looking through your family's secret records. I'm simply seeking knowledge that might be beneficial to me. Nya finally realized what was happening, smiled, and said, Baron Ryan, please forgive my earlier gaffe. I didn't expect your request to be so simple. If it doesn't involve the secrets of the Usman family, I think your request to access the family library is perfectly acceptable. I can agree to it right now. But if that's the case, I feel like I owe you something, Nya said, covering her mouth with a soft chuckle. Miss Nya, you're so polite. How about we get started now? Ryan said with a smile. The purpose of his visit was to explore the collection of this legendary sorcerer family, and learn more about wizardry. Since they had agreed, the sooner the better. Yes, Baron Ryan, please follow me. Hearing Ryan's offer, Naya stood up with surprise and accompanied him out of the living room. Hamilton and Lawrence, standing outside, heard the door open and immediately turned to see Naya's smiling face. They immediately understood that Naya and Ryan had reached an agreement. The four of them walked down a long corridor and arrived at a bedroom that had been prepared long ago. It was empty except for a large bed and several chairs. Baron Ryan, please join me, hand in hand, and lie flat on this bed, Naya said confidently. Ryan looked slightly surprised. But he quickly realized that this must be some kind of ritual and nodded, saying yes, Miss Naya. So, under the gazes of Hamilton and Knight Lawrence, Ryan and Naya lay flat on the large bed, hand in hand. This situation, holding hands with a woman he didn't know well, under the watchful eyes of others, was a new one for Ryan, and it wasn't exactly pleasant. But as soon as they held hands, Ryan could feel the cool, smooth touch of Naya's slender fingertips. Naya, on the other hand, felt the rough, fiery surface of Ryan's palm, giving her an inexplicable sense of security. Naya, also holding the hand of a stranger, blushed slightly, but quickly suppressed her shyness and whispered, Sir Ryan, please close your eyes. I will take you to a dream. Okay. Ryan closed his eyes immediately. The next second, he felt something strange, as if he were suddenly soaring upwards, rising infinitely higher. Suddenly, before his eyes, a sea of emerald green appeared before his eyes. He had arrived in a strange world. This world, too, was vast and boundless. But it was clearly divided into two colors. One, the area Ryan was currently standing in, was filled with vast expanses of green trees and vibrantly colored flowers. The trees here were peculiar, each one growing 4 or 5 meters above the ground. Ryan could clearly see their entwined roots. Furthermore, there were vast expanses of gigantic flowers interwoven with green, pink, red, and other colors. These flowers were incredibly tall, even larger than the 7 or 8 meter tall trees. The diameter of each flower was even larger than the water lilies he had seen in his previous life. Looking into the distance, a vast expanse of dark, misty mountains could be seen in the distance. The black mist above the mountains seemed to be slowly sweeping toward this green world. Though it was very slow, Ryan could vaguely sense the trend. Is this the dream world? How strange. Ryan pondered to himself. Suddenly, the sound of wings flapped near his ears. Ryan turned his head and saw, just like the emblem, a harpy with Naya's face appearing in midair. Lord Ryan, you don't seem surprised by my current appearance. Miss Naya, your current appearance is very similar to your family's emblem. Ryan smiled. Oh yes, I remember. Knight Lawrence presented the emblem to you that day. Naya suddenly realized. Yes, Miss Naya, shall we set off now? Of course. By the way, we're heading to that black area. To save time, I fly you a short distance. There might be a slight sting, Lord Ryan, so bear with it. Ryan nodded, but then realized something. Something sounded a little strange. Ryan couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Naya flapped her wings and hovered above him. She grasped his shoulders with her clawed hands and flapped her wings vigorously. After several flaps, Naya's face flushed red as she managed to lift him up. Naya exclaimed in surprise, Lord Ryan, how can your mental power be so strong? Could it be that you're a wizard apprentice? Ryan was surprised at Naya's judgment, but after thinking it over, he decided not to deny it. Because he had already arrived in the dreamland and was about to join forces with Naya, continuing to conceal this information would not only be detrimental to the subsequent battles, but would also undermine trust among his teammates. So, Ryan nodded and said, yes, I am both a knight and a wizard apprentice. And not just any wizard apprentice, right? Baron Ryan, your mental strength is probably at least that of a second-level wizard apprentice, right? Ryan smiled, non-committal. No wonder. It looks like we should have no problem killing the monster this time. Although Naya struggled to carry Ryan forward, she couldn't hide the smile on her face. It felt like a mixture of pain and joy. Miss Naya, are we heading to the black area ahead? Yes, Lord Ryan, it's the black area ahead. That's where the monsters are. Only by defeating the monster guarding the dream node will the dream in this area return to normal, and my nightmare will end. However, once you enter that black area, you must be careful. Monsters nearly as powerful as full knights will occasionally appear in that area, and the deeper you go, the stronger they become, Naya said with a serious expression. Ryan nodded, understanding. Soon, they slowly descended at the junction of green and black. Naya was already sweating profusely. I can't fly in the black area. We head that way from here, Naya said, pointing to a black mountain ahead. Okay, Miss Naya, you rest for a while. I lead the way. Ryan thought for a moment, removed his two-handed warhammer, and began to walk forward. The trees and flowers in the black area seemed to have been dyed black. Their patterns were identical to those in the green area, but their surface color was as dark as ink, emitting a faint black haze, making it difficult to discern the distant scenery. Suddenly, his level 3 danger sense alerted Ryan to a monster lurking ahead. But Ryan's pace remained unchanged, as this level of warning indicated that the monster was not very powerful and posed little threat to him. Swoosh! A leopard, covered in large and small black tumors, suddenly leaped out and bit Ryan. Naya immediately shouted, "Be careful!" Bang! Ryan swung his hammer with incredible speed. The hammer flashed, and the black leopard instantly shattered into pieces. Black liquid splashed everywhere, landing on the surrounding plants with a hissing, corrosive sound. Sir Ryan, you are truly powerful. Naya was surprised. The monster she had previously struggled with was killed with a single blow from Ryan. Miss Naya, are there many monsters of this strength? Ryan's eyes flickered, as if a thought occurred to him. Of course, there are monsters like this along the way, but they get stronger. Naya nodded. But the next moment, she was surprised. Ryan had actually sheathed his dark, two-handed warhammer, placed it behind his back, and walked ahead unarmed. This scene left Naya a little confused. She wondered what Ryan was thinking. Although the monster is not as strong as you can't fight it with bare hands, right? She was about to remind him, but after a few stammers, she kept her mouth shut. Naya recalled her previous statement. It should have been perfectly clear. In that case, this hammer baron must have his own reasons. However, Naya's confusion didn't last long. Soon, the next attacking monster helped her solve the mystery. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! Ryan darted forward and punched the attacking baboon, covered in black tumors, in the abdomen, bending it in half. Followed by a left hook, he crushed its head. The headless baboon's body twitched twice on the ground before falling motionless. Naya's eyes widened. It was boxing? This Baron of the Hammer actually practiced boxing? A noble practicing boxing, how rare. Ryan shook his hands. Thanks to his iron skin level 3, the slight corrosion from the black liquid had no effect on him. At that moment, he glanced at the system notification and felt a slight joy in his heart. Your skill, Tokater Boxing, has been upgraded, adding 27 experience points. You have fought a battle, adding 14 experience points to your Knight, Transcendent, experience points. Although the experience points weren't generous, he hadn't initially imagined that he could actually gain experience points for his newly learned Catter Boxing in a dream. Although the Knight, Transcendent, class offered little experience, it didn't matter. Ryan's current goal was to quickly increase his boxing experience points, reaching level 5, or even level 6. So, after fending off Naya's attempts to help several times, Ryan single-handedly cleared nearly 10 waves of monster attacks. From the initial one, to the subsequent 2, then 3, Ryan took care of everything by himself. This left Naya a bit confused about Ryan's thinking. Gentlemanly manners? So, he could handle them all by himself, without a woman like me? Or perhaps, Sir Ryan had a crush on me, so... After clearing out the 12th wave of monsters, Ryan successfully upgraded his Catter Fist from level 3 to level 4. At the same time, he and Naya arrived at the foot of the mountain, where a large cave appeared before him. Sir Ryan, the monster is right there. If we defeat it, I can control the node, thereby gaining control of this dream and restoring it to its original state. Naya waved her wings solemnly, pointing towards the cave ahead. Just as Naya finished speaking, muffled footsteps echoed from the cave. Ryan's expression froze. He could sense the powerful aura of the monster within. It was clear that it had already reached the level of a Grand Knight. Moreover, it seemed he hadn't yet reached the realm of Grand Knight, as Naya had described. The other party's imposing presence clearly surpassed the impression Norman had given him. A few seconds later, a massive monster emerged, four-legged and with a pair of hands, wielding a steel fork. It was at least 4 meters tall, covered in green scales, like a large, upright green lizard. Aha, little harpy, you're back again? Huh, you brought another helper this time. Ha ha ha, interesting. A resounding laugh echoed from the other's mouth. This is a Nightmare Dragon Man, possessing even greater dream control abilities than mine. However, according to the ancient family texts, these Nightmare Dragon Men were supposed to be the guardians of dreams, but now, unexpectedly, they've become destroyers. Nightmare Dragon Man? Ryan was slightly startled, then began to scrutinize the massive monster before him. Soon, He noticed that the creature's body seemed to be emitting wisps of black mist, imperceptible to ordinary humans. Oh no! I didn't expect its strength to have truly risen to the level of a Grand Knight, and it doesn't even appear to be just a beginner. This is trouble. Naya, who had just noticed the dragonman's strength seemed to have increased again, said worriedly. Miss Naya, isn't there any record of this in the ancient books at home? Why is this happening? Perhaps this strange and evil power in the dream has grown stronger. Sir Ryan, if you're worried, let's give up this time. Naya gritted her teeth, seeming to believe that the enemy's strength exceeded the limits she and Ryan had agreed upon. Ryan pondered for a moment, then shook his head. He knew that if he gave up this time, the monster before him might become even stronger next time, and then it might become truly unstoppable. How do you know you can't win if you haven't fought yet? What are you discussing, you two little brats? A booming voice echoed. The towering nightmare dragon man didn't seem to take Ryan and Naya seriously. He wasn't in a rush to attack, but instead spoke jokingly. Miss Naya, let me try first, Ryan said, drawing the pig-headed hammer from his back and rapidly casting the spell High Temperature Force Field. It's been ages since I've activated spells simultaneously with combat, Ryan thought. 2 seconds later, the air around Ryan's figure rippled slightly. Breaking limit. Giant strength level 3. Ryan muttered silently. Then, the earth beneath his feet cracked, grass and trees flew, and Ryan shot like an arrow straight at the towering Nightmare Dragon Man. The Nightmare Dragon Man was clearly taken aback by Ryan's initiative, but he reacted quickly, swinging his steel fork to block. Clang! With a furious blow from Ryan, the pig-headed hammer and the opponent's steel fork collided violently, suddenly emitting a sharp metallic clang. The Nightmare Dragon Man was rushed back 3 steps by Ryan's blow, and Ryan was further flung into the air by the Dragonman's immense force. The huge size disadvantage meant that even with Ryan's careful planning, he could only draw. But being repelled by a tiny creature made the Nightmare Dragon Man a little irritated. Roar! It roared and charged toward Ryan, but a sudden, violent whirlwind blew from the side, sending sand and rocks flying. The Dragon Man was momentarily blinded, his attack interrupted, and he shielded his eyes with his hands. The attacker was Naya, flapping her wings in midair, unleashing some kind of sorcery or innate ability. Ryan's eyes narrowed, thinking, perfect opportunity. Power burst. Earth shatter. Ryan leaped into the air, his muscles swelling like balloons. At the same time, he raised his black pighead hammer high in both hands, his body like a fully drawn bowstring, hurling it down at the Nightmare Dragon Man, who was shielding his eyes. When the Nightmare Dragon Man sensed the danger and hurriedly raised his steel fork to block it, clang! Sparks flew. It felt the steel fork in its hand vibrate violently. It couldn't even hold. With the triple effects of effortless lift, multiple concussions, and level 3 precision, Ryan's full-strength blow instantly knocked the Nightmare Dragon's fork loose from its grasp. Then, without giving the fork a moment to breathe, Ryan continued to swing his hammer around the Nightmare Dragon. The Nightmare Dragon, now without the fork, screamed in agony, its green scales shattering. At the same time, the destructive effects of the sorceress high-temperature force field began to take effect. After only 7 or 8 seconds, the towering Nightmare Dragon could no longer hold on. Screaming, he dragged his tattered body and attempted to escape. But fleeing only brought the battle to a quicker end. Ryan struck the fleeing Nightmare Dragon's spine with another hammer strike, sending the dragon toppling to the ground, unable to rise. Followed by another blow from the hammer, the dragon's head shattered. Naya, witnessing this scene, was stunned. She had only used one of her harpy's innate abilities, sand flying, before Ryan took control of the battle, pinning the Nightmare Dragon Man until he was victorious. It was completely different from what she had expected, a narrow victory, or even a defeat. This kind of strength is only a knight? Naya couldn't help but wonder. After defeating the Dream Dragon Man, Naya quickly flew into the cave and cast a spell. Soon, a dense green mass of tiny dots began to appear in the cave, rapidly spreading and dispelling the dark energy. Large areas began to turn green, and the grass and trees gradually regained their original hues. Naya was clearly in a good mood. She descended from midair, transformed into human form, and spun around with a broad smile, causing the hem of her pale green tunic to dance. Lord Ryan, thank you. I've been having nightmares every day lately. These black areas are rapidly approaching me. I know that if the green areas disappear completely, and I can't resist, I might be trapped in nightmares forever. Miss Naya, you're welcome. The two woke up almost at the same time. Hamilton and Lawrence, who had been waiting anxiously, saw Naya's smile and immediately understood what was going on. They were relieved and their faces suddenly brightened. It seems the problem is solved, isn't it? Hamilton said with a smile. Yes, thank you Lord Hamilton for your introduction. If it weren't for Lord Ryan, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to solve my problem so smoothly. Nia bowed to Hamilton in gratitude. By the way, Lord Ryan, shall I take you to the family library now, or would you like to choose another time? Miss Nia, if it's possible, we'd like to go now. Of course, Lord Ryan, please follow me. Knight Lawrence, please entertain Lord Hamilton. Nia then led Ryan to the library on the second floor of the villa. It was an extremely spacious room, its floor a marble-like material, painted with numerous reddish-brown concentric circles, equilateral triangles, squares, and other patterns, giving it a mysterious feel. The meter-high bookshelves surrounding the walls were filled with a variety of books. Baron Ryan, what kind of books are you looking for? Perhaps I can help you find them? Nia turned to Ryan and asked. Ryan frowned slightly as he surveyed the vast collection. It was obvious that if he wanted to read all the books on his own, it would take him more than a month, and it would be impossible. Furthermore, there's no guarantee that the Usman family hasn't hidden books on witchcraft, or the path of wizardry, in secret compartments or other hidden locations. Furthermore, in his dream, Nia already knew of his identity as a wizard apprentice. So, after a moment's reflection, Ryan decided it would be best to be direct. Well, Miss Nia, I'd like to know what the requirements are for an apprentice wizard to become a full wizard. Chapter 198. Could it be that Lord Ryan you are a wild? Nia asked, her beautiful eyes widening, her fair hand covering her mouth. She quickly realized that Ryan was most likely a wild wizard apprentice, without a system inheritance. Ryan smiled bitterly and said, Miss Nia, being too smart isn't necessarily a good thing for a lady. Ah, I'm sorry, Lord Ryan, please forgive my slip of the tongue. It's just that this truly surprised me. I thought you must have a system inheritance. Otherwise, how could you have achieved such a high level of mental strength at such a young age? System inheritance? A system. No inheritance. Ryan grumbled a little. But don't worry. Although we are a family of sorcerers, we do have some understanding of the general process for wizard apprentices to become wizards. Oh! Miss Nia, could you tell me? Ryan raised an eyebrow, suppressing his excitement and speaking in a calm tone. Of course, Lord Ryan, you've helped me so much. We're already friends, aren't we? Nia smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth. However, if you don't mind, I start by explaining the wizard's qualifications. Later, I discuss the promotion to full wizard. Is that okay with you? Of course. Ryan couldn't help but smile. He was quite lacking in some wizarding knowledge, so Nia's willingness to explain more was something he was eager to hear. Perhaps, Nia was doing this intentionally. It seemed she knew he had no wizarding heritage, so she intended to go into more detail. Ryan vaguely guessed her intention. Wizard aptitude encompasses many aspects, but the type and degree of elemental affinity, mental strength, and so on are all important factors. Nia spoke eloquently. For several minutes, Ryan listened, nodding frequently. As expected of a warlock family, she easily answered some of the questions that had previously troubled Ryan. For example, the question of wizard aptitude. Nia explained it quite clearly. At first, Ryan thought that the degree of elemental affinity and mental strength, combined with the speed of learning basic meditation techniques, constituted wizard aptitude. But now it seems that's not the case. These obvious factors are like the arm span and weight of a boxer in his previous life. A long arm span can at least be considered a sign of good boxing talent, but it's only one factor. Boxing talent also includes punching speed, punching force, reaction speed, and so on. The same is true for wizard aptitude. Moreover, a wizard's aptitude is like a boxer's talent. It doesn't indicate who will be more effective in the future. It only indicates a higher probability of a stronger opponent emerging. But often, subtle factors are difficult to judge, such as a person's understanding of witchcraft, their perception, and their ability to innovate. Nia smiled faintly, revealing 2 dimples. She brushed the black hair that fell by her ear and continued. As for the wizard apprentice's advancement to wizard, the first step is to clarify their elemental affinity. This is related to the choice of a solidified witchcraft model upon promotion. Solidified witchcraft model? Ryan was a little confused. This was a new term. Just as he was about to inquire more about this, Nia countered, Sir Ryan, I see your mental power is at least that of a second-level wizard apprentice. You should have already determined your own mental affinity, right? Well, Nia's question made Ryan smile sheepishly. After thinking it over, Ryan decided to tell the truth. After all, the other party already knew his situation, so why hide it? So he said, well, I only know that I have a high affinity for fire, but I'm not sure about the other one. Naya was stunned for a moment, then smiled sweetly and said, Sir Ryan, please come with me. Let me test you. I think we can clarify your affinity first. Thank you. Ryan was naturally happy to have someone willing to help him test his elemental affinity. Perhaps Naya could also explain the mysterious, pale silver energy particles he had sensed with his mental power. Thinking of this, Ryan felt a surge of anticipation. He immediately followed Naya out of the library. Soon, their figures, side by side, gradually disappeared down the corridor. Originally, Naya had no family authority to allow a stranger into the family library or use family magical tools to detect elemental affinity. But since Naya reached adulthood some time ago, and her exceptionally high bloodline concentration was confirmed, her status within the family has risen rapidly. Now, Naya's status is second only to that of her father, the patriarch of the Usman family. Naturally, all of the aforementioned rights have been granted to her. My father's study is in front. There's a test crystal inside, Naya introduced. A test crystal? Is it one of those round crystal balls? Ryan couldn't help but ask. He also had won the spoils he obtained from Adams last time. Huh? Sir Ryan, you also know about test crystals? Spherical ones? No, the ones our family has are prismatic, and they're more precise than the crystal balls you're talking about. Soon, the two arrived at a beautifully decorated study. The tables and chairs were made of a high-grade, dark red wood that looked aged and exuded a faint woody aroma. Ryan immediately spotted the prismatic crystal Naya had mentioned on the large, mahogany desk. It was a long prism, about a meter tall, with equilateral triangle cross-sections. Under the candlelight, it reflected a multicolored light. Sir Ryan, since you've used a crystal ball before, the method is essentially the same. Hold it, concentrate your mind, and then mobilize the mysterious energy particles as much as possible. Naya explained the method. Okay, Miss Naya. Ryan nodded. After a brief inspection, Ryan began to grasp the crystal prism with both hands, closing his eyes and concentrating. As Ryan infused his mental energy, a soft white light quickly emanated from the prism. Simultaneously, different colors of light began to surge within the previously transparent crystal. After a few seconds, the light gradually stabilized. At this point, Ryan opened his eyes and saw a red mist at the top of the prism and a light silver mist in the middle. The two mists occupied almost the same length on the prism scale. While there were slight differences, they were only subtle. The rest was a jumble of colors, almost every hue imaginable. Lord Ryan, besides the common affinity for fire, you also possess an extremely rare affinity for metal. Naya looked at Ryan in surprise. Metal affinity? Ryan's heart trembled. So those mysterious pale silver energy particles were metal? When the answer was revealed, Ryan realized he had been overlooking something. When his transcendental ability, Iron Skin Level 3, was first activated, his mental power had sensed the same pale silver glow. Your affinity for fire is 71, and for metal is 72. Both are above average, very good. But Naya seemed to quickly realize something, frowning and saying to Ryan, Lord Ryan, what a pity. What a pity. Ryan didn't quite understand what Naya meant. Judging from Naya's expression, his affinity for metal must be quite rare and uncommon. Shouldn't scarcity make things more valuable? Yes. You have an affinity for metal, and your level of affinity is above average. But you don't come from a large wizarding family, nor do you belong to a wizarding school. Therefore, there's almost no way for you to obtain this rare metal-based magic, Naya explained with regret. Hearing Naya's explanation, Ryan's heart skipped a beat. No way to obtain metal-based magic. Ryan instantly understood Naya's meaning. It's like learning dragon slaying techniques, only to discover there are no dragons left in the world. He possessed a rare affinity for metal, but couldn't obtain metal-based magic. If your affinity for metal had existed thousands of years ago, countless wizarding schools would have clamored for it. But with the rise of the Empire, and the demise of numerous schools, the already scarce metal-based magic has become even rarer. So, it's truly a pity. Naya sighed and elaborated. Well, my advice is to consider first-level fire magic as a solid model for your advancement to a full wizard. At least it's easier to find, Naya suggested after some thought. Ryan nodded, understanding Naya's point. Since only a few metal-based magics have survived, why not choose the relatively well-preserved fire magic? At least it has more channels for acquisition. But what does solidified magic model mean? Ryan asked his question at the right moment. Miss Naya, this ain't magic. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. Naya smiled apologetically. When a third-level wizard apprentice advances to a full wizard, They are generally required to select a first-level magic to solidify their model. This, in turn, forms their innate magic after they become a full wizard. It's like the innate abilities of certain ferocious beasts. Innate magic is almost equivalent to a wizard's innate abilities. Its characteristic is that it consumes significantly less mental energy, and is cast extremely quickly. After a pause, as if waiting for Ryan to digest what she had just said, Naya continued, after so many years of testing, wizards have discovered that the best choice for this fixed magic model is defensive-oriented, first-level magic. This is now universally recognized. As for offensive magic? Of course, it's not impossible. Many wizards in ancient times chose offensive magic. But later it was discovered that when facing sneak attacks or assassinations, or facing invisible monsters or evil spirits, a single blow could send them back to the embrace of the goddess. Ryan nodded, beginning to understand. By the way, Miss Naya, where can I possibly find first-level fire magic? After a moment's thought, Ryan asked a crucial question. Well, these are controlled by medium to large-scale wizard schools and empires. Relatively speaking, there are more wizard schools of the 4 major schools. With your wizarding aptitude, you still have a good chance of passing the assessment and joining them. The 4 major schools? Ryan asked doubtfully. Yes, the 4 main wizard schools of fire, water, earth, and air correspond to the 4 most common elemental affinities. Ryan nodded. It seems that because these 4 elemental affinities are the most common among humans, they have been passed down from ancient times, resulting in the largest number of related schools. Rare categories like metal, however, are unlikely to survive wars or other catastrophic events, and most have been lost in the long river of history. So there aren't any wizard schools specializing in metal now? Ryan asked, still unwillingly. I'm sorry, Lord Ryan. At least in my experience, I don't seem to have heard of any school focusing on metal magic. Of course, it could be my lack of experience, Naya said, shaking her head. But it's true that with your rare affinity for metal, joining a school of wizardry focused on fire would be something you'd probably be reluctant to do. By the way, perhaps you could look for a place in some of the Empire's more powerful departments. With your knightly talent, I imagine joining some of the specialized departments wouldn't be difficult. Does the Empire have any? Of course. The number of magic models collected by some of the Empire's specialized departments is beyond your imagination, far exceeding that of ordinary wizard schools. They even collect some extremely rare models. So, I believe that if Lord Ryan could join one of these departments, he would definitely be able to find metal magic models, Naya replied quickly. This was indeed a bit beyond Ryan's expectations. But this was a good thing. He no longer had to search for a wizard school. Since the Empire's special departments possessed a richer collection of witchcraft models than the Academy, passing the Sword-Bearer assessment in a month or so would effectively provide him with access to them. Ryan pondered rapidly. By the way, Your Excellency, regarding the choice of witchcraft models upon advancement to full wizard status, while we are a family of sorcerers and don't have to choose one, I did hear a visiting wizard briefly touch upon this topic. It seems there's a certain correlation between innate witchcraft and the development of a wizard in later stages. I'm not entirely clear on this point. So, Your Excellency, may need to consult someone for further details. After a pause, Naya added. Is it also related to the future development direction? Ryan's face was thoughtful. It seems that he really needs to seek out other more experienced people to answer this question. Okay, thank you very much, Miss Naya, for answering my question. Ryan turned to Naya and smiled. By the way, does that mean that once you solve the first-level defensive sorcery model problem, you can be promoted to a full wizard? Ryan continued. Of course, it's not that simple. This is the second key point I haven't mentioned yet. When you are promoted to a full wizard, you need to use a key potion. The atomizer. Atomizer? Ryan encountered another gap in his knowledge. Indeed, the method for making this atomizer is monopolized by the Empire and the major wizarding schools. It is generally almost impossible to circulate it on the market, Naya explained. If you can obtain the atomizer, combined with the defensive level 1 sorcery model I just mentioned, you have a chance to become a full-fledged wizard. Take the wizard my father is friends with as an example. He used the defensive level 1 fire sorcery, Flame Guard, as a solid model for his advancement, and combined with a moderate affinity for fire, he successfully became a full-fledged wizard. At this moment, Ryan was startled. He keenly noticed the system prompt suddenly appear. Ding! Host detected listening to wizard secrets, triggering a class change. Flame Walker, Legendary. Prerequisites for the Flame Walker, Legendary, advancement are 1. Wizard aptitude, fire affinity 75 or above. 2. Spirit 30 points or above. 3. Basic meditation will ruin, 24-24. 4. Mastery of the level 1 fire sorcery, Flame Guard. 5. Atomizer. The current requirements are not met, and the Flame Walker, legendary, advancement has failed. Afternoon. After returning home, Ryan retreated to his study, closed in his thoughts. He had learned quite a bit today, so after listening to Naya's introduction to wizards, Ryan chose not to stay. Obviously, to meet the requirements for advancement to a full wizard, whether it's the defensive level 1 wizard model or the crucial atomizing potion, it's highly unlikely that I'd be able to obtain them before joining a special Imperial unit like the Sword Bearer. In the short term, my focus will remain on advancing to Weapon Master, Legendary. As a fellow Legendary, Weapon Master will undoubtedly bring me some surprises. It seems I need to hurry up and learn Catter Fist. However, if you want to upgrade Catter Fist from level 4 to level 10 as quickly as possible, adding all the points isn't practical at this point. Practicing Fist to level 5 or 6 before adding any more points is already the limit. I only have a few skill points left now. I bought a box of ice iron ingots at the auction, so I can probably upgrade my Armorsmith class by 1 level. In that case, I have 2 skill points left. Knight Transcendent should also have a chance to upgrade another level soon, which would give me 3 skill points left. But where will those remaining 1 or 2 skill points come from? Ryan muttered to himself. He focused his attention on the attribute panel, checking the status of each class level. Name, Ryan Karen. Occupation, Wizard Apprentice, Extraordinary, Level 5, 1546/2000, Extraordinary, Level 5, 1789/2000, Beast Tamer, Extraordinary, Level 5, 102/2000, Armorsmith Level 6, 211/3000, Constitution, 22. Strength, 22. Agility, 20. Spirit, 27. Attribute points remaining, 6. Skill points remaining, 1. Perhaps, next time I fight, I should use more sorcery. That way, I might be able to raise my Wizard Apprentice, Extraordinary, class level by another level. As for the Tamer Transcendent, there's still a long way to go before I can level up, but I do have all the ingredients for the Wisdom Potion, which I collected at the Nightingale Market in Rossby City. If I craft them all and feed my pets, I wonder if the system will reward me with some experience. However, I'd be taking up my new position in Fishing Harbor Town in a few days, so I need to finish the forging work as soon as possible. As for potion making, if I can still make it. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion in Meister County City, in the underground hall, the Black Flame Monk Merrill was respectfully reporting, Master High Priest, the latest news. Baron Norman was killed instantly by Ryan in a bloody duel. The portly High Priest slowly turned his head, leisurely extended his bony arm, and snapped his fingernails. This was all expected, he said. What a fool. You don't understand your own strength, and you've only emboldened this Ryan. But after he finished speaking, he noticed Merrill was completely silent. He glanced suspiciously at Merrill, only to see him standing to the side, his face hesitant, as if he had something to say but didn't know how to begin. The officiant said angrily, if you have something to say, just say it. You mean to say that Baron Norman is quite powerful, right? Why, was the duel intense? Was it a crushing victory for Ryan? Merrill shook his head and said, Master Officiant, Baron Norman successfully ascended to the rank of Grand Knight before participating in the bloody duel. What? Norman became a Grand Knight? The portly officiant's narrowed eyes suddenly widened, his expression changing as he turned to Merrill. Yes, Master Officiant, Merrill said respectfully, bowing. Could it be that Ryan also became a Grand Knight? The officiant demanded, staring intently at Merrill's face. That? Probably not. Then how did Ryan defeat a Grand Knight? What did the on-site personnel say? The officiant continued rapidly, a thoughtful expression on his face. According to those who watched the fight, they couldn't understand how Ryan was able to defeat Baron Norman, who had just ascended to the rank of Grand Knight. They simply felt that Ryan's hammer technique was incredibly powerful, leaving Baron Norman unable to withstand it. Afterwards, I secretly visited the scene and found the ground pitted and cratered, like the drenching of pirate cannons during a shore raid. One particularly conspicuous, fan-shaped depression, over 10 square meters in size, was said to have been created by Ryan's hammer. Now, this Ryan has earned a nickname. The people of the county town call him Baron the Hammer. A long silence descended upon the underground hall. Pa! A withered arm slammed heavily on the armrest of the chair. The officiant said with an unsettling expression, we ultimately allowed him to grow. The Grand Knight's combat power is always a potential threat. By the way, hasn't this Ryan arrived at Fishingport Town to take up his post yet? It seemed the efficient had already suffered numerous psychological blows regarding Ryan, so he quickly regained his composure and asked, "Not yet, but it should be in the next 2 days." "Well, organize this information about Ryan, and send it to the Poseidon cult immediately. If the Poseidon cult doesn't make targeted preparations, Ryan might catch them unawares." "As you command, Master Priest." Merrill, dressed in a black robe, bowed and was about to leave to make the necessary arrangements. At this moment, the Master Priest called out to him again. "Merrill, how are the prayer materials going?" Merrill paused, then turned again and said, "They're ready. Don't worry, this won't affect the Black Flame prayer ceremony." "That's good. The prayer ceremony is less than a month away." The Master Priest sighed deeply. Master Priest, is the time frame clear?" Merrill asked, looking up. "I've sensed the Lord's response to my prayers. The next time frame is the second Sunday of the month of Vitality. By then, I'm sure we give the province of Munster a big surprise." "Ha ha ha." The portly Master Priest seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly burst into laughter. Wolf Hills. Brigadier General Pacris of the Zalal Rebellion stood on a hilltop, sipping coffee imported from the Eagle Federation with a relaxed expression. He glanced at his subordinate, who had hurried over, and said with a hint of displeasure, "Heshley, I asked you to organize those newly recruited bandit groups to loot the area. Why are you running back?" "Brigadier General, we've found a big fish up ahead, but even if we organize several bandit groups and unite them, we probably won't be able to take it." "So what do you think?" A burly man who looked like a squad leader reported respectfully. "Oh, is this a convoy from some noble in Mayes County?" The burly Perix was placing a plate boot on a small stool. Beside him, a skinny kid was wiping it quickly with a rag, breathing heavily. Soon, the plate boot was polished to a gleaming shine. "Yes, judging by the insignia on the carriages, it seems to be that of the Norman family. As a baronial family, it's hard to imagine they could manage a convoy of dozens of carriages. This time, they seem to be going all out, heading out from the county town. Their escort is also quite substantial, with 4 official knights alone." After listening to his men's report, Brigadier General Perix, clad in half-armor, calmly shifted his legs and placed his other plate boot on the small stool. Without a signal, the kid quickly squatted down and resumed wiping. After a moment's thought, a look of doubt crossed Perix's face, and he muttered to himself, "I think I've heard of the Norman family before? Let me think. Sir, it's the family of the Norman baron who engaged in a bloody duel with the newly crowned baron, Ryan," the burly man added cautiously. "Oh yes, I remember now. It's that family. Interesting. Let's go and see for myself." Perix suddenly realized, put down his coffee, and held up 2 fingers, motioning for the burly man to follow. Chapter 199. A long convoy slowly moved along a hilly path, resembling a long gray snake from afar. As they approached, one could see that the carriages were all emblazoned with a 2-headed wolf, clearly a noble convoy. In one of the carriages, Dennis's eyes were still slightly red, clearly still recovering from the death of his father, Baron Norman. To avoid potential repression from the Wren, Dennis quickly decided to leave the county town and return to his family's estate in the countryside. So, after packing up most of his valuables, Dennis quickly assembled the somewhat bloated convoy. At that moment, a cavalryman, steering his warhorse, swiftly raced from the front of the convoy to Dennis's carriage in the center. "Hey, young master, the outpost just reported that many bandit gangs have appeared in this area recently, and they've just discovered their tracks. So, I'm asking if you'd like to take a detour?" "Detour?" Dennis looked out the carriage window, and saw over 20 carriages stretched for over 100 meters. Turning around in such a short time was impossible. If they did turn around, according to the outpost, wouldn't that just give the bandits an opportunity to attack? And then, there's the bandit gang. Is the bandit gang something to be alarmed about? What county in the Empire doesn't have a few bandits on the road these days? Thus, thinking he had figured it all out, Dennis said irritably, "Are you all made of paper? How can a bandit gang have official knights? Even if they do, it's probably 1 at best, and you have 4. Well? The cavalryman who had come to report the news thought for a moment, seemingly agreeing that his young master was right. The messenger immediately steered his horse, and headed to the front of the convoy to deliver the message. Dennis couldn't help but sigh as he watched this scene. After his father's defeat in the duel, the nobles he had once been friendly with immediately turned against him, all turning to flatter Baron Ryan, who had risen from a lowly rank to power. What Dennis couldn't stand most was Baron Alonso, who had tried to win him over after his father became a Grand Knight, but now he couldn't even see him. Thinking of this, Dennis couldn't help but clench his hands. I want revenge. I will make everyone tremble at my feet. As Dennis's thoughts drifted, he suddenly heard cries for help from both the front and rear of the convoy, along with sharp cracks through the air. Swish, swish, swish. How dare the bandits attack such a large group? Dennis jerked aside the curtains, only to see dozens of bandits rushing out from all sides, armed with bows and crossbows, inflicting heavy casualties on his own convoy's guards. Just as he was about to curse his own guards for being such a loser, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Because the attacking bandits, led by several burly men, were actually full knights. His. 3 full knights? Wait, this is Grand Knight. Dennis' pupils suddenly shrank, his eyes widening as he blurted out. He was deeply impressed by the faint fluorescent light coating the other man's body, even more pronounced than that of his own father, Baron Norman. A burly man in half armor, braving the crossbow fire of his guards, strolled leisurely, seemingly slow but actually swift, charging towards them. Damn it! How could this be possible? Goddess! Dennis muttered in horror. He would never believe there was a Grand Knight among the bandits. Are Grand Knights so cheap now? With the Grand Knight's entry, the battle quickly became one-sided, and the Norman guards suffered heavy casualties. A few minutes later, Dennis was carried like a dead dog by a burly man and thrown heavily to the ground in front of the burly man in half armor. Dazed from the fall, Dennis heard the burly man report to him, Sir, this is the heir to the Norman family, the eldest son of the former Baron Norman. Huh? Just a knight in waiting? Brigadier General Perix had been quite hopeful, but after looking down, he shook his head in disappointment. Dennis didn't dare look up. Simply following his gaze down to the ground, he saw a pair of gleaming plate armored boots fill his field of vision. They had slain 4 family knights without a speck of mud on them. When Dennis raised his gaze even higher, he saw the Norman knights lying in a pool of blood just a few meters ahead. His heart sank. He didn't want to die. He was still young. You know, he'd soon become a full knight. Then, sir, just kill this brat? The burly man dressed as a squad leader hesitated for a moment, unsure of his lord's intentions. But when Dennis heard this, he felt a sudden pang of fear. Suddenly, he instinctively shouted, I'm useful. Don't kill me. Aren't you bandits? I know which nobles in the county are the richest. You reap rich rewards by plundering them. Oh! Brigadier General Perix couldn't help but smile slightly upon hearing this. Then tell me. Brigadier General Perix's words felt like a lifeline to Dennis. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he blurted out, There's a newly appointed baron named Ryan. He's just made a fortune. There's also the Crowley family, who've also made a fortune recently, at least tens of thousands of gold. Many people in the county know this. You can verify it. Ha ha ha, interesting. Didn't Ryan just win a bloody duel, and the opponent was your father? Brigadier General Perix couldn't help but laugh playfully upon hearing Dennis's answer. This instantly made Dennis' heart skip a beat. Aren't you a bandit gang? How did you know about the bloody duel? And you knew so much about it? Ryan defeated my father? Dennis was momentarily bewildered. Boy, seeing you're fleeing like you're moving house, you must be running away from this Ryan, right? Brigadier General Perix looked down at Dennis, who lay at his feet. Dennis, a little confused, nodded subconsciously. Do you want revenge? Perix continued. Revenge? Dennis felt like he'd been transported from hell to heaven. He hadn't expected this great knight, a bandit with even greater power than his father, to be willing to help him avenge his father. Of course. Sir, can you help me avenge my father? No, you're mistaken. Revenge is something you should do on your own, but I will help you. Hearing that the burly man wouldn't attack directly, Dennis's mood plummeted like a roller coaster. What good is help? Ryan can even defeat his own father. Even with my help, I can't possibly defeat him. Dennis muttered to himself. But I'm no match for Ryan. You know, my father, even after being promoted to Grand Knight, still couldn't defeat Ryan. Dennis said tactfully. I have a way to grant you immense power, though it's a bit painful. Brigadier General Perix thought for a moment, and used the word painful. Painful? Dennis was puzzled. At that moment, Perix waved his hand, and a burly man came over with an exquisitely carved wooden box, which he immediately opened. A pink, transparent glass test tube, bubbling with tiny bubbles, appeared before Dennis's eyes. The test tube was corked, but a faint sweet aroma could still be smelled. This is a mutagenic potion. Only would-be knights can take it, and they must possess a strong desire to survive. Only then can they successfully acquire powerful strength. As for the side effects, it's just a bit painful, Parikh explained kindly. Well? Dennis's face was thoughtful. He knew, of course, that what the burly man before him said was untrue, or at least only partially true. But what choice did he have now? Dennis lowered his head and glanced again at the several family knights lying in a pool of blood, their eyes wide open. He knew that if he dared to disobey, there would likely be another body on the ground soon. So, he had no choice. Okay, sir. If I still can't kill Ryan after taking the potion, I hope you can help me eliminate him. Of course, this is just a small matter for me. There are too many people here. You clean up the scene, and then escort Master Dennis to our base. Yes, sir. Are you ready? Parikh asked with a smile. Okay, sir. Dennis had figured it out. He would have to take the potion sooner or later, so he might as well do it quickly. At least, he could gain a little favor. Very good. Brigadier General Parikh waved his hand, and the burly man next to him immediately handed Dennis the pink test tube. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Dennis's face. Without hesitation, he pulled the cork out and gulped down the pink liquid. Burp! Dennis burped, his eyes lighting up. He hadn't expected this mutagen to be so incredibly delicious. Parikh watched the scene with satisfaction, nodded, and said with a smile, "It will be a little painful. To avoid accidental injury, you need to be shackled." This? Dennis looked doubtful, but faced with the burly man approaching with heavy shackles, he reluctantly held out his hands. Crack! The shackles locked. Dennis felt the unusual weight of the metal shackles, made of a special material, on his wrists. The air in the room was almost stagnant, and Dennis could almost hear his own heartbeat accelerating. About half a minute later, a searing pain shot through his stomach. Ah! Dennis screamed in agony. Veins began to bulge, and bulge all over his body. Fine scales began to form on his skin. Dennis felt the pain sinking deep into his bones. This is just a little pain? Liar! Sir, tell me, this kid is a descendant of a noble family. Can he endure this? A burly man dressed as a squad leader asked, watching Dennis writhing on the ground in agony. You know, they'd experimented on several people before, but none of them had survived. Each of those people looked tougher than this Dennis. This Shadow Iguana mutagen is an experimental potion from the Eagle Federation, but the requirements are quite strict. It's best suited for quasi-knights, not full knights. Full knights, having taken advanced potions, have a much harder time completing the mutation. Also, the user must possess a strong desire to survive. Once these two conditions are met, the success rate will increase significantly, Brigadier General Parikh explained to his trusted aide. However, he glanced at his trusted aide and noticed that his aide's expression seemed a bit skeptical of Dennis's ability to persevere. What? You don't trust my judgment? In fact, the more noble a person is, the more they fear death. This Dennis's desire to survive is even stronger than that of an ordinary person. Furthermore, his physical fitness is among the best among quasi-knights. Your Excellency is wise. The burly man who looked like a squad leader complimented him with a look of sudden enlightenment. At this point, Parikh took another closer look at Dennis, who was in the process of mutation, and said, "It should be almost successful. Once he's finished, we send him directly to Mayas County City to create panic. Also, send a few skilled personnel to keep records while Dennis survives. This experimental record is crucial. It can be exchanged for valuables from the Eagle Federation." "Yes, sir," the burly man replied. Also, mobilize the bandit groups we're collaborating with to intensify their raids across various regions. Soon, the entirety of Mayas will be in turmoil. Mayas County. In the study of Ryan's new residence. At this moment, Ryan, looking at the stats page, suddenly remembered that after the battle with the Nightmare Dragon Man, he had been so busy asking Naya about some wizard matters that he had forgotten to check the system prompts. Your Tokadal Fist skill has been upgraded, adding 32 experience points. You fought a battle, adding 16 experience points to your Knight, Extraordinary, experience points. You fought a battle, adding 18 experience points to your Knight, Extraordinary, experience points. Your Talker Hammer skill has been upgraded, adding 1889 experience points. You fought a battle, adding 455 experience points to your Knight, Extraordinary, experience points. You fought a battle, adding 25 experience points to your Wizard Apprentice, Extraordinary, experience points. The previous dozen or so points of Knight, Extraordinary, class experience points were all from killing those black tumor monsters in the dream. The last few hundred experience points were the reward for killing the Nightmare Dragon Man. After this battle, the Knight, Extraordinary, S level reached LV5, 1789/2000, Not far from entering LV6, and Talker's hammer technique reached LV10, 6205/20,000. Ryan's current focus on Catter Fist had also reached level 4, 77/1000. It can be said that this trip to the Usman family was quite rewarding. Not only did Ryan learn the true nature of the pale silver element that had puzzled him for so long, he also understood the prerequisites for a wizard's class change, and he also gained a considerable amount of experience. Not staying at his own mansion for long, Ryan continued on to the blacksmith shop and began to put the box of iron ingots he had won at auction to use, as one iron shoulder guard after another was crafted. A few hours later, Ryan's experience points had reached level 6 for Armorsmith, 1221/3000. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Knock, knock. Come in." A servant bowed respectfully and said, "Baron, the quartermaster's office said they have received an item, but you must come in person to sign for it." Ryan was startled, but then he immediately realized what was happening. Huh? Could it be that the custom knight armor made of water-coated steel is ready? Calculating the time, it should be about done. Okay, go ahead. After thinking it over, Ryan decided it would be best to go get it back as soon as possible. After all, he had spent 1,000 merit points to redeem the high-level knight armor, which was worth a fortune. Although Ryan was now an armorer himself and had the ability to craft this kind of high-level knight plate armor, for example, the iron suit he was currently crafting was actually a high-level knight plate armor of similar quality to the water-coated steel suit. But crafting a full set would still be a time-consuming and laborious task. Currently, the only thing Ryan was crafting quickly was the simplest shoulder armor from the iron suit, aimed at quickly increasing his armor level. Creating a full set was a completely different matter. Half an hour later, Ryan arrived at the county commissary in the north of the city in the carriage the beautiful woman had arranged for him. Once the guards had noticed the noble heraldic emblem on the carriage, they let him pass without even needing him to produce his insignia or anything like that. This was simply a manifestation of the noble's privilege. Entering the commissary's lobby again, Ryan noticed that the same person who had measured his height and weight was also working behind the counter. Seeing Ryan, handsome in his black hunting suit, enter, the ponytailed civilian girl seemed to sense something and immediately looked up at him. Clearly impressed, the ponytailed girl emerged from behind the counter, smiling sweetly, and said, "Lord Ryan, you're here. Your custom-ordered high-class knight suit has arrived. I've been notified. I'm here to check on it." Ryan nodded to the ponytailed civilian girl. "Okay, Master Ryan, please follow me to the fitting room. After you try it on, if everything looks good, you can sign for it." "Okay, thank you." Ryan followed the ponytailed civilian girl into a nearby fitting room. A staff member wheeled a heavy box over on a cart, set it down, and then left. "Master, your water-coated steel suit is inside," the ponytailed civilian girl said, gesturing with her hand as she opened the box. Ryan nodded and took out the knight suit, which had a silver water-coated steel surface. This silver was a bit different from regular silver, with a seemingly water-like film on the surface, making it look extremely bright. Ryan also noticed a separate crotch guard in the center of the silver leg armor, a surprise addition based on his previous request. With the help of the ponytailed civilian girl, Ryan tried it on, and found it to be a perfect fit. Although he was a few centimeters shorter than, he had left some extra space, so it fit him perfectly. Facing Ryan, dressed in a bright silver knight's ensemble, the ponytailed civilian girl blushed slightly, and glanced at him frequently, but then quickly lowered her head. "Not bad, I'm very satisfied." "That's good, Lord Ryan. If there are no further changes, please sign for it." "Please sign here." The girl handed Ryan a thin wooden board with a receipt for the items on it. Ryan picked up his quill, and quickly wrote his name. Not long after Ryan returned to the blacksmith shop from the quartermaster's office, there was another knock on the door. "Knock, knock." Ryan couldn't help but frown. "Come in. My dear, Count Habsburg's messenger has just delivered a letter to you." The beautiful woman entered with a smile, a piece of paper in her hand. Ryan's brows relaxed at the sight of the beautiful woman, but his heart fluttered at her words. Could it be that she wanted him to rush to fishing port? "Oh!" Ryan took the envelope from the beautiful woman and opened it to read. It read, "Baron Ryan, the situation in fishing port has further deteriorated. A cult called the Poseidon Cult has recruited several pirate groups, not only essentially blocking the shipping route, but also periodically launching raids on fishing port. I'm currently in Rosby City, coordinating with the Imperial South Sea Fleet's 6th Squadron. They soon launch a seaborne attack on the Poseidon Cult and the pirates, but we need your cooperation on land." A task force from the 6th Squadron should be joining you in the next couple of days. The letter was quite long, and after Ryan carefully read it, he had a general understanding of the situation facing the fishing port. First, the fishermen were practically unable to go out to sea, causing panic throughout the fishing port. Furthermore, the occasional pirate landings and harassment had already resulted in the deaths of 2 of the town sheriffs. This had brought the town to the brink of collapse. A powerful individual was urgently needed to stabilize the situation. Furthermore, the Imperial South Sea Fleet had been deployed before, but after 2 consecutive missions, they proved ineffective. When the Poseidon cult and the pirates saw the Imperial Navy approaching, they played hide-and-seek. Once the South Sea Fleet withdrew, they revived, recruiting followers along the coast and engaging in attacks and looting. Count Habsburg's letter gave Ryan 2 tasks. First, maintain public order in Fishing Harbor Town and prevent it from deteriorating further. Second, locate the coastal islands where the Poseidon cult and the pirates are primarily hiding, allowing the Imperial South Sea Fleet to dispatch elite troops for a decapitation operation. Noticing Ryan's slight frown, the beautiful woman asked with concern, "My dear, is Count Habsburg sending you to Fishing Harbor Town? I've heard the situation there is dire these days." Ryan nodded and said, "The situation is indeed dire, but not now. I depart after the Navy arrives, which should be within the next 2 days. Looks like I need to speed up my forging. I need to at least upgrade my armorsmith to level 7 before I leave. It hurts. Where am I?" Dennis opened his eyes and looked around. It was an empty room, but it felt familiar. Wasn't this the family mansion in the county town where he'd lived before he left? How did he end up here again? Had those people sent me back? Dennis shook his head, and suddenly he realized something was amiss. It was night, moonless, and the stars were dim, but why was everything so clear to him, as if it were daytime? When Dennis stood up and saw himself reflected in the silver mirror on the wall, he froze for several seconds, then let out a strange cry. Hiss, hiss! What was before him wasn't a human, but a giant, standing iguana. Sharp claws, pale green scales, and sharp spines. Nothing about it looked like a human. What the hell is this mutagen? It's clearly a lizard potion. 2 skilled resistance fighters crouched in the bushes not far away, observing the mutated Dennis through copper telescopes. Hey, do you think this Dennis has gone mad? Not really. Besides, he definitely noticed the change in his strength. Watch, he attacks soon. A few minutes later, looking at himself in the silver mirror, Dennis realized he'd been tricked by that burly man. But the next moment, feeling the volcanic power within him about to burst forth, his regrets diminished. Stretching out his clawed hands, Dennis waved lightly, releasing a soft, shrill sound that tore through the air. At the same time, he keenly sensed that he could control some function of his skin. After using it, the self in the silver mirror had practically vanished. Was this a color change? It was as if he had blended into his surroundings. This seemed to brighten Dennis's mood. Wait, Ryan. Hee. Even if I can't kill you, I can secretly kill your entire family. And those nobles who look down on me. All of them must die. Whoosh. A nearly transparent figure flashed by, sprinting out of the mansion. Chapter 200. Dennis felt his left leg, transformed into a sharp claw, lightly tap, and he rushed forward at lightning speed. He was certain that this speed would surpass that of an ordinary knight. Even compared to his father's speed, when he reached Grand Knight, it didn't seem much slower. This immediately made Dennis feel much better after taking the mutagen and transforming into his inhuman form. He moved like a swift, transparent mist. After leaping onto a high wall, he looked around. Being in the aristocratic mansion area of the county town, he was surrounded by villas of nobles of all ranks. Even at night, he could see the guards of each household going back and forth for training. This immediately gave him an idea. He wanted to give it a try. Looking around, he saw a guard in the nearby mansion break off his patrol, apparently heading for the restroom. This brought a creepy smile to Dennis's scaly face. A perfect test subject. The next second, Dennis's nearly transparent figure vanished over the wall. The mail-clad guard had just turned the corner of the corridor when he felt a sudden gust of wind against his face. Just as he was about to react, a snapping sound froze him in place. Then, his entire body began to tremble like a sieve, and the next second, he slowly collapsed to the ground. The top of the corpse's head had been completely ripped open, and most of the white brain had been removed. Dennis, meanwhile, was using his right claw to play with the skull dripping with blood and brain matter. His pupils gleamed with surprise. He hadn't expected his own offensive power to reach such a level. With a single claw strike, he had cracked the well-trained guard's skull. The skull is one of the hardest parts of a person's body, and the guard's strength was not weak, almost on par with a first-class knight squire. Yet, facing his less than full-strength attack, he was powerless. This gave Dennis a huge boost of confidence. Furthermore, he felt the power within him grow stronger with each passing moment. This feeling of possessing a surge of power, like a surging wave, was truly intoxicating. "Ryan! I'm coming for revenge," Dennis muttered, gazing at his hand, which had transformed into a sharp claw. Quickly, with a leap, Dennis vanished from the spot. The two burly rebels, holding bronze binoculars nearby, saw Dennis disappear from their sight in a flash. This caused them to frantically search around, finally catching sight of a nearly transparent figure that briefly appeared in a distant mansion before vanishing again. After that, there was no trace of him. Only then did they realize that this Dennis was no longer the same Dennis. Their observation mission was about to get in trouble. Fuck. This drug is so potent. How did this guy get so fast? That's not what the captain said. The leading burly man spat. This potion is so powerful, I just wonder if it can restore a human body. If it can, I asked the Lord for a bottle too, the burly man beside him said enviously. Don't be silly. White, you don't know the high mortality rate after taking this potion. This guy is already lucky. The leading burly man slapped his companion on the head and scolded him. The two of them rushed all the way, but even as official knights, they couldn't catch up. I really can't keep up, White. Go report to the captain. This speed is much faster than that of a senior knight, the burly man complained. And you're absolutely right. This Eagle Federation potion is fucking amazing. Late into the night, Ryan was still sweating profusely in the blacksmith shop, as one piece of iron shoulder pad after another was crafted. In the 4 or 5 hours since dinner, Ryan had already advanced his armorsmith level 6 experience points to 1839/3000. Ryan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and thought to himself, luckily, during the bloody duel, Jennifer doubled down and made a killing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the financial resources to treat the rare or like ordinary and never mind whether I could sell these iron shoulder guards later. After all, knight armor sells best as a set. A single piece would look out of place, especially if I made it myself, and it's just one part of a rare or iron set. Besides, judging by my current progress, another day of hard work tomorrow should be enough. Although I have cheats, my strength is the result of hard work and practice. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a sudden, rapid knock on the door interrupted Ryan's thoughts. Before Ryan could open the door, the guard outside shouted anxiously, "Baron, the mansion has just been attacked." What? Ryan's pupil shrank, and he immediately opened the door and asked, "What's the situation now?" For guards were killed, but the area patrol responded quickly, and the attackers have now escaped. "Baron, your parents and sister are safe, just a little frightened." This immediately made Ryan pause slightly. If the family were merely frightened, that would be fine. "Where's Baroness Crawley?" Ryan asked again, knowing that the beautiful woman had been staying at his mansion for the past few days. After all, she was nominally his housekeeper. The lady wasn't hurt either. She was in the wine cellar when the attack occurred. Ryan nodded. That's good. However, Ryan quickly donned his newly acquired water-coated steel suit and rushed to his own mansion. Along the way, Ryan intermittently questioned the mansion guards. Who was the attacker? Well, we don't know. It seems to be a ferocious beast. The mansion guard, who reported the news, hesitated and said, A beast? Ryan was greatly surprised. Because even a ferocious beast wouldn't likely wander into a human city and attack the aristocratic mansion district simply for food? That didn't make sense. Were other mansions in the aristocratic district attacked? Yes, but not as severely as ours, the guard thought for a moment and reported. Is that so? Ryan's face was thoughtful, but he remained silent. Soon, he arrived near his own mansion. He saw familiar teams of night watchmen in black leather armor, along with numerous city guards, running back and forth, beginning the curfew. Clearly, after the attack, the entire county's defenses had been mobilized. What's the situation now? Ryan asked, stopping a man dressed as a night watch captain. The other man was about to explode in anger, but when he looked up and saw it was Ryan, he shuddered. This was Baron Hammer. The night watch captain immediately wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Lord Baron Ryan, several noble residences have just been attacked by a monster. Witnesses saw only a transparent shadow flash by, and many were either killed or injured. But one thing we know for sure, it attacked with claws. It was very fast, wasn't it? Yes, sir. Then why did it escape? because we fired a signal flare, and upon seeing it, it broke through our encirclement and fled in that direction. The night watch captain pointed toward the distant city wall. Very good, thank you. I used to be a night watchman too. If you encounter that monster while on patrol, run towards my residence. Ryan patted the other man on the shoulder and said, Thank you, Lord Baron. The night watch captain was very excited to hear Ryan's words and bowed. After briefly inquiring about the situation, Ryan immediately returned to the mansion. Wow! Seeing Ryan return, his sister Mint rushed into her brother's arms, crying, Brother, Cookie is dying. Ryan's brows raised. He quickly reached the villa's entrance and discovered 4 deep claw marks on Cookie's back, deep enough to see the bone. The wounds were severe, and Cookie was now unable to move. Seeing Ryan's arrival, Cookie glanced at him and whimpered a few times. Don't be afraid. I heal you, Ryan said soothingly, stroking Cookie's head. At this moment, his mother, Emma, his father, old Ryan, and the beautiful woman also emerged from the villa. Father, mother, rest easy. I'm here, Ryan reassured. At the same time, he turned to the beautiful woman and said, Take Ginny and rest here tonight. It'd be safer with me here. By the way, provide adequate compensation to the guards, who died in the line of duty, so their families can rest assured. If their families are in need, do your best to make arrangements. Okay, Your Excellency. The beautiful woman nodded and immediately set for Ginny. In the county town. In an unremarkable dwelling. Hearing his men's report on Dennis, Brigadier General Perix couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, a hint of surprise on his face. He asked, Are you sure? Has his strength really increased so much? Your Excellency, Brigadier General, we too can guarantee that you are absolutely not mistaken. The 2 burly men reported confidently. Brigadier General Perix glanced at the 2 men and nodded. One of the reasons why he suddenly launched the attack this time was because he received news from the county city that Earl Habsburg was not in the county city. In this case, he only needed to guard against Monsoon and the strong men of the Church of the Goddess of the Sea. The second reason was that he had stumbled upon Dennis, a prime candidate for a mutagenic potion. Unexpectedly, this ingredient had once again surprised him. As if reminiscing, he muttered to himself, According to the physician who delivered the potion, normally, a knight-to-be's combat power, if not immediately killed, would be at or above the level of a senior knight. But his level of improvement, almost surpassing that of a peak knight, is extremely rare. In that case, Dennis's body would be quite valuable. It would be best if we could retrieve it. The Eagle Federation would probably be very interested. Yes, we need to retrieve it as soon as possible and freeze it quickly. Otherwise, it would affect the testing. Looks like I need to go. After making some arrangements in the mansion, Ryan once again examined the bodies of several of the mansion guards. At this moment, the county sheriff, Viscount Hamadi, also arrived. However, upon his arrival, a messenger arrived to report. Viscount Hamadi's expression changed after hearing the report. He walked over to Ryan and said, Baron Ryan, the messenger just reported that Goldhire Town has been attacked by bandits. Several wealthy merchants' residences north of the city also appear to have been attacked. I must quickly arrange for support. As for here, I will increase the intensity and frequency of patrols. Goldhire Town and other places have also been attacked? Ryan nodded and said, Your Excellency, please proceed. Given the current situation, the likelihood of another attack is low. Besides, I will remain at the residence. After Viscount Hamadi left, Ryan's mind grew more and more skeptical. First, while the scars on the death guards were indeed claw marks, the bandit group's timing was too coincidental. Second, the divine ritual detecting evil in the villa's first floor room hadn't been triggered, indicating it wasn't an evil creature or some kind of evil spirit. So, if it truly was a beast, it must have been controlled by humans. Ryan was almost certain. Furthermore, the enemy's attack power was impressive, but its defense didn't seem very strong. Just now, he saw a light green scale the size of a fingernail falling from the body of a guard. It seemed to have been knocked off during the guard's siege. Furthermore, the enemy chose to retreat under the siege of the Night's Watch, further supporting this point. If that were the case, it seemed he could. Ryan had a vague idea. Late at night, Ryan didn't rest. He donned his water-coated steel suit and headed to the open space in the front yard. However, he didn't carry his 2 weapons, but instead began practicing catterboxing. He placed both weapons in the utility room beside him. Half an hour later, a transparent figure quietly returned. Ryan is actually practicing boxing? He doesn't even have a weapon? Dennis observed Ryan repeatedly in the front yard. He was clearly practicing boxing. Although he still sensed something was amiss, at this moment, he felt a surge of ruthless power within him that needed to be unleashed. Furthermore, he harbored a strong desire to kill the man before him. The combination of these two things made Dennis feel like he couldn't help but vomit. In reality, this was because the shadow iguana-type mutagen contained a special substance extracted from shadow iguana ovaries, which had a strong assimilatory effect on the human body. Now, not only had Dennis's body been altered, but his personality had also undergone a certain degree of alteration. From another perspective, the fact that Dennis had been able to hold back for so long under the influence of the shadow iguana's alteration showed how deeply the shadow of Ryan lingered in his heart. Whatever. Even if I can't defeat him, my speed will still be enough to escape. Dennis licked his lips with a tongue like a letter, thinking to himself. The next second, he was like a transparent mist, rushing towards Ryan. In fact, Ryan's level 3 danger sense had already given him a subtle warning when Dennis arrived. So, although Ryan's face remained calm and his boxing moves remained unchanged, he felt a growing joy in his heart. Finally! Clang! Sparks flew from the surface of the water-coated steel gauntlet. Ryan firmly caught the opponent's claw attack. Although he lacked brass knuckles, Ryan's water-coated steel gauntlet made little difference, save for the inability to perform the blade-requiring secret technique, 100 slashes. Furthermore, after the attack, Ryan quickly determined that, as he had expected, the monster's speed was extremely fast, but its strength was not very strong. Swish! Swish! Clang! The two quickly engaged in a clash. As soon as they engaged, Dennis was overjoyed. Without a weapon, Ryan's strength was significantly reduced. As expected, there's only the wrong name, not the wrong nickname. Baron Hammer, without his hammer, he could actually fight him on equal terms. Instantly, Dennis's confidence surged, and he launched an all-out attack on Ryan. This was, of course, a deliberate move on Ryan's part. From some of his battle scars, he'd already deduced that his opponent wasn't particularly strong, and perhaps could be used as a training target for his own boxing skills. Now, after the exchange, it was indeed true. This was a practically unearthed object of experience. Not taking advantage of this opponent would be a complete waste of his talent. The guard standing by had long been instructed by Ryan to remain on guard and protect his family, and not to participate in the battle. So, at this moment, they were watching a bright silver mass and a blurry, transparent figure exchanging rapid blows in the center of the front yard. From time to time, a sharp clash of blows rang out. And suddenly, a small hole would appear in the ground, snapping the grass and trees as if mowed. But no matter how hard the guards watched, they couldn't quite make out the specific movements of the two men fighting. Dennis's excitement grew as the fight went on. He felt victory was imminent, for he had just caught Ryan's left arm with both of his claw strikes. A thought suddenly occurred to him. If Ryan hadn't been wearing that incredibly tough iron suit, he would have been injured just now. And he might have been able to kill Ryan right away. The thought instantly excited Dennis. After all, his father, despite having become a Grand Knight, was still defeated by Ryan. This dominant feeling in battle was even more satisfying than the time he pinned down the defenseless Tina and ravaged her. It made Dennis want to vent his frustration. He had to taunt Ryan. The next second, Ryan suddenly heard the monster across from him speak. "Hiss, Ryan, you're dead today," Dennis said, his tongue twitching back and forth. "Oh! Who are you?" The two exchanged blows at high speed. "Me? I'm someone you'd never dream of." The battle had lasted a long time, and logically, both men would have been exhausted. But Dennis, seemingly due to the drugs he'd taken, maintained a state of excitement several times greater than that of hyperthyroidism. He felt his body constantly brimming with strength, ready to fight on. On the other hand, Ryan's breathing had become noticeably heavier. This made Dennis even more elated. Remember, the one who's going to kill you is Dennis. The next second, Dennis's attack was unstoppable. It was him. Ryan recalled the Dennis he'd met once before, and he hadn't expected him to be in such a horrible state. Could he have some connection to the bandit gang? And how had he become like this? But Ryan soon realized that wasn't important. What mattered was his opponent's exceptionally high stamina. This also meant he could extract even more experience from him. Although his stamina had decreased, it just so happened that becoming a full-fledged wizard required at least 30 points of spirit, which he currently lacked. So, without hesitation, Ryan added a point to his spirit attribute. As his remaining attribute points dropped from 6 to 5, his spirit also increased from 27 to 28. Suddenly, a surge of warmth surged from his heart, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Instantly, all the fatigue that had washed over Ryan was gone. Facing Dennis, who was charging at him, a thought suddenly occurred to him. He must not know that his desperate attack on him would actually bring him immense benefits. I wonder how he would feel if he knew this. So, Ryan smiled faintly and charged forward at the same speed. Ding! 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 And so, the two engaged in battle once again. This time, Dennis grew increasingly irritated and anxious as the fight went on. Just moments ago, Ryan had clearly been a little exhausted, and he was about to win, but now, why was Ryan suddenly so energetic? After a few more exchanges, Dennis couldn't help but ask how is that possible? Shouldn't your stamina be nearly depleted? I'm more durable. It's normal you don't know that, Ryan replied casually. Fuck. Dennis couldn't help but hear Ryan was teasing him. His pupils narrowed, and he attacked with all his might. This caused Ryan's water-filmed steel breastplate to be hit by several claw strikes. However, with the sturdy water-filmed steel suit and the protection of his extraordinary trait, Iron Skin Level 3, Ryan naturally didn't take such attacks seriously. Soon, Dennis's transparent form began to falter. Perhaps due to the excessive stamina, he gradually emerged from his chameleon state and returned to his pale green scale-covered appearance. You're really like a beast. Faster. Faster, and you heard me. Harder. Harder, Dennis. Ryan kept goading Dennis. It wasn't that Ryan was being mean. He simply wanted to squeeze every last ounce of Dennis's energy. Hearing Ryan's occasional teasing and sarcasm, Dennis, whose mind was already somewhat affected by the ongoing transformation, felt his eyes well up. He attacked with all his might. As his understanding of Catter's boxing became deeper and more refined, Ryan's fighting became increasingly fluent. Also, since Dennis used claws, Ryan began to compare fists and claws, which seemed to be beneficial for his subsequent study of the secret technique, 100-splitting strike. White steam began to rise from Dennis's body, and his complexion, through his pale green scales, tinged faintly with red. Snap! Dennis, moving at high speed, suddenly stumbled, his expression changing dramatically. Oh no! Dennis felt something inside him suddenly explode. Then, he felt his strength rapidly drain away. It was as if his body was a balloon punctured by a needle, leaking something rapidly. Ryan also stopped nearby. He watched Dennis tremble continuously, his scales and claws peeling off. Seeing this bizarre scene, Ryan chose not to continue his attack. He guessed the opponent had reached some limit. Body collapse? Or some other reason. He wasn't sure. It's just a shame that such a good experience-earning target is gone. Ryan actually felt a small regret at this moment. If he had a choice, he would have hoped for the other party to recover immediately. Or perhaps his current strange state was just the prelude to some kind of transformation. In that case, after the transformation, he could still fight him. But wishes are always good. But the reality is regrettable. A few seconds later, Dennis tumbled to the ground with a thud, his whole body twitching. A minute later, a emaciated, gray-haired, and incredibly old-looking Dennis appeared before Ryan. Through his higher spiritual perception, Ryan felt that the other party's vitality seemed to be completely depleted. Even his breathing was barely audible. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Your Tokater Fist skill has been upgraded, adding 977 experience points. You have participated in a battle, and your Knight, Extraordinary, experience points have increased by 89. Knight, Extraordinary, experience isn't much, but the extended battle duration and use of fist techniques have allowed Ryan's Kater Fist skill to rise directly from level 4, 77/1000, to level 5, 54/2000. The mansion's guards were greatly surprised to see the monster transform into a humanoid form. They gathered around and, after a careful inspection, reported, Baron, it's dead. I didn't expect it to be human. Ryan nodded and said, secure the body? This body should be of great research value. I wonder if it will be rewarded with a considerable amount of merit points if it is handed over to the Empire. Reaching level 5 in boxing skills is a pleasant surprise. Another 5 points and it'd be level 10. Ryan turned aside to retrieve his 2 weapons. He planned to return to his room for a short rest. At that moment, he suddenly stopped. He then quickly turned and looked somewhere on the night street. The palace guards, who had been cleaning up the battlefield, seemed to notice the change in the atmosphere and looked up in the direction of their baron's gaze. A pair of shiny plate armor boots appeared under the streetlight at a nearby corner. Chapter 201. As the other party gradually approached the streetlight, a burly middle-aged man, wearing high-grade knight's plate armor, appeared before everyone's eyes. Beside him, a slightly shorter, burly man held a kite-shaped shield in one hand and a single-edged battle axe, approximately 1 meter long, in the other. However, judging by the paint on the shield and axe handle, the axe and shield seemed to match the burly middle-aged man's plate armor. Therefore, the weapon the shorter man was carrying must have been the burly middle-aged man's. What a shame! It seems I missed out on an interesting battle, the burly middle-aged man said with a playful expression. Well, did my little experiment surprise you? Brigadier General Perix carefully examined Ryan's bright silver water-coated steel armor. Seeing a few faint claw marks, clearly newly added, he shook his head with a hint of disappointment. It seems your strength isn't as strong as the rumors say. Sure enough, the imperial nobles still love to flatter each other. Who are you? Ryan asked calmly. Although his level 3 danger sense was giving him a strong warning, a level even greater than that of the offshore plesiosaur, the scale-whiskered iron-backed turtle, and even the Grand Knight Baron Norman, it wasn't completely overwhelming. Thus, Ryan felt no fear at the moment. Instead, he felt an eagerness to try. It seemed as if he could once again fight with all his might after the Nightmare Dragoman. I don't need an introduction. Otherwise, I'd have to kill all the people around me. By the way, I still have some use for this little test subject's body, so I have to retrieve it. Also, someone has been wanting me to get rid of you. Actually, we weren't supposed to meet this early. I had originally planned to wait until you took up your post in Fishing Port Town before sending you off. But things have changed a bit, so I'm a little sorry. You might have to leave sooner. Perix chose to act tonight for another reason, Maggie's. Maggie's had already contacted him several times, and considering he might need Maggie's in the future, he decided not to delay this matter any longer. While retrieving the body, he could also take out this Ryan. At these words, the surrounding palace guards and the county town night watchmen who had rushed over suddenly tensed up, each drawing their bows and arrows, aiming at the burly middle-aged man in knight armor. Ryan waved his hand and said, "All of you return to your posts. I take care of this." "Oh wow, that's interesting." The burly middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and gave Ryan an admiring look. "That's a very clever move. It keeps my boots from getting dirty. Otherwise, you know, killing too many people will inevitably get them dirty. Okay, since you're still pleasing to the eye, I let you go without a hitch. No more talking, or you notice more and more people coming this way." After saying this, Perix tapped his toes, and the hard slate beneath his feet suddenly exploded. The debris had barely splattered when his entire body shot forward like an arrow from a bow. The onlookers were surprised that a burly figure clad in heavy knight armor could move at such speed. With his image still lingering, the other party had already reached Ryan. As a master who had reached the Grand Knight level for many years, Perix's physical evolution had begun to reach a deeper level. This evolutionary process was continuous, like the growth and development of an adolescent. Thus, he was qualitatively different from those who had just reached the Grand Knight level, like Baron Norman. Not only would strength, agility, and physique further improve over time, but his extraordinary traits would also be further strengthened, etched into his bloodline as a natural talent. This, to a certain extent, would influence and enhance the knightly talents of his descendants. Of course, the most important factor was the amount of force, which greatly increased after reaching the Grand Knight level, comprehensively enhancing both defense and combat. With these two combined, a Grand Knight facing a knight would be a crushing defeat, even if that knight was at the peak of his powers. Furthermore, the gap between Grand Knights was enormous. Are you kidding me? How could a newly promoted Grand Knight be on the same level of strength as someone like him, who had been a Grand Knight for over 5 years? Another point, after seeing the claw marks on Ryan's water-coated steel armor, Perix felt that Ryan's strength was exaggerated, with stories like him defeating the newly promoted Grand Knight Baron Norman in a bloody duel. In Perix's eyes, Ryan was just a Meister genius with a bit of knightly talent. Thus, Perix viewed Ryan, and this battle, with a more playful attitude. Because of this mindset, he hadn't even grabbed his men's axes and shields. He simply swung his arm as he ran, unleashing the blade from his left forearm. With a snap, the blade, shaped like a wolverine claw, flashed with a cold gleam before Ryan's eyes. Perix wielded the blade, faintly luminescent with the force's power, and thrust it fiercely at Ryan's forehead. If he were stabbed, perhaps, as he just said, Ryan would be painlessly dispatched. Ryan had already been gazing intently at the unfamiliar knight before him. So, facing the opponent's high-speed attack, he showed no fear. He quickly drew his black pig-headed hammer from his back and, instead of blocking, unleashed a powerful hammer blow. At this moment, the heavy weapon's special effect of lifting heavy objects with ease came into play with great significance. To everyone's surprise, Ryan had no time to block the attack, let alone wield his heavy two-handed warhammer in retaliation. But Ryan's attack was just a fraction faster than everyone expected. Dang! Faced with Ryan's incredibly swift hammer blow, Perix felt a sudden sense of alarm. He immediately switched from stabbing to blocking, firmly blocking it with his force-infused arm blade. Huh? A hint of surprise flashed across Perico's eyes. Even with a two-handed hammer in hand, he could strike so quickly. This young man, Ryan, seemed quite capable. Furthermore, the force in his previous blow, which had faintly penetrated his armor and forced defenses, seemed. But before he could fully process Ryan's attack, he hadn't had time to fully grasp it. Ryan, holding a dark pig-headed hammer, swung again with lightning speed from right to left. Heavy hammer sweep. Faced with Ryan's ferocious counterattacks, which resembled a continuous series of moves, Perix spun while raising her arm blade to block. Clang. Sparks flew. Instantly, Ryan swung his hammer over 10 times in a row, each one powerful and relentless, carrying multiple concussive forces. Eventually, Perix had to expend significant amounts of force to withstand the continuous concussive damage. Quick reactions. Activating limit break and transcendent traits so quickly. Clever move, but how long can you maintain this state? Perix seemed to be trying to provoke and influence Ryan's situation with his words, forcing him to show some weakness or pause. But unfortunately, his words had no effect on Ryan. Ryan's dark hammer remained as steady and powerful as ever. This left Perix quite frustrated. Dang! Another head-on collision. This time, Perix, who hadn't retreated, suddenly used the force to quickly retreat over 10 steps. Although he was out of Ryan's hammer's range and no longer had to worry about defending himself, he now clasped his hands behind his back, trembling slightly. Hiss! It hurt so much. Could this force be? You've actually mastered the hammer technique at the master level. Perix's eyes widened suddenly, a look of horror on his face as he looked at Ryan. Unlike the newly arrived great knights like Norman, he had already realized that Ryan's hammer technique was too powerful, far beyond the realm of mastery. You know, among the masters of the Grand Knight level, weapon expertise is generally only at the proficient level, or perhaps even at the half-step master level. Those like Ryan, who have achieved mastery in hammer work, are undoubtedly among the best among the Grand Knights. What puzzled Perix was how, at such a young age, he had mastered hammer work to such a masterful level. But Perix quickly calmed his fear, retreated quickly, and approached the burly man dressed as a squad leader. He picked up the thick metal kite shield and the battle axe. Ryan, right? Very talented young man, but unfortunately, the game time is over. You didn't think that was all I had just now? Now, I'm going to get serious. As the opponent retreated, Ryan didn't pursue, but instead began to silently chant a spell. And as Perix turned to retrieve his axe and shield, a hidden wave of energy flashed around Ryan, and something strange seemed to be in the air. Swish! Perix mobilized the force with all his might, his entire body radiating a faint glow as he charged towards Ryan once again. This time, his initial playful mood was long gone. Instead, a subtle sense of seriousness, excitement, and agitation permeated his heart. A rare genius in the hammer arts of the Dragon Empire was about to die at his hands. He hadn't felt the pleasure of stifling such a genius in a long time. Bang! Clang! Clang! The two men moved with such speed that even with the illumination of the streetlights and the oil lamps in the mansion garden, the dim environment made it almost impossible to discern their figures. It felt like two swiftly moving, blurry clouds, engaged in a relentless exchange of blows. Ryan chose not to unleash his full power, only using about 30%, nearly closing the gap between him and Perix. He chose not to use his secret technique, because the opponent's speed was slightly superior. Even if he unleashed his full power, it would likely be easily evaded, wasting a great deal of energy and exposing his ultimate weapon prematurely. Simply put, the decisive moment had not yet arrived. Although Perix didn't have the upper hand, he wasn't anxious. His foundation was there. He was a Grand Knight, while Ryan was a knight, and his physical prowess was superior. Ryan was able to withstand, or rather, keep up with, his attacks thanks to the combined power of his full power and masterful hammer technique. But how long could a peak knight sustain such a full-strength burst? 30 seconds? 40 seconds? Or a few seconds longer? He estimated that in less than a minute, Ryan's stamina would be exhausted, his speed would slow, and he would no longer be able to keep up with his pace. By then, he could quickly defeat him. While this method of victory felt somewhat unfair, it didn't matter anymore. It was like stifling a genius. But soon, Perix felt something was amiss. Why was he getting hotter? Especially, the force consumption used for defensive purposes on his body was immense, far exceeding normal. What the hell was going on? This was bizarre. Bang! Hammer and shield clashed, and the two men retreated several steps again. With his dark vision, Ryan could clearly see beads of sweat on the opponent's forehead, and the rise and fall of his chest was noticeable. Clearly, while he had been depleted to a great extent, the opponent, under the influence of the sorcery, the high-temperature force field, and his full-strength talker hammer technique, was no less exhausted than he was. Thinking for a moment, Ryan silently added a point to his agility attribute. The opponent was a hair faster than him, which put him at a disadvantage in the fight. As his remaining attribute points went from 5 to 4, his agility also went from 21 to 22. Instantly, a surge of warmth surged from his heart, rapidly spreading throughout Ryan's limbs. Instantly, the soreness and fatigue in Ryan's muscles vanished completely. On the other hand, Perix, glancing at Ryan, also noticed that Ryan had been severely depleted, and his face lit up with joy. Just trying to hold on. Let's see who can hold on longer, who can last longer. Perix immediately rushed towards Ryan again. The two figures moved at high speed again in the mansion's front yard. Only when they passed under the lights did their figures become more clearly visible to everyone, flashing by in a flash. But before anyone could get a clear look, they disappeared into the darkness again. Soon, the entire front yard was in ruins, and the beautiful flowers and neatly trimmed plants were ravaged. After holding on for dozens more seconds, Perix was beginning to feel the strain. Even with his great knight stamina, he couldn't keep up for much longer at his current full strength. It was like a well-trained 100-meter runner. If you asked him to increase the distance to 200 meters, he might be able to maintain his speed and form, but at 400 meters, his speed would basically begin to drop significantly. This was evident from the 400-meter world record of 43.03 seconds compared to the 100-meter world record of 9.58 seconds. The 400-meter world record was significantly slower than 9.58 times 4. What left him speechless was that Ryan's hammer remained incredibly steady with each blow. How the hell was that possible? His own stamina was being depleted, and his rhythm was starting to slow. How could Ryan, a mere peak-level knight, actually outlast him? What the hell? Could it be that his opponent not only possessed a rare talent for hammering, but also possessed a physical prowess? That's a bit much. On the other hand, Ryan's opponent's rhythm suddenly began to slow slightly. This subtle difference might be imperceptible or insignificant to others, but to Ryan, who was engaged in the fight, it was like a beacon in the darkness, incredibly eye-catching. This made Ryan certain. He had originally thought that this strange knight could withstand 3 rounds of attribute points, and he had prepared for a protracted battle. However, he hadn't expected that after only 1 round of attribute points, the opponent was already struggling. The battle continued for more than 10 seconds. Even the spectators noticed that their hammer baron seemed to be gaining the upper hand, swinging his hammer more frequently than before. The strange knight on the other side was clearly using his shield to block more frequently. Bang! 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 The clash of hammer and shield intensified. However, at this moment, Ryan's expression grew solemn, for he kept in mind the saying, "Even a trap beast will fight. Even beasts know to fight to the death, let alone a great human knight. So, the closer one gets to victory, the more cautious one must be." This made him swing the dark two-handed hammer even more steadily. And Perix grew visibly impatient. He was waiting for Ryan to show signs of fatigue or a flaw. That way, with his vast combat experience, he could still reverse the current passive situation. But sadly, minutes had already passed, and the opponent was still unleashing his full force, unleashing a continuous barrage of hammer attacks. It was like Usain Bolt competing in a 1,500-meter race in his past life, only to have the opponent run the entire 1,500 meters at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Clearly, this situation couldn't continue. Now Perix faced 2 choices. One was to unleash his full force and unleash a semi-ultimate move, but semi-ultimate moves required a short period of charge, and given the opponent's current stamina, there was a good chance he would dodge it. The second option was to find a way to dislodge the opponent's two-handed hammer. The opponent had mastered hammer work to the master level, which must have consumed a great deal of energy and time. Although he saw the two-handed greatsword slung behind Ryan's back, he would never believe that Ryan's swordsmanship was also at the master level. After all, at Ryan's age, a master of both hammer work and swordsmanship? That was absolutely ridiculous. Even the most eloquent bard couldn't come up with such a story and spread it around. After figuring out his strategy, Perix regained his composure. Bang! This time, when Ryan's hammer struck the opponent's shield, which was also clearly made of a special, or, a force could be felt on the shield. After partially withdrawing his shield to absorb the force, Perix suddenly released the battle axe in his other hand and grabbed the handle of Ryan's pig-headed hammer. His plate glove, emitting a faint fluorescent light, snapped and grabbed Ryan's hammer. Perix's brow twitched, a hint of joy visible. Just as his left hand released his shield, intending to exert force with both hands to wrest Ryan's hammer away, Perix's expression suddenly changed. Because at that moment, the Ryan he faced had expanded twice as much as before. If it weren't for the high-quality knight's plate armor, the expansion would have likely shattered the knight's breastplate. Perix exerted all his strength, but helplessly watched the hammer slowly slip from his hands. Such power. What had this Ryan been fed? Or was this some kind of secret technique? At this moment, even if Perix was slow to react, he realized that there was definitely something wrong with this Ryan. However, Perix, a veteran of battle, pulled and released the hammer's handle, instantly raising it upwards and swinging it towards Ryan's chest. This forced Ryan to let go of the hammer's handle and step back. Perix's face lit up with joy. He had finally wrestled the opponent's hammer away. But then, a flash of cold light swiftly slashed down towards his head. Alarmed, Perix quickly abandoned his attack and leaped sideways. Swish. Only then did he realize it was the two-handed greatsword behind Ryan's back. There was almost no stopping. Ryan swung his two-handed greatsword, attacking the unarmed Perix. A mere seconds later, Perix's expression changed to one of having seen a ghost. This master-level swordsmanship. Fuck. What kind of monster had he encountered? The goddess's illegitimate child would probably be no better than this. This moment of distraction left several deep scratches on Perix's high knightplate armor. Facing Ryan's masterful swordsmanship, even with his force defense and the high knightplate armor's resistance, Perix still couldn't withstand Ryan's attacks. At this point in the battle, Perix no longer had much desire to continue. But the problem was, he couldn't just retreat. At this moment, so many people around him were watching him fall. If the Zalo rebels still wanted to make a move in Mayes County, retreating in this crushing defeat would be a disaster. Besides, he still had a semi-ultimate skill to unleash. Who said he was doomed? He still had a chance to win. A fierce look on his face, Perix faced a slash from Ryan's greatsword, blocking it with his left forearm armor, which was covered with force protection. Puff! With the special effects of master-level swordsmanship, cut steel and break armor, Ryan's sword penetrated nearly a third of the way to his forearm, reaching the radius. Perix's eyes widened, and, enduring the pain, he delivered a powerful punch to Ryan's abdomen with his right hand. Bang! Although Ryan tried his best to hold his abdomen in and perform the pendulum step from Catter's boxing technique, his lower-level boxing skills still sent him flying 7 or 8 meters away from Perix's furious punch, and the shimmering greatsword slipped from his grasp. Perix threw the greatsword stuck in his forearm armor and reached for the single-edged battle axe stuck in the ground nearby. Judging from his injuries, Ryan was naturally at the advantage. Although he had sustained a heavy blow to the abdomen, he had the cushioning effect of holding his abdomen in and retreating, the protection of his armor, and the defensive power of his level 3 transcendental ability, Iron Skin. So, when he saw the opponent, despite enduring his blow and attempting to grab the battle axe, Ryan knew the decisive moment had arrived. Immediately, without hesitation, he rolled over and grabbed the pig-headed hammer that had fallen nearby. Almost simultaneously, both men grasped their most proficient weapons. The distance between the two men had widened from 2 or 3 meters to over 10 meters. In unison, they both charged at the same time. Then, almost in sync, they charged towards each other. Perix's single-edged battle axe glowed, and a ray of white light, seemingly tangible, slashed down towards Ryan. Quasi-ultimate technique, flash cut. Ryan activated his triple form, and slammed his pig-headed hammer down on Perix from top to bottom. Secret technique, Earth Shatter. In an instant, axe and hammer clashed fiercely in midair. Chapter 202. Clang. A dazzling spark, shimmering in the darkness, erupted at the point where the two weapons clashed, followed by a resounding, ear-rending metal-on-metal clash that echoed throughout the surroundings. Everyone's eyes widened. Even as tears streamed from the sparks, they watched the scene unblinking. Although they had barely seen anything of the entire battle, their blood boiled with excitement. Ryan and Perix exchanged lightning-fast blows, sending both flying backwards. Perix's legs plowed 2 furrows over 10 meters long into the ground in the mansion's front yard. His right hand, gripping the axe, trembled constantly. The next second, a crackling sound rang out. The plate armor gauntlet and arm armor on his right hand burst open, revealing a bloody mess of flesh beneath. Anyone could see that this arm would be crippled for a short time. Ryan wasn't feeling well either. After his pig-headed hammer was knocked away by the opponent's force-infused axe, the opponent's powerful blows still had some force left, and it immediately split Ryan's brand new, high-grade, water-film steel knight's breastplate. At that moment, Ryan felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a narrow, at least 30 centimeters of slit in the thick knight's breastplate. Through the slit, he could see a distinct red line on his chest skin, and a trickle of blood slowly seeped out. The opponent's axe had been more powerful than he had expected. Ryan had originally thought that his masterful hammering secrets, combined with his core skill, hammer mastery level 3, would at least match the opponent's. But he hadn't expected the opponent's axe to retain such power even after knocking his warhammer away, piercing his water steel breastplate and iron skin level 3, wounding him. Although it only scratched the skin on his chest, drawing blood. However, when Ryan looked up at the opponent and saw the almost complete loss of his right hand, a hint of a smile crept across his lips. Ryan wasn't afraid of injury. Furthermore, the opponent's injuries were far more severe than his own. And when Perix saw that Ryan had actually managed to get up, his pupils narrowed, a look of disbelief on his face. The opponent's knight's breastplate had been ripped open by his own blow, yet he didn't seem seriously injured. Perix muttered, "How is this possible? I just unleashed a near-ultimate technique. I should have ripped him open. How could he have sustained such minor injuries?" Although Perix couldn't understand why, his right hand was now almost completely incapacitated, so he planned to retreat immediately. However, he still glanced at Ryan with resigned displeasure. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a situation, one so completely beyond his expectations. I had thought it would be easy, but when it came to actual action, it was surprisingly difficult. When Perix's gaze rested on Ryan, he uttered a soft "huh?" because he saw that Ryan had quickly stood up, but didn't immediately pick up his weapon and charge at him. This suddenly gave Perix a thought. Could it be that the other party's swift rise was merely an attempt to conceal his true injuries, and that his previous blow had actually damaged his heart, lungs, and other vital organs? After a moment's thought, Perix's eyes lit up. This must be the case. That's right. Because only this explanation made sense. Otherwise, how could he explain how his opponent's injuries were so minor after facing his own near-ultimate attack? It seemed he had narrowly won this round. However, Perix seemed to hear Ryan muttering something. This intrigued him, and he pricked up his ears to listen intently. The next moment, his expression suddenly changed. He recognized the other party's mumbling, some kind of sorcery spell. Fuck. This Ryan is actually a wizard's apprentice. Perix's curse hadn't finished. Suddenly, he felt the sun rise in front of him. His eyes were pierced by the extremely bright light, and tears instantly streamed down his face. However, as a seasoned warrior, he quickly realized why Ryan hadn't attacked before. The purpose must have been to cast this sorcery. Could it be that Ryan wasn't seriously injured? Ryan had indeed just cast the blazing light spell. The moment he stood up, Ryan had intended to attack. But suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. The blazing light spell was perfectly suited for the current situation. Besides, the opponent was seriously injured and didn't even know he knew magic, so casting it would be quite sudden. Sure enough, after successfully casting the blazing light spell, Perix's face showed horror, and he instinctively closed his eyes. At that moment, Ryan also moved. Like a cheetah suddenly attacking, he rushed towards Perix, reaching out and grabbing the pighead hammer that had fallen nearby. Perix was a seasoned warrior. The moment his eyes were nearly blinded by the glare, he sensed impending danger and immediately turned, running towards the street he remembered. Although the knight's body was highly adaptable, his sharp eyesight was more severely impaired than that of the palace guards beside him. He forced his tearful eyes open, only to see a blur of white ahead, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. He couldn't even discern the direction of the street. But the moment he hesitated, a powerful gust of wind blew from behind, forcing him to turn and block it with all his might. Ryan rushed over, his arms bulging with muscles. He spun around, swinging a dark hammer, striking Perix's lower abdomen from bottom to top. It was the stance of the Talker hammer technique, Rising Dragon Hammer. Bang! Perix's abdomen was struck violently, his entire body folded in half. His arms and legs stretched forward, colliding with each other. His tongue stuck out of his gaping mouth, and his eyes bulged out, seemingly popping out of their sockets. He was sent flying 7 or 8 meters away. Like a meteorite, he slammed into the wall of a street-facing villa. Bang! Because the exterior walls of the noble's mansions were made of high-quality granite strips, despite the immense force of Perix's impact, he remained intact. At this time, Perix was in a very miserable state. He was embedded more than 10 centimeters into the granite wall, and was still twitching. However, his strong desire to survive made him want to struggle and try to get out of the wall. But before he could make a move, Ryan tapped his toes, sending dirt flying. He quickly closed in on Perix, who was already embedded in the wall, and unleashed a barrage of hammer blows on his arms and thighs. Snap! Crack! Crack! With each blow, a joint in Perix's body cracked with a crisp, shattering sound, accompanied by an unnatural twist. This was because Perix's high-level knight's plate armor, without the force protection of a great knight, was completely unable to withstand the force of Ryan's hammer. Each of Ryan's blows severely deformed the armor. Now, the warp plate armor became an obstacle to the wound's healing process. After a few seconds, Ryan stopped. He believed that even a great knight couldn't withstand the shattering fractures of all four joints. Perhaps in this world, such injuries could be healed, but clearly, it wasn't something a great knight's physical strength could handle naturally. Bang! A heavy object landed with a thud. Pericus, clad in the twisted, skeletal armor of a knight, didn't struggle this time. Gravity alone slammed him down from the wall he'd been embedded in, sending him crashing to the ground. Pericus, possessing the formidable vitality of a great knight, lay like a puddle of mud on the ground, his body still twitching. Of course, this was thanks to Ryan not striking his internal organs or head. Ryan slowly approached, crouched down, and said gravely beside Pericus, "Perhaps it's time for me to send you on your way. However, I'm more interested in what you said about someone trying to use you to kill me. If you cooperate, I let you go painlessly, saving you from the pain you're in right now." Perix managed to raise his head, glanced at Ryan, and chuckled. His smile was filled with a mixture of madness, mockery, and other undertones. Just then, Ryan heard the sound of fighting from the other side of the street. He looked up and saw that the burly man had attempted to flee, but had been surrounded by the Night's Watch. "Catch him! Don't let him get away. He's in cahoots with the guy lying on the ground." Although the man's skill suggested he was a veteran knight, his morale was waning, and he was stopped by a group of Night's Watchmen. Ryan stood up and walked towards him. After a few slow, but actually swift, steps, he was in front of him. With a single punch, he sent him flying half a meter into the air. He then knelt, curled up on the ground, and retched. Since the boss wasn't sure, let's start with the younger ones. However, a great knight was no small figure, no matter where he stood. This was why Ryan didn't kill him outright. Less than half a minute later, Ryan learned the identity of the burly middle-aged man from his younger brother. "Huh? You said you were from the Zalo Resistance? This is Brigadier General Perix, the new leader of your Meister?" Ryan asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, sir," the burly man replied with a pained expression, his hands clutching his stomach. Ryan glanced at the man's expression. It seemed he wasn't lying. "Brigadier General? Sounds like a high position." Just as Ryan was about to question Brigadier General Perix again, two familiar figures, accompanied by a large number of Night's Watchmen in black leather armor, approached. "Viscount Hamadi, Lord Hamilton." Ryan looked surprised. Hamadi's presence wasn't surprising, considering the serious security incident that had occurred in the county town. But logically, Hamilton should still be fighting the bandits in Goldhire Town. How did he suddenly appear in the county town? "Baron Ryan, it seems you've thwarted the enemy attack." Viscount Hamadi glanced around, seeing only two men, and added, "The enemy's main force likely hasn't arrived yet. We must remain vigilant." "Indeed. Ryan, I recently learned from a bandit leader who attacked Goldhire Town that the Zala rebels, the mastermind behind their operation, would attack the county town. So, I immediately came to the county town to report this to Viscount Hamadi. Unexpectedly, I happened to see your residence under attack." "The enemy's main force?" Ryan pondered for a moment, then pointed to Brigadier General Perix lying on the ground and said, "Viscount, perhaps this man is the enemy's leader." Hamadi and Hamilton looked at Ryan in surprise. Only then did the two men notice, under the dim streetlight, that the ground behind Ryan was riddled with gullies, and the mansion's front yard was in ruins. Hamilton glanced at Perix, who lay like a dead dog on the ground, and asked, "Who is he?" "He's said to be the leader of the Zalo Resistance in Mayes County, a Grand Knight." "Grand Knight?" Hamilton's eyes widened, a gleam of light flashing. "This man should be worth interrogating. Is he still alive?" "Not dead yet. I deliberately avoided his vital points." Ryan nodded. But these words sounded a bit off to Hamadi and Hamilton. Looking at the twisted and shattered body before them, even though vital parts had been avoided, it was still a rather tragic sight, especially for a great knight. Where was the dignity? "Excellent, Baron Ryan. I suggest you hand him over to the Empire. Recently, there have been signs of rebel activity in various counties across the province of Munster. At this point in time, you've captured the head of one of these counties. The reward in merit points will surely be generous, Viscount Hamadi said with a smile. Ryan glanced at Hamilton, who nodded and smiled. So, Ryan nodded and said, "Well, Lord Viscount Hamadi, I trouble you then. Don't worry, I take him to the county jail, and keep him under strict supervision. Lord Habsburg will likely interrogate him personally upon his return." Viscount Hamadi smiled. "What about the other one over there?" Hamilton pointed at the kneeling burly man and asked. "That one's not important," Ryan said with a glance. After leaving the remaining matters to these two, Ryan returned to his residence to comfort his parents, sister, and the beautiful woman Jennifer. Since neither his family nor the beautiful woman knew martial arts, even though they were concerned about Ryan and wanted to check on the battle, in the dim night, they couldn't clearly see the two night-level warriors fighting each other. All they could hear were the sounds of bang, snap, clang, and the endless clashing of battle. After Ryan returned to his room, he glanced at the system notification. "Your giant bear swordsmanship skill has been upgraded, adding 878 experience points. Your talker hammermanship skill has been upgraded, adding 1051 experience points. You fought a battle, gaining 476 experience points as a knight, transcendent. You fought a battle, gaining 53 experience points as a wizard apprentice, transcendent. After this battle, your knight, transcendent, level has reached level 6, 354/3000, earning 1 skill point and 1 attribute point as a bonus. His remaining attribute points returned to 5, and his remaining skill points reached 3. While the experience points for Talker Hammer and Giant Bear Sword were generous, they were still a long way from reaching level 10. But that wasn't Ryan's current concern. His Catter Fist had already reached level 5, and he had 3 skill points remaining. In other words, if he could quickly gain 2 more skill points, he could immediately advance to Weapon Master, Legendary. At night, in Maester County City, a low, heavily fortified building was brightly lit. Teens dressed as city guards or night watchmen escorted the captured bandits in and out of the building's gates, where the words Maester County Prison were written in large letters. Half a day ago, Magus had been quite excited when he received a report from his confidant about a major operation planned that evening. After all, the stronger the organization, the bigger the noise it makes, and as its official liaison, his influence among the mice nobility will grow, naturally leading to a comfortable life for him. Conversely, if the organization is weak, or if it's wiped out by the Empire, then his status will be minimal, and even his existence will cease to exist. Just now, he was awakened in the middle of the night by a commotion, and immediately sensed something was amiss. The prison seemed bustling with activity. You know, a prison bustling with activity is highly unusual. So Magus immediately summoned his trusted confidant and asked, "What's going on? Why are so many prisoners being brought in?" "Well, Your Excellency, please wait a moment. I go investigate." The confidant also looked bleary-eyed. However, Majis wasn't concerned. After all, his subordinate had been running back and forth between the prison and the organization's new base for quite some time, and it had been quite exhausting. A few minutes later, a trusted confidant hurried in with a grim expression, saying, "Sir, those captured are from the bandit gangs in Wolf Hills. It's said that the organization is behind this." Did the organization's operation tonight fail? Majis' expression suddenly changed, and a thought occurred to him. It's not clear yet. They were all members of the bandit gangs. I didn't see any members of the organization captured. Could this be a sign of weakness? A new tactic from Brigadier General Perix? Majis felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. Since there were no members of the organization, this was intriguing. But these bandit gangs are, to some extent, potential forces that the organization could utilize. Just giving them to the Empire like that wouldn't be appropriate. Majis muttered. After a moment's thought, Magus waved his hand to his confidant and said, "Contact the base immediately and ask Brigadier General Perix what he means. After all, he did this without informing me. This will make me lose face with the mice nobles. They think our organization has been defeated." "Yes, sir. I go right away." The confidant, though weary, bowed and quickly left the room. He planned to take advantage of the darkness and chaos to leave the city immediately to make contact. But he had barely stepped outside the prison gate when he saw a very familiar figure being carried into the prison by several men. The confidant's eyes widened. If he hadn't covered his mouth, he would have cried out in shock. He peered through the crowd, scanning him again. Isn't that the man he was supposed to contact, Brigadier General Perix? Why was he being carried to prison like a dead dog? Could it be that Lord Habsburg set an ambush? That's wrong. We were the ones who passed on the information. Lord Habsburg hasn't been in the county capital these past 2 days. Could it be that the monsoon and ocean goddess churches have taken action? What a bunch of meddling charlatans. After thinking it over, the confidant realized there was no need for him to go back to the base. After all, the person in charge was already here. Alas! Better report to Lord Maggie's. A few minutes later. Magus's room. Knock, knock. Come in. Maggie's called. Huh? Why are you back again? Maggie's asked, surprised to see his confidant suddenly back. The confidant's face looked strange, and after a pause, he seemed to be trying to form his words. Sir, I just saw Brigadier General Perix, right outside the prison gate. Before he could finish, Maggie's jumped up from his chair and demanded, What is he doing here? How dare he come to me with such fanfare? Sir! Sir! It's not what you think. Brigadier General Perix has been defeated and gravely wounded. He has been brought to our prison gate, apparently to be held here. What? Maggie's, always adept at disguise and expressionless, could no longer conceal his surprise and exclaimed in surprise. After hearing the confidant's report, Maggie's felt as if struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze, his heart awash with turmoil. What the hell? What the hell is going on? In Meister County, he couldn't think of anyone besides Earl Habsburg, Bishop Theon, and a few others who could defeat Parix. But even if Parix was arrogant, he wouldn't attack these people, right? Besides, Earl Habsburg was said to be out of town. Could it be that Parix went to attack the monsoon and ocean goddess churches? No, that's impossible. Magus immediately shook her head. Only someone must have been kicked in the head by a donkey to do such a foolish thing. Besides, even if Parix was defeated, he should have had a retreat plan, right? How could he not even escape? Magus was puzzled for a moment as to why such a bizarre thing had happened. And the thought of this happening to her scalp tingled. After pacing the room several times, Magus regained some composure and asked his confidant again, Are you sure the person being carried in is Brigadier General Parix? Sir, I'm absolutely certain of this. Brigadier General Parix has met with me many times, and his polished boots are a unique sight. I wouldn't mistake him. The confidant nodded confidently. Has he been brought in now? Yes, he should be taken to the infirmary first. After all, I think the Brigadier General is seriously injured. Okay, find a chance to go to the infirmary and investigate. I cover for you. Also, arrange for someone to investigate what's going on. Magus nodded. Yes, sir. The confidant quickly arrived at the infirmary and learned from the city guards escorting him that the man had been brought in from the noble residence area. Immediately, the trusted informant dispatched an informant from the city guard to investigate. Soon, the two informants located the site of the battle, near the Ryan residence. They saw nothing but gullies and pits of all sizes. It looked nothing like the scene of a human battle, more like the scene of a clash between two giant beasts. The two men's expressions suddenly changed, and they exchanged bewilderment. In addition, through some friendly communication, the two learned the general course of events from a fellow city guard patrolling nearby. The news soon reached Maggie's trusted informant. When the trusted informant heard this, he was stunned for a moment. This is truly unbelievable. The trusted informant then knocked on Maggie's door again. A few minutes later. What? You're saying it was Ryan who beat Brigadier General Parix like this? Magus's face was filled with disbelief. While arranging his trusted aide's investigation, Magus also passed by the clinic door and glanced at Brigadier General Parix's horrific condition. He was constantly running through a process of elimination, wondering which important figure in the county city could have beaten Parix like this. He ultimately concluded that it was most likely a master from the monsoon or ocean goddess church, as many of Brigadier General Parix's injuries were caused by hammer-inflicted comminuted wounds. And hammer-wielding masters were common among the Templar Knights of the goddess church, and even among the higher-level punishment knights. Impossible. Magus punched the desk, instantly shattering the wooden structure to the ground. He had repeatedly sent people to contact Parix, asking him to kill Ryan. Now look what happened. Parix did attack, but he was killed by Ryan. Fuck. Magus felt sick. It would have been fine if you died in battle, but now you've been captured alive. Magus had been in prison for over 2 years, and knew the horrific tortures inflicted by the torturers. He didn't think Parix could withstand more than a few rounds of punishment. Guess I need to think of a way out. Sir, shouldn't we think of a way to rescue the Brigadier General? A close confidant suggested bluntly. Magus was stunned. After staring at his confidant for a few seconds, he said, You're quite thoughtful. However, Brigadier General Parix will undoubtedly be held in close custody, heavily guarded. It would be too difficult for just a few of us to rescue him. Sir, with us as an insider, a rescue isn't that difficult. It's just that after he's released from prison, he needs someone powerful to help him. Sir, is it too late to contact them now? The confidant thought for a moment and asked again. Chapter 203. It's too late. Even if we contact them now, it'd take at least 5 days for anyone to arrive. By then, it's too late, Maji said, shaking his head. However, the confidant's words gave Maji's an idea. But he wasn't thinking of a rescue, but an assassination. After a moment's thought, Maji's eyes flickered. He then pulled out a black, round pill the size of a fingernail from his pocket and handed it to the confidant. He said to the confidant, grind it up and find a way to add it to his healing medicine. Perix's injuries are so severe that he must be treated briefly before being tortured to extract a confession, Maji said firmly. Over the past 2 years, he'd seen plenty of this sort of thing in prison. He was quite experienced. The confidant's eyes suddenly widened, staring at the pill in front of him with horror. Of course, he knew what it was. It was an extremely deadly poison, used by spies like them to commit suicide when desperate. While he didn't know how effective this drug would be on the Grand Knight, he believed the severely injured Perix would be unable to withstand its effects, and would most likely die instantly. The key point was, he hadn't expected that just as he had suggested a rescue, the boss would suddenly order him to assassinate him. The confidant's lips trembled, but he still chose to ask his confusion. Sir, are you really going to kill the Brigadier General? He's a Grand Knight of the organization. Magus immediately shook his head like a rattle and said, no. Whether he's a Grand Knight now is irrelevant. He's a bomb waiting to explode at any moment. If our Brigadier General can no longer withstand the torture, you, me, and the rest of the people in Mayes County will be wiped out by the Empire. The confidant was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up. He looked at Magus with deep admiration, gave a thumbs up, and said, Sir, this is your decisiveness. Magus continued, also, I will report this to the organization immediately. While Perix is a Grand Knight, he's only at the first level, equivalent to a full knight. This time, I will request that a senior Grand Knight be dispatched directly to eliminate this cancer, Ryan. I have a hunch that if we don't eliminate this guy, he sooner or later become a serious threat to the organization. The confidant nodded and echoed, you are right, sir. Ryan has caused such great losses to the organization. I believe the organization will regard him as a thorn in their side. As long as the organization still has any interest in Mayes County, they will support your decision and send someone over. Daybreak. Ryan's new residence. Since yesterday's battle ended quite late, Ryan returned to his room and retired shortly thereafter. This morning, Ryan began a preliminary review of last night's battle. Only through constant reflection and summarization can one achieve continuous improvement. Reflecting on his battle with Rebel Brigadier General Perix, the moment that left the deepest impression on him was naturally the final axe strike. At that moment, the force on the axe blade coalesced as if it were tangible, its devastating devastation unleashed. This move seemed to combine the force and combat techniques with exquisite precision. Unlike the great swordsman's attack, this one relied more on a fusion of force and combat skills, mobilizing a significant amount of force. It seemed only a Grand Knight possessed sufficient force to execute such an attack. The great swordsman, on the other hand, focused more on conviction and combat skills, with the force playing a secondary role. Unfortunately, Ryan hadn't learned anything about this from Master Gunther. Furthermore, he didn't have the instructions for the move that Perix had used. Otherwise, with his master-level combat skills, he should have been able to initially grasp the underlying principles. Furthermore, the effectiveness of the High Knight's armor was gradually becoming apparent. Had he only been wearing a set of chrome armor, his injuries would have clearly been much more severe. Now, with the protection of the High Knight's plate armor, his own body would have to withstand much less damage. Duplicate armor never goes out of style. For him, it simply came down to striking a balance between the armor's weight and his movement speed. Finally, Ryan felt that fighting across a larger realm always carried a high risk, so he needed to advance to the next level as quickly as possible. Based on this battle, his current strength had already surpassed the upper limit of a peak knight. If anything, perhaps Quasi-Grand Knight would be more appropriate. Furthermore, he was a level 3 wizard apprentice, a self-taught wizard whose combat effectiveness was highly questionable. Even so, with these two factors combined, he only managed to defeat his opponent after sustaining minor injuries. Another peak knight would have been practically certain of defeat. Of course, Ryan had clearly considered why he chose to confront the enemy head-on during last night's battle. Even if the rebel Brigadier General was a bit stronger, Ryan felt he could handle it. He held the sorcery scroll summon hurricane in his arms. If he were truly defeated, he would decisively cast it. He also had the healing scroll Life Blossom. These two scrolls were Ryan's two trump cards. This was one of the reasons why Ryan felt confident in choosing to fight a foe at the Grand Knight's level head-on. His greatest confidence, of course, came from his system. However, these two sorcery scrolls were single-use items. Once used, he currently had no way to replenish them. In other words, every time he used one, he had one less. After reviewing the situation, Ryan turned his attention to the final two skill points. He had already made a preliminary plan for how to obtain the next two skill points. For one thing, Ryan planned to gradually increase his Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, class experience points by practicing basic meditation and sorcery daily. Ryan calculated that the remaining 500 experience points would take about 10 days to earn, thanks to the significant increase in his mental strength and endurance as it continued to improve. In the past, after just a few consecutive sorcery spells, his mental strength would be nearly depleted. For his last skill point, Ryan planned to try crafting a wisdom potion to see how it would improve his Beast Tamer class experience points. After all, he already had the ingredients. He did what he thought. Ryan left the room and quickly arrived at the nearby apothecary room, which was similar to the utility room Ryan had used in Gold Hire. Some time ago, he had the beautiful woman help him procure some common glassware, such as beakers, for making some simple potions. It would suffice for now. Before making them, Ryan was very attentive and reread the wisdom potion recipe in the Beast Taming Diary. Step 1. Weigh and record a stalk of starfish grass, then grind it into powder. Soon, Ryan began following the wisdom potion recipe, carrying out the first step, preparing the starfish grass solution. This step required grinding the starfish grass into powder, adding distilled water, diluting and filtering it, and finally obtaining the starfish grass solution. The entire process was not difficult. Ryan simply weighed a stalk of starfish grass and crushed it with a wooden pestle. A few minutes later, Ryan looked at the pale green liquid in the transparent test tube and nodded. Thanks to his enhanced mental strength, the first step was remarkably simple for Ryan. Step 2. Step 3. Ryan gazed at the green reagent bubbling in the glass test tube in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Success? Not bad. At this moment, the system refreshed a row of notifications. You crafted a wisdom potion, and your related comprehension improved. You've mastered a new skill. Wisdom potion crafting. Your wisdom potion crafting skill has been improved, adding 30 experience points. You've focused on wisdom potion crafting, adding 22 experience points to your tamer, extraordinary class. Huh? 22 points, that's not bad. Even higher than the previous mutation growth potion. After several attempts, Ryan was almost certain. Each successful wisdom potion he crafted would earn him around 20 experience points. If he crafted all 10, that would mean nearly 200 points of tamer class experience. Furthermore, for the tamer class, subsequent breeding also provides a source of experience. Ryan roughly estimated that this wisdom potion would give him around 500 tamer, extraordinary, class experience points. This was still a significant gap from the 2,000 experience points required to level up. This made Ryan frown slightly. The main ingredient, starfish grass, isn't sold at the bat market. Just as Ryan was pondering a solution, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Baron, a captain of the night watch is here to visit you at the gate. He says his name is Mateo. A footman arrived to report. Huh, Mateo? Ryan's brows raised. He had always had a good impression of Mateo, known for his meticulous and efficient work. Come to think of it, it had indeed been a while since he'd seen him. Send him in. Soon, a short, lean man entered the room. Mateo, what brings you to the county town? Come, have breakfast with me. Ryan looked up at Mateo and said with a smile. Baron, there's no need to bother with breakfast. Lord Hamilton has asked me to rush to the prison later. As a representative of the Night Watch, I will be working with the prison to interrogate the rebel brigadier general. Mateo waved his hand awkwardly. Ryan nodded. He knew Mateo was skilled in interrogation, but he hadn't expected Hamilton to transfer him from Gold Hire so quickly. Lord Ryan, this is what Lord Hamilton asked me to give you. It was found on the rebel brigadier general. It must have been your trophy. Oh! Ryan raised an eyebrow, accepting the pale yellow parchment scroll handed to him by the smaller Mateo. We found this item inside the lining of the rebel brigadier general's knight's plate armor after stripping it off, Mateo said with considerable pride. This discovery was made by his sharp eyes. Lord Ryan, you damaged his armor so severely that we struggled mightily, unable to remove it, now tangled with flesh and blood. In the end, We had to find 2 blacksmiths, who used giant shears, to help us remove the knight's armor. Matteo gestured with his hands, depicting the painstaking efforts they'd made to remove the armor last night. This made Ryan laugh too. I didn't think it through. I should have cut through his armor before handing him over to you. That way, you could have saved yourself some trouble. However, Ryan thought again. If he had used his greatsword to cut through the knight's plate armor, he probably wouldn't have obtained this extraordinary combat skill. After all, if the item was hidden in a hidden lining, he probably wouldn't have searched so carefully for the loot. Originally, a prison interrogator took a fancy to this item of yours, but I stopped him on the spot. He was quite indignant, so I immediately asked him, "Do you know who captured this great knight of the rebels?" It was the Baron of Hammer. When the interrogator heard it was your excellency, he immediately fell silent. Matteo said this, his face beaming with pride. Ryan was a member of their Night's Watch. Moreover, even though Ryan was promoted to Baron, his attitude towards them, the Night's Watch, remained the same as before, which touched them deeply. Ryan smiled faintly, patted the man's shoulder, and said, "Thoughtful, Matteo." After Matteo left, Ryan returned to his study and, with a touch of curiosity, opened the parchment scroll. He saw the large characters at the top, Locken's one-handed axe combat technique. After a quick glance, Ryan realized it was a remarkable axe-shield combination of exceptional combat techniques. It extensively discussed the use of a one-handed axe, and also covered numerous shield defense techniques. And most importantly, it also included the secret of Locken's axe technique, the flash cut. After reading the description, Ryan suddenly realized that this was the secret of Locken's axe technique. Rin had heard Master Gunther mention the concept of the secret of Locken's axe technique before, but he had never witnessed its true power. The secret of Locken's axe technique is the ultimate strike that can be unleashed by combining the force power of a Grand Knight with master-level combat expertise. Ryan recalled that the rebel brigadier general named Parek hadn't seemed to fully master this secret technique. The reason was that his Locken axe skills were at most a half-step master's level. If one were to describe it in one word, the power of his axe strike could only be considered a quasi-secret technique, not a true secret technique. But the power of a quasi-secret technique, at this point, already exceeded the maximum power of his hammer technique, Earth Shatter. While the difference might seem small, remember that his mastery of Talker's hammer technique was at the master level. Coupled with his level 3 hammer specialization, Ryan's Earth Shatter surpassed the maximum power of a knight-level secret technique. It's conceivable that if his opponent's axe skills had truly reached the master level, he might not necessarily lose, but he would certainly suffer more serious injuries. Although this extraordinary combat skill was quite impressive, Ryan wouldn't choose to practice it at the moment. Those 2 skill points were his top priority. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Dear, this is the behemoth essence sent by Master Holland, the beautiful woman said with a worried look on her face as she handed Ryan a brown wooden box. Jennifer, you don't look too good, Ryan asked, perceptibly noticing the woman's slight frown. After accepting the box, he asked. The beautiful woman glanced down at the wooden box in Ryan's hand, then looked up again, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. She said, according to Master Holland, while this behemoth essence has been successfully produced, its medicinal properties are probably among the lowest of the behemoth essences. So, my dear, why don't you wait a little longer? We have sufficient funds right now. I plan to ask the Axon Auction House to help me acquire a bottle of high-quality behemoth essence in the imperial capital, the beautiful woman explained slowly. Upon hearing this, Ryan took the beautiful woman's fair hands, patted them, and said reassuringly, "Don't worry, Jennifer. Becoming a great knight is not a problem for me. Acquiring high-quality behemoth essence doesn't mean much to me. As for the specific reason, well, you can understand it, as I'm very close to becoming a great knight. Any bottle of behemoth essence will allow me to successfully achieve this." Although he had made a considerable profit from the betting before the bloody duel, but when it comes to betting, the bulk of the capital was contributed by the beautiful woman. Now it seems that a large part of the profits has also been used on him, such as the previous purchase of iron ingots, mithril ingots, etc. Now, the beautiful woman was also trying to acquire high-quality giant beast essence for him, which not only wiped out all her previous bet profits, but would likely cost her a significant amount. Honey, you didn't lie to me? The beautiful woman asked in surprise. After all, this was the first time she'd heard Ryan's story. Of course. Ryan nodded. After the beautiful woman left, Ryan thought for a moment, put away the wooden box containing the second batch of giant beast essence, and returned to crafting the wisdom potion. 2 hours later, Ryan had used up all the materials. He had made 10 wisdom potions, 9 of which succeeded. 1 failed, but the success rate was still a whopping 90%. After completing the potion, Ryan naturally wanted to test its effects, but since Cookie, the greyhound, was seriously injured, it wasn't appropriate. After some thought, Ryan took a batch of the wisdom potion and went to the stables in the mansion's backyard. "Good day, Baron," a middle-aged servant said respectfully upon seeing Ryan arrive at the stables. He knew this manservant. He was the groom in charge of the stables at his mansion, raising and caring for the horses. "How's Black Pearl?" Ryan asked casually. Black Pearl was the black warhorse. Ever since Ryan had been adding a growth-mutating potion to its feet about 2 months ago, it had grown increasingly robust and tall. As for why it was named Black Pearl, you can understand it by referring to the history of the greyhound Cookie. It was named by his sister Mint, and it must be said that this naming was an improvement over the greyhound one. My lord, Black Pearl seems to have grown stronger recently. His appetite is now astonishingly large. He consumes a bag of high-quality concentrated feed or grass in one meal, almost 3 times the amount of an ordinary warhorse. Well, you've worked hard. If you want a horse to run, you have to keep it well fed, Ryan said with a smile. Everything else is normal. He just doesn't seem to like being cooped up in the stable. He prefers to roam outside, so he can be a bit irritable sometimes, the groom reported. Ryan nodded. Indeed, he hadn't ridden him out in a while. The backyard was barely wide open for a horse to exercise, far from being a place for full roam. Ryan looked up and saw that the black horse, now completely different in appearance from the other ordinary horses beside it, was a standard tall horse with a sleek black coat. As it moved casually, the muscular mass beneath its skin was easily visible. It was no exaggeration to say that among the 7 or 8 war horses, it stood out like a sore thumb. Ryan carefully compared them. If the average warhorse in the stable stood at about 1.4 to 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder, then the black horse's shoulder height had reached 1.8 meters. Note that this was shoulder height. Including the neck and head, Black Pearl's total height exceeded 2.2 meters. Clearly, such a drastic change couldn't be described simply as growing stronger. The reason, of course, was that after 2 months of taking the mutant growth potion, the black horse had undergone some kind of mutation, undergoing a comprehensive transformation. Simply increasing or decreasing muscle mass wouldn't change a horse's skeleton, but now, the black horse's bones, both in thickness and appearance, had changed. Seeing Ryan approach, the black horse whinnied twice, snorted twice, and nuzzled its forehead against the palm of Ryan's outstretched hand. Black Pearl was clearly delighted by Ryan's arrival. Ryan patted Black Pearl's head, then took the wisdom potion from his hand, and poured it into the concentrated feed in the trough. As the bubbling pale green liquid flowed out, Black Pearl sniffed it, then slurped and began chewing vigorously, seemingly enjoying the taste. A minute later, the system notification refreshed. You have fed your warhorse concentrated feed mixed with the secret wisdom potion, and your related comprehension has been slightly improved. Your taming skill has been improved, adding 45 experience points. Your tamer, extraordinary, class experience has been increased by 22. Ryan nodded with satisfaction, glancing at his tamer, extraordinary, class, which had reached level 5, 348/2000. However, the wisdom potion and the mutation growth potion are used differently. The wisdom potion only requires 1 bottle for its effects to gradually take effect on the pet, and does not require continuous use for 2 months like the mutation growth potion. This meant that Ryan could only gain feeding experience from 1 pet, but he currently only had 2 pets. This was partly because he hadn't previously invested much effort in the tamer, transcendent, class. Secondly, it was unclear whether there was a limit on the number of pets a tamer could have. Recalling the previous limit on the number of class panels, the system waited until Ryan had reached March 3rd, before displaying the message, total panels have reached the current limit. Later, after he advanced to the Knight, Transcendent, his class panel was expanded by 1, reaching 4 fourths. Therefore, Ryan speculated that there was probably a limit to the number of pets a trainer could have. Without a particularly suitable pet, he had no intention of adopting any. At this moment, a male servant hurried over and bowed to Ryan, saying, Baron, a cavalry troop has arrived outside, including a beautiful female officer. Her name is Marika. Huh? Why is she here? Ryan immediately remembered the graceful and beautiful female lieutenant in a naval uniform. This must be the task force from the 6th Squadron that Count Habsburg mentioned last time. He didn't expect it to arrive so soon. Ryan raised his eyebrows and said, Okay, I'll be right there. When Ryan arrived at the front yard, he found a troop of cavalry already being led into the courtyard. In front of the cavalry, The beautiful woman Jennifer was smilingly greeting Lieutenant Marika Morales, also dressed in a naval uniform. What was particularly striking was that Marika was accompanied by a girl with twin tails, wearing a light blue robe. Judging by her age, she didn't seem much older than Ginny. "Baron, I was just about to ask Major Marika and her team to meet you in the reception room," the beautiful woman said with a smile. "Baron Ryan, long time no see." Marika's eyes lit up upon seeing Ryan appear, and she greeted him with a smile. She hadn't expected that, after not seeing him for a while, the young man had become even more sturdy and upright, exuding a subtle aristocratic air. The transformation seemed a bit too rapid. "Major Marika, long time no see." Ryan smiled and nodded. "Sir Ryan, this is Veronica Meyer, a disciple of Master Aeneas, advisor to the Imperial South Sea Fleet. A third-level wizard apprentice of the Ubrecht School, Veronica specializes in bird transformation and is the liaison officer for this task force." This immediately startled Ryan. The Ubrecht School? It must be some kind of wizard school, right? Ryan raised his eyebrows. He hadn't expected this girl with twin tails to be a third-level wizard apprentice. This was truly beyond his expectations. But then a sudden realization struck Ryan. He recalled Adams's diary, which recorded a formal wizard serving as an advisor to the Imperial Duke. As expected, the Imperial High Command viewed wizards not as a threat, but as a means of assistance. "Ms. Veronica, hello," Ryan said with a slight bow. "Baron Ryan, I have long heard of you." Veronica's voice was surprisingly baby-sounding. At that moment, the sound of flapping wings echoed from the sky, and at the same time, a dark figure swooped down from the sky. Ryan's pupils shrank, and his right hand immediately grasped the hilt of the great sword behind him. "Sir Ryan, wait." This is a specially modified white seagull, bringing us a message," Veronica shouted from the side. A white seagull, twice the size of an ordinary gull, flapped its wings and landed on Veronica's outstretched arm. Only then did Ryan notice that Veronica's right forearm, hidden beneath her blue robe, was covered in a tubular brown leather sheath, likely used as a foothold for her claws when landing. Ryan raised a brow. A specially modified white seagull? Is it the effect of witchcraft or some secret potion? But no matter how you look at it, it seems perfectly suitable as a pet. Unfortunately, the white seagull is still a bit weak. A bird of prey would have been a very good choice. However, if I were to get another raptor like an eagle, wouldn't it be like holding a canopy on one side and a yellow on the other? Veronica quickly muttered a spell, her eyes fixed on the white seagull. After a few seconds, she spoke, "Major Marika, Baron Ryan, and Major General Silva say the fleet has left port and is expected to arrive in the waters near Mayes County in 3 days. Chapter 204. After listening to Veronica's narration, Marika nodded, then turned to Ryan and said, "Sir Ryan, I'm so sorry. It seems we need to leave as soon as possible." "No problem, Major Marika, but it's already 10:30. How about we leave after lunch?" Ryan said with a smile. Marika and Veronica looked at each other and said with a smile, "Of course. We're sorry to bother you, Baron Ryan. You are so polite." "This is my courtesy," Ryan said with a slight bow. Without Ryan's further instructions, the beautiful woman beside him gracefully stood up and said with a smile, "Baron, I will have the kitchen prepare everything properly so that Major Marika and Miss Veronica can experience the delicious food of Mayster County." "Thank you for your hard work, Jennifer," Ryan said with a smile. After Jennifer left, Major Marika's beautiful eyes lingered on the beautiful woman's back for a moment before turning to Ryan and saying, "Baron Ryan, your housekeeper is truly a beauty. Even in Rosby City, she's extremely rare. Her demeanor doesn't resemble a housekeeper, but rather an elegant lady." Marika had actually been quite surprised the moment she laid eyes on Jennifer. After a few pleasantries, she finally understood why, when General Silva had asked her to try to invite Ryan, he had refused without hesitation, as if he were unattractive. Besides the Imperial Swordsman's invitation, this beautiful woman probably played a significant role as well. After figuring this out, Marika's mood couldn't help but brighten. It turned out it wasn't her own lack of charm, but rather the presence of such a powerful and beautiful woman. Ryan smiled and explained, "Major Marika has a keen eye. Jennifer is actually a baroness, now head of the Crowley family, and I was once invited to become their guardian knight. Afterwards, I was knighted a baron, and without a suitable steward, Baroness Crowley volunteered to take on the role of steward of the new mansion." After hearing Ryan's explanation, Marika and Veronica exchanged a smile, as if chuckling at Ryan's attempt to cover up his mistake. Clearly, they didn't believe Ryan could be so gentlemanly with such a beautiful woman around. However, they were tactful, and didn't delve further into the topic. Since it was rare to meet a third-level wizard apprentice, Ryan opportunely raised a few of his concerns with Veronica. Miss Veronica, was that white seagull you just saw modified in some way? I'd like to know if this was sorcery or the effect of some potion. Of course, Lord Ryan. This is a technique refined by my mentor, the wizard Aeneas, known in the Navy as the Aeneas bird transformation technique. I see. Ryan's face was thoughtful. The fact that the Imperial Navy used sorcery to communicate explained a lot. He had previously believed that the Imperial High Command viewed wizards not as a threat, but as a means of assistance, but now it seemed that this view was a bit conservative. The military's internal communications were all conducted through sorcery, demonstrating that the bond between the Empire and wizards was far deeper than he had imagined. From this point of view, Ryan felt his previous decision was correct. As long as he continued to climb the ladder of authority with the Empire's support, he would gradually gain access to systematic sorcery knowledge. Miss Veronica, I'm very interested in your instructor's Aeneas bird transformation technique. Would you be willing to sell it to me? Although Ryan had a hunch, he still decided to give it a try. After all, if it worked, he could potentially raise his beast tamer rank by another level in a short period of time. Furthermore, since the Aeneas bird transformation technique was a form of sorcery, his learning of it would likely also help his wizard apprentice's rank improve. Killing two birds with one stone. Sir Ryan, this is witchcraft only. Veronica's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Ryan in amazement, her words pausing mid-sentence. Then, pointing at Ryan in astonishment, she exclaimed, Sir Ryan, you're actually a wizard apprentice. And your mental strength seems to be just as strong as mine. Could you also be a level 3 wizard apprentice? Hearing Veronica's words, Marika, standing beside her, immediately covered her mouth and stared at Ryan in surprise. She hadn't expected Ryan, who had always presented himself as a knight with exceptional knightly talent, to actually be a wizard apprentice. Ryan was also quite surprised. When he asked this question, he had considered the possibility that his identity as a wizard apprentice might be discovered. But unlike before, he was now an imperial noble. Furthermore, he had a basic understanding of the Imperial High Command's attitude toward wizards. So, even if others knew about his apprenticeship, it wouldn't be a big deal. What surprised him was that Veronica had accurately determined his apprenticeship level to be a third-level wizard apprentice. It seemed that the other party must have some kind of reconnaissance magic or detection item. I accidentally came across a basic meditation method a while ago, and I tried practicing it. I found that my progress seemed good, so I've continued practicing it until now. Ryan didn't deny it, but smiled. My God. Your talent, Lord Ryan. I don't know what to say. Do you know how hard I've worked every day to get to this point? I never thought you could easily become a third-level wizard apprentice. Goddess, this is too biased. Veronica muttered in frustration. Marika, standing beside him, finally realized. It seems Ryan's remarkable success during the ordination examinations wasn't solely due to his knightly skills. However, the crux of the matter is, someone possessing exceptional knightly talent and wizarding aptitude comparable to Veronica's, Marika was at a loss for words. All she could say was, the goddess is truly too partial to Ryan. After a long moment, Veronica regained her composure and answered Ryan's question seriously. Sir Ryan, I'm truly sorry. My mentor has already transferred the Aeneas bird transformation technique to the Imperial Navy, and it's been included in the special item exchange list. So, due to the Imperial Confidentiality Act, I can't teach you this sorcery directly, Veronica said apologetically. This made Ryan feel slightly disappointed. But, special item exchange list? Something like an exchange list? Even as a baron, I can't exchange items through this special item exchange list? I'm very sorry, Baron Ryan, but it's like this. Only by joining the Imperial Navy can you exchange items from it. Then this special item exchange list should contain a wide variety of sorcery, right? Ryan thought for a moment and asked. He had just thought of a question. So, it seems that what Naya the Usman family said earlier must be true. Metal-based sorcery, which is extremely difficult to find outside, is very likely available in the Imperial Navy's special item exchange list. Yes, this is an internal exchange list within the Imperial Navy. It can be exchanged for items that are almost impossible to purchase outside, such as sorcery, secret techniques, special medicines, and so on. It covers a wide range of items, Veronica explained. Hearing Veronica's affirmative answer, Ryan's interest piqued. So, if we exchange items, will we also use merit points? Ryan continued to inquire. Yes and no. Veronica shook her head, but she didn't keep him in suspense, and quickly continued to explain. To exchange items on the special item exchange list, you need both mission evaluation medals and merit points. Ryan knew about merit points. But what were these mission evaluation medals? Ryan once again heard something he had never heard of before. Seeing Ryan still looking puzzled, Veronica immediately realized something and volunteered. The mission evaluation medal is a certificate awarded after completing various special combat missions within the Imperial Navy. Sir Ryan, you can understand that ordinary missions don't receive this evaluation medal. Only those that are more difficult or hold special significance to the Empire receive medals, categorized by their evaluation level: bronze, silver, gold, or diamond. For example, the Aeneas bird transformation technique requires 3 bronze medals plus 2,000 merit points to redeem. I see. Ryan nodded, quickly understanding the purpose of this exchange. The items on the special item exchange list are obviously rarer than those found in the regular quartermaster's office. They are intended for the Empire's special combat personnel. The purpose is likely to prevent ordinary combatants from accumulating merit points and redeeming them for high-value items. Therefore, this evaluation medal is set as a restriction. Merit points are like money. The bronze medal was a one-time trading qualification certificate. If you lacked the qualifications, money was useless. Furthermore, this qualification certificate was a one-time use. Once used up, you could only continue to complete special missions for the Empire to earn evaluation medals. Ryan had a basic understanding. It was almost like the planned economy of his previous life, when buying food required not only money, but also food coupons. Ryan didn't object to the Empire's approach. When one's own strength was insufficient, completing missions for the Empire was the only way to obtain resources, and he didn't mind that. Furthermore, after Veronica's explanation, Ryan discovered that certain wizard resources seemed to be relatively scarce throughout the Empire, hence the high threshold for obtaining them, preventing ordinary combatants from participating in the exchange. Think about it this way. Why didn't the Empire recruit those wandering wizard apprentices with average qualifications? This was likely a factor. Resources were limited, so they were surely used to support those willing to serve the Empire, and who possessed training value. Sir Ryan, you seem quite interested in animal training, Veronica asked, her wide eyes fixed on Ryan with curiosity. Yes, I am indeed quite interested in this, Ryan nodded. But I don't think this should be a big deal for you. I heard from Colonel Marika that you've already received an invitation from the Imperial Swordbearers. As the top-ranked candidate in the Munster Province's Nobility and Noblement Assessment, I'm sure you eventually join. As a special talent, if this mission is successful, I can have Colonel Marika help you apply for redemption. It shouldn't be a problem. Veronica turned to Marika and smiled. You can redeem without joining? After hearing Veronica's suggestion, Ryan glanced sideways at Marika in suspicion. Marika smiled at Ryan, nodded, and said, Baron Ryan, as a rising star in Munster Province, the South Sea Fleet is very willing to do you a favor. From what I understand, Rear Admiral Silva is very sorry that you declined the fleet's invitation. That's fantastic. The Swordbearers have always been my goal. Otherwise, I would have probably chosen to join the South Sea Fleet. Ryan, in high spirits, immediately laughed. If his previous trip to Fishing Harbor was part of Ryan's job as the town's governor and sheriff, now, Ryan himself wanted to rush to Fishing Harbor as soon as possible to complete the joint mission between Mayes County and the South Sea Fleet, so that Marika could help him exchange the bird transformation spell. After lunch, you two, I go upstairs to get my bags. Wait a moment. Of course, Baron Ryan, please. Ryan arrived in the study and, after a moment's thought, pulled out 2 wooden boxes, each made of different materials, but both exceptionally exquisite, from a nearby bookshelf. They contained none other than Behemoth Essence. He decided to take both bottles of Behemoth Essence with him. At that moment, the sound of a beautiful woman's footsteps echoed outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The beautiful woman entered with a smile. Huh? Ryan was quite puzzled. Before lunch, the beautiful woman had specially changed into a gorgeous, one-shoulder, light blue dress. Why was she now wearing a black robe? Before he could ask, the beautiful woman smiled and took the initiative, saying, My dear, it seems that Major Marika has a fondness for you. Ryan was immediately taken aback by this. He said, That shouldn't be the case. Major Marika and I only met during the appointment examination. Really? My dear, don't you think Major Marika has a unique charm in her naval uniform? The beautiful woman approached, bringing a whiff of fragrance with her, and said with a seductive look. Ryan hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to answer truthfully, or tell a white lie to accommodate the beautiful woman's feelings. After all, he and Marika were about to embark on a mission. Seeing Ryan's hesitation, the beautiful woman chuckled. With a tug of her fair hands, she suddenly untied the strings of her black robe. As the robe slid down, Ryan's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. The beautiful woman was wearing a uniform not dissimilar to Marika's Navy uniform. A stunning female officer came into Ryan's sight. Also, the outfit seemed noticeably too small, stretching the beautiful woman's curvaceous figure, revealing every ounce of its beauty. Ryan felt a surge of warmth coursing through his lower abdomen. Well, Jennifer, we be leaving soon, and the time is... Sir, this time, Colonel Jennifer will be serving you. The beautiful woman gave Ryan a wink, smiling at him. She slowly squatted down and untied Ryan, 10,000 words omitted here, downstairs in the villa. Major Marika, Sir Ryan is a bit slow. It's been half an hour, why hasn't he come down yet? The girl, her twin ponytails bobbing, turned around and asked with a hint of impatience. Well, could there be something wrong? Major Marika intended to ask the beautiful woman upstairs, but after looking around, she was nowhere to be seen. In the study, Ryan, thanks to the beautiful woman's superb skills, the added bonus of her uniform, and the occasional conversation between the two women outside the window, was invigorated. After a while, a refreshed Ryan came downstairs, carrying 2 boxes. Sir Ryan, you've finally appeared. It's ungentlemanly to have kept 2 ladies waiting for so long, Veronica said with a hint of resentment. Ms. Veronica, I'm so sorry. I just couldn't find the giant beast essence, and it took me a while to find it, Ryan replied with a hint of embarrassment. Giant beast essence? The 2 women exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that you're about to become a Grand Knight? Ryan looked and saw that the distraction method was indeed effective. Ryan nodded and said, soon, it could happen at any time, so I think we'd better take it with us. Just then, as the groom led Black Pearl to the front yard of the mansion, Veronica was puzzled by the size of Black Pearl. After a closer look, she exclaimed, Oh my God, Baron Ryan, your Jenny horse is as big as Lock Horse. It's truly rare. 1 hour later. Wolf Hills Trail. A luxurious carriage sat in the center of the procession, with 6 cavalrymen at the front and 6 at the rear. Ryan's Black Pearl, led by a cavalryman, followed behind the carriage. Ryan sat inside the carriage, chatting with the 2 women. As a baron and, secondarily, the governor of the fishing town they were heading to, Ryan naturally qualified to travel in a carriage. Sir Ryan, the road from Mayes County to the fishing town looks very safe. The security is quite good. Yes, Sir Ryan, we came all the way from Rosby City and encountered several bandits in the past few days. Veronica nodded, her twin ponytails bouncing as she agreed. Well, I think the security in this area should be quite good lately. Ryan smiled. The bandit groups in this area had previously been consolidated by the Zalo rebels. After yesterday's attack, almost all of them were wiped out. Even if there were some stragglers, they wouldn't pose a threat to the trade routes in the short term. After a short while, the team reached the border of Fishingport Town. Just 40 minutes further through the forest ahead would bring them to Fishingport Town. In a valley west of Fishingport Town, over 20 strong men, armed with various weapons, were either half-lying or resting against trees. Iron Hook, why don't you just take over this Fishingport Town? A strong man asked a bearded man, with a prosthetic left hand wearing Iron Hook. What do you know? If we capture Fishingport Town directly, will these caravans ever come back? We even cut off the merchant ships, and the pirates in our seas will be left with nothing. Have you seen a fishing net? When fishing, small fish and shrimp smaller than the opening slip through, while larger fish are caught. It's the same principle. Do you understand? The bearded man named Iron Hook gestured triumphantly. He repeated the exact words he had heard from Deputy Captain Phil. When he heard these words, he was filled with admiration for the wisdom of the pirate group's leaders. As expected, the several strong men listening nearby suddenly understood and expressed deep admiration for Iron Hook. This scene immediately delighted Tygo. At this moment, a lean man trotted over and said, Tygo, I just saw a big fish. However, the enemy's defense is formidable, with 12 cavalrymen. Upon hearing this, several burly men beamed. A big fish had indeed arrived. Should we report this to the boss, and have him lead the team himself? How many people do you think there are in total? The burly man named Iron Hook said, glancing at the lean man with disdain. 12 cavalrymen, plus a carriage. Did you see clearly? 12 cavalrymen, not 12 knights. Cavalrymen. They're not wearing full body armor, just leather. The lean man pondered for a moment, and nodded confidently. Iron Hook, then why wait for the boss? Can't we just charge in directly? Yes, let's go straight in, Iron Hook. If it's just 12 cavalrymen, a single crossbow attack from us would basically seal victory. Take them down directly, and we get a much larger share of the spoils. These words kept ringing in Iron Hook's ears. Pirates live on the edge of their swords. They only make money through plundering. They'd been waiting for ages, expecting another day of no catch. The news of a big fish excited them all. The bearded man named Iron Hook's eyes flickered. After a moment's deliberation, he decided to take on the task himself. Let's go! Let's do it! With a wave of his iron hook, he saw over 20 strong men excitedly heading towards Ryan's convoy. Soon, they set up an ambush in the forest ahead of the convoy. Iron Hook, look, this is the team. The lean man pointed to Ryan's convoy, which was slowly moving along the side of the road. Chapter 205. In the carriage, Ryan chatted with Veronica with great interest about horse breeds. For Ryan, this was new knowledge. Veronica introduced, Jenny horses are of medium size, nimble, and have good endurance. They are generally used by gentry for hunting or by light cavalry in combat. They are also the most common horse breed in the empire. Many noble ladies also choose this type of horse for riding, because Jenny horses are relatively docile and run lightly. Ryan thought back to the horses he had seen at John's stable in shimmering gold. Indeed, judging by their physique, they all seemed to be of this type. It seemed that, as Veronica had said, the so-called Jenny horses were probably the most common horse breed in the empire. However, Lord Ryan, your black horse, while its physique still bears faint traces of the Jenny horse, would be mistaken for a rock horse by any ordinary person. Before Ryan could ask, Veronica took the initiative to introduce the rock horse. The rock horse was bred by the Empire in Rock County, specifically for use by heavy cavalry or fully armored knights in charging operations. It has a strong load-bearing capacity and a high sprint speed, but its agility is relatively poor. Also, it's expensive to purchase and rarely circulates. It's generally used by nobles, official knights, or heavily armored cavalry. The height and muscularity of a rock horse are similar to your black horse. Ryan nodded, indicating understanding. No wonder, even when fully armored, he could clearly feel the unmutated black pearl beneath his crotch struggling, panting with even the slightest sprint. It wasn't until the black pearl mutated that things got better. At that moment, a small, emerald green bird suddenly landed outside the carriage, entered, and hopped and chirped in front of Veronica. Veronica immediately frowned and said, Sir Ryan, there seems to be an enemy ambush ahead. Hearing this, Ryan's brow furrowed, then relaxed again, saying, I didn't expect to encounter a roadblock even when we were almost at Fishing Port Town. Ryan concentrated and sensed, and sure enough, there seemed to be a number of figures not far ahead. However, their strength seemed to be relatively weak. His level 3 danger perception gave him only a vague warning. Although an enemy of this strength could easily be dealt with by this elite Navy team, Ryan thought for a moment and decided to go down and see. If nothing else, he planned to use cat or fist to fight the enemy, which should also yield a small amount of experience points. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. If Catter's boxing skills could be upgraded to level 6 during this trip to the fishing port, he could save a few skill points. Seeing Ryan gripping the door handle, about to dismount from the carriage, Major Marika couldn't help but ask in surprise, Sir Ryan, are the enemies ahead so strong? Do you need to take action yourself? You have to know that the 12 cavalrymen she brought with her this time were truly no ordinary cavalry. 2 of them were full knights, and the remaining 10 were well-trained, coordinated quasi-knights, a standard elite naval unit. They could almost always defeat a typical bandit group of 30 or 40 men without sustaining any casualties. That's not the case. I've just been sitting for too long and wanted to stretch my legs a bit, Ryan said, clenching the plate armor gauntlet in his hand. The 2 women exchanged glances at each other, at a loss for words. Watching Ryan open the carriage door and exit, Veronica nudged Marika with her elbow and said, Has Lord Ryan been like this before? He seems like a battle maniac. Marika's eyes were a little confused. After a moment's thought, she shook her head slightly. Before? From what I remember. I don't think so. Come on, let's go down and take a look. You've talked so much about Baron Ryan and his fighting prowess, so it's a good time to check it out. Clearly, Veronica was a little skeptical of Marika's earlier assertion that Baron Ryan was incredibly powerful. After all, as a third-level wizard apprentice, her concept of combat prowess was completely different from Marika's. This time, upon hearing that they could observe the scene, Veronica was slightly excited and pulled Marika down with her. Upon receiving Veronica's signal, the cavalry halted and began to stand guard. Just as the 2 leading knights prepared to engage in battle, they were surprised when the carriage suddenly opened and Baron Ryan, carrying a sword and hammer, stepped out. The two official knights of the Navy exchanged glances, and were about to say something to Ryan when, with a whoosh, Ryan's figure vanished from the scene. This left them both stunned for a moment, unsure whether to remain vigilant or step forward to help. As Ryan disembarked, Iron Hook, in the woods not far from the road, was scolding the slender man who had been in charge of the reconnaissance. "Why is there another knight?" Iron Hook glanced at him disgruntledly. "That? I don't know, Iron Hook. With our strength, taking on one more official knight shouldn't be a problem, right?" "No, there's no problem. Some of our brothers might get hurt." Iron Hook glanced at Ryan and answered confidently. His judgment was based on the likelihood that this was a knight of noble descent, someone who had been pampered since childhood and lacked actual combat experience, and who, with the help of his family, had managed to become a full knight, though his combat effectiveness was questionable. Because a fondness for carriage riding was a typical characteristic of knights of noble descent. Which knight, a true veteran of blood and fire, would ride in a carriage like a noblewoman? "Hey, why is that knight gone?" the thin man observing Ryan asked in surprise. "Gone?" Iron Hook looked puzzled, following his gaze. Indeed, he was gone. Iron Hook glanced around, but saw no one. Suddenly, he heard screams from the left of his own team, followed by the snapping of trees and the cacophony of bones cracking. Iron Hook and the lean man immediately turned, their expressions aghast. The bright silver figure that should have been standing in front of the carriage had somehow moved to the rear of their team. Furthermore, the man still had his weapons slung across his back, and with his bare hands, he dispatched most of the men. Iron Hook was stunned, and then his expression changed drastically. The enemy's strength was far different from what he had expected. He was probably not a peak-level knight, not the noble knight he had imagined. He immediately began running toward the forest on one side, while the thin man ran in the other direction. But 2 seconds later, a bright silver figure blocked his path. This sent a chill through Iron Hook's heart. He glanced sideways, and saw the thin man lying twitching in the bushes, his life or death uncertain. This was a ruthless annihilation. Just as Iron Hook was gathering strength to attack, Ryan's figure vanished from his sight the next second. Bang, bang, bang. Iron Hook clutched his abdomen and twitched on the ground, like a prawn thrashing on land. Ryan didn't choose to kill him. This area was already quite close to the fishing port town. The enemy's presence here was likely part of some kind of planned, coordinated operation. Furthermore, he could smell the salty, sea-scented aroma of years spent at sea, a hallmark of pirates. So, keeping two of them alive might yield some fresh intelligence. When Ryan returned to the carriage, the two women had only been off for less than half a minute. Veronica glanced around but couldn't spot Ryan. Confused, she turned to the knight standing guard nearby. "Where's Sir Ryan?" "Well," the knight was about to say, perhaps Sir Ryan had gone ahead to scout. Suddenly, he spotted a bright silver figure ahead and quickly pointed, saying, "Right there." Veronica and Marika turned to see Ryan emerging from the forest, seemingly slowly but swiftly. After just a few strides, they arrived in front of him. "Sir Ryan, you?" Veronica asked. A sudden thought occurred to her. She raised her fair finger, pointing in the direction of the forest. "The enemy has been eliminated." Ryan nodded, confirming Veronica's suspicion. Everyone was stunned, their gaze fixed on Ryan. Ryan's bright silver armor remained as gleaming as new. They could see no trace of blood, not even the two weapons slung across his back. This? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. "By the way, who among you is best at interrogation?" "They're probably pirates." "Perhaps we can get the latest news on nearby pirates or even the Poseidon cult from them," Ryan asked, glancing at Marika and the cavalryman nearby. "Pirates?" Marika's eyes glared. Turning to a young knight beside her, she said, "Frodo, interrogation is your forte. You should be able to pry the information we need from them, right?" "Of course, Major Marika, leave it to me." Although the young knight, named Frodo, was skeptical of Ryan's quick resolution to the battle, he quickly led his 5 cavalrymen into the forest. Once inside, they were stunned. Across a vast area, trees snapped and fell, like a hurricane, and large craters occasionally appeared on the ground. They had no idea how these craters were caused. Even more bizarrely, the pirate corpses lying on the ground bore no visible wounds, yet it was clear that most of them were already dead. The only ones still alive, still groaning, were a bearded man with a broken left hand and an iron hook, and a thin man. However, while collecting the pirate bodies, several cavalrymen quickly discovered something unusual. Most of the dead pirates had completely shattered sternums, or their right ribs were sunken beneath their chain mail, as if they had died from broken ribs that had pierced their hearts. There was only one possible explanation for this. They had been struck by a heavy weapon, such as a sledgehammer. But during the interrogation, they were horrified. From the two remaining pirate leaders, they learned that Ryan hadn't used any weapons, relying solely on his fists to achieve such an effect. The entire battle seemed to have been resolved in less than a minute. Considering that there were 2 pirate leaders of the rank of knight, plus over 20 elite pirates. It seems Major Marika's earlier description of Baron Ryan was a bit understated. Beside the carriage, Ryan glanced at the system notification. Your Catterfist skill has been upgraded, gaining 109 experience points. You have fought a battle, gaining 36 experience points for knight. Superb. Seeing the Catterfist had reached level 5, 204/2000, representing 1/10 of the progress, Ryan nodded slightly. As expected, even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. If a few more pirate groups arrived, the progress would probably reach a quarter, or even a third. It's a pity, after all, such blind people are still a minority. Thinking of this, Ryan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. 5 minutes later, the interrogation concluded, and a young knight named Frodo arrived to report. However, the look he frequently cast at Ryan beside him was noticeably different from before, a look of admiration mixed with adoration. He reported, Major Marika, Baron Ryan, Miss Veronica, the interrogation has just concluded. The enemy is a small, elite group of the Black Sail Pirates, responsible for plundering caravans along the roads west of Fishing Harbor Town. According to their leader, Iron Hook, the Black Sail Pirates and 2 other small pirate groups have previously divided their spheres of influence along several other roads in and out of Fishing Harbor Town, each sending personnel to conduct looting operations. The person responsible for this is their deputy leader, Phil Kratz. Phil Kratz? Marika's face darkened. Yes, Major Marika. The young knight nodded, his expression equally solemn. Seeing Ryan's slightly puzzled look, Marika introduced him. Phil Kratz, vice captain of the Black Sail Pirates, a veteran knight, skilled in archery, his age unknown, a rare sharpshooter among pirates, nicknamed the Bloody Shooter. Ryan was stunned. It seemed Marika had done a good job preparing before coming to Meister County. She knew the Black Sail Pirates so well, practically like the back of her hand. It looks like we've caught a big fish, Veronica said excitedly. That's right. Originally, I was planning to start with a spy planted in a small pirate group, the Roger Pirates, and then slowly try to locate several larger pirate groups and the strongholds of the cult of Poseidon. I didn't expect to catch a large pirate group. The Black Sail Pirates. Marika was equally delighted. Hearing this, Ryan thought for a moment and asked a question he'd been meaning to ask before. Lieutenant Marika, why doesn't the Navy plant spies directly within those large pirate groups? Wouldn't that be more convenient? Marika shook her head and said, It's not that we don't want to, but that we can't. Typically, large pirate groups usually have 1 or 2 occult-oriented individuals who practice sorcery like mind confusion. When new pirates join, they're screened and can easily identify spies. Although we have the means to disrupt them, there's still a certain risk. But small pirate groups don't have such personnel, so it's much safer for spies to infiltrate. I see. Ryan nodded, understanding. Based on his previous experience with the Black Sail Pirates, this seemed to be the case. The diviner and captain of the shipwreck, Mara Nasser, whom he had killed during his enthronement mission, was a senior knight and a second-level wizard apprentice, mastering the art of waterweed divination. But Marika soon showed hesitation. Major Marika, isn't this a good thing? Are there any difficulties? Ryan asked. Well, this Phil excels at ranged attacks. Veronica's witchcraft might not be an advantage against him. Besides, I see your weapons are. Marika glanced at the 2 heavy weapons slung behind Ryan and said. Ryan suddenly understood. Generally speaking, facing a veteran knight like Phil who excels in archery, the most reliable opponent is naturally a knight wielding a sword and shield or a hammer shield, who can effectively block the opponent's sharp arrows with his shield. But carrying either a 2-handed warhammer or a 2-handed great sword on his back naturally caused Marika's concern. As for Veronica, if the opponent was a single-minded bird modification specialist, Ryan speculated that this bloody archer might be a perfect counter. After all, as long as the opponent's firing speed was fast enough and their power was strong enough, no matter how many modified birds there were, they would be nothing more than moving targets. However, Veronica clearly disagreed with Marika's assessment. Her twin ponytails twitched as she said, Major Marika, you underestimate me. I'm just a veteran knight. Even if the opponent was a sharpshooter, he would be no match for me. Even my Baymax wouldn't be able to defeat him. Baymax? Ryan looked puzzled. I bred a white-feathered owl with a wingspan of 4 meters. Veronica spread her hands apart and measured its dimensions. But its combat power is only comparable to that of a veteran knight. Even if you cast defensive spells on Dubai, it won't last long against a sharpshooter like this. Marika pointed out without hesitation that Veronica's words were merely assumptions. Who said that? Veronica blushed slightly, glaring at Marika angrily. Okay, Veronica, if you act like a child again, I tell Master Aeneas when we get back. You, hearing Marika complain, immediately deflated Veronica. She lowered her head in a slightly embarrassed manner, fiddling with the hem of her robe, and fell silent. But Veronica wasn't angry with Marika. She knew Marika was telling the truth, a sign of concern. Letting Dubai go would be a real risk. Unlike the white seagulls, if Dubai died, as a crucial contracted creature, it would cause significant damage to his own mental strength. At this point, Ryan, who had been listening for a while, spoke up. Major Marika, if the enemy is merely a senior knight, I think it shouldn't be a problem for me to handle it. Marika glanced at Ryan and saw his calm expression, without any hint of reluctance or worry. She knew Ryan had strong confidence in his own abilities. She nodded, but still reminded him, Baron Ryan, although the enemy is merely a senior knight, he has a record of killing peak knights. So, are you sure you can handle this? Yes, Major Marika. If Baron Ryan is in charge of the combat, then I handle the reconnaissance. Veronica hadn't seen Ryan fight just now, and was quite disappointed. Hearing that Ryan intended to kill Phil, the vice-captain of the Black Sail Pirates, nicknamed Bloody Shooter, his previous annoyance faded, and he spoke with a hint of excitement. Of course, Veronica, you need your sorcery for this, Marika said with a smile. Well, Major Marika, let me take another look at the map. 2 cavalrymen immediately unfolded a map of the fishing town area in front of the group. 1, 2, 3, 4, plus the location of the vice-captain of the Black Sail Pirates, that's 5 locations in total. Knight Frodo, the interrogator, pointed out the approximate locations one by one. Veronica nodded, indicating she understood. She chanted an unknown spell, and seconds later, over a dozen white seagulls descended from the sky. After circling for a few seconds, they began to descend. As if they were receiving some kind of command from her, the white seagulls flapped their wings vigorously, one after another soaring into the sky, flying towards different parts of the fishing port town. Ryan watched the scene with a hint of envy. If he had this kind of sorcery, he would probably be able to use it more efficiently than Veronica. Because he possessed the core skill of the Beast Tamer, Beast Eye. Core skill, Beast Eye, active, effect. Control your beasts and observe their surroundings through their vision. This meant that he didn't need to wait for the white seagulls to return to learn about the enemy's situation, as Veronica did. Instead, he could observe and understand the enemy's situation in near real time. The rest of the time was spent waiting. Fearing that entering the fishing port would alert the enemy, but also that remaining where they were would be too conspicuous, the group mounted their horses and continued slowly toward the fishing port, deliberately slowing their pace as they awaited Veronica's bird reconnaissance results. About 10 minutes later, the white seagulls began to return one after another. Chirp! Coo! The white seagulls flapped their wings, one by one approaching Veronica, locking eyes with her for a few seconds before flapping away again. After the white seagulls had finished their reports, Veronica pondered for a moment and said, We've scouted all 5 locations. 4 of them, as the pirate leader said, have elite pirates nearby. However, Bloody Archer Phil doesn't seem to be in that location. I don't know if he's undercover or for some other reason. The white seagull's feedback indicates no signs of human activity down there. This made Marika hesitate for a moment. After all, her previous plan was to capture the leader first. When they discovered Bloody Shooter Phil, the team headed straight for him. With Ryan and Veronica's cooperation, she believed Bloody Shooter Phil wouldn't cause any trouble. But now? Ryan thought for a moment and suggested, why don't we start with these 4 points and eliminate them all? Perhaps we can get some new information from them. Wouldn't it alert the enemy? After all, our group's movements would be quite conspicuous. Marika seemed to disagree. I can do it alone. Normally, at the speed of the Black Pearl, an hour should be enough to complete this circuit. Sir Ryan, are you underestimating the time it takes to kill the enemy? Veronica asked with a hint of suspicion. Never mind. 3 minutes per point should be enough. Only 3 minutes to kill a group of elite pirates? That's a bit exaggerated. Veronica exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening. No, normally it only takes half a minute to kill them, no more than a minute at most. The remaining 2 minutes are for interrogation. Ryan thought for a moment and answered seriously. Chapter 206. Suddenly, the people around looked at each other, unsure how to respond to Baron Ryan's words. Think he was bragging? Think he couldn't do it? But the battle just now had clearly demonstrated Baron Ryan's strength. He wasn't bragging. Well, since Lord Ryan is willing to take on such a burden, we wait for you here. Marika couldn't find any reason to refuse Ryan's request. After all, Ryan had taken the initiative to single-handedly take on all those pirates. Could anyone have found a better teammate? Everyone around, including Marika and Veronica, was very impressed by Ryan's tireless work ethic. This wasn't Marika's first time carrying out a mission with a young expert. Some exceptionally skilled young men, while not always arrogant, were more or less cocky, at least trying to show off their skills. Some minions naturally disdained to engage, and some even tried to be the last to appear. Who would be like Ryan? He simply told them to wait there while he dealt with the enemy. Sir Ryan, let my white seagull lead the way. That way, you can more quickly locate and reach the enemy. Of course, thank you, Miss Veronica, for your assistance, Ryan said with a slight smile. With the white seagull guiding the way, it would naturally be much faster, and Ryan wouldn't refuse such assistance. Another advantage is that Veronica can use the white seagull to roughly confirm Ryan's progress, which will also let Marika and the others know their movements. Oh, I almost forgot, Master Ryan, you're also a wizard apprentice. I have a better solution. Ryan looked at Veronica with a hint of confusion. The beautiful girl's twin tails bounced as she approached Ryan and said, Master Ryan, I can cast a mental seal on you. This seal will allow you to read the mental fragments observed by the white seagulls. This will be more efficient than observing the white seagull's flight patterns. Reading the white seagull's mental fragments? This was clearly a new concept for Ryan, and it made him a little hesitant. The girl, noticing Ryan's hesitation, immediately explained, Don't worry, Master Ryan. This won't cause you any discomfort, nor will it interfere with your combat. It's more like, how should I put it? It allows you to receive the specific mental fluctuations of the white seagulls. Something like a specific signal receiver? Ryan had a rough idea of the principle. It's like a radio in a past life. Only when tuned to a specific channel can it receive a certain wavelength. Otherwise, it's just a hissing noise. The mental mark Veronica was about to cast was a receiver for a specific channel, and the fragment of White Seagull's mind was a certain wavelength. Although Ryan didn't know why Veronica was so insistent, he thought about it, and concluded that she probably didn't have any malicious or ulterior motives. After some thought, Ryan nodded and said, Very well then, I trouble you, Miss Veronica. It's not a problem. Sir Ryan, please don't resist. Veronica pulled a half-meter-long wooden stick from the sleeve of her robe and silently chanted an incantation towards Ryan. The next second, she gently tapped Ryan's forehead. With Ryan's mental strength, he could clearly sense it, as if his mind had gained a new external interface. At this moment, a white seagull, summoned by Veronica, flew down. As it briefly circled Ryan, Ryan heard a fragment of consciousness emerge from his mind. Enemy. Numerous valleys. Although Ryan had anticipated this, the effect still surprised him. Furthermore, this effect might also be due to the limited brain capacity of birds, which cannot express the same complex information as humans. If it were a more advanced mammal, perhaps the message could be even more complex and precise. This made Ryan's heart warm, and he looked forward to the Aeneas bird transformation technique even more. Sir Ryan, this will make it easier for you to fight, Veronica said happily, catching the flash of surprise in Ryan's eyes. The girl's deliberate display of witchcraft did not offend Ryan. Indeed, it is very useful, Ryan nodded with a smile. By the way, Lord Ryan, I have a few magic scrolls here. Would you like to take them too? A few magic scrolls? Ryan couldn't help but glance at Veronica in surprise. I hadn't expected the girl before him to be a truly beautiful, wealthy woman from another world. I've treasured my 2 magic scrolls, but I haven't been willing to use them yet. However, when he remembered that Veronica was a 3rd-level wizard apprentice with a legacy, Ryan suddenly understood. 3rd-level wizard apprentices with a legacy usually carry multiple magic scrolls when traveling, and even special magical items that can significantly enhance their combat power. Even an ordinary Grand Knight would be no match for them. However, Ryan inadvertently caught a glimpse of Marika's slightly frowned expression. Ryan immediately understood. These magic scrolls were probably given to Veronica by her mentor for self-defense. Taking them himself would clearly be inappropriate. Another point was that if he wasn't with the team later, and Veronica and Marika were suddenly attacked by pirates or other forces, the overall battle would be greatly weakened. After all, a 3rd-level wizard apprentice with or without magic scrolls had 2 completely different combat capabilities. With this elite group, Ryan estimated, they could only defeat 40 or 50 pirates. If Phil, the Black Sail Pirates vice-captain, led the team, they would likely be unable to do so. So, Ryan shook his head and politely declined, saying, "Thank you, Miss Veronica, but I don't think I'd be able to use this precious magic scroll against a small group of pirates. You should keep it for self-defense. Besides, your spiritual mark has already been of great help to me." Ryan smiled at the girl. "Sir Ryan is right. Veronica, you should keep it for self-defense. Master Aeneas specifically instructed you to keep it with you," Marika, standing by, said at the right moment. "Well, all right then." Seeing both of them agree, Veronica could only nod and reluctantly agree. "Then I be leaving, Major Marika. You guys step up your guard. I should be back in about an hour." "Okay, Sir Ryan. Please be careful." Marika nodded. "Sir Ryan, then, follow my white seagulls. Wherever there are white seagulls circling above, that's where the enemy is." Ryan took the bag from the sturdy black pearl and placed it on the rear shelf of the carriage. With a light leap, he steered the black pearl, following the flight path of the white seagulls, quickly heading for the first location, near a road north of the fishing port town. In a narrow, densely forested valley, a dozen strong men were polishing their weapons. They were the elite of a small pirate group, the Clark Pirates. "Hey, Blackbeard, those seagulls in the sky look a little strange?" One of his men inadvertently glanced up at the sun and saw several birds, clearly seagulls, circling above them. What's going on?" The burly man named Blackbeard looked up in confusion for a moment, then nodded with a slightly serious expression. "It's strange indeed. This isn't the seaside. Seagulls usually circle and fly around in search of food, like small fish or shrimp." As the first mate of the Clark Pirates, Blackbeard had immense seafaring experience, so he easily noticed something was amiss. "What the hell? There's not even a drop of water here. What are these silly birds looking for?" Scarred, who had just asked, spat a piece of grass in his mouth. But Blackbeard was clearly still pondering the matter. Something unusual must be wrong. He thought he should put his men on alert. "Scar, put your men on alert." But as soon as he said that, Scarred, the bosun, laughed nonchalantly. Just because of a few silly birds, wouldn't it? Well, Blackbeard thought about it. After all, it was just a hunch. After all, he hadn't even seen the enemy. Going on alert now seemed a bit over the top. The main reason was that pirates were inherently unruly, each with its own faction. Only the strongest had the final say. Among these dozen or so elite pirates, while he was slightly stronger, he wasn't much stronger than Scar. Secondly, they were all veterans, making the team difficult to lead, and were vaguely divided into 3 factions. At that moment, the dull sound of horse hooves suddenly rang out from a distance. "Hey! The goods have arrived. Quick, brothers, get moving." The veterans, who had been basking in the sun, perked up and suddenly sprang to life. Birds are one thing, horses are another. A horse signifies the possibility of income. "Look! What a tall black warhorse. It must be worth a lot of money." One veteran pointed at the swiftly galloping Ryan. "The bright silver armor is quite nice. It seems to be high-grade knight plate, so it should be worth more. The enemy must be a veteran knight, so he shouldn't be easy to deal with. What are you afraid of? He's just one man." What a tall black warhorse. So fast. Is he coming for us?" Blackbeard saw Ryan sprinting towards them on Black Pearl, and for some reason, the first thought that suddenly popped into his mind was that they seemed to be coming for them. "Prepare for battle," Blackbeard shouted. Ryan, thanks to the information relayed by the White Seagull, had already determined the group's location. At this moment, he looked up. Although this group of pirates was smaller in number, they were more elite than the previous wave and seemed to have extensive combat experience. However, in the face of absolute strength, experience greatly diminished its effectiveness. Ryan, using the horse's sprinting acceleration, leaped forward, shooting like an arrow from a bow towards the pirates. From the pirates' perspective, they saw a shadow, moving instantly towards them, suddenly appearing in front of their foremost companions. Several shadows appeared almost simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. 3 people fell instantly upon contact. The remaining members of the Clark Pirates, including Blackbeard and Scar, were terrified. Where did this powerful being emerge? Even their leader wasn't as powerful. Why was he targeting them? And this narrow valley was an extremely secret location. How had they been exposed? Instantly, a flash of inspiration struck Blackbeard's mind. He knew. It was those white seagulls. But then, he suddenly saw a silver glowing iron fist appear at his abdomen. Bang! Blackbeard's eyes bulged, nearly popping out of their sockets. A bulge suddenly appeared on his back, and the force of the punch sent him flying half a meter off the ground. The next second, he collapsed to his knees, hands clutching his stomach. Half a minute later, not a single pirate, including Scarface, was left standing. Ryan, following his usual practice, selected 2 capable pirates, leaving them alive, and interrogated them separately. Which pirate group are you from? The Clark Pirates. Where is your base, or rather your lair? This. Blackbeard's eyes flickered. He wondered whether to speak or to discuss the conditions for his survival with this powerful stranger. Unfortunately, you made the wrong decision. Ryan glanced at him, shook his head, punched him in the forehead, and turned to walk away. Scar, standing by, had never seen an interrogation like Ryan's, one that barely gave him time to think. Seeing Ryan approach him, he waved his hands and said, Don't tell me, our base is on Egwaz Island. Where's the Poseidon base? The Poseidon? I really don't know. Maybe our leader knows. What about the bases of other pirate groups? That? I'm not sure either. Well, goodbye. Goodbye? I survived? Scar's face lit up with joy. This was a damn good escape. But before his smile could fully bloom, Ryan, after saying goodbye, suddenly threw a lightning-fast punch and leaped onto the Black Pearl. And the next second, bang! A sound like a watermelon being violently smashed by a club echoed. While steering his warhorse forward, Ryan glanced at the system notification. Your Catterfist skill has been upgraded, gaining 121 experience points. You have fought a battle, gaining 42 experience points for your knight. Superior, experience points. Seeing the Catterfist had reached level 5, 325/2000, 1/7 of the way there, Ryan nodded slightly. Sure enough, even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. This made him slightly excited about the pirates at the next point, hoping they would be even stronger. 15 minutes later, the second point was cleared. 28 minutes later, the third point was cleared. Catterfist had reached level 5, 587/2000, more than a quarter of the way there. Next up was the final point. Beside the task force carriage, a white seagull descended rapidly, circled around Veronica, and then departed again. This was just the white seagull responsible for continuously transmitting information. Marika, noticing Veronica's dazed expression, asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with Ryan?" "No, it's just going too smoothly. Sir Ryan has barely stopped, and is already on his way to the fourth point. At his speed, he should be able to complete this circuit in 50 minutes at most. Such incredible strength truly worthy of being the top scorer in this year's Munster Province Enthronement Assessment." The girl's twin tails twitched as she tilted her head to Marika. The cavalrymen nearby exchanged glances, clearly quite surprised. It seemed they were probably just here for a minor role in this mission. Just then, a white seagull descended from the sky and circled Ryan. Ryan quickly grasped the message, "Many enemies. One man in black." Many? Ryan thought about it, but didn't think much of it. Because the white seagull couldn't distinguish between a dozen and 20, it simply referred to them all as many. This was a limitation of its brain capacity. One man in black? This surprised Ryan, as it was the first time such accurate information had come from the white seagull. It seemed this man in black was quite special. Ryan's heart grew slightly more alert. When Ryan rode to the fourth point, he saw a group of burly men dressed as pirates saying goodbye to a man in a black robe. Clearly, the black-robed figure mentioned in the white seagull's mental fragment was the black-robed figure before him. Ryan immediately focused his attention on this black-robed figure. He was a sturdy man in a black robe, wearing a hood. His hands were folded in his sleeves, but it seemed as if he was hiding something else, causing the wide sleeves to bulge. From the moment he laid eyes on this black-robed figure, Ryan had a vague feeling that he was not simple. When he raised his head, revealing a pale golden, hostile gaze, his danger perception immediately began to alert Ryan. The intensity of this warning was almost that of a great knight. This gave Ryan a slight chill. "Captain Jeff, it seems we have a minor troublemaker. Do you need my help in dealing with him?" the black-robed figure said in a strange, deep voice. "Well, if the envoy is interested, that would be great." The burly man named Jeff took one look at Ryan, and knew he was not a formidable opponent. Clad in knightly plate armor, and riding what appeared to be a heavy warhorse, he was clearly a seasoned knight, perhaps even a peak knight. Furthermore, he was charging straight at them, seemingly having already spotted them. If that meant his purpose wasn't simple. Ryan stared at the black-robed figure, steering his horse closer. At that moment, dozens of elite members of the Jeff Pirates, weapons in hand, surrounded him. "Boy, you A burly man, chain hammer in hand, shouted at Ryan. Bang! With a single blow, Ryan crushed the man, his body bent in half. His arms and legs stretched forward as he fell heavily to the ground, unable to utter a single word. Then, figures flashed, and in an instant, several pirates, confused about the situation and planning a surprise attack, fell to the ground. For a moment, the pirates, overwhelmed by Ryan's aura, cowered in fear, not daring to move forward. Ryan's eyes remained fixed on the black-robed figure, unwavering. He knew this was the opponent he should focus on, not these small fry before him. Watching so many of his elite men being decimated so quickly, Captain Jeff's face turned grim. He considered charging forward himself, but after a moment's assessment, he abandoned the idea, believing his chances of success were slim. The messenger beside him remained motionless, and he didn't dare to urge him on. A peak night, interesting. Captain Jeff, you have me to thank. If I hadn't happened to be here, I'm afraid you. Of course, Your Excellency, the Jeff pirates need your help. Young man, impressive skills. It seems you're not a simple figure. But it's a shame your life ends here. Don't you think you've been talking too much? Ryan said bluntly. I'm in a hurry. Ryan estimated the time. He should have returned by now. But now, he was about 3 minutes late. After all, punctuality is a good habit, and Ryan would do his best to keep it up whenever possible. Ryan's words made the black-robed man's eyes twitch slightly, clearly furious. Whoosh! The other man rushed towards Ryan, his speed rivaling Ryan's. Facing a master who was most likely at the level of a great knight, Ryan naturally would not continue to choose the level 5 catter boxing to fight the enemy, but instead grasped the handle of the two-handed hammer behind his back with his right hand. Strangely, the opponent didn't use any weapons when launching his attack. Was it due to overconfidence or some other reason? Heavy hammer strike. Ryan unleashed a swift, powerful blow towards the opponent's head. Faced with Ryan's triple effect attack, effortless, multiple concussions, and level 3 precision, the opponent didn't even dodge, but instead raised his hand to block. Dang! Whoosh! The opponent's robes ripped apart at his arm, and to Ryan's astonishment, he saw a giant, pale golden claw on his forearm. The outer shell of this claw must be incredibly sturdy. Furthermore, a film of pale blue energy seemed to flow across its surface, significantly weakening the force of Ryan's hammer's multiple concussions. The opponent's strange appearance, coupled with the respectful demeanor of the surrounding pirates, instantly brought 3 words to Ryan's mind. Sea God cult? Ryan blurted out. Oh! You guessed right, but there's no reward. Ding ding! Bang! As the two fought, the other's black robes became thinner and thinner, revealing more and more of his body. Octopus-like whiskers that wriggled. Lobster-like, blocky shells protecting his vital areas. The lingering smell of the sea during battle. Besides his overall appearance, the other still looked human, but so many other parts were no longer human. Ryan had originally intended only to eliminate the small groups of pirates at these 4 locations, and then search for the deputy leader of the Black Sail Pirates. He had never considered engaging the Poseidon cult so soon. But he hadn't expected to find himself in direct combat with the Poseidon cult now. Chapter 207. However, this is all well and good. After just a few probing attempts, Ryan had a basic grasp of his opponent's strength. His physical fitness rivaled that of a grand knight, but the film of water coating his body was incredibly formidable, seemingly negating most of the damage. The combined power of these 2 factors meant his opponent's strength surpassed even that of Brigadier General Perix of the Zalil Rebellion. Bang! The two were separated by another violent collision, over 10 meters apart. At this point, Poseidon's Miyako also sensed something was amiss. The opponent's strength was too great, almost like that of a Grand Knight. Are you a Grand Knight? No, you show no signs of unleashing the force. Miyako couldn't help but scrutinize Ryan. Only then did he notice that, in addition to the two-handed warhammer in his hands, Ryan also carried a two-handed great sword on his back. This appearance was extremely rare, and it instantly struck him as familiar. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he blurted out, Are you the new governor of Fishing Port, Ryan? Miyako's words startled Ryan across from him. Huh? How did the other party know who he was? If he knew I was Ryan, that would be understandable, but if he knew I was the new governor of Fishing Port, that was far more significant. However, Ryan wasn't in the habit of answering his enemy's questions. He quickly muttered a spell, and cast the sorcery high-temperature force field. At the same time, he slightly rotated the handle of his two-handed warhammer, pointing the spiked end of the pig-headed hammer straight up. Although Ryan didn't respond, Miyako was convinced that his judgment was correct. Across from him, Ryan, holding a two-handed warhammer and carrying a two-handed great sword, clearly fits the image conveyed by the Black Flame Church. Secondly, it's unlikely that another expert of this caliber would visit this territory, save for the newly appointed governor of Fishing Port Town. Calculating the time, he should have arrived within the next 2 days. Unexpectedly, he arrived a few days earlier. However, this was quite a coincidence. I didn't expect to be able to defeat him here before Operation Raging Tide. A smile flickered across Miyako's face. But the next second, his smile froze. Huh? Fire magic? Miyako's face froze. Of course, the thing that sea god monks hate and fear most is fire. What he didn't expect was that Ryan could actually perform magic, something not recorded in the intelligence transmitted by the Black Flame Church. Bang! The two engaged in a high-speed exchange again. Two blurry figures flashed across the open space, the ground occasionally cracking and cracking, the dull sounds of collision reverberating. But within seconds, Miyako sensed something was amiss. Though the opponent's strange sorcery wasn't particularly potent, he felt waves of heat surge through him, and his water shield was actually beginning to evaporate. Snap! With this strike, the tip of Ryan's pighead hammer pierced the water barrier, striking the lobster's giant claw and creating a thumb-sized indentation in its thick shell. This startled Miyako. What kind of sorcery is this? How could it possibly dissolve my shield? Miyako exclaimed. Actually, that was a miscalculation. It wasn't the sheer damage of Ryan's sorcery, the high-temperature field. It was simply that the sustained heat, exceeding 100 degrees Celsius, had significantly reduced the stability of his water shield, causing its defense to fluctuate erratically. More importantly, Ryan was using the pointed end of his pighead hammer, which had the ability to penetrate armor with sharp weapons. Armor break, passive, effect. Your mastery of sharp weapons has reached an exceptionally high level, allowing you to focus and unleash your power, significantly increasing the probability of breaking enemy armor. Combined with these two abilities, the probability of breaking the water shield was extremely high. That last hammer strike was a single strike. Seizing this opportunity, Ryan unleashed a series of heavy hammer strikes, sending Miyako retreating. Miyako seemed to feel his appearance was too embarrassing, too humiliating in front of the pirates. He roared and clashed the tip of his right claw with Ryan's pig-headed hammer, delivering a powerful blow. Clang! Sparks flew. At the same time, the claw tip, a fraction of an index finger's length, was shattered by Ryan's pig-headed hammer, but both were flung back by the immense recoil. Miyako used this blow to gain a rare respite. This time, he learned his lesson and said no more nonsense, instead rapidly mumbling a prayer. But Ryan, of course, would not tolerate his sorcery. With a flick of his toe, the ground splattered with mud, and he shot towards Miyako like an arrow from a bow. But the next second, Ryan's pupils suddenly constricted. Miyako's chest suddenly bulged, his neck thickening as if a cannonball was about to burst from his chest. Ryan was all too familiar with this kind of physical transformation. His giant bear swordsmanship secret technique, Roaring Strike, did exactly that. Clearly, the opponent was unleashing some kind of area of effect attack. But he was still 4 or 5 meters away, and it was too late to intervene. In a flash, Ryan spun and dodged to the left. Simultaneously, he swung his black pighead hammer, striking the ground from top to bottom, unleashing the hammer technique, earth-shattering hammer. Bang! A large chunk of earth was hurled into the air with a powerful blow. Almost instantly, Miyako's mouth gushed out a stream of smelly, pale yellow liquid, the thickness of his wrist. He swung his head left and right, spitting in all directions. One of the pirates from Jack's crew was caught off guard and was drenched. Sizzle! The pirate screamed in agony, his hands covering his face as his entire body, like a wax figure, began to melt from head to toe. Ryan's eyes froze. He had expected a sonic attack, but he hadn't expected it to be some highly corrosive liquid. However, this didn't hinder his ability to respond. Also being an area of effect attack, the large swathe of earth Ryan had just launched into the air collided with the pale yellow acid being sprayed out. Instantly, the acid was blocked by the curtain-like earth, stirring up a cloud of smoke. Due to the barrier of the earthen wall, only a few drops of acid reached Ryan's water-coated steel armor, producing a hissing, corrosive sound. A few seconds later, Miyako, having stopped spraying acid, was surveying the results of his attack through the pale yellow smoke. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light shone through the gradually dissipating smoke. This caused Miyako to immediately close his eyes, and quickly shield his retina with his arm. Blazing light. It turned out that Ryan had just taken advantage of the opportunity to perform this flashbang-like spell. Immediately, a figure burst out from the smoke, wielding a massive black hammer, striking directly at Miyako, who was shielding his eyes. By the time Miyako could react, the black pig-headed hammer was already within reach. His pupils instantly shrank, and in a moment of crisis, he immediately used his giant claws to block Ryan's hammer attack. At the same time, his face grim, he uttered two short, sharp tones. Crack! Miyako's claw's shells instantly shattered. However, the tip of Ryan's pig-headed hammer also pierced the opponent's claws. Suddenly, Miyako's octopus-like whiskers suddenly grew, tightly wrapping around Ryan's pig-headed hammer. At the same time, his mouth opened wide, as if to spit out the same acid again. Without hesitation, Ryan tipped his toes, not retreating but advancing, and delivered a lightning-fast uppercut that slammed into Miyako's jaw. He instantly smacked the opponent's mouth shut, aborting Miyako's plan to spit acid at close range. Immediately afterwards, Ryan chose not to wrestle Miyako with the hammer handle. Instead, he gripped the hilt of the great sword he carried on his back with both hands and delivered a fierce, arcing slash. A flash of light flashed. Plop! The sound of a heavy object falling could be heard. The pig-headed hammer, wrapped in octopus-like whiskers, fell to the ground. Ryan's strike had just severed most of the opponent's whiskers. At this moment, pale green fluid spurted out from the cuts. Ah! Miyako felt a chill on his chin, followed by a sharp pain that made him scream in pain. You know, although his octopus tentacles looked like whiskers, they weren't inanimate objects like hair, but living things like muscle tissue. Miyako's face suddenly paled. At this moment, he had completely lost all desire to fight. This Ryan's strength was far superior to the information relayed by the Black Flame Church. Damn the Black Flame Church. Even the Sea God cult was lying. He was going to return to the church and report this news immediately. Miyako quickly retreated, hiding behind a pirate. But Ryan pursued him relentlessly, striking him with a 45-degree slash, cleaving the pirate in half without hesitation, nearly ripping Miyako apart as well. This immediately sent terror swarming through the surrounding pirates, who fled. Miyako frantically dodged behind Captain Jack again. Captain Jack's face paled. Fuck. If you can't win, just run away. What's the point of using us as a bulletproof shield? Do you think we're idiots? Damn Poseidon cult. Faced with Ryan's rapid attack, Captain Jack rolled over and dodged to the side. While unbecoming of a pirate leader, he actually managed to dodge Ryan's furious blow. Miyako, however, hadn't anticipated Captain Jack's sudden dodging, leaving him with a fresh wound. No longer daring to seek out the pirates for resistance, he fled at full speed. But Ryan pursued him relentlessly. With the big fish in sight, these small pirates naturally couldn't care less. Seeing the two men, one fleeing and the other chasing, disappear in the distance, the remaining members of Jack's pirate crew looked at each other in bewilderment. Then, a bearded man approached Captain Jack and asked, "Boss, should we help? Help?" Captain Jack rolled his eyes at his subordinate and slapped him on the back of the head. "Are you a pig?" "Boss, but Master Miyako is a member of the Poseidon cult." "Is Miyako your father?" Smack. Another slap on the back of the head. "Didn't you see that bastard finally lost the fight and used us as a shield?" The Poseidon cult. A few years ago, when they weren't around, we were much more comfortable in this sea. Ugh. Hurry. Let's retreat to the sea before they come back. Boss, what if Miyako comes back and says we didn't follow orders? The burly man finally realized something and stopped calling him master. Him? I think he's pretty much dead. Jack recalled the expressionless young man, his face stern, and said with a hint of fear, "Hurry! Don't take anything. Get back to the boat." Captain Jack waved his hand, leading the way, and over 20 pirates followed closely behind, charging towards the coast. Beside the task force's carriage, a white seagull descended rapidly, circled around Veronica, and landed on her arm. As if sensing something, Veronica frowned and said, "Hey, Lord Ryan has strayed from his original route, and is now speeding towards the coast." What's going on? Marika's face paled slightly. The white seagull told me that Lord Ryan was chasing a man in black. They were both very fast. The girl's twin ponytails twitched as she tilted her head to Marika. Marika pondered for a moment, then offered her assessment. So, it seems Lord Ryan has likely run into something big. She had seen Ryan's speed before, and if he could escape his grasp, he must be something extraordinary. For the pirates, it must be a big fish. However, I'm afraid they've set some kind of trap to lure Ryan into it. That would be disastrous. Major Marika, should we go help immediately? The girl said eagerly. After all, being just a mouthpiece isn't as exciting as actually fighting in the field. The girl thought. Wait a minute. If Lord Ryan needs help, I think he sent a message via the White Seagull, right? Marika said calmly. Well, I guess, the girl said, a little dejected for a moment. Meanwhile, the chase between Ryan and Miyako continued. Although Miyako's claws were shattered and his octopus tentacles were completely shattered, leaving him seriously injured, his legs were intact. Therefore, as he fled for his life, Ryan was unable to do anything to him. However, Ryan wasn't anxious, as the opponent's all-out escape speed wasn't likely to be sustained forever. He would likely soon run out of energy and slow down. Sure enough, after a few minutes, Miyako's speed began to slow, and Ryan, without hesitation, added a point to his agility. As his remaining attribute points went from 5 to 4, his agility also went from 22 to 23. Suddenly, a surge of warmth surged from his heart, instantly sweeping away all the soreness and fatigue in Ryan's muscles. Swish! A deep wound, visible to the bone, appeared on Miyako's carapace. This startled Miyako, and he turned around, his eyes widening. He saw that Ryan was actually getting closer and closer. But how could this be possible? He had expended so much energy, yet the opponent seemed to be catching up, closing in on him. Miyako's heart sank. Suddenly, a hidden cave appeared before him. It was barely big enough for a person to enter, probably the lair of some small bear. Miyako's eyes lit up, and he had a brilliant idea. That Ryan was an expert with two-handed weapons. He had just witnessed both a two-handed warhammer and a two-handed great sword, and his proficiency was truly remarkable. I wondered how this kid had mastered it. But if he dared to charge into this narrow cave, he wouldn't be able to wield his two-handed weapon freely. Naturally, his fighting power would be largely wasted. Hee. That way, not only would he not have to flee, but he might even be able to stage a comeback. Swish! Miyako rushed into the cave. Ryan slowed down slightly at the cave entrance. He quickly glanced around the cave entrance, determining that this wasn't a trap set by Miyako, but most likely an animal's lair. Then he rushed in. At this point, he vaguely guessed why Miyako had rushed into a dead end. Bang! Bang! The two men engaged in a rapid exchange in the narrow cave. Ryan had long since sheathed his shimmering great sword, and was now fighting the exhausted Miyako with his bare fists. While the level 5 Catter Fist couldn't unleash secret techniques, nor could it surpass Miyako's skill, don't forget that Ryan had just finished his power-up, and was at his peak. A young man's strength is unmatched. Each blow from his plate-gloved iron fist was powerful and devastating. In this confined space, dodging was nearly impossible, forcing the opponent to fight head-on. For Miyako, each resistance from the shattering giant claws was as excruciating as the pain of childbirth. A few minutes later, Ryan dragged the dying Miyako out of the cave by one leg. Although he had beaten her to near death, she still refused to reveal any information related to the Poseidon cult. The cultists' fanaticism for their faith was unimaginable to ordinary people. Ryan pondered, perhaps the Navy might have more targeted methods to pry open their mouths against this kind of cultist. However, Ryan wasn't entirely without gain. He glanced at the system notifications that had just been flashing across his screen. Your Talker Hammer skill has been upgraded, adding 698 experience points. Your Giant Bear Sword skill has been upgraded, adding 466 experience points. Your Catter Fist skill has been upgraded, adding 423 experience points. Your High Temperature Force Field skill has been upgraded, adding 26 experience points. Your Blazing Light skill has been upgraded, adding 17 experience points. You have participated in a battle, adding 285 experience points to the Knight, Transcendent, and 151 experience points to the Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent. Your Catter Fist skill has reached level 5, 1010/2000, surpassing the halfway point. Because just now in the cave, Ryan had beaten the opponent down with one punch after another. And in the previous battle, Ryan had used a lot of sorcery, so this time the experience points reward for the Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, were quite considerable, currently reaching level 5, 1670/2000. To prevent the opponent from casting a sorcery, Ryan tore off a piece of rag and stuffed it into Miyako's mouth. At the same time, he tied Miyako's body up like a dumpling. After thinking for a moment, Ryan stepped forward and swung his hammer at Miyako's legs, delivering 2 heavy blows. Crack! Snap! Miyako's eyes widened in pain, and he whimpered as if he wanted to scream, but at this moment, he could only endure it. Ryan looked at Miyako, whose knee joints were severely twisted and deformed, and nodded with satisfaction. The enemy was really fast just now, and this trip back and forth must have wasted at least half an hour. However, capturing such a high-value target this time was, overall, a very worthwhile investment. With the rope in hand, Ryan jumped on his horse and dragged Miyako along, galloping towards the location he had agreed with Marika. As for why he didn't carry Miyako on the back of the saddle, it was mainly because Ryan was concerned about the cultists' treacherous tactics. Letting them get too close would always pose a risk. Maintaining a safe distance was still necessary. Next to the task force's carriage, a small emerald green bird descended from the sky and circled Veronica several times. Veronica's eyes lit up, and she turned and said, "Major Marika, a group is rapidly approaching us. It seems a battle is inevitable." A group? What did Green Emerald say? Marika's expression changed. Clearly, the caravan that could have caused Green Emerald to issue an alert was no ordinary caravan. Green Emerald said, "Many fast. And bows? Well, I send the white seagulls to check." Veronica silently chanted a spell, and 2 white seagulls flew rapidly in the sky, heading in the direction of Green Emerald's warning. Half a minute later, Veronica's expression suddenly changed, and she explained, "One of my white seagulls was shot." "No! Now there are 2. Although the white seagulls were not Veronica's contracted creatures, and their death would not affect her in any way, the death of the white seagull she had been with day and night still made Veronica quite angry. Standing nearby, Marika had a thought. 2 white seagulls were shot? Adept with a bow? Could it be that guy? Marika's pretty face suddenly froze, and she immediately gave the order, "Everyone, alert. Enemy attack, very likely." At this moment, a group of people had turned the corner. Leading them was a one-eyed man carrying an exaggeratedly large bow, followed by more than 20 strong men on horseback. "It's Phil Kratz, the bloody archer." "This is bad?" Marika frowned. But Veronica, standing beside her, didn't think so. Instead, she said with a hint of excitement, "Is this the bloody archer? I didn't go looking for him, but he came to me. And he even killed my white seagull." Before Marika could say anything, Veronica silently chanted a spell, and suddenly, a massive white owl flew in from the distant sky. Not counting its wings, its body alone was nearly the size of an adult. The next second, Veronica pointed her short staff at the opponent, and a pale blue halo suddenly appeared around the giant white owl. "Baymax? Kill him!" Veronica's twin tails twitched as she shouted crisply. "Chew!" The giant white owl, blessed by sorcery, chirped joyfully and immediately rushed towards the distant bloody shooter, Phil Kratz. Chapter 208. Phil Kratz, looking at the enormous, clearly unusual white owl, was startled at first and considered turning away, but he quickly calmed down and muttered to himself, "No, it doesn't seem to be a wizard. Sharpshooters have excellent eyesight." As soon as he turned the corner, his gaze quickly swept over the convoy carrying Marika and her group. He quickly ignored the cavalry, but the 2 women beside the carriage caught his attention. At first, he was attracted by the other party's youth and beauty, but now, seeing this giant white owl with a pale blue halo, his way of dealing with this sharpshooter was not very wizard-like. Simply put, an experienced wizard or wizard apprentice, seeing him carrying a longbow, would have a well-developed method of dealing with a long-range shooter, such as casting a slow curse or fog-like spell. But it was unlikely that he would start with a protective spell on his contracted creature, rather than on himself. Phil Kratz immediately thought of the 2 women's youthful faces. Combined with these 2 factors, he suspected they were most likely not full-fledged wizards, not even experienced apprentices. So what was there for him to fear? If that was the case, then this modified creature might not be very powerful. He immediately drew his arrow, aimed at the white owl, and fired. Swoosh! A steel arrow, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, pierced the giant white owl's wings. Phil Kratz had extensive combat experience and knew that when facing a flying bird, if he wasn't sure of hitting the body, it was sometimes wise to target the wings for a wider range of impact. Once a bird's wings were damaged, its flight speed would inevitably be severely impacted, potentially turning it into a sitting duck. Bang! The giant white owl across from it flapped its wings vigorously, its pale blue membrane gleaming brightly, and the high-speed steel arrow was warded off. But Phil Kratz laughed. As expected, a true wizard's magical creations or contracted creatures would never be so weak. For Phil Kratz keenly noticed a small red dot on the other owl's snow-white wings. Clearly, this was because the protective spell couldn't completely offset the damage from his arrows. Although the damage was minimal, he hadn't been using his full strength just yet. Swish! 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 His fingers, like playing a piano, rapidly drew and fired arrows, so fast that the hands drawing and firing could barely be seen, only a blurry mass danced. And heavy, special steel arrows, like bullets, pelted the giant white owl. TSK, The boss's secret archery technique, rapid fire. The Black Sail pirates, initially startled by the sudden onslaught of white light from the sky, now calmed down and exclaimed in delight at their boss's display of power. Yeah, in all this time, I haven't seen anyone come through unscathed. Even those twin hammer shield knights from Fishing Port Town were injured, another pirate exclaimed in admiration. What Phil Kratz had just unleashed was his secret archery technique, rapid fire. Bang! 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 His arrows were incredibly accurate. Although Dubai tried his best to dodge, his massive size meant he was practically blasted by the rapid barrage of arrows. This caused the pale blue aura surrounding Dubai's body to flicker frequently, proving his protective power had reached its limit. Phil Kratz's face darkened, a faint blood-red glow emanating from his entire body. The blood vessels on his skin bulged, a truly terrifying sight. The bowstring in his hand was stretched to its limit, and suddenly, a crisscross pattern of blood-red lines appeared on the steel arrow in his hand. With a chirp, the blood-red steel arrow shot at breakneck speed towards the giant white owl in midair. It's here. It's the boss's blood rage attack. It's so rare. I heard this move is very costly, and the boss is usually reluctant to use it. The pirates, seeing their vice-captain display his prowess, couldn't help but cheer. Puff! Instantly, a streak of blood-red lightning pierced the pale blue water barrier, striking Dubai's wing with a sizzling sound, drawing a stream of blood. This caused Dubai to scream in agony, and he immediately turned and flew back toward Veronica, who was in the carriage. Despite its large size, it was not particularly old, still a teenager. It had never faced such a formidable foe, and was momentarily intimidated by the enemy's aura, fleeing in haste. This made Phil Kratz smirk. Just now, this was his ultimate weapon, the Blood Rage Strike, which consumed a portion of his own blood to unleash a strike far more powerful than his own. This kind of attack was quite damaging, and normally, he wouldn't have been willing to use it, but he felt the two beautiful women across from him weren't ordinary people. They were probably two big fish. And judging by their previous attack, they were indeed merely wizard apprentices, most likely newbies, not very experienced in fighting a sharpshooter like him. Furthermore, from the white seagulls to the giant white owls, it seemed their sorcery was all about controlling birds, which he perfectly countered. Go! Capture those two women alive, and kill all the men, Phil Kratz said with a smug smile, waving his hand. Instantly, a group of elite pirates, grinning and weapons raised, charged towards the carriage containing the two women. Watching this, Veronica's face paled. It would be one thing if Dubai was merely injured, but she was afraid he'd actually die in the battle, which would be a serious blow to her. Now, as she watched the pirates charging toward her with such force, she felt an inexplicable surge of panic. Is this a real battle? It was vastly different from the one-on-one encounters she'd experienced before, which had been more like training exercises. Marika immediately shouted, "Everyone dismount, get behind the carriage, and form a defensive formation." The 12-man squad was truly the Navy's elite. The 10 cavalrymen, led by 2 official knights, reacted swiftly. 4 arrived in front, swords and shields in hand, while another 4 drew their arrows and fired, while the remaining few stood ready. "Quick, Veronica, call for help from Lord Ryan." Marika quickly turned to Veronica. "Okay." Veronica quickly recovered, casting a spell to communicate. Phil Kratz calmly drew a steel arrow and aimed it at a figure behind a distant carriage. Ryan was rushing toward the task force when suddenly, a white seagull in the sky cried twice, a hint of sadness, before swooping down and circling him twice. "Master!" Dangerous bow. "Companions? 2 dead." Ryan was stunned at first, receiving the fragment of his consciousness. But he quickly realized that the task force must have encountered a powerful enemy. Could it be that the task force had also encountered the cult of Poseidon? Ryan immediately raised the reins and quickly controlled Black Pearl, galloping towards the team. This was a difficult situation for the Poseidon cultist, Mialko, who was dragging along behind him. Though his skin was tough, he was covered in wounds. Though his wounds had healed initially, the jolting caused by Ryan's acceleration had caused the ground to jolt, causing the previously healed wounds to burst open again. That bastard, why did he suddenly accelerate? Mialko muttered inwardly. A pale blue dome had risen next to the task force's carriage. It was the effect of a certain sorcery scroll used by Veronica. A group of pirates, under the command of their deputy captain, surrounded the dome and hacked furiously. Inside the dome lay 4 or 5 cavalrymen armed with swords and shields. Their wounds either pierced through their chests or ripped through their shields, leaving them seriously injured. The only person capable of inflicting such serious injuries with a single arrow was Phil Kratz, nicknamed the Bloody Shooter. He leisurely surveyed the task force within the pale blue enclosure and said, although sorcery is magical, even sorcery has a duration, or a limit to its endurance, and it can't last indefinitely. How long can this enclosure protect you? Looking at Phil Kratz's smug expression, Veronica inside the enclosure couldn't help but angrily ask, Major Marika, why won't you let me use the Water Grave Scroll? If I use it, that bloody archer will surely die. Looking at the injured Dubai, and the equally seriously injured task force members nearby, Veronica felt a slight pang of remorse. Veronica, your Water Grave Scroll is a last resort. Even your mentor, Master Aeneas, paid a hefty price to craft it. It's too precious. It's been quite a while now. At Lord Ryan's speed, he should be here soon. If it's really too late, you can use it later, Marika said calmly. Although they were currently at a disadvantage, it was absolutely impossible for the enemy to breach the magical water barrier in such a short time. Once Ryan arrived, the tide of victory would inevitably turn. Somehow, Marika discovered that Ryan held a special kind of reliability in her heart. Just when Phil Kratz felt his victory was assured, he heard the rhythmic clatter of horses' hooves behind him. This clatter was deeper and heavier than usual, as if they were carrying something heavy. Also, a grinding, whirring sound accompanied the clatter. He immediately turned and saw a tall black warhorse, carrying a knight, appear at the end of the road. The enemy, upon seeing them, charged towards them. Strangely, the knight was holding a rope, seemingly dragging a humanoid figure. Just as Phil Kratz turned to look at Ryan, the two women also saw him appear in the distance, and their faces lit up with joy. Everyone, hold on a little longer. Sir Ryan has arrived, Marika said, her face beaming with delight. Although she had appeared composed, she was actually quite nervous. Seeing Ryan appear, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief, as if his presence would make the enemy less of a threat. Ryan, on horseback, took a quick glance and understood what was happening. It turned out that the bloody archer Phil Kratz, whom they had been searching for, had suddenly appeared at the task force's location. Furthermore, Veronica's magic seemed to be countered by the opponent, resulting in a rather awkward situation. Everyone took refuge within the pale blue water shield. Judging from the bloodstains on the ground, many of the cavalrymen were likely injured. Furthermore, there was a limit to how much magic could be sustained. So Ryan needed to break through quickly. Initially, Phil Kratz didn't consider Ryan a formidable enemy, more likely a lone knight. Suddenly, upon witnessing this scene, he stepped forward to intervene. Just as he was about to tell the opponent to mind his own business, he suddenly caught sight of Ryan in his water-coated steel knight suit, and his expression changed slightly. Because such an expensive knight suit was definitely not something a lone knight could afford, this meant the man was likely a noble knight or employed by the Empire. Therefore, there was a high probability that he was related to the group before him. So, Phil Kratz immediately looked Ryan over more carefully. When he saw the man Ryan was dragging, his expression suddenly changed. He rubbed his eyes and looked closely. Fuck. Isn't that the messenger of the Poseidon cult? Mialko? He couldn't help but curse. That's right. It's him. He had just met him 2 hours ago. Although the opponent was now in a state of extreme distress, his face swollen like a pig's head, there was no mistaking him. Gazing at the trapped, nearly dying Mialko, Phil Krat's eyelids twitched, his pupils constricting. It seemed the opponent was quite formidable. Mialko had even been beaten so badly. So when Ryan dismounted his warhorse, drew his two-handed sword from his back, and advanced towards them, Phil Krat felt a wave of fear. Instantly, unable to contain himself any longer, he suddenly opened fire at Ryan. Swish. 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 Rapid burst. In a matter of seconds, the 20 specially made steel arrows in the quiver hanging from Phil Krat's waist were emptied in an instant. Seeing the dozens of steel arrows, almost forming a single line, Ryan was slightly startled. He hadn't expected this bloody archer's archery skills to reach such a high level. Truly breathtaking. Unfortunately, he didn't have a shield at the moment, otherwise, he could have easily blocked it. Now, it was more difficult. Swish. Ryan quickly dodged the opponent's attack, but the arrows were too fast, and the rate of fire was so high that several of them were impossible to dodge. Ryan immediately began to slash. Dang dang. After knocking back 2 steel arrows, Ryan barely managed to dodge the opponent's secret technique. Swoosh. Ryan rushed towards Phil Krat. If he simply used his greatsword for defense, he would lose the battle if he tried too hard. Only offense is the best defense. Blood Fury Strike. Phil Krat unleashed his signature attack again. He used to think long and hard before using it, because each time he unleashed it, it would take him 10 to half a month to recover to his peak form. But after participating in a prayer session with the Poseidon cult, he was granted a ray of the Poseidon's power. The power of Poseidon can offset this side effect at least 3 times. The leaders of major pirate groups generally receive numerous benefits from the Poseidon cult, while smaller pirate groups don't receive this same treatment. Instead, they rely on the leash of force. Otherwise, the unruly pirates wouldn't listen to the Poseidon cult's orders. Under this carrot and stick policy, the Poseidon cult has effectively united nearly all the pirates in this area. Faced with a high-speed, blood-red arrow, Ryan's level 3 danger sense gave him a strong warning. Clearly, the power of this attack could pose a serious threat to him. Defensive. Ryan, in a rare move, unleashed the only defensive move from his giant bear swordsmanship. He plunged his great sword into the ground, using its thick, palm-width spine to counter the bloody archer's attack. Dang! The blood-red arrow, as if alive, slammed into the great sword. Simultaneously, suspended in midair, it pierced the spine of the glimmering great sword with such force that it knocked Ryan back a step. But regardless, Ryan had firmly blocked the opponent's killer arrow. It was the rice-sized dent that appeared on the glimmering greatsword's spine that caused Ryan great pain. Phil Kratz's heart skipped a beat when he saw that his strongest attack had failed to inflict damage. Then, he quickly glanced at the Sea God cult envoy, who was tied up like a dumpling beside his tall black warhorse. Phil Kratz knew he would not be able to rescue him this time. In fact, if he didn't want to repeat the enemy's mistakes, he had to retreat immediately. So, without a moment's hesitation, Phil Kratz fired a few more arrows at Ryan before swiftly retreating. The pirates accompanying Phil Kratz were speechless, looking at each other in bewilderment. They couldn't understand what was going on. The battle between their deputy captain, Phil Kratz, and this strange knight, who had suddenly appeared, had lasted less than 10 seconds. In their view, the outcome was completely undecided. As a result, their own deputy captain, Phil Kratz, nicknamed Bloody Shooter, began to retreat. Selling out your own people? If you run away, what will happen to your brothers? The Marine Task Force members, upon witnessing the scene, were instantly energized, practically cheering. The 7 or 8 uninjured men quickly emerged from behind the pale blue water film and began to cooperate with Ryan in the counterattack. They had been helpless for so long. A group of people, completely overwhelmed by that single, bloody archer, Phil Kratz. Now, they felt relieved. Ryan shouted to Marika from a distance that black horse is dragging behind it a Poseidon messenger. Amidst the stunned crowd, he shot after Phil Kratz like an arrow from a bow. Marika was visibly taken aback by Ryan's words. She turned with a hint of confusion and asked Veronica beside her, reaffirming, "Veronica, did you hear what Lord Ryan just said? Did he just say that the one being dragged behind the black horse was a messenger from the Poseidon cult?" Marika pointed in the direction of the black horse. Veronica's expression was equally startled. Her beautiful eyes flickered a few times. She also glanced at Marika and nodded. "If I heard correctly, I think that's what Lord Ryan just said." Then, slightly excited, the two quickly approached the Poseidon cult envoy and began to investigate. Sure enough, after Veronica cast the spell Evil Detection, the intense evil power of the pseudo-god emanating from him immediately confirmed his identity. The two women instantly realized that what Ryan had just said was true. He had actually captured the Poseidon cult's emissary. This excited both Marika and Veronica. Their mission this time was to use the pirate groups that had come ashore to track down possible strongholds of the Poseidon cult and other major pirate groups, facilitating targeted elimination by the Imperial South Sea Fleet. Unexpectedly, the pirate leader, who had originally been meticulously planned and time-consuming to capture, was apprehended so quickly. And not just any pirate leader, but a higher-ranking Poseidon cult emissary. Not only had their goal been achieved in one fell swoop, but their goal had been exceeded. This joy filled both women with elation. At this moment, Marika recalled that while Ryan was working on the 4th point, he had gone after an enemy. This must be the Poseidon envoy before me. So this is the big fish. Veronica looked at Bloody Shooter Phil Kratz and seemed to have a thought. She immediately cast some kind of sorcery, summoning white seagulls and kingfishers, and chased after the enemy. The bird's location information not only made it easier for Lord Ryan to find him, but also allowed him to harass the enemy at a crucial moment. Bloody Shooter Phil Kratz, you shot my white bye. Lord Ryan will definitely deal with you this time. Veronica couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. Bloody Shooter Phil Kratz, on the other hand, was filled with deep regret. Those foolish birds in the sky had truly betrayed him, revealing his presence in the forest. If he had known earlier, he should have shot them all from the start. Ryan, following the guidance of the white seagulls and kingfishers, quickly approached Phil Kratz. The two men drew closer. Suddenly, 7 or 8 white seagulls and kingfishers, unafraid of danger, swooped down towards Phil Kratz's head, sending him into a panic, forcing him to fend for himself. Ryan, of course, seized this opportunity. With a single swift step, he was behind Phil Kratz, a long, cold flash of light flashing. A minute later, Ryan dragged the bloody archer, Phil Kratz, like a dead dog, back to the carriage and dropped him heavily beside the Poseidon messenger, Miyako. At that moment, the half-dead Miyako opened his eyes, and the next second, they suddenly widened. Damn it! How could it be Phil Kratz? Could he have been? Phil Kratz and Miyako, the two brothers in distress, exchanged a deep glance, each seeing helplessness and despair in the other's eyes. Who could have imagined this? 2 hours ago, the two were enthusiastically discussing future plans, brimming with confidence. Yet, 2 hours later, they were both imprisoned by a young man. This transformation was truly swift. It was so rapid that no one could possibly accept it. Chapter 209. Veronica, with her sparkling eyes, surveyed Ryan, as if getting to know him anew. Baron Ryan, your combat prowess seems stronger than even a Grand Knight. No, stronger than even an average third-level wizard apprentice. Major Marika mentioned you before, and I thought there might be a hint of exaggeration, but now it seems there isn't. In fact, the assessment was a bit conservative. Ryan smiled faintly and said, Miss Veronica, in terms of true combat prowess, I probably can't match yours. A third-level wizard apprentice, with a magic scroll, would be too much for even a Grand Knight to withstand. But for these two, I might not have any weaknesses they could exploit, so dealing with them would be relatively easier. Ryan said, pointing to the two men lying on the ground. Sir Ryan, excessive modesty is simply pride. Major Marika, who had overheard the conversation, walked over and said to Ryan with a smile. Although she had witnessed Ryan's combat prowess firsthand during his ordination examination, 2 months later, Ryan's strength had significantly increased again. Those levels that were extremely difficult for ordinary knights to overcome seemed completely inapplicable to Ryan. Originally, Marika had always believed that Veronica, the third-level wizard apprentice, would be the strongest force in her group, but now it seemed that Ryan was the undisputed leader. Yes. Lord Ryan, by the way, I also want to thank you for avenging my great white. Veronica said to Ryan with a ladylike bow, petting a giant white owl that was almost as tall as her. Oh, Baymax is injured? Ryan examined Baymax's injured wing carefully. It must have been damaged by Blood Rage Strike, the signature skill of bloody archer Phil Kratz. A faint scent of blood still lingered on it. Coo! Baymax chirped twice at Ryan in a very humane manner. Then, imitating Veronica's ladylike manner, it slightly spread its wings and saluted Ryan, clearly thanking him. Yes, this is my contracted creature, Baymax, a modified white owl. Baron Ryan, Baymax just said it's very grateful for your help in avenging it, Veronica said with a smile. Well, you're welcome, Baymax. It's my duty. Ryan examined Baymax carefully. Judging from its aura, this giant white owl, Baymax, was probably as powerful as a veteran knight. If it were an opponent other than someone so skilled in archery as Phil Kratz, the combination of Veronica and Baymax would have easily defeated him. The big white shield in front, Veronica's sorcery behind. By the way, Lord Ryan, I think we should find a safe place and interrogate these two properly. Major Marika pointed a pale finger at the two men drooping on the ground. Of course, why don't we head to Fishing Port Town now? Interrogating these two won't be quick. There should be a holding cell in the town hall, which will be more convenient. Ryan nodded. If the interrogation methods are effective, they should be able to uncover many secrets about the Poseidon cult and the Black Sail Pirates. However, Major Marika, these two are tough guys. Using standard interrogation methods might not be very effective, Ryan warned Marika, glancing at Knight Frodo standing nearby. These cultists are indeed extraordinary. Miss Veronica, I may need to use your sorcery to help. Marika's face darkened, knowing that Ryan's concerns were well-founded. Knight Frodo's interrogation methods might be effective against ordinary pirates, but they might not be enough for these two. She still needed to think of a solution. Of course, Major Marika, feel free to come to me anytime. I have a few bottles of Truth Serum that should be effective, Veronica nodded. After clearing the battlefield, the cavalry escorted Phil Kratz and Miyako, two key figures, towards the fishing port. About a quarter of an hour later, the densely packed houses of the fishing port were clearly visible. But strangely, there were still very few pedestrians along the road. Ryan squinted his eyes and peered into the distance, noting that many of the houses on the outskirts of town had collapsed, as if they had been through a fierce battle. He thought, Perhaps the pirates had long been capable of taking fishing port, but to avoid the attention of the imperial hierarchy, or for other reasons, they had primarily resorted to plundering. Soon, Ryan and his companions arrived at a makeshift roadblock. The security guards, guarding it, eyed Ryan and his group warily. "Stop! Who are you?" Due to the sensitive nature of the Naval Task Force, the cavalrymen didn't directly identify themselves, but instead revealed Ryan's. "This is the new governor and sheriff of Fishing Port Town, Baron Ryan. We are his guards." Baron Ryan? The sheriffs looked at each other in bewilderment. They hadn't heard of this news. But soon, someone realized, "Baron, Knights, we haven't been informed of the situation you describe. Due to the recent rampant piracy, please wait a moment while we report to our superiors." A sheriff quickly ran towards the administrative office in the town center. After waiting for a few minutes, several cavalrymen in the front row of Ryan's team said to the sheriffs, "Remove these roadblocks. The pirates shouldn't attack again for a while." Any new information? After a few minutes, the sheriffs were able to confirm that the people they saw were most likely not pirates. Although the dozen or so cavalrymen were injured, they all had young, handsome faces and white teeth, not pirate-like figures. The two cavalrymen exchanged a smile. One of them turned to the security officers and said, "You have Baron Ryan to thank for this. He's cleared out the pirates entrenched on the roads leading in and out of your town. By the way, he even caught 2 large fish." "What? Is Baron Ryan so powerful?" "Among the pirates entrenched on several roads in our town, several are members of the Black Sail Pirates, a large and powerful pirate group." The security officers were extremely surprised to hear this news, and soon began to whisper among themselves. Of course. The cavalrymen patted the bags on the side of their horses, and showed them their loot. The security officers immediately recognized that these were indeed pirate weapons and iconic items, such as the Black Sail Pirates' skull turbans. After some back and forth, the security guards began to follow the cavalry's advice, and remove the roadblocks. At this moment, 2 bearded men, still bandaged and holding hammer shields, approached. Both men were knights of Count Habsburg's family, both possessing the strength of seasoned knights and expert in the use of hammer shields. The bandages visible on both men indicated that as the primary defense force of the fishing port, they bore considerable pressure. Seeing the Lehman brothers approach, Ryan, from inside the carriage, said to the 2 women, "Major Marika, Miss Veronica, please sit down for a moment while I go and make the connection." Of course, Baron Ryan, the 2 women nodded immediately. Given their special status, Ryan was naturally the most suitable person to handle the task of connecting with the territorial forces. When the Lehman brothers saw how young Ryan was, they were stunned. Their younger brother, Conrad Lehman, blurted out hastily, "Are you Baron Ryan? You're so young. Why would the Earl send such a young knight like you? Although your cavalry appears elite, do you know that the 20 elite soldiers I led earlier have suffered most casualties, and are barely holding on to this situation?" Because the Lehman brothers had been dispatched to Fishing Harbor Town before Ryan's bloody duel with Baron Norman, they were relatively isolated from the news. They were unaware of Ryan's record of bloody duels with the Great Knight, much less that he had recently captured the bloody archer Phil Cross, and the Poseidon cult special envoy, Miyako. But at this moment, after taking a closer look at Ryan, Colbert Lehman tugged at his brother's hand and said, "I believe him." The younger brother looked at his older brother, puzzled. Colbert Lehman pointed to the large bow slung on the side of the black horse and asked, "Doesn't this bow look familiar?" The younger brother took a closer look and exclaimed in shock, "Isn't this the bow of Phil Kratz, the bloody archer? How did it appear on him? Could it be?" Cornet Lehman was naturally very familiar with this bow. It was because of it that he and his brother suffered injuries that have yet to heal. At this moment, one of the knights in the task force could no longer contain his excitement and exclaimed, "That bloody archer is right behind us." At this, the Lehman brothers exchanged a look of shock. Seizing weapons and capturing the enemy leader alive are, of course, 2 different things. They had been so nervous about the bloody archer, but they hadn't expected the new Archon to take down the enemy on his way to Fishing Port before even reaching the town. With this kind of strength, the rest of the story became a natural progression. Ryan and his group were quickly taken to the town's administrative office. The Lehman brothers quickly adjusted their demeanor, and reported to Ryan on the events that had occurred in Fishing Harbor Town during their 2-week garrison. This allowed Ryan to quickly obtain first-hand information on the town's current situation. Originally, the Lehman brothers had planned to return to the county capital after handing over their duties to Ryan, but they changed their minds when they saw the cavalry escorting Phil Kratz into the interrogation room. especially when the brothers heard Marika mention contacting the South China Sea Fleet to dispatch interrogation experts. They patted their chests and said, "We're experts in this. Even in prison, sometimes prisoners who are too hard to handle will ask us to come over." Ryan thought this was a good thing. He no longer had to wait for the Navy to send interrogators. So, he had Marika send Knight Frodo to join the brothers in interrogating them. For the next few days, Ryan followed his established routine, practicing meditation and sorcery daily in the administrative office. Based on his current progress, he only needed another 7 or 8 days to advance his wizard apprentice to level 6. However, Ryan didn't devote all his time and energy to training. Every day, Veronica's white seagulls would spread out to conduct reconnaissance. If they spotted a pirate landing boat or a group of more than 10 pirates, Ryan would personally dispatch them to eliminate them. Of course, if the pirates were few in number, they would be handed over to the Naval Task Force. Thus, with the birds' help in detecting the enemy, within just a few days, the pirates near the fishing port town were almost extinct. Life in Fishing Harbor Town slowly began to return to normal. This was evident from the increasing number of smiles on the residents' faces. In addition, as the town's governor and sheriff, Ryan led a cavalry detachment on a daily circuit around the town. While this gesture was largely symbolic, it did much to restore the townspeople's confidence in the Empire's ability to eradicate pirates. While Fishing Harbor Town was currently unable to resume normal fishing operations, public security had been revitalized, and the pirates' previously arrogant and domineering behavior had been effectively curbed. However, for Ryan, the most important thing was his steady improvement in Catterfist through practice and defeating pirates. 3 days later, after clearing a small group of pirates from landing, Ryan finally received a system notification regarding his Catterfist upgrade. Your Catterfist skill has been upgraded, adding 59 experience points. You have fought a battle, adding 16 experience points to your Knight, Transcendent, class. Congratulations, your Catterfist skill has been upgraded to level 6. Instantly, Ryan's mind was flooded with fragmented memories of Catterfist training. After digesting them, Ryan felt as if he had been practicing Catterfist for 6 months. But just as he came to his senses, he realized the system notification wasn't over yet. Another notification followed. Congratulations, you've unlocked the Catterfist exclusive secret technique, high-speed combo. As expected, generally speaking, after mastering a transcendent combat skill, one begins to unlock secret techniques. Delighted, Ryan spotted a brand new icon above the Catterfist skill on his Knight Super dashboard. The icon depicted a muscular man, rapidly swinging his fists forward, with dozens of fist shadows trailing in front of him. The image looked vivid and powerful. In the lower right corner of the icon, a line of small text read, High-speed combo level 1, secret technique, effect, unleash as many punches, left hooks, right hooks, and uppercuts as possible in a very short burst. Note, high-speed combo is a secret technique and cannot be directly upgraded with skill points. High-speed combo level 2 requires the following. 1. Catterfist level 8 or higher. 2. Strength 16 or higher, Constitution 16 or higher, and Agility 18 or higher. Ryan tested it and found that, generally speaking, with the Knight's Plague Gauntlets, he could throw about 12 punches per second. Without the Plague Gauntlets and shoulder pads, he could throw 14 punches per second. This delighted Ryan, as he now had a new killer weapon for close combat. Originally, his weapons, both the Great Sword and the two-handed Warhammer, were over 1.5 meters long, making them inconvenient to use in cramped conditions. This was a significant drawback. Because he had mastered both Talker's Hammer and the Giant Bear Sword to the masterful level, without these two weapons, his combat effectiveness would be greatly diminished. This was vividly demonstrated during the battle with the Sea God Cult's emissary, Miyako, in the cave. Looking at the triggering conditions for the secret skill high-speed combo level 2, Ryan pondered for a moment and decided to immediately apply continuous skill points. Raising Catterfist from level 6 to level 7 wasn't something he could do in a short period of time, and in about 3 or 4 days, his Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, class would reach level 6. By then, he could raise Catterfist to level 10, meeting all the requirements for the Weapon Master, Legendary, class advancement. Therefore, he planned to add these 3 remaining skill points first, raising Catterfist to level 9. This would allow him to get used to it first. In addition, Catterfist at level 9 would undoubtedly trigger another secret boxing technique, 100 Splitting Strike, which Ryan was quite excited about. As the remaining skill points on the attribute panel dropped from 3 to 0, Catterfist instantly jumped from level 6 to level 9. A large amount of Catterfist training memories flooded in. and several system prompts appeared. Ding! The host's Catterfist has reached level 7, unlocking the Catterfist's exclusive secret technique, 100 Splitting Strike level 1. 100 Ripping Strike level 1, secret technique mimicking a tiger's claw strike, transform fists into claws, unleashing a burst of power in a short burst. Use upward slashes, downward slashes, and left and right swings to unleash as many claw attacks as possible. Note: 100 Ripping Strike is a secret technique and cannot be directly upgraded with skill points. Note: this is only effective when equipped with brass knuckles. 100 Ripping Strike level 2 requires the following conditions. 1. Catterfist level 9 or higher. 2. Strength 18 points or higher, Constitution 16 points or higher, and Agility 18 points or higher. Ding! The host's Catterfist skill has reached level 8, unlocking the Catterfist exclusive secret technique, High Speed Combo level 2. Ding! The host's Catterfist skill has reached level 9, unlocking the Catterfist exclusive secret technique, 100 Ripping Strike level 2. On the 4th day, Lehman Brothers arrived to report. Earlier, with the help of the true serum provided by Veronica, they had painstakingly managed to coerce the other party into revealing some confidential information. After 2 days of repeated verification, the information was finally confirmed. Veronica immediately transmitted the locations of the Poseidon cult stronghold near the waters of Meister County, as well as the bases of several major pirate groups, to the Imperial Navy's South Sea Fleet via Seabird messaging. Next, it was time to wait. After all, naval warfare was not within the scope of the Navy Task Force and Ryan's mission this time. That was left to the South Sea Fleet and Rear Admiral Silva and his men. Soon, Ryan and his men received a response from the fleet. Rear Admiral Silva instructed Ryan and the task force to strengthen coastal defenses. If the pirates were severely damaged by the Imperial fleet in a naval engagement, they would likely become desperate and flee directly to the coast. Although they were a ragtag group of scattered soldiers, they were still a formidable enemy for the weakly defended coastal towns. Once breached, the losses would be devastating. On the 5th day, the Lehman Brothers returned to report. Baron, this is what we found between the crevices of Phil Kratz's armor. It's said to be a treasure map of the Pirate King, Vincent Sanborn the shipburner. Unfortunately, it's incomplete, only a quarter. Ryan was delighted and immediately took the parchment scroll and examined it carefully. Judging from the texture and pattern, this was the missing quarter of the treasure map. 1 quarter wasn't so bad. Who wouldn't be jealous if it were the complete treasure map? After the two brothers left, Ryan immediately took out the remaining 3 pieces of the map and quickly pieced them together. When the complete treasure map appeared before Ryan, he discovered that the center of the map showed a circular chain of islands. However, the location marked with an X wasn't on the circular island chain, but on a small island adjacent to it. Clearly, the island nearby was the destination, and where the treasure lay. Ryan pondered for a moment, but he didn't ask Major Marika or Veronica for the location depicted on the treasure map. After some time studying the fishing town, Ryan learned that there lived an elderly man who had once been the captain of an ocean-going merchant ship, Captain Cashin. He planned to ask him for advice. After hand drawing a simple pattern based on the treasure map, Ryan found Captain Cashin, a white-haired man with a pipe in his mouth. Baron, this necklace-shaped circular island chain, judging by the number and shape of the islands, looks very similar to the Saphira Islands off the coast. And this island is just east of the Saphira Islands. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the Island of Fear. The Island of Fear? Ryan frowned slightly upon hearing the name. The name alone suggested it wasn't just any island. Indeed. As for why it's called the Island of Fear, it's because a group of 3-headed marine iguanas inhabit it. Captain Cashin nodded, his face solemn. 3-headed marine iguanas? Are they some kind of ferocious beast? Ryan asked. Ryan had never encountered such a ferocious beast, but from Captain Cashin's slightly fearful expression, he knew they must be quite formidable. Indeed, the 3-headed marine iguana is an extremely powerful and ferocious beast. Adults possess the strength of a seasoned Grand Knight, and the leader is said to possess the power of a peak Grand Knight. Once, a pirate group was caught in a hurricane, their ship destroyed, and they drifted to the Island of Fear. Of over 100 pirates, only one managed to escape by clinging to a dinghy. The rest were devoured by the 3-headed marine iguanas. Some pirates, skeptical, later went to observe the island from afar and discovered that it was indeed inhabited by a large group of 3-headed marine iguanas. Word of this spread, and the island was quickly designated a restricted area for pirates and merchant ships. Captain Cashin recounted slowly. Are the strength of an adult individual comparable to that of a veteran Grand Knight? And a large group of them? It truly deserves to be called the Island of Terror. Ryan's scalp tingled at the thought of facing attacks from dozens, if not dozens, of three-headed marine iguanas, as powerful as veteran Grand Knights, if he landed on this island. But then another question occurred to Ryan. Why did the Pirate King, ship-burner Vincent Sanborn, place his treasure on this island? Could it be that the former wizard and Grand Knight, Vincent Sanborn, and the leader of this clan of three-headed marine iguanas have some kind of contractual relationship? Or does the Pirate King, Vincent Sanborn, possess a magical power, such as invisibility, that allows him to easily hide his treasure here? Ryan pondered for a moment, and shook his head slightly. This question, perhaps only the Pirate King himself would know. Another problem. Although Ryan had deciphered the secret of the treasure map, with his current strength, landing on this island was too risky. Ryan's mind raced through various possible solutions. First, if he relied on the Navy, it wouldn't be impossible. But the problem was, once the Imperial Navy's South Sea Fleet got involved, the nature of the matter would change. Although Rear Admiral Silva and Lieutenant Marika of the 6th Fleet had a favorable impression of him, exploring the Pirate King's treasure required the use of warships, which clearly was a matter of business. Not to mention the potential for casualties in the event of a battle, the distribution of the proceeds would be a challenge. Ryan wasn't sure he would get what he wanted. Moreover, there might be problems beyond combat. After all, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be some ulterior motives within the Navy who would become jealous upon seeing him obtain the Pirate King's treasure. Therefore, Ryan quickly rejected the idea of inviting the South Sea Fleet to participate. After careful consideration, Ryan decided that it would be better to explore the island alone when he was more capable. Because, in less than a month, he would be traveling to Munster to take the Imperial Swordbearer's assessment. This matter naturally ranked higher in importance than the Pirate King's treasure. Based on Marika's advice, Ryan believed that once he joined the Imperial Swordbearer's organization, he would be able to accumulate enough points by completing various missions to redeem some sorcery or other important knowledge. This would greatly increase his strength, and it was also a more sustainable, reliable, and targeted method. In a sense, the Pirate King's treasure was more like the icing on the cake. Moreover, he could soon advance to Weapon Master, and his Wizard Apprentice class had reached level 3. Ryan believed that once he became a full-fledged wizard, with the support of 2 legendary classes, he should have the ability to initially explore the island. This wouldn't take long. After figuring out these issues, Ryan's enthusiasm for the Pirate King's treasure was no longer as urgent as before. On the 6th day, news arrived from the naval fleet. Chapter 210. At this time, Major Marika arrived at the training ground with a smile on her face. She happily told Ryan, "Sir Ryan, the Imperial Navy's South Sea Fleet, along with Monsoon and the Church of the Sea Goddess, have achieved decisive victories in the naval battles and island raids of the past 2 days. Not only did they defeat the pirates' combined fleet in one fell swoop, but they also destroyed the strongholds of the Church of the Sea God and major pirate groups in the waters near Meister County. Currently, the South Sea Fleet and the Church of the Sea God are pursuing the fleeing sea god. The priests and high-ranking officials of the major pirate groups are basically fleeing to the open sea. So, I think our task force's mission has officially come to an end." Hearing this good news, Ryan also smiled and said, "It seems that the message we passed to the fleet did have some effect. Indeed, Baron Ryan, the 2 prisoners you captured earlier played a crucial role in providing intelligence." Hearing Ryan's words, Major Marika's smile widened, revealing her pearly white teeth. "Also, regarding the sorcery Lord Ryan requires, the Aeneas bird transformation technique, Major General Silva has replied, stating that he has consulted with the Commander-in-Chief of the South China Sea Fleet. Your request has been approved. I believe you can contact Veronica later and ask her to teach you the relevant sorcery. This would be the quickest way." After hearing Marika's words, Ryan was overjoyed and nodded, saying, "That's fantastic." This meant that he could now consult Veronica and learn this sorcery at any time. This is certainly a good thing. Once he masters this spell, he can readily find a relatively powerful raptor as his third pet. This way, he can gain a broader perspective and control a specific battle. While this might not be very beneficial in a one-on-one fight, it is extremely useful in situations like one-on-many or raids. In addition, learning new spells will very likely earn him a significant amount of experience points for the Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, class. Perhaps even this will quickly raise the Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, to level 6, thus meeting all the requirements for the Weapon Master, Legendary, class advancement. Thinking of this, Ryan couldn't help but feel a little excited. "Thank you very much, Major Marika," Ryan said, looking at the beautiful Major Marika with a gentle bow. Baron Ryan, I should be thanking you. If you hadn't captured the Poseidon cult's emissary and the Black Sail Pirates' deputy leader, who knows when our task force would have completed its mission." Marika smoothed the hair that fell by her ear and said with a smile. After the beautiful female major left, Ryan wanted to go find Veronica immediately, but just as he was leaving, he ran into the Lehman brothers walking towards him. So, Ryan returned to his room. Lehman brothers reported, "Baron, this is the extraordinary combat skills dictated by the bloody archer Phil Kratz." Brother Colbert Lehman handed Ryan a thin parchment scroll. The ink was still slightly damp, indicating it must have been written recently. "Because we don't know much about archery, if Phil Kratz had done anything, we wouldn't be able to detect it. However, we all think that some of the archery techniques here are very valuable, so we brought them to you, Baron." Blood Fury Archery? Ryan took it, glanced at the title, and couldn't help but be surprised. The Lehman brothers' interrogation methods were impressive. They even pulled out the archery skills that made Phil Kratz, the bloody shooter, famous. As for the Lehman brothers' concern that Phil Kratz had tampered with the archery, Ryan wasn't worried at all. Because the system automatically verifies authenticity, or in other words, whether it's a valid combat skill. It was simple. As long as this extraordinary combat skill appeared on his class panel, it was authentic, and he could learn it. So, for others, they might have to go through the trouble of seeking verification from a master archer, or even learn it with trepidation, but for Ryan, these problems didn't exist. But, at this point, Phil Kratz must have been completely drained by the Lehman brothers. As expected, the elder brother, Colbert Lehman, suggested, "Baron, we believe this bloody shooter Phil Kratz is no longer of much value. Would you consider hanging him at the entrance to the town hall sometime? This would not only boost the morale of the residents of Fishing Harbor, assuring them that the Empire is capable of protecting them, but would also deter the pirates who harbor ambitions against Fishing Harbor," his younger brother, Conrad Lehman, added. After a moment's thought, Ryan nodded and said, "Yes, then, let's do it as soon as possible. Execute bloody shooter Phil Kratz within the next 2 days." "Okay, Baron, we arrange it immediately." The Lehman brothers naturally hated Phil Kratz, the man who had shot them. They had felt a great deal of relief during the interrogation over the past few days. However, the thought of the disaster that would befall them if such a master escaped led to their execution, so they strongly suggested to Ryan that he be executed. After the Lehman brothers left, Ryan quickly flipped through the parchment scroll containing the Blood Fury archery technique. Although it was dictated by Phil Kratz, it was transcribed by a dedicated scribe, so the handwriting was clear and neat, making it easy to read. Ryan glanced over it, nodded slightly, and thought it was quite good. The secret techniques, Rapid Fire and Blood Fury Strike, were described, making it a complete set of extraordinary archery techniques. However, Ryan had no intention of learning them at the moment. His most important priority was to quickly upgrade his Wizard Apprentice, Extraordinary, to level 6, thereby earning the final skill point for the Weapon Master, Legendary, promotion. Once his job change is successful, he naturally have plenty of time to learn new extraordinary combat techniques. Now that the threats from the Poseidon cult and the pirates have been eliminated, Ryan intends to gradually hand over the daily management of Fishing Harbor Town to the Lehman brothers. Because the two brothers had handled most of Fishing Harbor Town's administrative work before his arrival, this process shouldn't be difficult. Because it's already the final days of the snowy month, the Moon of Vitality is about to begin. The Imperial Swordbearer selection is scheduled for the last day of the Vitality month, but since it takes place in the provincial capital of Munster, Ryan will need to allow at least a week for travel. He could stay in Fishing Harbor for about 20 days at most. The pirate threat had been eliminated, so there was no need for him to continue serving as the governor of Fishing Harbor. Therefore, Ryan had already planned to report to Count Habsburg in 2 days, asking him to quickly select a suitable successor. Ryan thought for a moment, realizing there was still one thing he needed to do. He walked to the bedroom and pulled out a pair of arm blades from Brigadier General Perix of the Zalil Rebellion. He had removed these arm blades from Perix's arm armor. He discovered that they seemed to be made of some rare metal, possessing exceptional sharpness and hardness. Since he was in need of a pair of sharp brass knuckles, he planned to use them to forge and attach a pair of short-bladed brass knuckles to his plate armor gauntlets. The purpose, of course, was to perform the secret technique of Catter Fist, 100 blows. Until now, due to Ryan's low level of boxing, this plan had never been implemented. By today, his Catter Fist had reached level 9, triggering the secret technique 100 Ripping Strike level 2. Without the razor knuckles, Ryan's ability to perform effectively would have been relatively limited. Just as Ryan was contemplating this, a knock on the door rang out again. Knock, knock. Come in. Veronica, dressed in a white dress, entered with a smile. Today, unusually for her, she wasn't wearing a black wizard robe. Instead, she wore a slim-fitting, one-shoulder white cashmere dress that accentuated her well-developed curves. Her twin ponytail swung, radiating youthful energy. This made Ryan's eyes light up. He was just about to go find the other person, but to his surprise, she came to him first. Also, although Veronica was only 18 years old, her breasts were every bit as beautiful as a beautiful woman. She was the type of woman who had her husband to play with, and her children to drink. With her youthful face, she looked like a character straight out of a comic book in her past life. Before Ryan could speak, Veronica took the initiative and said, "Sir Ryan, I'm here to ask you for a favor." "Oh, Miss Veronica, please tell me. It would be my honor if I could be of assistance." Ryan smiled and nodded. As someone who inherited the wizarding school, Ryan naturally wanted to befriend Veronica. On the one hand, he might need to ask this professor for the subsequent Aeneas bird transformation technique, but on the other hand, he was very eager to gain more knowledge of witchcraft from her. Thank you, Sir Ryan." Hearing Ryan's ready agreement, Veronica couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands and giggled, her body trembling. "Well, I'm looking for a seabird called the iron-beaked seahawk, a raptor. You know, I haven't bred or contracted any raptors before. Also, considering my position in the Navy, birds adapted to the marine environment are a priority. So, with these two factors combined, I chose this raptor as my new breeding target. I just did some searching recently, and found a small population on an island a few kilometers southeast of the fishing port town." Hearing this, Ryan suddenly realized why he hadn't seen Veronica much lately. It turned out she was busy with this matter. Furthermore, he sounded quite interested in the iron-beaked sea eagle the other party had mentioned. Perhaps, he could choose the iron-beaked sea eagle as his third pet. However, there was no rush to make a decision. He could first accompany Veronica to take a look. Veronica continued, however. "I had the white seagulls investigate that area and discovered it's one of the main areas of activity for the black-gilled murlocs. So, I'd like to ask Sir Ryan to come along, as it might be safer. These black-gilled murlocs often attack in groups, and some individuals are quite powerful, reaching the level of quasi-knights. A few have even reached the level of full knights. If I were alone, it would be difficult to deal with them, so," Veronica said, her sparkling eyes fixed on Ryan. Although Veronica had only known Ryan for a short time, she felt an inexplicable sense of trust in him. She believed that if Ryan was willing to accompany her, her goal of obtaining a chick of the iron-beaked sea eagle would be successfully achieved. Ryan smiled. "Of course, Miss Veronica, when should we leave? Since I'm the governor of the fishing port town, it might take a while for me to hand over my duties before I can accompany you." "Of course, Mr. Ryan, you agree. That's wonderful." Veronica tossed her twin ponytails, her face beaming with joy, her fair hands clasped tightly, clearly delighted that Ryan had agreed to accompany her. "Then can we leave tomorrow morning? If all goes well, we should be able to return that same day. I arranged the boat." "Yes, Miss Veronica, it's just right. I need your help with something too." Ryan nodded and said with a smile, "Sir Ryan, please go ahead." Veronica looked at Ryan with a hint of confusion. "Major Marika just told me that the South Sea Fleet has approved my application to learn the Aeneas avian transformation technique." "Excellent, I understand. When are you free?" Veronica immediately understood Ryan's meaning and offered. "Is it possible now?" "Now?" Veronica asked in surprise. Sir Ryan was being too impatient. "Is it inconvenient, Miss Veronica?" No, of course." Veronica waved her fair little hand and said, "Sir Ryan, please follow me." Shoulder by side, they walked towards the small alchemy room that Veronica had just renovated in the town hall. As they walked, Veronica explained, "My mentor's bird transformation technique isn't pure witchcraft. More accurately, it's a ritual that requires certain materials. One of the essential ingredients is a newly hatched chick, or an egg that's about to hatch." "Can either be used?" Ryan asked casually. "Yes, both are fine. An egg that's about to hatch works best, but if the egg contains an unformed embryo, the ritual will inevitably fail. Therefore, we generally choose a newly hatched chick. In addition, we need a rapid growth potion and phantom grass. Of course, the most important thing is to create a magic circle." Veronica already had a fondness for Ryan, and now that she had received approval from above, she was even more dedicated in her teaching, sharing everything she knew. In the alchemy room, Veronica personally demonstrated the technique for Ryan, using a white seagull chick as a test subject. This was a perfect replacement for the white seagulls that had died last time. Veronica first placed the fluffy white seagull chick on a cushion in the center of the room, then placed a strange leaf with purple patterns in front of it. After completing this, she began grinding a special ink made from several herbs. "Sir Ryan, this is moonlight ink. We use this ink when we create the hexagram magic formation later," Veronica explained to Ryan as she prepared the technique. Such meticulous explanations greatly strengthened Ryan's liking for Veronica. Because, if he had obtained the relevant books and studied on his own, his efficiency would definitely not have been so high. Veronica's hands-on instruction saved Ryan a considerable amount of study time. After finishing the grinding, Veronica began to draw the hexagram magic circle on the ground with a pale silver moonlight ink. Successful on the first try. Not bad. Veronica's pretty face suddenly smiled. This was a demonstration in front of Lord Ryan, so success on the first try was naturally best, otherwise, it would be a bit embarrassing. Then came the final step. Veronica took out a bottle of pale green potion, held it in her hand, and began to silently recite the incantation. As the clear sound of the incantation rang out, the hexagram magic circle gradually illuminated, and a spiritual aura unique to witchcraft began to appear. The next second, Veronica uncorked the potion bottle, and the pale green liquid, seemingly alive, burst forth from the bottle, like a serpent entwining a white chick. Veronica pointed at the lavender leaves, and the ceremony came to a close. A miraculous interaction occurred between the chick, the potion, and the leaves. Instantly, several system notifications appeared. You have focused on observing the Aeneas bird transformation technique, and your understanding has improved. You have mastered a new skill. Aeneas bird transformation technique. Your Aeneas bird transformation skill has been improved, adding 69 experience points. You have focused on the Aeneas bird transformation technique, adding 151 experience points to your Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, class. Congratulations, your Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, class level has been increased. On the panel, the Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, class level has increased from LV5 to LV6, 11/3000. At the bottom of the panel, the remaining attribute points, 5, and the remaining skill point, 1. Seeing this, Ryan couldn't help but smile brightly. Veronica couldn't help but wonder why Lord Ryan's smile was so radiant after observing him. Could it be that Lord Ryan had already mastered it? That couldn't be further from the truth. She had spent a month studying with her instructor before mastering it. This time, for Ryan, the biggest gain wasn't just the advancement in his Apprentice, Transcendent, class level, nor was it the newly mastered spell, Aeneas bird transformation, but rather this newly acquired skill point. For him, it was crucial. After returning to his room, Ryan retrieved the behemoth essence and immediately added this skill point to his Catter Fist. Instantly, Catter Fist's skill level rose from level 9 to level 10. With a successful promotion, a system notification sounded. Ding! Detection. The host has achieved level 10 in any 3 different weapon types transcendental combat skills, triggering a job change. Weapon Master, Legendary. Prerequisites for the Weapon Master, Legendary, promotion are 1. Level 10 or higher in any 3 different weapon types transcendental combat skills. 2. Physical limit breaking points reach 100%. 3. Any breathing technique level 9 or higher. 4. Strength 20 or higher, Agility 20 or higher, and Constitution 20 or higher. 5. High-level potion, Behemoth Essence. Current requirements met. Is / promotion to Weapon Master, Legendary possible? Seeing this job change information, Ryan was overjoyed. He clenched his fists excitedly, and pumped them forward vigorously. On the shore of a remote island several kilometers from the fishing port town, waves of pale blue water rhythmically crashed against the sand. Suddenly, a humanoid object washed ashore. Cough cough. Followed by a cough, a muscular man, with a sinister face struggled to the shore. A trace of blood still oozed from the corner of his mouth, as if he had just been through a fierce battle and suffered heavy injuries. Bah! The Imperial Navy. The goddess taught me, Volid, I remember that. If it weren't for the water clone scroll this time, I'd be dead. In yesterday's battle, Volid would have been nearly killed on the spot if he hadn't used the water clone scroll to mimic his own form and lure away the experts from the Imperial Navy and the Goddess Church. As the leader of the Black Sails pirates, Volid Nahara possesses the strength of both a senior knight and a third-level wizard apprentice. His proficiency with a one-handed sledgehammer and his penchant for smashing his enemies' heads in battle earned him the formidable nickname Skull Crusher. Hydrotherapy. Volid muttered a spell, and soon, a ball of water emitting a brilliant white light suddenly appeared before him. The next second, With a bang, the bright ball of water exploded above his head, and a fine mist-like vapor spread from his head all over his body. The mist, resembling a gentle rain, seemed to have a very healing effect, rapidly healing some of his wounds. Huh? After the treatment, Volad's face, once pale, had improved considerably, and his frown gradually relaxed. Over the past 2 years, through his dealings with the Poseidon cult, he had a good chance of advancing to the rank of full-fledged wizard. More precisely, he'd become a water manipulator, a wizard specializing in the manipulation of water and currents. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to be promoted, he failed. He had just acquired the crucial first-level water magic, Water Flows Surround, from the Poseidon cult at a huge price, and before he could even learn it, it was tragically lost in battle. Not only was his dream of advancement shattered, but even the Black Sail pirates, which he had cultivated for years, were nearly wiped out. This filled Volod with a deep hatred for the Empire. Where is this? It seems to be an offshore island. Volod surveyed his surroundings. He spotted a faint gray line on the distant skyline. He knew it was the Continental Line. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. His water clone had been heading out to sea, but now he was near the coast. Furthermore, the leader of the Poseidon cult in this area, Deepwater Lord Casilla, is fleeing to the open sea. The Imperial Navy and the Goddess Church will likely mobilize their forces to pursue him. I can rest on this small island for a few days to recover from my injuries. As long as my fighting strength is restored, there's nothing to fear. After a moment's thought, Volod formulated his plans for the next few days. He gradually disappeared into the palm grove on the island.